There were armed groups scattered all over the world, but they all feared only one person, and that person was Peter. What surprised everyone was that this legendary assassin was now an elderly man, over 60 years old. Yet at that moment, a beaten man lying in an alley, surrounded by several bodies, said that Peter would have died as a legend if he had left long ago. But now, he was being hunted by thousands of assassins who wanted his head. He had been loyal to the organization his entire life, but now, it was that very organization that wanted to see him dead. He asked if it was really him, but the figure wearing a mascot head remained silent. Still, the man went on, saying that Peter was still alive, that he had never been discovered until now, and that even though he was the legendary Peter, all of this still seemed meaningless. Then the man with the mascot head finally broke the silence and asked if he truly wanted to know the truth. He explained that even with tens of thousands of eyes watching at once, no one could ever find him, because the Peter everyone was looking for no longer existed. At that moment, the wounded man began to wonder if the man before him was actually Peter. It had all started 3 months earlier, when Mr. Bay began neglecting his medical checkups until he received a warning that he would die in less than a year than 3 months if he continued that way. But he didn't fear death. After everything he had been through, he had faced the line between life and death thousands of times. He had devoted 50 years to the organization and carried no regrets. He thought he had done a lot, but as he looked through a photo book, he realized that in his entire life he had never taken a single picture of himself. Later, a young student girl entered the Hana bookstore. She was looking for elementary school textbooks and was greeted by Mr. Bay, who smiled warmly and said that they had everything there. She asked if he had any used books, since she wanted something more recent, even if not new, because it was for her little brother. Mr. Bay looked at her badge and commented that she was in her senior year of high school, and she confirmed with a smile, saying that he seemed to know the place well. Mr. Bay replied that he knew everyone in that town. Then he grabbed a pile of brand new textbooks, but the girl explained that she couldn't afford all of them and asked if the books were really new. He said it didn't matter. She could take them, because if the books just sat on the shelf, they wouldn't help anyone learn. The girl insisted that he didn't need to do that, but he said he could tell how much she loved her brother just by looking into her eyes. He told her to be kind while she still could, or else she would regret it later. The girl then asked if he had ever regretted anything in his life, and Mr. Bay replied that the longer one lives, the more regrets one accumulates. But he had done everything he could in each moment. There was no way to change the past or erase the regrets that came with time. Maybe she wouldn't understand that. Then he told her to just turn around and leave. He wouldn't kill her if she did. The student had a knife hidden, ready to kill him. But even with his back turned, Mr. Bay could sense her murderous intent. He said that he had memorized the face of every student from the neighborhood school, but he needed to confirm something. He pointed out that she claimed to be in her 3rd year, yet the local school only went up to the 2nd. That's when he realized she was lying. The girl was shocked and wondered if she had been in his grasp from the very beginning. Mr. Bay concluded by saying that he had smelled blood on her the moment she walked in and asked if she really thought she could mask the scent of a bloodstained knife with cheap perfume. The girl realized he had been playing with her the entire time, and consumed by rage, she rushed at him to kill him once and for all. But at that moment, she hesitated, even with the knife in her hand. She felt she was going to die, because just his gaze alone made her falter. Peter placed the books on the table and told her to take them. He knew that what she said about her little brother was true. For 50 years, he had done the same work, learning to read people's hearts just by their eyes. Then he asked if she, too, was from the Gloria orphanage, just like him. Their teaching methods hadn't changed in decades, because within the organization, if the volunteer mission failed, Plan B would be set into motion. At that moment, Peter grabbed the girl by the neck, not to kill her, but to save her from 2 assassins who appeared right after. He explained that when a mission failed, the volunteer also had to be neutralized. Peter not only saved the girl, but was also injured because of her. The other armed assassins easily captured her and used her as a hostage. At that instant, Peter couldn't do anything. His body no longer moved like before, and he ended up taking a punch straight to the mouth. One of the men asked if they were sure that old man was really Peter, until the operation leader appeared. He said that Peter's achievements surpassed everyone else's, and his reputation as the best still placed him at the top. But he added that no matter how legendary Peter was, he was nothing in the face of old age. That man was known as Octopus, the boss's informant. Peter asked why they were trying to kill him, and Octopus replied that the boss was angry with him. He said that if Peter somehow survived, there would be thousands of people hunting for his head. Regret was useless, since the bounty for his death was 7.6 billion. Peter found that amusing. It was the exact amount in his bank account. Octopus confirmed it, saying that all the money he had accumulated over his lifetime would now belong to someone else. He called it a stroke of luck, and asked whether the veteran Peter preferred to die now or later. The subordinates began beating him mercilessly, intending to finish him off. After some time, Peter was lying on the ground, and one of them asked if he was already knocked out. Octopus, irritated, stepped closer, but was blinded by a flash grenade thrown right in his face. In that moment of chaos, Peter took the chance to escape. The girl was completely stunned by what had just happened. Later, in an old abandoned playground, worn out just like him, Peter sat there, wounded. He no longer had the strength to fight as before. He felt the weight of his years and thought about how his entire life had been devoted to that organization. While others learned to write, he bled every day learning how to wield a knife. While others discovered the internet and social media, he learned how to wiretap and hack systems. While others went on dates and learned about love, he lived like a Russian spy, enduring frostbite. And when others were starting families, he was fighting terrorist groups just to survive. Peter had worked for years with his life constantly at risk, but everything changed when the new boss took over. This new leader claimed to have great hopes for him, but now saw him only as a useless, decrepit old man who needed to be disposed of. Peter had given everything to the organization. He never wanted recognition or honor, but he believed they shouldn't have done that to him. At least, not like that. He couldn't accept dying that way, nor allow them to take his money. That money existed for a greater purpose. But at that moment, he died there, alone and forgotten. Meanwhile, in the hideout of the Eight Tentacles group, one subordinate complained that they had lost 7.6 billion by letting the old man escape. Another asked why they were offering so much money for such a decrepit old man. They held a photo of Peter to help identify him. Someone walked up, saying that it was the first photo he had ever taken. They asked if it was Peter, and the one holding the photo commented that it looked like him because of the clothes, but probably wasn't. The man said he didn't know either, that he had just woken up like that. One of the group's members said that the place wasn't meant for students and told the man to leave, saying he was in the wrong place. The man, however, insisted. He had come there because he knew everything and demanded to be taken to Octopus, claiming he worked in the same line of business as them. They said fine, but reminded him that anyone who knew the location of that place should die. Even so, the punch thrown at him was stopped with a single hand. In that instant, the subordinate remembered the punch he had landed on Peter's face, and his hand was crushed. All of his fingers were broken. The one who had tried to stab him from behind was struck so many times in so short an interval that he couldn't even react. The first subordinate asked who the hell had sent that man there. He began to explain that those who mastered cutlery were considered third class. Those who mastered all conventional weapons were second class. First class was reserved for those who could use anything as a weapon. While he explained, he equipped himself with the tentacles of an octopus. When he was attacked by another subordinate armed with a knife, he simply whipped the weapon from the man's hand. He tied the tentacle around the enemy's neck, spun him around the entire kitchen, and finally slammed the man's head into a pot of boiling stew. The man then remembered the 7.6 billion bounty on Peter's head. He asked if that was the only photo that existed of his face. And there was Peter, once called the best in the field, now a younger version of himself. He opened his eyes and declared that the old Peter they were looking for was already dead. Meanwhile, Octopus still had the girl and said Peter would soon be officially declared wanted. In any case, his life expectancy was short because of the cancer. It would be merciful of him to give himself up, but Peter was already elsewhere. He was in his hideout, thinking that by not being there yet, he had given Octopus a little more time to live. Later, inside a subway car, people looked on in surprise. Peter was shirtless, his body muscular and defined. Looking at himself in the mirror, he thought none of it made any sense. He hadn't just been rejuvenated. The bullet lodged in him had disappeared, as had the pain from the cancer. He wasn't delirious. He was completely healed. He was young again. He didn't know why this had happened, but what mattered was that no one would recognize him anymore. Wherever they looked, they wouldn't find a trace. They couldn't get at his head. Still, he thought he should at least change his clothes. Then he noticed some people stepping away from two men smoking in a confined space. They didn't seem trustworthy, mostly because of the content of their conversation. Peter approached and warned that smoking was prohibited there. One of the young men asked if he was talking to them. Peter asked if there were any other smokers in the car. The first replied that he should be more formal and call him boy. Peter slapped the chubby guy's face, who laughed and said he'd let him go because he was in a good mood. Without reacting, Peter stood and went to the restroom door at the station. He thought it wasn't worth wasting time on that sort of people, so he locked the door and decided to settle things quickly. Inside, the others began taunting him, asking if he really wanted to die there. But Peter stayed calm, determined to show what happens when someone disrespects their elders. When the chubby man tried to land another slap, he was surprised. In a second, Peter landed a strike to the neck and another to the belly, leaving the man unconscious. One of the gangsters, stunned, asked who he was. Peter looked at him and said he didn't know who the man was, but he knew what he was holding, a pocket knife. He remarked that the man was holding it incorrectly and that way, he'd end up cutting his own fingers when he swung it. The gangster tried to play tough, but Peter was faster. Before anything else could happen, he disarmed the man with ease and landed a blow to the neck. It wasn't enough to knock him out, only to leave him in terrible pain. Peter warned that he was lucky not to have been stabbed because had he been, he would be dead. He also made clear that he didn't know what illegal thing that gangster had done, but he warned that if he ever found out who the man was, or if the man told anyone that he'd been there, he would die. The man was so terrified, he literally urinated himself. Peter noticed and thought that But in any case, the pants wouldn't fit him anyway. Later, Peter checked his bank account and discovered that all his money was gone. The 7.6 billion had vanished completely. Meanwhile, the two gangsters were leaving the bathroom, and the chubby one was in his underwear because Peter had taken his clothes. Peter kept thinking they shouldn't have touched his money. As he exited, he heard some young people talking about a scholarship from the Gloria Club. That caught his attention. The orphanage where he'd grown up was also called Gloria. It had been run by a small religious organization. But now, 50 years later, it had become a huge cartel with influence across politics and business. The Gloria Club was only a front. Peter knew this because he himself had once been part of that organization, and now he was certain he would destroy it. Elsewhere, a group of mercenaries was preparing to capture or kill a man. They knew he had come alone, and by the level he'd shown, could defeat them without help. One of the men commented that Peter was untrustworthy, and that relying solely on him was dangerous. But the target wasn't Peter, it was someone else. One of the criminals said the Gloria Club people were too greedy, and that they would all die if they kept acting like that. The enemy told them to drop the formalities and get straight to the point, because ending it quickly would be less painful. The leader of the mercenary company, Vakna, replied, thinking the man spoke too much for a rookie. He had prepared a special gathering, expecting many guests. However, when he ordered his men to attack, everything began to go wrong. The visitor, Octopus, was extremely flexible and dangerous. Even if he wasn't one of Gloria's 12 apostles, Vakna's leader realized he had underestimated the foe. In a few seconds, the henchmen were down, and Octopus was making impossible movements with his body, bending his head and legs backward like an octopus choking its prey. Octopus was rank B+, and his unique ability was hyperflexibility. He was number 1 in the national jiu-jitsu ranking, and with an almost demonic appearance, he moved in to finish the fight against Vakna's leader. When he returned to the hideout, he found his own men fallen in the kitchen, all the security cameras destroyed, and the evidence wiped. Octopus was sure Peter was responsible. In any case, the bounty would soon land in his account, so he only had to wait to be paid. He asked to be notified as soon as Peter's whereabouts were confirmed. Meanwhile, an assassin from Gloria, also part of the organization, remembered all Peter had done for her in the past, risking his life to save hers. When they reached Octopus's restaurant area, they noticed a customer without a reservation. The man admitted he had no booking but said he harbored much rancor. Octopus asked if it was about money, and the man confirmed it was. Quite a large sum, precisely 7.6 billion. At that moment, Octopus ordered the doors to be locked immediately and concluded the man must have ties to Peter. He thought it foolish for him to have shown up there since he wouldn't leave that place alive. Still, Octopus wondered who the man was and how he knew so much about Peter. If he were part of Gloria, he'd know exactly who he was. Octopus began to consider whether Peter might have a son or disciple, but he discarded the idea. Peter had always worked alone. He decided to give the intruder a chance to survive. He said the man had two options: tell them Peter's whereabouts and leave alive, or resist and take a bullet to the head. Peter himself, disguised, thought for a moment about what to do. Up until that point, no one had survived after hearing that proposition. He decided to invent a third option. He revealed that he himself was Peter, and that he had also been the one who killed Octopus's henchman. Octopus was confused, unsure whether this was provocation or the truth. He wondered if Peter had been the one to kill his men. If not, then who had? With the gun in hand, Octopus warned that it was real and demanded an explanation about the relationship between the intruder and Peter. Peter, calm, looked at the student he had saved in the past and said that if Octopus wanted to know so badly, there was only one way to find out: by killing him. Octopus, finding that intriguing, said that was his favorite part. He ordered one of his subordinates not to kill him immediately because he wanted him still able to speak. At the moment the shot was fired, Peter reacted. He launched a rashi straight into the enemy's neck and another into the gun's barrel, stopping the shot. The girl watched everything in disbelief, thinking it was impossible. The rashi had hit vital points with perfect precision. Peter took another rashi and went back to eating calmly, as if nothing had happened. The girl began to wonder who that young man was. He looked to be her age, and even within Gloria, there was no one capable of doing that. In fact, no one in the world could reproduce those movements. Octopus, impressed, admitted the action was interesting, even if it seemed like luck. He found Peter striking and asked, with a fake smile, which faction or club he belonged to, suggesting perhaps he should join them. But that was only a distraction. Octopus pulled his semi-automatic pistol and opened fire on Peter, who took cover behind a table. Octopus mocked the attempt, saying it wasn't a movie and that no one could block bullets with a table. However, when he checked the floor, he noticed the liquid spread there wasn't blood but spicy sauce. Octopus began searching behind pillars and under tables, but Peter was hanging from a pillar, watching him from above. At the right moment, he jumped and spat spicy sauce into Octopus's eyes, temporarily blinding him. With quick, precise movements, he disarmed the enemy, knocked him down, and, without difficulty, broke his neck. Even with his head turned backward, Octopus was still alive. He tried to understand what was happening, unable to believe it. He had faced countless opponents, but it was the first time he had seen someone so skilled and young. In that instant, Octopus remembered his childhood training inside the Gloria Club, the same place that had molded monsters like him, and that he now faced. his own legacy before his eyes. Octopus had been taught from a young age that an assassin's tactic was simple: either win or die. His instructor always said that one day they would face stronger enemies, and that the secret would be to strike when the opponent's guard dropped, exploiting any breach to surprise them. It was then that Octopus developed his most dangerous technique, the total body choke, which used his hyperflexibility to dominate an enemy. He believed that with this skill, he would never be defeated. He also learned never to turn his back thinking victory was already assured. That lesson became his motto. Now in the present, Octopus believed he could defeat Peter with the same strategy. Seizing a gap, he grabbed Peter by the leg, pulled him in, and wrapped him with his body, squeezing hard. He proudly said he'd been in this business since before Peter was born, amassing countless skills over the years. He thought the kid now understood who the real veteran was. But the next instant, he noticed something wrong. Peter, who should have been being suffocated, was standing beside him. The person he had strangled was, in fact, his own subordinate. Confused and gasping, Octopus realized he had fallen into a trap. With all his experience, he understood he would die right there. Octopus looked at the young man before him and thought he might be as strong as the glorious 12 apostles, or even superior to them. Trying to save his own life, he proposed a deal. He said he would hand over the girl in exchange for leaving alive. Peter replied that it was a fine deal, and that, as expected from the Gloria Club, they always handled things practically and quickly. As Octopus stepped toward the door, he commented that Peter could do whatever he wanted with the girl. But before he could take another step, Peter reminded him of something. He said he remembered that old tactic, the rule of do or die, and never turning your back, thinking you've already won. The next time Octopus did that, his head would roll. Peter recalled Octopus's past when he was still a student of an important instructor at Gloria, a man whose head today was worth 7.6 billion. That instructor had been Peter himself. He then asked Octopus if he remembered what was said back then, that no one who had met Peter survived to tell the tale. Ruthlessly, Peter broke every bone in Octopus's body at once, ending the fight. Shortly after, Octopus's boss received news of his death. The security cameras had been removed and no evidence remained. The boss found it ironic. An elderly man near death, shot and presumed dead, had returned and killed 4 well-trained assassins without leaving a trace. He said it was truly funny. He then decreed that all Gloria assassins were officially authorized to hunt Peter. Not long after, a new campaign appeared on billboards across Korea's busiest streets. A disguised photo of Peter appeared in a fake donation drive for the elderly, but the contact number in the image corresponded to the value of 7.6 billion, a coded message that there was a bounty on his head. Gloria also began distributing flyers with his face everywhere. Seeing this, Peter said there was no need for the club to look for him. He would go after Gloria himself. He knew, however, that he couldn't destroy everything alone. He would need someone's help, although the only person he thought of made him uncomfortable. Later, he entered an abandoned public restroom where several homeless people lived. Peter knew there was a secret passage there. By pressing one of the tiles, he revealed a hidden entrance. On the other side was a luxurious hideout, recently refurbished and tastefully decorated. He observed the place and concluded they had spent a lot of money renovating it. As he stepped in, he felt the cold touch of a blade against his neck. Peter remarked that she wore silk clothes and served tea in jade cups, but said all that was unnecessary. After all, she was blind. The woman did not like the comment and threatened him with her cane. Even her guide dog seemed bothered by the intruder's presence. She said the last few days had been quiet, but now it seemed she would have to deal with another body. By her sharp senses, she perceived he was young, noted the absence of the smell of alcohol, and concluded he wasn't one of the street drunks, and understood that his thirst for blood was too high for an ordinary thief. She suspected he had been sent by Gloria. Even trying to hit him with the cane, he dodged easily, not because she was blind, but because he was faster than her. She warned him to be careful with the surroundings, for the wallpaper was expensive. Then she threw the cane, sharpened at the tip, directly at his head. But Peter began to wonder if she was truly blind, for her attacks were extremely precise. She moved in, attempting a knee strike, but Peter held her in the air and gently placed her on the sofa. Ji-won admitted she was surprised. She hadn't expected Gloria to have someone so skilled. She said she was almost genuinely frightened, but also didn't sense any murderous intent from him. She asked if he was there to kill a blind woman. Peter replied that he needed to do it because it was part of his job. However, taking advantage of the distraction, the last attack came from Alexander McKing, her dog. But to Ji-won's surprise, McKing didn't attack. He lay there comfortable, receiving belly rubs from Peter and wagging his tail. She was shocked, not understanding the scene. Ji-won then approached and commented that he looked younger. She touched his skin and was surprised by its softness, noticing he no longer had that old smell. She began to wonder if it was really possible. She flopped to the floor and begged him to shoot her in the belly too, wanting to rejuvenate like him. She imagined that perhaps this was the key. Sometime later, she was sporting a bump on her head, caused by him, and still a little dizzy. Ji-won asked whether he really intended to fight Gloria alone. She thought it was completely insane. Peter answered that he did, planning to do so by walking straight into the eye of the storm. He said that since Gloria was looking for him, the best way to have them in his hand would be to infiltrate as one of their own assassins. Jiwan was incredulous at the plan and asked if he had gone mad. Peter admitted it did sound crazy, but she had to acknowledge he was now unrecognizable. He had rejuvenated so much that no one would know he was the old Peter. If he could become a Gloria assassin, he would be infiltrating their plans from the inside, an enemy within the house. She remarked that he had always been a terrifying man, and he replied that she was too, perhaps even more so. Still, Jiwan insisted that was impossible. She explained that, as he already knew, to become one of Glory's assassins, one had to go through the orphanage. Even the former Peter had come from there. Now he was just a young outsider. But Peter disagreed. He said there was a way. He had infiltrated the Divine Glory School, a private institution created by the Glory Foundation. On the surface, it looked like a normal school, but in truth, it was a training center for assassins. It operated discreetly, maintaining a special class reserved for the deadliest trainees. Peter planned to enter that very class, for it was the only path to becoming a Glory assassin. From his very first steps through the corridors, he had already drawn everyone's attention. The girls began approaching, whispering about how handsome the new student was, praising his looks and smooth skin. Even a cat had climbed onto his shoulder and made itself comfortable there, captivated by his presence. He was so handsome, he looked like a male version of Snow White, with animals approaching him without fear. Later, in the school auditorium, Peter wore an earpiece through which Jiwan discreetly spoke to him. Peter believed there was an exception to get into that special class. Even if rare, he knew he needed to draw attention for it to happen. So, with conviction, he stepped onto the stage, walked up to the microphone, and introduced himself as a transfer student named Kim Sung-gu. He loudly declared that his hobby was fighting, his talent was fighting, and that he was an assassin. He said it clearly so everyone could hear. Even the school's dog was left gaping at his boldness. That daring act drew exactly what he wanted, the attention of the assassin class. It was the path he intended to use to get recruited. Still, he corrected himself while still at the microphone, saying he would also be a diligent assassin who studied well, then thanked everyone for their attention. As he stepped off the stage, he was confronted, not by assassins, but by a random student. A chubby boy appeared suddenly, visibly furious, accusing Peter of seducing Ye Jin and calling him a bastard. This boy was Yang Yusul, a student who for a long time had used his fame and money to try to win a woman's heart. It was obvious she never truly liked him, only what he could offer. Now his girlfriend had been stolen by Peter, and that drove him mad. Yang Yusul was known for ruling the school with his heavy fists, but for the first time in his life, he felt death draw near. Peter's punch felt like a sign that he might meet God sooner than expected, yet no real hit was even needed. Before any blow could land, the chubby boy collapsed, and Peter, with disdain, flicked his forehead, humiliating him even further. At that moment, the teacher appeared, irritated by the commotion. He demanded to know what was happening and asked who Sung-gu's father was. When Peter replied that he was probably dead, the teacher apologized, but still dragged him by the ear to the principal's office. Meanwhile, the real assassins from the special class began discussing that strange new student among themselves. They wanted to find out more about him, perhaps even kill him if it sounded fun. What none of them knew was that among them was an undercover student, the same girl Peter had saved some time ago. Upon recognizing him, she was shocked, unsure of what he was doing there. During lunch break, Peter went up to her and sat beside her casually, as if nothing had happened. He started chatting, saying some people had tried to stop him from coming, but he managed to escape. He asked why she always sat in that spot. She replied she wasn't very hungry to stay in the cafeteria, but Peter, looking at her full plate, joked that it looked more like a meal for a construction worker. Another nearby student commented that he talked too much, but the girl, after pausing to think, recalled everything Peter had done. That day in the hideout, he had killed all their enemies and asked her to say it was him who did it. She had kept that promise. Even so, she asked what he was doing there. Peter explained that he wasn't there because of her. He didn't intend to kill her or anything like that. That's when Yoon Byul, who was also there, said that because of him, the company was now spying on the girl, and things were getting difficult. Peter replied that she should be thankful, since she was only alive because of him. But Yoonbyul snapped back, saying she had survived on her own, and that he had no idea what that place was really like. That school was terrifying. Did he really think an outsider like him could do anything there? She stood up to leave, but Peter spoke seriously. He said he needed her help because they were in the same boat, and he knew it. Finally, he called her by her real name, Lee Yuna. Lee Yuna wondered how Peter knew her real name, but when she looked back, he was already gone. Not long after, the school was hosting a sports festival. The highlight of the competition was Jonathan, the favorite in track events and current holder of the school's 400-meter record. He ran confidently, certain of another victory, but Peter effortlessly passed him as if it were nothing. As he continued to stand out, he was constantly being watched. In the vision test, he got the best result of all. In the fine cooking class, he exceeded expectations by carving an intricate sculpture out of an apple. The teacher couldn't understand how he'd done it. There wasn't even an apple that big. It was obvious something was different about him. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the school, a teacher was being cornered by a group of students in an alley. The gang leader, a tall, intimidating student, mocked mockingly asked what the teacher would do if he refused to clean something up. He called him a loser, saying the only thing he could do was shout and take out his frustrations through grades. The teacher, visibly angry, called them damn brats, but that only made them bolder. To make things worse, the students were recording everything, ready to post it online if anything got out of hand. The teacher tried to defend his authority, but the bully shoved him hard, knocking him to the ground like a bag of trash. He said the teacher wasn't an authority at all, and the scariest thing he could do was give bad grades. If he tried to report them using that video, he might even lose his teaching license. At that moment, Peter appeared, walking calmly with a small trash bin in hand. The gang noticed him and commented that he was the new kid. Peter approached and asked if they had assaulted the teacher. The big guy sneered at the question and told him to get lost. He said that even if he had, Peter couldn't do anything about it, then ordered him to disappear. But Peter didn't move. Seeing that Peter refused to back off, the bully spat on his chest, trying to intimidate him. He told him that if he didn't want to die, he'd better leave quietly. When Peter didn't flinch, the bully tried to punch him, but he couldn't land a single hit. Peter dodged each strike with fast, precise movements. The other gang members laughed at the scene until the bully was effortlessly knocked to the ground. Another student tried to attack him from behind with a brick, but Peter shattered it with a single palm strike before it could touch him. Moments later, the three bullies were apologizing to the teacher. Then they ran off, yelling that Kim Sung-gu was a villain. Peter asked the teacher if he was all right. The teacher, though thankful, said fighting like that in front of him was unacceptable. Peter replied calmly that he had just forgotten his phone recording, so he was only deleting the video of the incident. Deep down, he knew that teacher was just testing him. Without warning, the teacher tried to kick Peter from behind, but Peter blocked the strike without even looking. The teacher was impressed and remarked that, as expected, Peter's eyes were still sharp to people's intentions. He said he already knew Peter wasn't a normal student and wanted to understand where he had learned all that, or rather, why he had learned it. Peter answered that he sought revenge against the glory that had destroyed his life. He said he had lost everything, his home, his money, his family. Now he was like a walking corpse. He had nothing left. Upon hearing that, the teacher asked if he would like to join the volunteer club. In Peter's mind, this was the moment he had been waiting for. He knew the teacher was the one who recruited assassins. That was why he had worked so hard to draw attention, especially when the man was nearby. That seemingly ordinary teacher was, in fact, a glory instructor, responsible for training new assassins. Later, on the way to the so-called volunteer room, an instructor explained to Kim Sung-gu that the Divine Glory School had a development chamber for assassins, though everyone preferred to call it the Volunteer Club. It was a special group where only a few students were selected to learn the true way of an assassin's life. Being accepted there was a rare privilege, especially for a transfer student. It wouldn't be easy for him, but the instructor believed Sun-gu would manage. Those were his words of welcome to the mysterious volunteer room. When Sun-gu entered, he was surprised by what he saw. The students looked like completely normal teenagers, nothing like what he expected from a group of assassins. The instructor then called everyone's attention, told them to focus, and announced that this was the new volunteer they would now be working with. Among those present, Lee Yuna wondered why he was there, and more importantly, why he was staring at her like that. When she noticed Sun-gu winking at her, she questioned whether it was some kind of signal, perhaps a threat, or even a sign that she would be his next victim. Kim Sun-gu politely introduced himself, thanking everyone for the warm welcome, even though he knew that was far from the truth. Soon, two students stood out among the group. Both made it clear that they didn't care about his name, and that welcome meant nothing in that place. To Peter, at least those two actually looked like real assassins. The brothers were known as Dokgo Hyung and Dokgo Jae, and they were shocked that an outsider had been admitted, someone who hadn't come from Glory's orphanage. Peter, however, thought that technically he was part of the first generation, though he preferred not to elaborate. The instructor announced they would hold a simple welcome event, prompting the students to suggest something like the bloody punch, a pun that amused the group. Peter finally felt that this atmosphere was more fitting for the real classroom of Glory's assassins. The Dokgo brothers stepped forward, saying they themselves would do the honors of welcoming the newcomer. Concerned, Lee Yuna asked them to stop. She thought that if they kept pushing, they'd end up dead, but Dokgo Jae told her to move aside unless she wanted to get hit too. She only wanted to prevent the worst, even though she knew no one there would listen to her. The brothers then challenged Peter, asking if he actually knew how to fight, or if he was just another cocky tough guy. He answered sarcastically, saying he knew how to fight a little. The two of them declared it would be his last fight, but when they launched their attacks, Peter blocked every strike effortlessly. Dokgo Hyung said that this place wasn't for any random brawler. Everyone there risked their lives. Dokgo Jae added that they fought to become the greatest assassins in the world, following the example of the legendary Apostle Peter. Dokgo Hyung then accused Sun-gu of being there only because of favoritism, a real nepotist. They started speaking in alternating sentences, finishing each other's phrases like they always did. Peter found that incredibly annoying. He saw no charm in this twin habit of talking in sync. He said he was tired and told them to attack all at once already. Furious, and the two shouted that he was completely insane and charged at him, proud of their 18 years of experience. Peter, however, thought to himself that he had already lived 65 years. By the end of the fight, both brothers were exhausted, drenched in sweat, and barely standing. The class, watching the situation, pretended that the brothers had gone easy on the newcomer. Doko Hyung, trying to save face, said he hadn't even used half his strength. The others laughed, claiming the rookie had been so scared he'd run away and couldn't even fight back. Later, Lee Yuna met with Peter and, looking him straight in the eyes, asked why he wasn't taking the volunteer club seriously. She knew he was holding back. He hadn't used his true strength against the brothers. But Peter, in his usual carefree tone, simply replied that he had no idea what she was talking about. Yuna said she had proof against him. She thought he was a liar, especially seeing how the two brothers were completely drained while he didn't even seem to be sweating. Then she cornered him, pushing him firmly against the wall, demanding to know why he was acting like that. Ever since he had joined the school, he had already been considered suspicious, and now it was clear he was hiding his true power. It felt like he was plotting something much bigger. Peter, however, just lowered his head, shrank back a little, stepped aside slowly, and said it was time for lunch. But Yuna reminded him it was midnight. Even at that hour, she explained, there were still people working at the bus terminal. A driver, for example, had arrived expecting to transport a large group, only to find a single passenger waiting. That mysterious passenger had reserved several seats, even though he was traveling alone. Beside him were about 60 suitcases. The driver said it was fine and that he'd load everything. But inside, he thought the man was a creepy, annoying weirdo. That's when he noticed something strange about one of the suitcases. A man wearing glasses beside him tapped his hand and asked if he wanted to make a bet. A bet that the driver should try to guess what was inside that suitcase. Later, the driver ended up refusing the offer. Even so, the strange man with glasses kept staring directly at him. The driver, increasingly uneasy, could have sworn he saw the suitcase move. Shortly afterward, a new mission was posted on Glory's platform. Professor Lee Guangyu announced that the new client was none other than the president of the Daiha Group, Choi Yun-chang, one of the Academy's biggest sponsors. The team that succeeded in the mission would receive a volunteer certificate, meaning they would officially become assassins. The mission was a rescue. Recently, there had been a wave of teenage kidnappings, but this case was even more delicate because one of the victims was the president's only son. One student asked why the police hadn't been contacted. The professor explained that President Choi didn't want justice. He wanted revenge. That's why he came directly to the academy. The objective was simple: rescue his son. The professor then asked for volunteers to raise their hands. No one did, except the Doko brothers. Doko J remarked that maybe they were the only ones interested, but Doko Hyung disagreed. He said that besides them, the nepotist and the failure would join as well. Guangyu reminded them that they couldn't just storm in and beat everyone up. The first step was gathering intel. Peter, who until then had felt left out, thought this was his big chance ever since entering the school. The mission began at an amusement park. Peter wondered if the rescue would really take place there. Meanwhile, the park was hosting a samba performance, and the Doko brothers couldn't understand why the dancers were wearing bikinis in public. Confused or not, they couldn't take their eyes off them. Yuna was there too. She knew she had arrived at the right spot, but still had no idea what to do next. The professor had told them this was the correct location. In the middle of it all, a bold little girl approached Peter and asked if he had TikTok. Peter, startled, asked what was going on, completely confused. Earlier that day, Professor Guangyu had shown them the last known location where the president's son had been seen before being kidnapped. The mission was clear: rescue the hostage and defeat the abductor. Yuna reflected on that as she surveyed the park. She knew the boy had last been seen there, but the area was huge and they had no concrete leads. No one even knew if the boy was still alive. She also wondered if Sungu would show up to handle the case. Even without knowing why, she felt safe when he was around, as if things would somehow turn out all right. Later, a park employee appeared to explain how everything worked. He noticed that for many of them, it was their first time in an amusement park and suggested downloading the app. Yuna, who seemed the only one tech-savvy, opened it and started checking out the attractions. Meanwhile, Hyung watched her and asked if she was really focused on the mission or already getting distracted. Time passed, and the group ended up enjoying the park a bit. They rode the carousel, then the bumper cars. Yuna and Peter even played at the shooting gallery. As always, the vendor had rigged the game by putting hidden weights in the dolls so no one could knock them down with the blank bullets. That's how he made money, by fooling unsuspecting players. Even so, Yuna, who had never fired even a fake gun before, decided to give it a try. And later, to the vendor's surprise, the group walked away carrying several giant plush toys. He had no idea how they'd managed that. While Peter was distracted, the rest of the group called out to him, laughing and cheerful. He realized that everyone was genuinely having fun, maybe because it was their first time experiencing something like that. He thought that perhaps they, like him, had endured a hard childhood. It was a rare moment of happiness, and none of them knew when they'd get another chance to smile like that. Later, Yuna stepped away from the group to grab something to eat and also to gather intel, since they still had no solid clues about the kidnapping. Then, her phone automatically connected to a nearby pair of wireless earphones. She realized she had accidentally paired with Choi Eun-yeol's AirPods, the president's son. The signal was coming directly from the women's restroom. Yuna thought maybe the earphones had fallen during the abduction, and now someone else had picked them up. Without hesitation, she wondered whether she should call for backup or go in alone. In the end, she decided to act on her own. Inside the bathroom, there was only one girl, who didn't seem suspicious at first glance. Even so, Yuna remembered something she had learned in socialization classes. When dealing with ordinary people, the best approach was to smile. So, naturally, she approached and asked about the AirPods. The girl's reaction was one of shock. Suddenly, her boyfriend entered the women's bathroom and accused Yuna of messing with his girlfriend. Irritated, he wanted to handle things himself and asked if she was a thief, trying to find out why she was interested in the headphones. Without waiting for an answer, he pushed Yuna against the wall. Yuna didn't want to fight, but she had no choice. Despite her smaller body, she dodged all the young man's attacks, who was visibly larger. Using her reflexes and agility, she easily immobilized him. She was about to use the lollipop stick as a weapon and shove it into his ear when she remembered he wasn't an enemy. She couldn't harm civilians. So she simply pushed the lollipop into his mouth and calmly asked the girl again where she had found the headphones. Meanwhile, Peter was drawing the attention of everyone passing by. Even the birds seemed to stop to admire his beauty, something that happened frequently. At that moment, Yuna reappeared, bringing the first concrete evidence of the case. She said she now had an idea of where the boy could be. Peter, in turn, mentioned that he had thought of the same place. Yuna, surprised, wanted to know how he had come to the same conclusion. Peter then explained his reasoning. To kidnap someone, it would be necessary to find a place where screams wouldn't draw attention, even if it was crowded. It would require an environment where noise was normal. At that moment, Yuna noticed that in the amusement park app, the haunted house was marked as sold out. This indicated that the kidnapped person was probably inside. When the group entered the location, the Dako brothers immediately became serious. It was no longer a time for jokes. No one knew what could happen inside. Even while saying this, Young clung to Yuna's clothes, trembling. He tried to disguise it, saying it wasn't fear, but that he was protecting her rear. But his behavior spoke for itself. Peter found the atmosphere very strange. The place was completely empty. He then alerted everyone to prepare, as a new phase of the mission was about to begin. Suddenly, gas began to fill the haunted house corridor. Peter quickly realized what was happening. Since the moment Professor Guangyu had assigned them this mission, there had been a possibility of being deliberately kidnapped. The gas was a sedative, and in a few moments everyone passed out. Meanwhile, at the school, Professor Guangyu was desperate. He asked for immediate contact with the students. One of the students tried to call, but no one answered. He asked the professor what was happening. Guangyu, very shaken, said this was not a simple mission. He revealed that it involved Park Sang-do, a former candidate for apostle who had been expelled from glory for being considered uncontrollable. The student tried to calm the professor, reminding him that the boys at the school had already been trained and were not a bunch of clowns. They said they had learned everything they needed, so nothing bad would happen. But Guangyu firmly denied this. He said Park Sang-do was a monster. He showed his right leg, now replaced by a prosthetic, and told that it was that man who had taken it from him. Later, the students woke up in a dark place, surrounded by suitcases. Exactly the 60 suitcases belonging to Park Sang-do. He appeared before them and asked if they knew from the beginning what was happening. He said he had put everyone to sleep with chloroform, the same type of drug frequently used in movies. However, while normal people pass out with their mouths open, Yuna had her mouth closed. Back at the school, Guangyu remained desperate. He stressed that they needed to find the students immediately. He said that if they were discovered, Park Sang-do could also take their legs. At that moment, Park Sang-do was about to approach Yuna and grab her neck, but her phone rang first. It was Professor Guangyu himself, who called directly to the kidnapper and confronted him. Guangyu warned that if Park Sang-do so much as touched any of the children, he swore he would kill him. On the other end, Park Sang-do laughed, saying it had been a while since they last talked. He asked why so much violence. He wanted to know if the professor was afraid his students would end up crippled like him. After that, he made a proposal. He said they would make a bet. When Guangyu arrived, he wanted to know how many pairs of legs would still be intact. He promised that if the bet was accepted, he would spare Choi Eun-chang's son. The student listening to the call noticed that Professor Guangyu was trembling during the conversation with Park Sang-do. However, the kidnapper ignored all appeals and warned that they should hurry, as his process would soon begin. While he stepped aside to prepare, Yuna tried to wake Sungu but realized he was sleeping with his mouth open, indicating he had been affected by the gas. Without much patience, she removed her shoe and pushed her foot into his face. Peter, seeing this, asked what she was doing. Yuna replied that she was just trying to wake him. Peter said he wasn't even asleep. She insisted she just wanted to wake him, but he asked if it was with the smell of her foot. Yuna threatened to pinch his face. Soon after, she began applying what she had learned to remove the handcuffs, but Peter was already free. In fact, he had untied himself even before the enemy appeared. And Yuna, seeing this, said she recognized that man. Park Sang-do had previously been a member affiliated with Glory, and Peter, upon seeing him, commented that he knew him very well too. He asked if Yuna liked bets, as he loved them. At that moment, the Doko brothers were already standing and free from their restraints. Doko Hyung provoked the enemy, saying that for an ordinary worker like him, he was quite brave. He demanded that he say where the hostage was if he didn't want to die there. Park Sang-do observed the youths and commented on how foul-mouthed the academy students were. Since they liked challenges, he proposed a bet. He wanted to know what they thought about it. The Doko brothers immediately accepted, confident. Meanwhile, Professor Gwangyu continued listening through Yuna's phone, which remained connected. He was running to try to reach his students as quickly as possible. Park Sang-do established the rules. He said that if he lost, he would do everything they asked, even freeing Choi Un-chang, the president's son. But if he won, they would have to give their legs as payment. Gwangyu, hearing this from the other side, fell into despair. He thought they should never accept that bet. No one had ever defeated Park Sang-do before. But the Doko brothers did not back down. They asked if the old man really thought they would leave unscathed, as they knew exactly what they were doing. They tore their shirts and advanced, ready to fight. However, Park Sang-do had not finished explaining the conditions. He said bets were only fun with fair rules. Then he threw a knife toward Hyung. Hyung caught the weapon in the air and responded confidently. He reminded him that he was the best knife user of his generation and had been #1 in blade combat at the Divine Glory School. Even with all his skill, Hyung could not pressure Park Sang-do. He ended up being cut on the face during the confrontation. Finding this very strange, Doko Hyung noticed something was wrong. He said that even though they were using identical knives, there was clearly a difference between them. Park Sang-do, with a smile on his face, provoked. He wanted to know what the problem was. That's when Doko Hyung realized he had received a blunted knife, and yet the opponent fought easily. What he didn't know was that Park Sang-do's knife was also blunted. The man was just having fun. At that moment, Peter and Yuna reappeared, but Doko Hyung asked them not to interfere. He said that this was their fight. If they were not able to win alone, they did not deserve to be saved either. All they could do was watch. Doko Jae agreed with his brother. He said that man had no idea of the motivation driving them. That's when they revealed the greatest challenge they had ever faced. The final test at the orphanage was known as the Infernal Month. For 30 days, the children received no food or water. Instead, they were given only a pistol with a single bullet. They were thrown into an area full of wild beasts and had to survive by their own means. That single bullet was everything. Some used it for hunting, others to betray allies, take hostages, or even end their own lives. But the Doko brothers never gave up. They preferred to fight until the end. They kept the bullet until the very last moment, knowing it would have real value in the end. With 2 combined shots, they managed to kill a bear. When the month ended, they discovered that all the other 181 children of the orphanage's 48th generation had died. Only the 2 of them survived. Later, they heard the story of a young man their age who would become a legend. That young man became known as the Apostle Peter. He survived without even using his single bullet. In 58 years of records, he was the only one to achieve such a feat. Inspired by this, the brothers spent the next 10 years trying to become like Peter. They trained without pause and grew ever stronger. And now, facing Park Sang-do, they said he was just another stone in their path. With that conviction, the 2 advanced at the same time, ready to execute their combined attack. Jae, being strong and a grappling specialist, grabbed Park Sang-do by the lower body. At the same time, Hyung, with his impressive speed, lunged straight for the enemy's face. Park Sang-do, even while being attacked, commented that instead of losing a leg, he could very well cut off his own arm. He then managed to grab Hyung's arm, which held the knife. However, Hyung had already expected that move. He thought that, even without an edge, the knife could still be used to pierce. But at the moment when the enemy's death seemed guaranteed, Park Sang-do asked if they wanted to become like Peter, making it clear that they never would that way. Then he pulverized Hyung's knife with ease, explaining that what he used was a kukri, a Nepalese blade. It was 3 times heavier than an ordinary dagger. He said he had trained with that weapon his whole life. It was faster than a regular knife and heavier than an axe. It was the perfect weapon for killing. Park Sang-do, ranked A, possessed a special fencing skill and was a master in the use of the kukri. Hyung was shocked to see how that older man could handle that heavy blade with such ease. He concluded they were not facing an ordinary worker. They were confronting a monster. In just 1 second, Park Sang-do moved through them all and struck each member of the brothers, leaving them completely incapacitated. Hyung, even wounded, shouted for everyone to run. Jae, surprised by the situation, asked if they really had to flee. That was when Ina began screaming desperately, causing an uproar. Park Sang-do mocked her, saying she was far too noisy for a young lady, and explained that they were not yet dead. He had no intention of killing children, but needed to complete his mission, and the reward required 1 leg from each. Gwangyu tried to stop him, demanding that he not touch them. However, Peter stepped forward and proposed a new bet. He suggested they could double the wager. If Park Sang-do wanted, he could also take arms or even necks. Park Sang-do, amused, said he found him very interesting, typical of someone from Glory. He accepted the proposal, and to keep the bet fair, threw his kukri to Peter. Yuna, worried, begged him not to accept that weapon. But Peter refused the kukri and said that what he already held was more than enough. He had a floral tray in his hands. Park Sang-do found that hilarious. He laughed loudly as he hadn't in a long time and warned he would not go easy. His next strike was wide and fast, fast, but Peter managed to dodge at the last moment. Park Sang-do commented that using a tray as a shield was not a bad idea. He then began striking Peter's tray repeatedly, trying to hit him with full force. Still, he asserted that the tray wouldn't withstand even a single true blow. While all this happened, Gwangul, still listening in through the phone that remained connected, wondered what was going on. He knew he could not let that madman repeat what he had done in the past. He could not lose his students to Park Sang-do. At that instant, Park Sang-do remembered a day he'd been at a casino. The croupier was terrified by the chaos around. He told her to relax and said that this always happened when he showed up. Since he liked bets, he asked if she wanted to wager her life, betting chips on his survival. At that moment in the past, he had been surrounded by 5 glory assassins, all armed with chainsaws. They were veterans, ranked B, and attacked simultaneously. Supposedly, it would be impossible for a man with a simple knife to defeat 5 seasoned assassins with chainsaws. But it wasn't impossible. Not for Park Sang-do. Everyone realized he possessed a superhuman capacity. With extreme brutality, he tore the limbs from each of those assassins. He thought it didn't matter whether it was a chainsaw or a knife. What truly mattered was how monstrous the person wielding the weapon was. In the present, his next strike almost split Peter's head in two, but the boy managed to block it with the tray. Even so, the tray was cut into 2 pieces. Park Sang-do looked ahead and asked what was happening. Peter's shield, made from the floral tray, had split into 2 parts. It was then that Yuna felt she needed to help Kim Sun-gu, but Peter had taken the lead in combat. He noted that the weapon the enemy used did indeed seem to be a kukri. It was the first time he had seen someone wield it so ferociously. Even he was surprised by the brutality of the attacks. They were more aggressive than he'd expected, so Peter crumpled the tray and held it as if it were his real weapon. He would use the sharp edge of the tray's divided halves to attack. Park Sang-do acknowledged that Peter was skilled. He didn't look like an ordinary student. He was interesting. Park Sang-do even believed he had already killed him in that instant, delivering a nearly fatal cut. But Peter, at the last millisecond, dodged. And not only did he survive, he turned the tray into 2 improvised blades. Park Sang-do was bewildered and asked if he was really a student. He said that no matter where he had learned those tricks, they wouldn't work against him. Then he threw his coat toward Peter's face, trying to distract and attack at the same time. Thinking he had shredded the boy, he discovered that what he had cut was only a cushion. The next to be hit was himself. Park Sang-do took a direct cut to the neck from the tray's sharp edge. Although the blood didn't gush excessively, the blow was deep. Peter had hit the carotid artery. The enemy repeated the question in a low voice, as if he still couldn't believe it. Is he really a student? Now he understood Peter's strategy. The tray could not cut through thick clothing, so the strikes were always aimed at the neck. With the 2 sharpened halves of the tray, Peter matched the speed of a kukri master, perhaps even surpassing it. He no longer seemed human. He was more like a monster. Yuna knew that if Peter were hit by a direct kukri strike, he would die. Even so, she noticed that Park Sang-do was slower than Kim Sun-gu. But at that moment, Peter was also struck in the face. A thin trickle of blood ran down. Yuna was in shock. He was clearly faster, yet he had still been wounded. Park Sang-do explained that to slaughter an ox, you needed the right knife. The same principle applied to rats like Peter. From inside the kukri, he pulled 2 smaller knives, much lighter. Peter immediately perceived the danger. If Park Sang-do was already fast using heavy weapons, with those new knives he became extremely swift. Yuna saw clearly that Kim Sun-gu was no longer at an advantage. Even so, Peter still maintained the combat rhythm, trading blows with precision. Park Sang-do, even using stabbing weapons, managed to make deep cuts. When he finally found a gap and tried to thrust the dagger into Peter's neck, his hand failed. He lost strength and let the knife fall. Alert, Peter asked whether his hand perhaps no longer worked. Park Sang-do, surprised, understood everything. The boy had never aimed at the neck. From the beginning, the target had been his hand. It was completely damaged. He could barely hold the weapon. Peter calmly explained that he had cut the extensor and flexor muscles, the abductors plus the median, radial, and ulnar nerves, all the ligaments and structures necessary for someone to grip a knife, and he had done it with his tray from the start. He had never intended to kill him with a single blow. His plan had always been to dismantle the enemy bit by bit. Park Sang-do couldn't believe what he was hearing. The boy in front of him wasn't a student. He wasn't even an ordinary boy. He was a wild beast, a creature that had devoured countless victims. Peter, with cold precision, crumpled what remained of the tray as if it were a sheet of paper. He said that Park Sang-do had claimed a silver tray could never beat an iron knife. So, to end that notion, he would show that even soft water can break hard stone. With the crumpled tray, he shaped a sort of metallic glove around his left fist and prepared to rain punches on the enemy's face. While all this happened, Park Sang-do remembered his childhood. Back then, he was hung from trees by bullies and forced to drink their urine. Every day, he dreamed of killing those bastards, but he never could. He had no strength. He had nothing to fight with. Until one day, a certain incident awakened him. One day, still a child, a boy approached Park Sang-do with 2 rabid dogs. He knew the boy was afraid of dogs. He said that if he could defeat at least one of them, he would never be bullied again. It was a bet. For some reason, those words affected Park Sang-do. He was surrounded, but without understanding why, his legs began to move on their own. It was at that moment he learned something about himself. He knocked down both dogs, even with another boy trying to gouge his eyes. Park Sang-do never fully understood it, but he knew from then on that bets made him stronger. It was the dopamine, serotonin, and adrenaline running through his body. Every bet made him feel powerful. It became his addiction. He had won every bet since that day. He was the strongest. However, now the strongest was being beaten by Peter. After landing a punch using the glove made from the crumpled tray, Peter dropped that improvised weapon and moved in for direct combat. But Park Sang-do, desperate, begged him not to come closer. He held a grenade. He said that if it exploded, it would detonate the 60 suitcases in the room. Inside each one was a child, and one of them was the president's son. Yuna immediately realized he was holding those children hostage. Park Sang-do also warned that if the grenade exploded, the gas pipe attached to the ceiling would also blow, killing everyone there. He ordered Peter to kneel if he didn't want to die, but Peter was undaunted. He said he would only accept that threat if he could actually carry it out. The next instant, he was already beside Park Sang-do, shoving the grenade into his mouth. Peter explained that if Park Sang-do had used a grenade before, he would know what happens when you pull the pin. Now, the only thing preventing the explosion was his own mouth keeping the grenade in place. That was a real threat. Without giving him time to react, Peter began beating him, striking hard at his chest and abdomen, trying to make him swallow or spit out the grenade. If he dropped it, everyone would die. One of the punches was so strong that Park Sang-do fell to the ground. He didn't pass out purely out of desperation. Saliva running, eyes wide, he held the grenade between his teeth, trying not to let it go. Peter, still calm, praised the firmness with which he held it. Then he replaced the pin and told him to stop crying like a child, saying it was ugly to watch, especially since the fight wasn't over. Park Sang-do, stumbling to his feet, said he didn't want to continue. Yuna, watching everything, wondered what he was planning now. She was about to act, but then he knelt, begged. He said he would accept a draw. He would pretend he had never fought them and release all the children. He pleaded to end the fight there. When Professor Guangyu arrived running and saw Park Sang-do, the dismemberer, crawling on the floor begging for mercy, he couldn't believe his eyes. Peter, confused, asked why the instructor was there while he was already rescuing the two injured brothers. And so the incident ended. The president's son, Yu Tang, was safely rescued along with all the other children. Park Sang-do, still repeating that he wanted a draw, was taken to the Glory headquarters. Guangyu thought that the nightmare that had destroyed his life as an assassin was finally over. It was hard to believe that children had taken down that monster, but deep down, he knew. It wasn't all the children, it was only Kim Seung-gu who had done it. Still, he had nothing to comment. After this event, the boys were officially recognized as assassins. However, Dokko-jae was furious. He had received only a rank D even after capturing an S-rank assassin. Yuna told him to be quiet, but asked why they had been summoned there. They descended several floors of a huge building until the elevator opened. On the other side, there were women so muscular that their secretary outfits barely fit. The brothers didn't like women like that. Hyung immediately commented that they must be on the wrong floor. He repeated it twice, somewhat confused. Then, a girl who caught their attention even more appeared. Hyung, excited, said this was the right floor. Even Jae was banging his head on the wall nervously, but turned when he saw the new woman. She calmly asked them to follow her. She said that her president was very interested in the new assassins. After all, they had saved none other than the son and heir of the Daiha group. The first gift they all received was a huge feast with a wide variety of dishes in abundance. After that, they were given elegant clothing, including top-quality suits. However, the real event of that day was still to come. The woman who accompanied them guided them to a large door and explained that the main event was just behind it. When the doors opened, they all faced the largest arsenal they had ever seen in their lives. The place was filled with weapons of all kinds. There were firearms, bladed weapons, rifles, pistols, sniper rifles, daggers, kukris, swords, and much more. The woman explained that, as a sign of gratitude, the president had authorized each of them to take everything they could carry. They could take any weapon, as long as they could carry it. Hyung commented that they didn't need weapons, and his big brother Jae agreed, saying it really wasn't necessary. But in the next instant, the two were already completely covered in weapons, looking like real war tanks. They had hidden equipment all over their bodies, and clothes, pants, even underwear. The woman, seeing that, warned that someone would deliver the rest of the arms they couldn't carry. Lee Yuna, who was a knife specialist, was particularly impressed. Among all those weapons, there were collector knives, rare pieces that would astonish any blade enthusiast. Even so, she hesitated. She felt she shouldn't take anything. That day, she limited herself to observing, doing nothing. She only watched as Seung-gu calmly chose his items. The woman accompanying them was curious. She approached Seung-gu and asked if anything there had caught his attention. She really wanted to know what he would choose among so many options. To everyone's surprise, Seung-gu took only a fountain pen. He looked at it calmly and said it was enough for him. The woman was puzzled. She wondered if he really wasn't at the age to want more, to be greedy. After all, among so many modern and rare weapons, he had chosen only a simple pen. But Peter, who was watching everything, understood why. He had already used all those other weapons throughout his life, so he didn't feel the need for any more. Suddenly, the woman received a message on her pager. The director director had just contacted her. He ordered her to take only Sun-gu to the president's office. The others would stay. The meeting was only between the two. After climbing more than 40 floors, maybe 50 or even 60, Sun-gu was inside an elevator next to the woman. The atmosphere was silent, and neither had much to say. At one point, the woman broke the silence and commented that she thought the choice of the pen was an excellent decision. Peter, with a slight smile, remarked that it was a model he had enjoyed using in the past, but she explained that this model had been discontinued over 40 years ago. Sun-gu then revealed that he had received the same one as a gift from his grandfather. However, the woman found it strange, noting that he had grown up in an orphanage. Realizing the contradiction, Sun-gu quickly changed the subject and asked why President Choi wanted to speak with him. The woman replied that he could ask the president himself. Soon after, she led him to a spacious, quiet room. Inside was the most powerful man in the Daeha group, President Choi Eun-chang, leader of the world's largest military company. As soon as Sun-gu entered, the president greeted him politely, asking if he liked the gifts. Peter responded affirmatively, thanking him politely, but got straight to the point, wanting to know why this particular meeting was taking place. Choi Eun-chang said he was interested in him and wanted to get to know him better. He asked him not to be nervous, stating that he knew very well who young Sun-gu was. Looking closely at the boy's face, the president remarked that he resembled Peter, the legendary agent, very much. Then he began explaining an event that had occurred on December 24, 1978, in Korea. At the time, a man was being tortured by the Russians to reveal secrets. This man was a captured Russian agent. During the torture, he revealed crucial information. There was only one way to save a child who had been kidnapped. To do so, Korea would have to deliver a missile they had developed to the Soviet Union. If they refused, the son of the Daeha director would die. The president at the time was desperate. Despite the pressure, an elite unit was sent on the rescue mission. However, the Delta Force had already been eliminated as soon as they entered Russian territory. This deepened the director's despair. In his last hope, he went to the church known as Glory. He knocked on the door, begging the priest for help. His son was in the hands of the Russians, and he promised everything: military support, resources, power, whatever was necessary. He even promised 100 years of total support from the Daeha Corporation to the church, as long as they saved his son. All he asked was that they give up one of the apostles the church had trained. The priest, however, replied that he didn't know what he was talking about. He told him not to worry, for everything would happen according to God's will. He even said that the missile of God was already on its way to Moscow. The director asked if it would really work, reminding him that the 3 elite teams had already been eliminated. He questioned whether a single apostle could accomplish this alone. The priest, calm, affirmed that yes, that apostle was chosen by the Lord. He would do everything alone. Then, in a hidden train carriage in Russia, Peter appeared. He broke into the compartment where all the criminals were and, upon confirming they were Russian agents, acted without hesitation. He shot each of them with precision, executing them perfectly. Peter had little ammunition, but he was confident. He knew the number of bullets he had was exactly what he needed to eliminate the remaining enemies. When he advanced to the next carriage, he found the last thug holding a gun to the head of the Daeha director's son. The criminal threatened to shoot if Peter took another step. He said he had heard of him, the monster who always survived wherever he went, the legendary Apostle Peter. Calmly, Peter spoke to the boy named Choi in Korean. He asked him that when he counted to 3, he should duck immediately. He began counting: 1, 2, and on 3, while the Russian still insulted him, Peter threw a coin with such precision and force that it pierced the enemy's skull. Then he spoke in Russian one last time, bidding farewell with a single word. It was over. Choi Eun-chang, who was still a boy at the time, thanked him sincerely. He asked if Peter was Korean and said he would never forget that act. Peter, unmoved, simply placed a hat on the boy's head and explained that he hadn't come to save him, but to protect the future of the Daeha group. He told him to get up and move forward. The boy ran after him, impressed, thinking he was incredibly cool. He felt he was alive only because of that man. 40 years passed. Even after so long, Choi Eun-chang still remembered his savior's face perfectly. Now, in front of Sun-gu, he commented that the young man must be Peter's grandson. The resemblance was striking. He said he looked identical to the apostle when he was young. Peter, in turn, reflected that it had been a long time since someone made him feel so uneasy. But he also felt proud. That little boy of the past had grown into Choi Eun-chang, the great director of Daeha. The man commented that he had heard Sun-gu had chosen only a pen from all the arsenal. He wanted to know why he hadn't taken anything else. Peter replied that he was satisfied with just that. Still, Choi said he would never let his savior's grandson leave empty-handed. He asked him to accept a special gift, the pinnacle of technology developed by the Daeha group. It was an elite motorcycle called the St. Petrus 5-4, an advanced model created entirely by the company. The machine could reach up to 527 kilometers per hour. Lee Yuna was amazed by the motorcycle and commented on how incredible it was. Peter, on the other hand, thought the generosity was excessive. The Dako brothers, excited, asked if they could trade their weapons for the bike. The woman accompanying them firmly said no. Peter handed a helmet to Lee Yuna and asked her to hurry. It was the perfect moment to ride the motorcycle. At that moment, instructor Guangyu contacted Peter, informing him that Glory wanted to see them personally. Everyone was curious to meet the newcomers, who had completed the special task. It was time to show the world the young, promising blood they carried. The Dako brothers followed Peter and Yuna on scooters, but managed to keep up. Guangyu asked them to inform everyone that a new monster had appeared. Later, everyone was at the Glory Church of Hapjeong. The Dako brothers, as always, entered proudly and confidently. Peter looked at Lee Yuna and asked if she was ready. The brothers were visibly excited. When they entered, they faced the Grand Church, a sacred place where assassins received their revelations. Missions determined according to their individual rankings. Each revelation was delivered along with a consecrated host. Thus, each assassin received a mission linked to their classification. While Lee Yuna found this method impressive, believing true assassins received missions this way, Peter had another view. To him, this ritual was common only among low-rank assassins. The mission they received was simple and direct: fight. The priest in charge observed them and commented that it seemed to be their first time there. He said that first of all, they needed to experience what was called celestial blood. Without warning, he poured wine on Hyung's head, provoking him and asking if it was good. Everyone present was already waiting for them. Hyung, visibly irritated, commented that there were always idiots everywhere and asked if this old man was one of them. Within moments, a circle formed around them like an arena. The brothers began preparing for the fight. A bishop remarked that these brats were ridiculous. Director Jang explained that they had no idea what it meant to be ranked D, but Hong, another bishop, countered, saying they did know. They just weren't born to stay at that level. The Dako brothers' first combined attacks surprised everyone. Even the bishop who had mocked them was impressed. Jay, confident, said that the old man was too annoying for a rank B and that he would stop playing around. The brothers' synchronized attacks were so precise and powerful that even Lee Yuna was surprised by their strength. She really had no idea that Jay and Hyung were so strong. In fact, they were performing even better than in the fight against Sangdo, and even managed to deceive the bishop with a simple but effective tactic. Jay charged like an enraged bull, while Hyung appeared from behind, grabbing the enemy's feet to immobilize him. Just as Jay prepared to deliver a crushing hammer strike, a gush of blood interrupted the attack. But the blood was not the bishop's. The bishop himself, with cold precision, explained that he had also dreamed big when he was their age, but someone needed to show dreamers what the real world was like. He didn't intend to go easy. With a precise move, he pierced Jay's hand with his weapon. Then it was Hyung's turn, receiving a punch so powerful that he was easily knocked down. Meanwhile, Peter and Yuna observed the scene, and Director Jiang, also known as Hank B, the 33rd assassin in the ranking, calmly approached them. He explained that this was the real world and pointed to the bishop, saying that he had dedicated his entire life to reaching the rank kip level. He continued to explain that ordinary assassins who reach this level are considered special. There is a clear hierarchy in this world: 336 rank D assassins who receive simple missions, 200 rank C who handle gangs and other organizations, 100 rank B who face other assassins, 36 rank A who receive national level assassination missions, and at the very top are the apostles. According to Director Jang, to become a rank A, one must risk their life completely, but no one reaches rank S naturally. The 12 apostles at the top were simply born for it. The bishop then addressed Hyung and stated that to reach this level, he would need to die and be reborn. He then grabbed his head and brutally knocked him out against the steel floor. Director Jang turned to Yuna and reminded her that she used to be nothing more than a lackey of the common folk. He told her she should be grateful for having reached rank D, since according to him, she neither had the skills nor the qualifications to be a true assassin. Peter, who had remained silent until then, grabbed Director Jang's arm and firmly told him not to cross the line. But he didn't stop there. He squeezed the man's wrist so hard that he nearly broke it. Then he asked if Jang really wanted to fight him. At that moment, Peter recalled a conversation he'd had with Dion, who had warned him not to stand out. After all, he was supposed to be just a rookie named Kim Sungu. It made no sense that he alone could have defeated Sangdo, a rank A opponent. With the skills he possessed, Glory would soon start to suspect something. They needed to come up with a plan, so Peter decided to act. If he wanted to stab those bastards in the back, he first had to disguise himself as a rank D assassin. That's why he allowed himself to be humiliated, accepting the director's slaps without fighting back. Even so, he humbly asked to take Hyung to the hospital. It was clear he had learned his lesson: never speak lightly of the apostles. In the end, Director Jang said that Peter had completely destroyed his motivation. He agreed to end the confrontation, but imposed a condition. Peter would have to give up his voluntary license to leave. If he wanted it back, he'd have to return stronger in the future. Later, they left that place utterly defeated. Outside, Hyung, still recovering, asked how they were going to explain what had happened to their instructor. If they said they'd lost their licenses, they might get their hair ripped out. He apologized to the others, lamenting that he hadn't been able to protect them. He said it would be too dangerous for them to stay by his side, so he couldn't afford to show weakness. But Peter, calm as ever, placed the helmet on the injured hero's head and said it was time to eat. They needed to stop thinking about it for a while. Sometime later, Peter and Yuna were riding off on a motorcycle. During the trip, she asked what she should do to become stronger, but Peter replied that kind of question shouldn't even be asked, and wanted to know why she wished for that. Still, she was the one who then asked if he was truly okay with everything that had happened. Peter answered calmly that their licenses had been taken. According to him, when someone is weak, it's only natural for everything to be taken away. Yuna said she knew that, but it didn't change the fact that she was still weak. Her anxious, worried gaze made Peter make an important decision. Later that night, Peter returned to that church. Wearing a suit, he knelt and silently prayed the rosary. Director Jiang appeared and asked if he had come back to reflect on his actions after interfering in the earlier training session. He also wanted to know why Peter kept ignoring the adults around him. Peter looked him in the eye and asked if they had really needed to go that far. Jiang replied that the brat hadn't been beaten enough to learn his lesson, but Peter said he wasn't there to fight. He had come to show them something they had never seen before and would probably never see again. He promised to reveal the abilities of an S-rank apostle. The other assassins burst out laughing. To them, it was pure nonsense, a kid talking big. They said they would beat him until he forgot the way home. But among them, the only one who didn't laugh was Director Jiang, who froze completely, unable to say a word, even as he tried to convince himself that Peter was just a weak student, a rank D with no weapon. Jiang felt an overwhelming fear when he looked into the boy's eyes. There were flaws in his stance, visible weak points. Yet something was terribly wrong. One assassin asked if he was really afraid of a mere child, and Jiang said no. Deep down, though, he wanted to believe he could handle it. Determined, Jiang recalled an unspoken rule among assassins. If someone of lower rank rebelled against a superior, the senior had the right to execute them. As he'd predicted, he hurled a book at Peter, expecting him to block it with his left arm. Then he swiftly closed the distance, struck his ribs, and tried to gouge out his eyes with another blow. But at that instant, something unexplainable happened. Director Jiang saw himself dead, his arms torn off effortlessly by the strings of a simple rosary. The entire church was destroyed before his eyes, and his head rolled across the floor like a toy. He snapped back to reality, gasping for air, still alive but completely shaken. He couldn't understand what had happened. In every possible scenario of a fight against that boy, he had died. The instinct he had honed through years of battles and survival screamed that he would never defeat Peter. Slowly, Jiang remembered the slap he had given Peter earlier. Ashamed, he stepped forward to apologize. But instead of retaliating, Peter gently patted the man's face a few times. He said he'd heard about Director Jiang's ability to sense his own death, that it was an essential skill for any assassin. Peter congratulated him and said he had learned a valuable lesson. Leaving his senior kneeling on the church floor, Peter walked away. The next day, Dion was furious. She asked if he had lost his mind, picking a fight like that. She said he was screwed if anyone found out what had happened at the church. But Peter assured her no one would. After all, Director Jiang was a rank B assassin. He'd never tell anyone what happened there just to avoid humiliation. Peter even teased her, asking if she would have told anyone in his place. Of course not. Dion thought she was worried about that idiot, but all he did was make her angry. Still, he just hopped on his massive motorcycle and sped off, leaving Dion behind in frustration. Later, at the Divine Glory School, the group was dreading how furious their teacher would be once he learned they had lost their licenses. They were in total despair. Then Director Jiang himself appeared at the school to return their licenses. The students were overjoyed. It was a huge relief. But while handing over the documents, Jiang got distracted staring at Peter and shivered, thinking that the boy was truly terrifying. He simply told the students to take care of themselves and left without asking further questions. Peter was holding Yuna's license but couldn't find her anywhere. In truth, she was in the training room, repeatedly stabbing a dummy. She was sweating, exhausted, yet she didn't stop. Even after everything that had happened, the fight with Sangdo, the humiliation at the church, she felt she had accomplished nothing. She felt completely useless, and that feeling was eating her alive. She thought that, being so weak, even her younger brother might end up suffering because of her. Peter showed up then, saying he was just there to return her license. But he noticed her condition. She said she didn't deserve it, that she was still weak. He tried to reason with her, saying it was normal to fail, and that she was still learning, but she told him to shut up. She said he didn't understand, that he was talented, strong, and always seemed to do everything right. Then Peter revealed that he knew something she probably thought no one did. He said her brother wasn't her biological brother and asked if she could tell her story. Yuna then remembered her past. When she was little, she had been left inside a locker at the subway. She never had a family, never had friends. She was sent to a miserable orphanage where life was harsh and affection non-existent. A boy named Liuden kept trying to get close to her, calling her his sister, but she constantly rejected him, saying that family was a lie. At that time, all Yuna wanted was to die. She thought about it every day, living in isolation, and believing it was better that way. Until one day, she nearly did die. She lost a lot of blood, and the orphanage, short on resources, considered letting her go. They said it would be better if she just died. But the next day, Yuna woke up alive. The doctor said it was a miracle. Then she realized Liuden had vanished. The boy who had followed her like a shadow was gone. She later learned that he had sacrificed part of his own health to save her. She finally understood that all that time, even when she believed she was alone, Someone had been by her side. Even without blood ties, he was her family. Later, she found the doctor in the hallway and begged him not to give up on the boy. She said she was fine now, that she could work, earn money, and pay for his hospital bills, no matter the cost. She was his sister. And that was the moment Yuna found her first real reason to keep living. She decided that it didn't matter if he wasn't her biological brother. It didn't matter what others thought. She would do anything to save him. Peter apologized, saying he had stuck his nose into something deeply personal. He started to leave so she could continue training. But Yuna grabbed his arm. With determined eyes, she told him he was the strongest person she knew. She asked, almost begged, him to help her become strong too. Then she came to her senses, realizing what she had just done. Overcome with embarrassment, she corrected herself, saying that what she meant to ask was if he could become her teacher. Peter, with a light expression, asked if that was how people usually asked for favors. She tried to fix it, asking how sincere he wanted her to be. Then she said it didn't matter. If he didn't want to, it was fine. She would leave. But Peter said that he was actually considering accepting her as a student. Yuna was surprised and asked if it was true. He replied that yes, it was true. And so, he began the first instructions. He told her she was weak, had a poor physique, got scared easily, and had a terrible temperament for being an assassin, every bad trait. Yuna, still confused, asked Peter why he was doing this for her. He replied that despite the many limitations she had as an assassin, there was one quality that stood out. She had impressive vision, perfect for someone in the profession. He explained that he had noticed it from the first time they met, during the fight against Sangdo at the church. Her eyes were always alert, always observing everything. They were fast and tracked even the smallest movements with precision. Peter commented that good baseball players, those who often hit home runs, have the ability to see the ball's trajectory in the air. And he said with conviction that Yuna's vision was even more precise than those players. Yuna blushed at the compliment, but he continued. He said there was a special weapon that could overcome all the natural limitations she had. One weapon that would allow her to master her vision lethally. Peter then tossed a small weapon to her. He said that with it, she could finally become a true assassin. Meanwhile, Jae and Hyung were celebrating the payment they had received for their services. The smell of money excited them. They joked that Peter must be the richest guy in the world and was probably on a luxury yacht at that very moment. Peter, on the other hand, thought times had changed. Nowadays, even rank D hunters earned 1 million, which was impressive. In his time, that didn't exist. He then asked the brothers where Yuna was. Jae replied that she had gone to her part-time job. She usually worked for about 2 weeks to save some money. She was probably cleaning somewhere at that moment. Yuna's job was precisely to clean up after assassins. Blood, bodies, dirt. Even though it was disgusting, she did it all for her brother. She pushed herself to the limit, going to great lengths to protect those she loved. The brothers thought her effort was just to secure food since she ate like a bottomless pit. But Peter, beside them, listened silently. He knew Yuna didn't use all that money for herself. She was hiding her younger brother's existence from the entire world. Soon after, the brothers received a message from Yuna asking them to bring a scarf. They found it strange because it was very hot, but they soon discovered she was at an ice factory. Hyung thought it was absurd and asked why she would be in such a horrible place. Yuna replied that she was training. Hyung thought it was another part-time job. Jae joked that she must be getting paid a fortune, but Yuna, already irritated, said she wasn't there to work. She was training, and called them idiots. Jae, curious, asked why she was hitting the ice blocks with her fists. Yuna replied that she wasn't using her fists, but the weapon Peter had given her that day. It was the rope dart, a traditional weapon from Wushu, a Chinese martial art. The weapon consisted of a sharp dart attached to a very thin rope. The technique required spinning the dart around the body and striking with speed and precision. Peter explained that with excellent aim, the weapon became extremely dangerous. The scariest part was that the enemy never knew where the dart would end up, as it could spin, change direction, or fly unpredictably. The brothers mocked the weapon a little. They said it would be better to use a pistol, something simple like one shot, one kill. But Hyung decided to test it. When he hit an ice block, he realized the weapon had power. Still, he thought there were better options and wanted to know why she insisted on something so complicated. Yuna admitted that, in part, they were right. But Peter explained that, while a pistol was efficient, it required 1 bullet per person. If you wanted to kill 5 targets, you needed 5 shots. With the rope dart, the logic was different. Yuna then demonstrated. With absurd speed and precision, she used the rope dart to destroy multiple ice blocks at once. The brothers were stunned, amazed at the strength and control she had acquired. The impact was so great that they began to look at the weapon differently. Some even thought about buying one for themselves. Yuna told them not to be jealous. Later, Park Bin-soo, a rank D assassin and owner of the ice factory, approached to see how she had done in training. Yuna said she had done well and offered to help clean up, but Bin-soo refused, saying it wasn't necessary. He explained that he had seen many people try to break the ice there, but this was the first time he had witnessed someone destroy it in that way. She apologized, but he said it wasn't needed. At that moment, Yuna almost forgot to pay for the use of the space and the ice, but one of the employees explained that she hadn't been informed. Someone had already paid for her 3 hours earlier. In fact, It seemed it had been a friend of the employee named Sungu, who had given 1 million yuns. Yuna was surprised to hear that. Additionally, Binsu also gave her an ointment for hand burns, saying it was a courtesy from the same person. It was something Peter had left, knowing her hands would get hurt during training. Later, Yuna was thoughtful, wondering if she should message Peter. She didn't know whether to thank him, invite him out, or go eat something together. In the end, she called him, but instead of thanking him directly, she casually asked what had been served for lunch at school that day. Peter, on the other end, found it amusing and replied that the menu had been spicy pork with strawberries, exactly her favorite dishes. Before she hung up, embarrassed, he congratulated her for finally acquiring a real weapon. After that, he said goodbye, promising to see her later. Meanwhile, Peter was focused, reading Yuna's dossier. She didn't know that the strength and weapon she had always sought had been within her all along. She just hadn't realized it yet. One of the special notes about her said that she had done rhythmic gymnastics, which involved the use of ropes and precise body movements. That was exactly what made her perfect for using that type of weapon, and Peter had known it from the start. At the same time, in the prison run by Glory, the assassin Sangdo was causing a massacre. He was cutting throats and killing indiscriminately. Amid the chaos, one last person appeared, stopping the massacre with disdain. He remarked that rank B assassins were useless, and rank C even more so. To defeat a rank A assassin like Park Sangdo, a true apostle was needed. In the presence of that man, all the assassins bowed. Even Sangdo dropped his weapon, acknowledging the strength of the person before him. The man, known as Nathaniel, said he had heard of Sangdo's taste for gambling, so he proposed a wager. The question was simple. Could Sangdo, who was about to reach apostle level, defeat a true apostle like him? Later, at the hospital, there was a little girl throwing a tantrum because she didn't want to get a shot. She hated needles. Jay questioned why she was making such a fuss over a needle, while Hyung commented that she still had a long way to go before becoming an adult. Even so, he also asked if anesthesia could be used, as he was clearly afraid of the injection too. Peter knew, upon becoming a new assassin, it was mandatory to undergo a physical exam with various tests at the Divine Glory Hospital. Everything was going smoothly, but what truly scared him was the blood draw. The reason for the blood collection was simple. Peter himself had explained it to Don the other day. All assassins received a collar that monitored biological information like DNA and fingerprints, which don't change over time. If they ever betrayed the organization or tried to escape, the collar would allow them to be tracked. Peter knew his DNA was already registered. Now, with Kim Sung-gu's blood being drawn, the system would detect that the DNA was identical, exposing his true identity. Later, Ji-won asked what he had done, and Peter replied that his blood had been collected. She got furious and started hitting him, repeatedly calling him an old man. First, he picked a fight with B-rank assassins, and now he had practically announced he was Peter by allowing them to collect his blood. He said he didn't mind making that kind of announcement since he had no intention of just sitting around waiting to be attacked. In fact, he already had an idea to fool the system, attack the hospital. Neon also hit him, calling him a crazy old man and asking if he had lost his mind or had Alzheimer's, even after getting younger. But Peter claimed he knew the risks very well. That hospital was highly valued by the Glory Club. Though it looked like an ordinary hospital on the outside, assassins knew what really happened there. They covered up murders as medical mistakes, discarded wounded assassins, and hid bodies. It was a hospital built by and for assassins. Peter knew his DNA was in the hospital's database, so he had no choice but to attack. Ji-won agreed to go along with this insane plan, but warned him that the hospital was currently under the command of a man named Nathaniel, an apostle. She explained that this guy wasn't even human. The assassin known by the code name Nathaniel was originally a doctor, praised for his almost divine talent. However, after causing a medical accident, he vanished and went into hiding. Then it was revealed what had happened 4 years earlier in Rio de Janeiro, Brazil. A police car approached a suspicious location and asked if what was hanging there was just laundry. At first they thought it was another false alarm, but as they got closer, the officers were shocked to see bodies. All those bodies hanging on the clothesline belonged to local crime faction members. No one wanted to say who the real culprit was, so the operation known as War on Crime began. The police infiltration started off well, but at a certain point, they found a battlefield scene with weapons scattered everywhere and blood all over. When they finally entered, one of the officers was captured. The team captain was stunned, not understanding what was going on, and realized the sergeant had simply disappeared. Shortly after, they found only the sergeant's boot. The scene was horrific. All the bodies were decapitated and stuffed into the ceiling. The culprit was still there and simply asked for someone stronger to be brought in. The captain emptied all his bullets, but it was useless. All 6 gang leaders who controlled Rio de Janeiro, along with the best police officers, were massacred in a single day. Ji-won asked what Peter thought of that. She said it was hard to find any information about that crime scene. Peter replied that he had his suspicions and asked if it was really possible to bend weapons with your bare hands. Ji-won ended the topic by saying she only dealt with classified information. Of course, it wasn't fake. The monster known as Nathaniel was still in the Divine Glory Hospital, and it would be better for Peter not to face him directly. Even so, he thanked her for the valuable intel because he was already thinking of a way to infiltrate. Ji-won accepted that he was going to go in anyway and simply asked him not to die the moment he stepped inside. Peter assured her he wouldn't die anytime soon, but said he had another idea. According to him, it wasn't anything big. That simple idea, in fact, was a public announcement that he was coming. On a huge billboard, it read, "On August 24th, Peter will visit Dr. Nathaniel." The hacker who was helping, a friend of Jiwon, said he had posted the announcement made by Sungu, but asked if that wouldn't cause trouble. If Glory found out, Jiwon would also be in danger. She admitted that, yes, there was that possibility, but added that she had never seen Peter fail a mission he had planned himself in 50 years of service. In fact, she had never seen it. In this case, it was because she was blind. On August 24th, assassins were sent to capture Peter. Most of them were rank D assassins, gossiping about whether the legendary Peter might actually be alive. They commented that maybe they were about to meet him for real. However, the rank D assassins were only there as guards. The ones actually responsible for capturing Peter were the funeral agents, Nathaniel's personal mercenaries, most of them rank A. One of the guards noted that there were already rank A assassins on site, which was rare, and even the apostle Nathanael himself was present. He said he never imagined he would witness a fight between apostles, and claimed that Nathaniel would definitely win, since the other one was just an old man pushing 70 and battling cancer. Another guard disagreed, saying Peter would definitely win. That response caught everyone's attention. It was clear the ones who said it were the brothers. One of the guards questioned why they were supporting the man they were supposed to capture. Another said to leave it alone, probably just newbies idolizing Peter. Even so, the group commented that with all that reinforced security, the old man might not even have the courage to show up. The problem was that one of the people listening to all of this was Peter himself. Ricardo, one of Nathaniel's assassins, started giving instructions to the team. He said that when they spotted Peter, they shouldn't attack directly, but rather pretend to show respect, get close, and use a tranquilizer or something similar. They were also to press the emergency button as soon as they found him and to report his position immediately. High-ranking assassins would arrive to support the guards. Everyone confirmed they understood. Peter, for his part, also understood perfectly. He found it all very interesting, especially because now Peter was going to capture Peter himself. Meanwhile, the most powerful leaders were in a private meeting with the head of Glory, sitting together in a jacuzzi. One of the old men said he had been worried ever since they started provoking Peter, fearing he might decide to air all the secrets. Another commented that Choi Un-chang knew how excellent Peter was. One of the elders then told the head of Glory to deal with this problem with the old man before it turned into something bigger. The boss apologized, saying he hadn't paid much attention, but now he would focus on the matter. After all, it seemed the hospitality of the place had made him forget where they were. Then he stood up and suffocated the old man who had questioned him, saying that as chief of the Army General Staff, he should interpret the situation better. He said that man should already have been discharged from the military and asked if he thought he was stupid. He added that he had been eagerly waiting for this moment. He wanted to see if his father's masterpiece, Peter, could defeat the genius he himself had created. Meanwhile, the real Peter was twisting a man's neck, but he wasn't killing him. It was just a chiropractic session. The man praised the service, saying it was great, and asked when Peter had learned to do that. For someone so young, he was doing really well as a doctor. Peter took the opportunity to ask if that staff member knew any doctor named Na Hyun-il at that hospital. The man replied that he had never heard that name in his life. That's when Peter realized he needed to find Nathanael. But he also understood that the identity of Na Hyun-il, who was supposed to be him, had been discarded. Whoever he had been in the past was now completely erased. But Peter was sure of one thing: Apostle Nathanael was inside that hospital. This had now become a real game of hide and seek, where whoever found the other first would win. Meanwhile, the brothers were creatively disguised. The one standing had both legs in casts, and the one in the wheelchair had his arms immobilized. Peter asked about Lee Yuna, and Hyung replied that she couldn't come, probably because she wasn't on their level yet. Jay commented that while Peter was goofing around, they had already made it through the whole lobby, and said that if they saw anyone suspicious, they'd just call. That's when Hyung spotted a chubby old man wearing exactly the same outfit as Peter. They quickly approached him, but not with the intention of capturing him. On the contrary, they said they would help him escape, treating him as if he were the real Peter. However, a nurse approached and asked if they needed a syringe to collect the man's blood. Peter replied that it wasn't necessary, as he had already drawn the blood himself. That was when he realized the hunt for Peter had officially begun. All the elderly people entering the hospital were having their blood collected, which meant anyone could be mistaken for him. While the brothers were trying to get the old man out of the hospital, Yuna bumped into Hyung, who asked why she was there. She said her little brother was in that hospital, turned around, and walked away without explaining anything else. That made Peter suspicious. Jiwon asked if it wasn't time to start worrying about the students. Peter replied that he needed to figure out how to find Nathanael, but was still thinking it through. He knew they were hunting each other and needed to get the apostle's attention without revealing that he was Kim Sun-gu. That's when he saw Ricardo, already visibly irritated, ordering the rank D assassins to do their jobs. Sun-gu walked up and said he was just passing by. When he mentioned that he might have found Peter, Jiwon asked what he was doing. Peter replied that, unfortunately, he would have to deceive him, and told Jiwon it was time to use it. Jiwon agreed and said her guys would get to work. Later, Peter entered an operating room where Ricardo was fuming about having to chase Peter instead of doing his own job. Sungu said he was no longer looking for the old man and asked directly where Apostle Nathaniel was. Ricardo found the question strange and responded with contempt, saying that trash like him had no right to ask about an apostle. Peter stated that there's always a reason when an assassin asks about someone, and that reason, of course, was to kill them. As soon as he lunged with the scalpel, Ricardo struck back with his baseball bat, saying he was already bored. Meanwhile, a messenger went to Nathaniel to deliver a recording from the operating room. In the footage, Sungu, disguised in a doctor's outfit, appeared brutally beating Ricardo. In just 7 seconds, Ricardo, a rank A assassin, was already lying on the floor. Apostle Nathaniel, upon seeing the footage, commented that Jesus had taken 10 seconds to kill a rank A assassin. Watching the security feed carefully, he clearly recognized that the old-looking man was the real Peter. The messenger explained they were still confirming with the security team, but all internal hospital recordings were being deleted. They didn't have the technical knowledge to resist the hacker attack. Meanwhile, Nathaniel observed one of his samples, the sanguido, with satisfaction, saying it looked lively, just like him. He couldn't wait, not just him, but also Grayson, Sawyer, Carter, Robert, and all his test subjects. He had already cleared the VIP seat and hoped Peter would enjoy it. He planned to add him to his collection as soon as possible. Dewan commented that the whole thing had been incredible, asking if they were sure they had fooled everyone. The expressions were perfect, even the wrinkles were reproduced with precision, and that was great. Jiwan confirmed that if there was one thing for sure, it was that Peter would be surprised. After all, even with people scattered everywhere, he had still been attacked. Peter reflected that now that the bait had been cast, the hunter only needed to wait. Meanwhile, Leuna was disguised among the staff during a break, eating upstairs. She hadn't gone to the hospital because of Peter's mission, but because of Apostle Nathaniel himself. She suspected he might have discovered everything that happened, including that Sungu had killed several people. Yuna concluded it was better not to tell anyone, as it might put others at risk, especially if Sungu ended up meeting Nathaniel. Then Sungu appeared, asking what the problem would be and running into him. Yuna replied that her mom had told her to eat, but she was already leaving. Sungu reminded her that she was an orphan and asked her to sit, saying he was just there for a snack too. She replied, asking him to eat alone, but he said he unfortunately couldn't because he had ordered 2 meals by mistake. Sungu mentioned he was there to meet a certain person, though he didn't want to reveal his plan. At the same time, Yuna didn't want to say anything about Nathaniel, so as not to put Sungu in danger. He offered her some fried chicken, which she obviously accepted even while insisting she wouldn't eat with him. Sungu was confused, since she had literally grabbed the chicken box. Yuna said she would eat just one and then leave, but soon enough she had eaten nearly the whole box. Then she asked directly who he was waiting for. Sungu answered that she would be in danger if she knew, so it was best if she just ate her chicken. Even so, Yuna insisted and asked for the real reason he was at the hospital. She knew it was hard to trust her, since she had been with the rival group when they first met, and she had also noticed that he and Peter seemed very close. At that moment, Yuna apologized to Sungu because he had been shot because of her. She said that Grandpa Peter had probably died, but Sungu replied that he was looking for someone. He didn't want to involve Yuna, but after that incident, he was sure she had seen the man at the hospital. He then showed her a photo of Apostle Nathaniel, asking if she recognized him, since he knew she hadn't been called for Peter's mission. Yuna replied no, that wasn't Nathaniel. However, she didn't even need to describe him, because he showed up right then. The real Apostle Nathaniel appeared with his escort, coming to fetch her. Peter watched everything and thought that he had finally shown himself. The apostle asked Yuna to accompany him immediately, but before that, he wanted to know who that boy was. When Peter stood up furiously, Yuna thought everything was about to fall apart if the two clashed. But to her surprise, Sungu simply lowered his head, shook Nathaniel's hand, and said it was an honor to finally meet an apostle. He introduced himself as Kim Sungu and promised to bring Peter's head to him. Nathaniel just stared at him in silence and then called for Yuna, saying she should be in his office soon, and when he finished his rounds, he would send someone to accompany her. Peter realized that this Nathaniel was definitely not an ordinary person. Just from shaking his hand, his own had already started to tremble. Meanwhile, Nathaniel walked through the hospital accompanied by his doctors, who informed him about the person who had captured the sanguido. According to the Divine Glory Institution's data, the child who caught it had been lucky. Nathaniel asked about the requested profile, but when he went to pick up the file, it simply slipped from his hand. He noticed he was also trembling too much and thought that boy wasn't any regular rank. He then asked the doctor who that boy was, and the doctor replied that his name was Kim Sungu. Nathaniel said he was thinking about keeping him nearby to observe him better, since he might be a good specimen. Meanwhile, Peter was playing chess with a little girl who greatly resembled the protagonist of The Queen's Gambit. Jiwan warned him that Nathaniel was looking for him intensely, and that if he got closer, things could get much worse. Peter commented that it wouldn't be very fun, even though Nathaniel already knew he was there but still couldn't find him. Jiwan said the fun part was that crazy old man, that she knew this crap would happen, and that he was insane for staying there. She told him to get out already, because if he was caught, everyone would die. But Peter said that if he started escorting Nathaniel, he could memorize the entire layout layout of the hospital. That's why he decided to move forward. At that moment, he let the little girl win the chess match. Later on, he was already in combat with one of the doctors who accompanied Nathaniel, receiving from him an access card. The doctor commented that he was quite advanced for a rank D. He also said it was rare for Nathaniel to choose someone as an escort and gave Peter 3 rules to remember. First, he should not speak unless Nathaniel asked. Second, he should never contradict or comment on any of his actions. And third, he could never refuse a favor from Nathaniel. Peter noticed that the doctor himself was even more nervous than he was, which led him to conclude that Nathaniel must be truly terrifying to his subordinates. When Sungu finally met with Nathaniel, he realized it wouldn't be easy to get rid of him. Surrounding Nathaniel were the funeral agents, a group composed of Brazilian assassins ranked from B to A. Peter noticed that all those men had a killer gaze and weren't affiliated with Divine Glory, but directly with Nathaniel. They existed solely to follow and protect the king of that chessboard. That was Nathaniel's true team. One of the doctors reported that all ordered measures had been taken. The hospital entrances were sealed under the excuse of a viral sample leak, so everyone was required to remain confined until the area was disinfected. In addition, the blood of all men within Peter's age range had already been collected, but the analysis results would take 48 hours. One thing they were sure of, Peter couldn't leave. Even though he was great with disguises, he wouldn't be able to change his own DNA. Now he was a rat trapped in a cage, and it was only a matter of time before they caught him. Peter thought he was thankful they had revealed the plan, but he knew Nathaniel wasn't someone who would fall so easily. Constantly checking the clock, Peter began escorting Nathaniel, who at that moment was only performing common tasks expected of a hospital director. He talked with patients, analyzed room blueprints, and everything seemed normal. But Peter knew there was a reason behind Nathaniel's decision to assign him as an escort. Even so, for now, he just continued his routine patrol. Nathaniel approached and asked if Peter was disappointed. He had called him to be an escort, but so far hadn't asked him to do anything. Or perhaps it was because Peter still hadn't understood why Nathaniel was called an apostle, something that was already quite evident. That was why Nathaniel simply asked him to follow. Later, the two of them went down to the basement, a location that wasn't marked on the hospital blueprints. Peter had no idea where those stairs would lead, or what they would find at the end. Nathaniel wanted to show him something. When they arrived, Peter was visibly irritated. Nathaniel introduced his sample laboratory and asked if Peter had an interest in biology. He replied that he only knew the basics. Nathaniel remarked that Darwin claimed all organisms evolved due to natural selection, an evolution based on coincidence, with no room for equality. However, Darwin was wrong. Evolution was not determined by God, nature, or chance, but by Nathaniel himself. He eliminated weaknesses, preserved strengths, and enhanced them. Instead of doing irrational things like forcibly saving weak and sick people, wouldn't it be better to change the very concept of medical treatment? That was when he revealed that he had been observing Kim Sung-gu for this reason. But suddenly, the alarm sounded. Code red. One of the specimens in the corridor was trying to escape. Even after being hit by multiple tranquilizer darts, the test subject didn't fall and took down everyone in its path. It could already see the exit. It was almost free until a hand pierced through the wall. It was Nathaniel's hand. He grabbed the specimen and said he was in the middle of discussing something very important, and that a mere test subject couldn't interrupt him. Then, he crushed the fugitive's skull with his bare strength and calmly apologized before returning to the topic of their conversation. Nathaniel stated that he liked strong people. That was why he used to tear muscles, remove ligaments, and study cells, but only from the strongest individuals. He revealed there was one person he wanted to surpass. Looking at Sungu, he said he saw great potential in him, as it was rare for someone his age to possess such strength. Through him, he hoped to witness real results from the evolution he had always pursued. He asked if he was excited to find out what he would become, and urged him to accept his kindness, saying he could make him a ranked individual, or even something greater. Later, Peter was walking through the corridors, saying that Nathaniel was absurdly strong. Jiwan commented that he had broken a wall with his bare hands, and that it had been terrifying. But Peter replied that the most impressive part wasn't the strength itself, but the fact that Nathaniel had sensed the fugitive's presence through the wall, grabbed the man at the exact moment, and crushed his skull with precision. Jiwan asked why he still hadn't left, now that he knew who Nathaniel was. But Peter said he couldn't stop there. He was too curious to discover the origin of all that power. Jiwan replied that no one could stop a stubborn old man, and asked what he planned to do. His blood was being analyzed, and he had less than 2 days before they uncovered his identity. It was only a matter of time. Peter said there was still a way. He was planning to swap the results. The tests had already been completed, so the data should be stored in Nathaniel's office. Jiwan asked if he was really planning to break into his office. Peter said he wasn't planning to break into anything. He already had an access card. Still, Jiwan warned that he could get caught. Peter replied confidently, saying that wouldn't happen. He stated that he had all the time he needed. The current time was 2:53. During the time he spent with Nathaniel, he hadn't stopped checking his watch. The exact amount of time he had was 4 minutes and 30 seconds. That would be enough to swap the results before Nathaniel returned. Meanwhile, he continued his routine patrol. At the same time, the doctor informed Nathaniel that everything had already been left in his office. All the blood samples had been compared, but none matched Peter's DNA. Nathaniel found that interesting. They explained that they had tested the blood of all the elderly men in the hospital, and none of them matched the genetic profile, so he suggested they use their imagination. What if Peter no longer looked the way everyone remembered? At that moment, he caught Sungu entering his office and asked why there was a rank D assassin inside his room, especially while the owner was away. Peter thought that over the past few days, Nathaniel had done his rounds at exactly the same time and in the same way, but now he had returned 2 minutes earlier. Perhaps he had done that on purpose from the beginning, offering his kindness, showing the secret base in the basement, all just to observe. He had likely suspected Peter from the very start. The doctor wanted to know what Sungu's explanation would be. Sungu claimed he was there just to deliver something without knowing exactly what it was. He said Dr. Hong had asked him to deliver it immediately, but before he could leave, Nathaniel grabbed him and asked how he didn't know what was inside if the envelope had clearly already been opened. He questioned whether Sungu was curious about the blood samples from the elderly and what exactly had caught his interest. He wanted to know what he was expecting to find in the office and what had motivated him to sneak in there. Peter, still disguised as Sungu, replied that a person could alter their voice, movements, appearance, and facial expressions, but there was one thing they could not change: their DNA. And since Peter had not yet been caught, he figured it might be because the old man no longer looked the same. So he tried comparing the data, but found no one similar. That was why he had decided to check again and went to the office. He apologized for that, saying that his desire to find Peter had been stronger than reason. Nathaniel told him to stand up. He said it was good to see such effort, but asked him to please remember his dignity as a member of the divine glory. When he touched Sungu's forehead, Nathaniel wanted to confirm if the skin was real. He wanted to know if there was any mask, prosthetic, or makeup involved, but there was none. It was truly the skin of a teenager. He concluded that the boy wasn't Peter and wondered where, after all, Peter was hiding. Soon after, a bit of Nathaniel's background was revealed. His first stop had been the modern Colosseum, where the current champion was Carter, known as the Destroyer, the man with the strongest legs in the world. Nathaniel went there to see if that was true. With a single blow, he not only pierced Carter's leg, but completely tore it off and took it with him. He also fought the man with the strongest fists in the world and won the fist fight. The strongest gang in the world was entirely decapitated. Nathaniel sought out the world's strongest individuals one by one and defeated them all. However, every single person he killed said the same thing: that Nathaniel could never be the best, because Peter was still alive. Nathaniel said he was tired of hearing that name and, confused, began to question who the hell Peter was, how anyone could know him, what he had to do to find that bastard, and why he, of all people, was the only one who couldn't see him. Despite that, Nathaniel knew that the last person who had seen Peter likely knew where he was, so he ordered that the girl be summoned immediately. Meanwhile, she was with the brothers, and Hyung questioned why a girl of such a low rank had been sent on this mission, since she was only rank 335. He himself was rank 333, and his brother was 334. Yuna replied that she had her reasons for being there, and Hong remarked that he had seen her entering Nathaniel's office, asking if Nathaniel had given her a special mission. Yuna simply thought that those idiots had no idea what they were talking about. Suddenly, one of Nathaniel's assassins appeared and summoned Yuna to accompany him personally. Jay asked if he was one of the funeral agents, and Hyung wondered if she had become that important. Soon after, Yuna was taken directly to speak with Nathaniel about Peter. He said he believed that had been her first encounter with Peter, and that even the other apostles would have difficulty surviving a fight against him. Yet somehow, she had survived. At first, Nathaniel believed Peter may have let Yuna live out of whimsy, but she had also survived the confrontation with Park Sanguado, a high-ranking assassin. Even though she only knew how to use a knife and didn't have anything special about her, with all due respect, he asked if perhaps she had gone through some kind of miracle. All the apostles, including him, had arrived at the same conclusion. She must have received help from Peter, both at the people's hideout and during the incident with Park Sanguido, and in return she had made a deal with him. Being a girl with no resources, Nathaniel imagined that the only thing she could have offered Peter was her silence. That's why she must have become a double agent. He knew she couldn't actually do anything, but he also knew she couldn't afford to die. She couldn't abandon her brother, who was bedridden due to hemophilia. The complications from his condition made it unlikely that he would survive another 3 years, which was a tragedy, considering how young he was. However, Nathaniel said he could save him. With a blood serum developed at the cost of $4.5 billion, they could cure the boy with a single vial. So, he asked which side Yuna would choose. He said Peter had promised to appear at the hospital on August 24th, and that no matter what she was asked, she should say that she could reveal everything. She was also told to set the time, 2 in the afternoon, at the clock tower in the hospital lobby. It was a simple mission, where she would be the bait. Nathaniel knew she could never afford a $4.5 billion serum, so they could make a deal. She would help capture Peter, and in return, he would save her brother. It was a deal that would benefit both sides, but she needed a reason to stay in the hospital, so he said he would give her a diagnosis. With a simple squeeze of her wrist, Nathaniel completely shattered it, then stepped on her arm, declaring that healthy people were not admitted to his hospital. And, of course, if she refused the offer, she could receive a new diagnosis. Finally, Finally, he declared that she would now be hospitalized and that he would speak with her during his rounds through the hospital. Later, already in her bed with a broken wrist, Yuna thought that if Nathaniel ever found out that the person who had helped her all this time was Kim Sungu and not Peter, both she and Sungu would die. But if she could save her brother, Yuna knew she would do anything. That was when Sungu himself appeared, saying it was time for the injection for patient number 604. He simply walked in, turned on the TV, and said the national singing competition was starting. He said it was fun, and she asked why he was in her room. Sungu replied that it was the price for having saved her. Since he was already there, he said he could watch the fighting competition too, and asked what she thought. Yuna asked for the remote and told him to leave. He wanted to know why she kept trying to kick him out, asking if it was because of Nathaniel. She asked if he was crazy, if he had a death wish, and reminded him that she had already told him to stop saying that name so carelessly. But Sungu said that Peter was her teacher, and even so, he didn't remember ever breaking his student's arm. So he asked who had done that to her. Yuna gathered her courage and asked what he would be doing on the 24th. She couldn't tell him the details, but asked him to go to the clock tower at 2 o'clock in the afternoon and told him not to ask questions, just to go. She asked if he would do that for her, and Sungu replied that it was fine. She could count on him. Later, crying in front of her brother's photo, Yuna wondered if she had made the right choice. She thought that even so, it was her only choice. Then, August 24th finally arrived. Nathaniel said he had been looking forward to that day. After all, Peter had announced that he would come visit him. He wanted to meet him as soon as possible, so he asked through the communicator where Peter was. Yuna replied that he was probably already on his way. And indeed, Sungu was heading toward the clock tower. At exactly 2 o'clock, everyone was tense with anticipation. Yuna remembered the call she had made to her brother, just wanting to talk to him a little. The boy asked if she had a boyfriend, because he had seen 3 guys in her profile picture. She replied that they were just friends. He thought that was cool and asked if she really had friends. He said that was really good, and mentioned that one of the guys looked handsome. So he asked if she liked him. Yuna said no, he was just a friend. Her brother commented that he wanted to play soccer with them. They looked like they were good, and said he wanted to watch the World Cup in 3 years, cheering for Korea. He said he would love to go, but he knew he couldn't even get on a plane. At that moment, he was completely intubated, surrounded by equipment, living inside the hospital. Yoonjin said that if he couldn't go, he wanted her to go in his place. Trying to comfort him, Yuna said that the new doctor had told her there was a medicine that could treat his illness. Yoonjin thanked her deeply for being in his life, saying he was happy to have her by his side. A bit embarrassed, she asked him to stop saying those things, said it was cheesy, and told him she was going to hang up because she needed to sleep. But the truth was that she had called him because she was in unbearable pain in her arm. Now she was waiting for Peter, thinking she had no other choice if she wanted to save her brother. She told Nathaniel that Peter was on his way and thought Sungu needed to keep the promise he had made. When the clock struck 2 in the afternoon, Nathaniel was disappointed and asked why Peter still hadn't shown up. But the truth was that Sungu had kept his promise. He was indeed at the clock tower at 2 in the afternoon, but at the garden clock tower. At that moment, Yoonjin had specifically instructed him to go to the garden tower and warned that if he showed up at the wrong one, she would kill him herself. And there he was. Yuna knew that if Nathaniel discovered everything, he would kill Sungu, because he was the one who had killed the people, not Peter. Yuna also knew that from the reception to the patients' rooms, everyone there was an infiltrated assassin meant to capture Peter. So she thought Sungu needed to get out of that place. He had appeared in her life in a mysterious way, and she had never stopped suspecting him. But in the end, it was the first time someone had truly helped her. It was with him that she learned it could be fun to share a meal with someone and enjoy good moments together. She needed to learn how to rely on someone in times of need. Moreover, Sungu was the first person who thought about her and helped her, so there was no way she could betray someone like him. When Nathaniel asked what had happened, Yuna admitted that after that day she never saw Peter again, and that he had never called her either. She lied because he said he would give the medicine to her brother, but she commented that even if that old man knew she was there, he probably wouldn't come anyway. Still, she said she would do anything for that medicine and begged them not to touch her brother. Nathaniel, however, said it was truly a shame since she hadn't brought Peter to that place. Therefore, according to him, she had to die now because she was completely useless. But before Yuna could be captured, someone activated the fire alarm. The real patients began evacuating the place, while the assassins were supposed to stay. Even so, the brothers used the confusion to escape. At that moment, all the doors were sealed, and Nathaniel realized there was no smell of smoke, so he doubted it was really a fire. Someone asked why Miss Yuna was crying, and Sungu replied that he was there. Yuna was surprised and asked why he was in that place. Then Peter appeared and said he had promised to meet her at the clock tower. He explained that when a fire breaks out, normal people run to safe locations. So, the fact that no one had fled meant that everyone present was an assassin who had come to kill him. Nathaniel didn't understand right away and asked if they were really there to kill him, and if Sungu had been pretending to be Peter to try and save Yuna. He said he had known there was something strange about that boy from the beginning, but still believed he wouldn't be able to face the funeral agents. It was then explained that in the fictional city called Funeraria, a favela in Rio de Janeiro, the life expectancy of children was only 16 years. This happened because many of them entered the criminal world very early prematurely and died before even turning 10. Due to the enormous number of corpses, the place received that name. The weak died to make space for the strong. With kidnappings, drug trafficking, prostitution, and other crimes, the funeral agents, who controlled all those activities, became the strongest organization in Brazil. Nathanael stated that the 100 most powerful people among the funeral agents were gathered there and asked if Sungu really thought he could defeat them. He said he wanted to see the boy's potential, who at that moment was only like a tiger cub. If trained, he could become an unstoppable beast, but he was not yet ready to defeat adults. So he suggested that the boy abandon Yuna and join him, promising to train him well. Sungu, however, simply shrugged, and Nathanael acknowledged his decision. Then, 2 rank B assassins charged at Sungu, claiming that a rank D like him would die quickly. But Peter sliced both their throats mid-air with a simple arm movement, using his fountain pen as a weapon. Everyone was shocked, and even Nathanael was impressed. Peter then put away his pen and asked if Nathanael still saw him as a tiger cub. Nathanael replied with an explanation. He said that a person takes about 1 minute and 12 seconds to die when an artery is cut, 40 seconds if it's a vein, and only 12 seconds if it's the carotid artery. The average is 1 minute per person. The number of assassins that Sungu was facing at that moment was over 100. That's why Nathanael was curious to know if he could endure for 100 minutes. The funeral agents were completely thrilled by the fight, saying that Korea was very different from Brazil, where everything was peaceful. Even so, Peter, alone in a hallway, was taking them down one by one with precise blows. Iona knew that at this rate he would be in danger because he was being surrounded. Peter acknowledged that those men were indeed skilled, because even while watching their allies fall, their fighting spirit never wavered. For them, risking their own lives was as natural as breathing. They all rushed at him with knives, blades, steel pipes, anything that could serve as a weapon. Peter dodged all the attacks with skill, but soon realized he had nowhere else to run. Nathanael asked what he would do at that moment, since he was cornered with dozens of enemies blocking his escape. Even so, Peter declared that all those people were exactly where he wanted them. Then, he grabbed a fire hose and began blasting everyone in front of him with high-pressure water jets. He found it amusing how surprised they all looked, even though the fight hadn't truly started yet. When the water ran out, he stated that the game with the hose was over. Nathanael admitted that it had been clever, but said it was impossible to kill someone with just a hose. But Peter had already made it clear that was only the beginning. Delhi then activated 2 defibrillators and placed them into the water, electrocuting the assassins nearby. Many died instantly, and the survivors backed away, giving Peter more room. Nathanael was impressed and began to wonder how far that boy could go to surprise him. He realized that Peter had let himself be surrounded on purpose, just to use the defibrillators more effectively. The more he observed the boy, the more fascinated he became. Nathanael realized he had misjudged the time. The number of assassins had already been cut in half, and maybe Peter didn't even need an hour to eliminate them all. 30 minutes would be enough. That was when Peter found a medical clipboard, grabbed his pen, and used blood as ink to draw a precise mark at jugular height. He made a sarcastic remark, saying they all seemed clueless about what that meant. The mark indicated hemorrhage caused by a perforation in the carotid artery, and that would be the cause of death for everyone in front of him. Without the enemies noticing, Peter began attacking with precision. One by one, he advanced, kicked to open a path, slashed Dion's carotid, then another and another, killing all the funeral agents with his pen, sliding across the battlefield, moving fast and lethal. When they all rushed at him at once, he disposed of them all at the same time. Meanwhile, Yuna remembered hearing stories about the strongest man in the world, a true legend, someone she had met once in a bookstore. But to her, that man just seemed like a regular old man. She admitted he fought well, but he didn't look like someone capable of facing over 100 people and winning. She knew she shouldn't believe rumors, but now, watching Sungu fight, she began to wonder if the rumors about Peter were true, and whether he could resemble that boy standing right in front of her. After some time, Nathanael acknowledged that, just as he had suspected, Sungu had killed the 100 people, but in only 30 minutes. Even so, Sungu said he wasn't done yet, because one person was still alive, Nathanael. He asked what the next move would be. Would Nathanael come down to face him, or would he have to go up there himself? Provoked, Nathanael made his landing like a true superhero and responded with action. He also had a question. He wanted to know how someone so young could have reached such extraordinary abilities. It made no sense. The fact that Sungu was just a rank D assassin also seemed odd. He speculated whether the boy was some active assassin from abroad, but dismissed the idea because of his age. In the end, Peter replied that he had a good explanation for it. According to him, insecure people talk too much. Nathanael said that Sungu also needed to understand something important. There is a difference between courage and arrogance. When he charged in to attack, his speed and strength were so intense that part of the hospital floor was destroyed. Even with Peter trying to block the blow, he was thrown into the air. Yuna wondered how powerful Nathanael must be to pull off something like that. As for Peter, he truly couldn't comprehend what kind of strength that man possessed, because he didn't even seem human. Yuna realized that if the fight continued at that pace, Sungu would lose. He had already used a lot of energy killing 100 people just moments before. Nathanael, throwing corpses in all directions, asked if he was tired already and declared that now came the fun part. Using the bodies themselves as weapons, he knocked Peter down, grabbed him by the foot, and hurled him to the other side of the hospital, directly into the elevator. elevator, saying there were no more excuses now. Peter, still stunned, admitted that the strength was truly absurd. He had never felt something like that coming from a human. And Nathaniel wasn't done yet. He slammed Peter into the elevator floor, and Yuna, in despair, thought Sungu would die right there. To make matters worse, Nathaniel descended with him inside the elevator and remarked that everything was happening too fast. He said that fighting in a confined space meant Sungu had nowhere to run. Then he started beating Peter with everything he had, asking where that fighting spirit from earlier had gone. At first he thought it would be fun, but now he was just massacring another opponent like any other. He hit Peter so hard that the elevator ended up falling with both of them inside. Even so, Nathaniel said he still had many questions to ask. He wanted to find the real Peter, but wondered why Sungu had appeared in his place, what the connection was between them, and why he wasn't answering. Had he already died? Sungu was lying on the ground, motionless, not saying a word. Nathaniel then said it was always like that. All his fights ended the same way, and the more he thought about it, the more frustrated he felt. He stated that Sungu couldn't be dead because there wasn't even a scratch on his face. And indeed, Peter was there, with a calm smile on his face. Nathaniel realized that he had used his best blows, and even so, Peter had dodged all of them, either by blocking or evading. Peter then stood up as if nothing had happened, dusted off his clothes and apologized, saying it had been rude of him. He had dozed off for a moment, since the fight was boring, and asked if Nathaniel had been serious earlier. He then said that now he would accept the fight with his full strength. Nathaniel, filled with rage, charged at him at full speed. Peter thought that now, finally, he was taking things seriously. At the moment their fists collided, a shockwave rippled through the impact. Jiwan was watching everything, while McKing was furious with Nathaniel. The hacker who worked for Jiwan observed the situation with concern, and Aeon remarked that he had heard a very interesting story a long time ago. That story took place 55 years ago, when Peter was still just one of the children being trained by Gloria. One of the instructors asked what each of them believed to be the source of their strength. Some said technique, others mentioned strong bodies or weapon handling skills. Then the instructor said all of that was great, but asked them to break a huge, solid rock placed in front of them. Many claimed it was impossible. There was no way to destroy a rock without tools, but then the person noticed that Peter was walking away, picked up a cloth, wrapped it around his hand, and started punching the rock. Everyone said that even if he hit it for 100 days, the rock would never break, but he kept hitting it. After a month, other Myron assassins showed up saying Peter hadn't trained in a month, and in the end, hadn't even managed to break the stone. But one of the girls pointed out something strange. Down a ravine, there were more than 80 stones, all split in half, and they wondered if Peter had been the one responsible for that, even though he had only been 10 years old at the time. After one blow, Nathaniel asked if Sungu knew what the maximum strength a human could exert was. He explained that athletes known as strongmen can lift around 500 kilos in a deadlift, but people like that were not enough to impress him. Then he questioned whether Sungu was even human, given how he could release so much force at once. Sungu, on the other hand, asked if he had ever been hit by a car, because his punch would hurt more than that. The slash he delivered to Nathaniel's neck was so powerful that it sent him flying, creating an opening that allowed him to brutally beat the poor man. Each strike and each cut, made with the palm of his hand, shattered a capsule on Nathaniel's body, and even the doctor's head was smashed into one of them. The hacker then concluded that Sungu had won, but soon realized that wasn't exactly the case. Nathaniel got up as if nothing had happened, making Peter wonder why he was still alive, while Sungu's hand was damaged after the attack. Nathaniel asked if he remembered what he had said earlier and revealed his secret. He took off his clothes and exposed his body, which made Peter wonder if he had really done that to himself. Nathaniel's body was perfectly sculpted, with muscles so powerful they bulged through the skin. He called it his glorious evolution, something he named anti-fragility. What didn't kill him made him stronger. His muscles grew stronger through destruction and recovery, and he had developed a drug that drastically reduced recovery time. The more attacks he received, the stronger his body became, which made the chance of losing him in a prolonged fight virtually zero. With his superhuman strength, Nathaniel slammed Peter to the ground, crushing his skull, and stated that no human had ever survived his hands. Even so, Sungu remained standing and asked if he should go all out. Nathaniel believed that was impossible. He grabbed Sungu's neck and smashed his head against the floor, but in a fraction of a second, Sungu broke free from the grip by slamming his head against the ground on purpose, pretending to have taken the hit. Meanwhile, Peter thought he had barely escaped. Even though he had been grabbed for just a moment, it felt as if Nathaniel's hand had been embedded in his body. One thing was certain: if Nathaniel touched him again, he would die, because that man was pure brute force. Nathaniel remarked that he had seen his opponent's chart and concluded that he seemed like a ranker, with good strength, endurance, speed, intelligence, mental fortitude, and skills. He was was balanced, almost like an apostle. Even so, he said the man would never win, because he, Nathaniel, was always evolving. He added that if Sungu kneeled and begged for forgiveness, he might let him live, as he could do something brilliant with his body. At that moment, Peter raised his hands as if he were surrendering, and the hacker commented to Jiwan that it really looked like he was giving up. If that were the case, they would all be exposed. However, with his hand raised, Peter simply made a move, a small slap. A little slap on the butt would be perfect for a naughty kid, perhaps enough to fix Nathaniel's problem. Of course, Nathaniel was extremely enraged by this, and the two resumed exchanging blows at such a speed that not even the camera could properly capture it. It was a spectacle of capsules exploding, punches flying in every direction, and impacts so powerful they destroyed parts of the hospital. The hacker commented to Jiwan that, before their eyes, it didn't look like a fight between humans. Nathaniel, as he took Sungu's blows, realized the boy was incredibly strong, unlike anyone he had fought before. But the fact remained, his body continued to evolve without stopping. He had no idea how strong he could still become, and perhaps Sungu himself would push him to that limit. However, there was something he still couldn't understand. If Sungu's profile was so average, why was he so strong? Why did his eyes never waver? Then Nathaniel finally grabbed Sungu and said it was no longer worth keeping him alive. From that moment on, he would destroy him completely. He threw Sungu toward his own capsules, breaking all of them along the way. Meanwhile, he deeply lamented. He regretted that the last thing the other man would see was his fist closing in. The hacker commented to Dion that Sungu almost died at that moment, which made her panic for a second. But Peter asked if that theory really made sense, that he grew stronger by being hit, and the answer was yes. The muscles became stronger through the process of destruction and regeneration. The reason he was so strong was because he had accelerated his muscle recovery. That's why he had been waiting all along. Now he was stronger than ever. But Peter also said that Nathaniel had forgotten something important. Muscles become stiff, hard, and overburdened, and eventually they can't move anymore. From so much accumulated strength and recovery, they had grown so much that Nathaniel could no longer move like before. And as Nathaniel realized this, he thought he hadn't noticed. He had been so thrilled with the fight that he had forgotten this essential detail. Then Peter declared to Apostle Nathaniel that this was his defeat. Right after, he was kicked away like a sack of potatoes, and he thought that this shouldn't be happening. He had sacrificed countless lives to obtain that strength. He had endured unimaginable pain to reach it. He had become the perfect human, but now he was about to die at the hands of a young man like that. Nathaniel then admitted to himself that he never thought he would use it. He took one of the stickers attached to his own shoe, which was actually a drug, something similar to acid or LSD. He said Sungu deserved to witness his final evolution. By using this drug within 3 minutes, he would no longer be in this world, but neither would Sungu. With blood dripping from his mouth, Nathaniel began to move again. He no longer cared about the rigidity of his muscles. He was literally destroying his own body, using his muscles, organs, and even his brain as fuel to kill Sungu, trading increasingly powerful and faster blows. Even so, Nathaniel was still losing. He began to feel something he had never experienced before. This person called Sungu, who was supposed to be rank D, who was supposed to have average strength, who theoretically should lose to him, a man with superhuman strength, had something that Nathaniel did not possess and would never be able to reach. It was pure experience, a wall so high that he could never climb it. Nathaniel realized that the man in front of him had reached the level of a god. For a long time, he had imagined that this man might actually be Peter in disguise. At that moment, Nathaniel recalled his journey back in 2003 when he was graduating from medical school and taking the Hippocratic Oath. Everyone saw him as a genius. At the age of 13, he had already graduated in medicine, but in 1994, he had still been a child hospitalized in the pediatric ward because he was sick. He was weak. Nathaniel thought that if he had been chosen to be born weak, there must have been a reason behind it. For a long time, he asked himself what that reason was until he realized that being born weak was meant to make him stronger than everyone else. By 2012, he was already the chief surgeon of a respected hospital. He treated a case that no other doctor could solve. However, when he was in the operating room, facing that extremely muscular man, he felt a strange twinge. He asked himself how that man had obtained such a powerful body, what the difference was between the two of them. Why was he becoming obsessed with discovering what was inside him? Even knowing he shouldn't, Nathaniel realized that he needed to become even stronger. He had been blessed by God with an exceptional brain. Even knowing he couldn't, he opened a man's body, including the brain, just to understand what was inside. After that incident, he fled to Latin America, specifically to Brazil. He chose a city with many funeral homes, where the number of bodies available for research was immense. Observing the phenomenon, he proved his theory. Killing people really did contribute to his growth. He reinforced parts of the body that he did not naturally possess. Without using anything else from his father's DNA and without his mother's womb, he became a new existence. But at that moment, Nathaniel was being brutally beaten by Peter. His spine had already been completely destroyed by the drugs. His muscles were being consumed as fuel, and he could no longer move. Peter said that, in fact, it would be better if he didn't try to move at all, or it would just be more nails in his own coffin. Even so, Nathaniel claimed that he had spent 30 years of his life thinking only about how to become stronger. He asked what Sungu had done to reach such a level. He truly could not understand. Peter replied that Nathaniel would never be able to comprehend, even though he acknowledged the effort Nathaniel had put into all of it. Still, he explained that he had pushed himself even further, dedicating himself for 65 years. Nathaniel, surprised, asked what he meant by 65 until he remembered Peter's age. Even without understanding certain things as a doctor, Nathaniel was glad to have met Peter before dying. And so the fight ended at the Divine Glory Hospital. Nathaniel and all the Brazilian assassins were dead. Everything was quickly covered up. The information and evidence were completely erased. As the brothers returned with their teacher, they asked if it wasn't time for them to be promoted in rank. But Lee explained that they had just become rank C and should relax. At that moment, the only one who wasn't excited about the conversation was Yuna, who had a serious and uncomfortable expression. Peter, of course, noticed it. He did not take his eyes off her. After all, he was 65 years old. There was no expectation of any romantic involvement. He saw her as an apprentice, nothing more. Yuna thought she should be happy since everything had ended well, but she didn't feel relieved. She hadn't gotten the medicine for her brother. Peter, attentive, asked if she was worried about him. She tried to deny it, saying that wasn't the reason, but he clearly understood that it was. She mentioned that Nathaniel had destroyed the serums and other resources. Even so, Peter stated that he believed she would be capable of finding another way. Upon finally returning to the Divine Glory School, Yuna stepped out of the car and left something behind. Peter asked if she wasn't going to take it. Yuna replied that it wasn't hers, that someone had forgotten it there. But Peter suggested that maybe Yunjin would like it. Surprised, Yuna asked how he knew her brother's name. When she opened the package, she found a case containing a miraculous serum capable of curing Yugen. Peter explained that Nathaniel had not destroyed all the serums. Then he turned around and left her alone in that moment so she could cry from the emotion, finally having hope to save her brother. Peter was not a father, nor a mayor, nor a president. Peter was truly an apostle, a true saint, an extraordinary man. Meanwhile, the current head of Divine Glory was completely discredited. Nathaniel was dead. The hospital looked like a war zone. The fight that had taken place underground certainly was not between ordinary humans. The director commented that all of it could only have been done by Peter. His subordinate said he had been caught on security cameras, but no one saw him entering or leaving, as if he were a ghost. When the director asked if he had said ghost, the subordinate quickly denied it. He said no, that he hadn't said that, and apologized. But it was too late. In the next moment, he was torn apart and turned into a human skewer. The hooded woman asked how anyone dared to speak the word ghost in her presence and questioned the director if he was upset because she had killed his subordinate. The director replied that, of course, he was not. The hooded woman commented that Nathaniel had died before even receiving training from the new apostle, which was a shame. She also said that this Peter guy clearly needed a beating. Meanwhile, back to the school routine, the students received a new mission. Jay complained that it was exhausting being so popular, and Hyung commented that they had barely finished one mission and were already on another. He asked if it would be espionage or assassination this time, but Professor Lee explained that it was just a simple volunteer task and that it was better for them to go through with it. Later, they found themselves on an extremely isolated island, accessible only by boat. There was no place to land helicopters or small planes. It was indeed a volunteer mission. They were sent to an ordinary school, and Will was there to help take care of the children. The group began to wonder why they had been complaining so much. Sungu asked them not to be so cold, because for the club to be recognized by the school, they needed to perform real volunteer work and maintain Divine Glory's image. Otherwise, they would only be seen as assassins, and that was not the goal. They needed to pretend that they were, in fact, a group of volunteers affiliated with the institution. The two brothers began to whine, saying they didn't want this kind of mission and preferred something more exciting, like espionage or combat. That was when teacher Ieden appeared and asked if they were the volunteers for the day. The brothers looked around and complained that the school had too much grass, and they were already pulling it up to clean the place. The teacher explained that those were flowers and asked them not to pull anything else. Yuna commented that those two really were hopeless, and Sungu agreed, but she asked why the teachers had sent them so far away, since that school was more than 500 kilometers from the capital. Lee responded that he didn't know the reason. He had just followed what was in the official documents, but asked everyone to be careful, because even if this was a real volunteer mission, they should not reveal their strength under any circumstance. Peter told Yuna that there was certainly a reason they had been sent to that place. Yuna wondered why Sungu was so downcast that day. Meanwhile, the brothers began flirting with the teacher, asking if she was a student. She said no and explained that she was a teacher. They commented that they were just giving her a compliment, and Hyung warned his friend not to look at him so sweetly, reminding her that he was just a student and she was a teacher. Yuna told everyone to be quiet. Soon after, the school's janitor appeared to welcome them. He explained that it was the only school in the village on that island. Yuna found everything very peaceful there and asked what volunteers like them could actually do. The janitor replied that the back of the school looked like a pigsty and that he would give them a tour of the place. Yuna immediately sensed that something was wrong. That couldn't just be a cleaning mission in the back of the school. That was when the local troublemakers showed up. A chubby boy asked when they would receive the rent, claiming that the others only lived in comfort because of them, but that it came with a price. The janitor was outraged and asked how they could say something like that to such a poor school. He explained that they didn't even turn on the heaters because the electricity bill was too high. One of the bullies, while smoking, replied that they were poor too and burned newspapers to stay warm. The janitor then handed over a large pile that the students initially thought was money, but in fact, it was potatoes. He explained that they grew the food themselves right there. The thug knocked everything to the ground, including the janitor, saying it was a disgrace and that they were breaking the rules by acting like businessmen in a place like that. That was when Yuna stepped forward and warned Sungu not to get involved. He said he wouldn't anyway. She reminded him that the teacher had made it very clear they shouldn't use their strength in that place. Teacher Yejin explained that it was clear they had no money to pay, since the school survived solely on donations to educate the children. However, the young criminal insinuated there were other ways to please them, and that she knew exactly what he meant. At that moment, Hyung appeared, saying that a man's hands were not meant to hurt a woman, but to protect her, and that was why he wouldn't forgive such a thing. Even when he was punched in the face, he didn't fight back, because he knew he wasn't allowed to. He just commented that the punch didn't hurt at all. It just felt like a tickle, even though his nose was bleeding heavily. Soon his brother arrived as well, but both of them ended up getting beaten badly. They were beaten until the sun went down. Later, they were in the infirmary with their faces completely bruised, but they had followed the rules and didn't fight back. Yejin asked if they were okay, visibly shaken by what had happened. Joe told her not to worry about them, but instead to worry about those thugs, because their hands must be hurting from hitting so much. The janitor apologized, saying they had shown up at a bad time. Those delinquents had nothing better to do and kept collecting rent and bothering others. He said that this was the world they were living in now, but Yejin said that despite everything, the students and children were happy at that school, and that was also thanks to the volunteer work the group had been doing. For that reason, she sincerely thanked them. Sungu asked Captain Hyung if he was okay and commented that he had actually improved a lot. Since the first time he saw them, the brothers had come a long way. He said that a truly strong person is someone who holds back when they need to, and that Hyung had acted like a true leader that day, so he should rest. Hyung thought those words were nice, although he didn't want to admit it, and the same went for Jae. Later that night, at the school playground, Yuna was thinking about what Sungu had done for her by giving her the serum that could heal her brother. She thought she should have thanked him, but hadn't found the right moment. She also wanted to talk to him about something specific. That was when Sungu suddenly appeared beside her and asked if she was seeing a ghost. Yuna asked why he always showed up like that, and then decided that maybe that was the right time to bring up what was bothering her. She started explaining how she felt, but in the end, it was Sungu who thanked her. He realized what she had done by sending him to the clock tower in the garden, saving him from being killed by Nathaniel. He said she must have been very scared, but she still protected him. He commented that her courage was admirable. Yuna tried to downplay it, saying it was nothing, but soon became curious and asked if he was related to Peter, or maybe his disciple. She had seen many assassins before, but Sungu was extremely strong. It was strange that someone like him was only a rank D assassin. Sungu replied that, when the time came, he would explain everything to her. Yuna then thanked him, but he pretended not to hear and asked her to say it louder. When she repeated herself, he said she didn't need to shout. Embarrassed, Yuna said he had done it on purpose and left in a hurry, completely flustered. Deep down, she was very shy. Sungu, on the other hand, admitted to himself that the Doko brothers and Yuna had improved a lot, and since things were finally calmer, he decided to move forward with his mission. Later, he personally looked for the janitor to ask if there was anything he could help with. The janitor, surprised, asked if that student hadn't gone to sleep yet, and commented that if he worked too hard, he would end up old like him. He advised Sungu to rest so he could grow stronger. Sungu replied that if there really was nothing else he could help with, he would return to the dorm and asked the janitor to get some rest as well. However, the janitor said that his behavior had been very awkward. He said that after decades of living surrounded by the smell of blood, he could recognize it, and asked if Sungu really thought such forced acting could hide his tracks. He said Sungu smelled too much like blood. Sungu admitted that the only way to be there without causing trouble was as a volunteer. He said he had only one goal in coming to that place, to find the Apostle Peter Simon. It was the only way to get close to the greatest swordsman of Gloria, the sword saint, Simon. Simon appeared and commented that he had done his homework. He said Sungu should know that soon he would be dead. Everyone is destined to leave a small opening the moment they swing their sword, and that small opening would give the opponent a chance to counterattack. However, the sword saint never showed any openings. He was truly trying to kill Sungu with everything he had, no matter how strong the enemy was. After all, It was possible to dodge a bullet, but no one could escape a blade. In the middle of the bamboo grove where they were fighting, all the bamboo was already shredded to pieces, and Simon's slashes were clean and precise. Sungu realized that in no time at all he had been cornered, his movements completely restricted by the bamboo. He wondered if that swordsman, Simon, was really the best on earth. Simon replied that only 2 people had withstood 10 of his attacks, and that Sungu should feel honored to be one of them. The next slash nearly killed him right there. Simon explained that he wasn't sure about other creatures, but humans were creatures of habit. They had unique ways of walking, speaking, smelling, and even breathing, each individual different. At first he wasn't sure, especially since it seemed impossible, but after Sungu dodged 10 of his attacks, Simon stabbed his sword into the ground, saluted Apostle Peter, and said he had missed his master very much. At that moment, Simon was confused and asked if he had reincarnated, how that was possible since he believed Peter had died. Peter said that even for him, it was hard to get used to. Simon then asked if he could also go to the same playground and reincarnate, but Peter explained that someone had already told him it didn't work that way. Even so, Simon commented that the master looked great, more relaxed than ever before, something he had never done, and even his haircut was different. Peter replied that he had woken up like that, but still thanked Simon for the words, acknowledging that he truly deserved the title of Sword Saint. Simon declined the compliment, saying he had nearly died in that fight, and that if he hadn't known who he was fighting, he might have died for real. Peter said he was more skilled than ever, even though he had only been holding a broom for the past few years. It felt strange to wield a sword again, and all of that was only possible thanks to Peter himself, because he was the one who had taught Simon everything he knew about swordsmanship. Then he asked why the master was there, in the middle of nowhere, at that school. Peter replied by asking if Simon had heard the news about the hospital and Nathaniel's death. Simon said yes, it was chaos, and then asked if Peter was the one who had done that. He had been wondering who could have done something so insane and wanted to know why. Peter said he planned to eradicate Gloria, and Simon said that even for him, that was dangerous, because he knew very well what kind of place that was. He asked to help his master, saying he could be useful, but Peter replied that Simon should continue taking care of the children there, because he would help the world much more that way, and asked if he would really waste the time he had spent hiding on that mountain for his sake. Even so, Simon revealed he still had nightmares about that night, and that if he hadn't stopped his master back then, he might not be alive. He said he wanted to kill that new cursed leader, even if it cost his life, and that if he had decapitated that man, he would have no regrets. Deep down, Peter agreed. 60 years ago, the orphanage of Gloria Divina had been founded by Father Gabriel, and all the children raised there, including Peter himself, had been trained to become infamous assassins. They were treated like animals, but out of the many who went through that, only 20 survived. Those were promoted and became secret agents of the nation, known as the 20 Apostles. Before the world even realized it, Gloria and the 20 Apostles had grown enough to make a global impact. However, one day something happened. A young boy appeared at the orphanage of Gloria Divina, and Father Gabriel decided to adopt him. Over time, that child came to covet Father Gabriel's crown, and so he killed him, taking his place. When that happened, Simon was obviously furious and wanted to kill him with his own hands, but Peter stopped him, saying it wasn't the right time. Neither of them could do anything at that moment. The organization had fallen into the hands of that boy, and Gloria had become a filthy organization, full of assassins stained by corruption and blood, completely different from what Father Gabriel had created. For Peter, who considered himself incapable of doing anything back then, regaining his youth now was the greatest weapon he could have. That was why Simon needed to stay there, because he would take care of everything himself. He said he would destroy that kingdom. The next morning, everyone was getting ready to leave. The brothers also wanted some recognition, saying they had helped and deserved a little affection, but all the children were clinging to Peter. Ed Jin commented that luckily the gangsters hadn't shown up that day, and the brothers assured her they wouldn't come back. The night before, they had tied the gangsters to the mast of one of the boats and forced them to promise they would live as excellent volunteers for the school. Hyung told the teacher that it was nothing and that only they would remember it. Before leaving, Yedin deeply thanked them for the good memories with the children and for the treatment she had received. The janitor said it had really been great, and Hyung told the teacher they would return every year to visit her. Eden replied that it would be wonderful, as the children would be very happy. At the farewell, Simon assured her that she could count on him, and all she needed to do was call, and he would come running. Peter thanked them and wished everyone well and safe. However, that same night, something strange happened. Once again, Simon felt someone approaching and commented that it was curious to receive so many visitors lately, especially in such an isolated place. He asked if the person truly hadn't come to volunteer. He wanted to know why someone would come all the way out there just to see him. The Phantom Sword replied that he had been hiding there all this time. One of Father Gabriel's 20 apostles, Simon, the Sword Saint, the best swordsman in Korea. Simon recognized the voice as that of a woman who used a sword and was accompanied by a man who looked like a bear. He concluded that she was the new false Simon of Gloria, the famous Phantom Sword, the strongest in Japan. The visitor commented that it was interesting he already knew who she was. Simon, already taking off his janitor uniform, asked the reason for her visit and if she was there to steal his title. She replied that of course she wasn't interested in that. She had only come to do her job and collect her payment. With his sword in hand, Simon said that if she had come as such an unexpected guest, maybe he should tidy up the house. But he asked how she dared call him the strongest swordsman in Korea when he was the strongest in the world. The Phantom answered that the trip had definitely been worth it. Simon said not to worry, as he treated all of his guests very well. And so, they would fight to the death. Under the moonlight and the rain, the thing that shone the most were the flashing strikes of the blades as two sword saints dueled each other. The Phantom admitted she was excited about it, though slightly disappointed because he had aged. He wasn't as impressive as she imagined. That was because Simon had already taken a deep cut to his right arm. He admitted that, indeed, he wasn't at his peak anymore, hadn't been training, and was a little rusty. If it had been the Simon of the past, she would already be dead. But the Phantom was also badly injured, with several cuts all over her body, though she still tried to bluff by saying he shouldn't fool himself. As she advanced on him, Simon noticed that her swordsmanship was excellent, but his real concern was the muscular man who accompanied her. He still hadn't interfered in the fight, but Simon could feel that at any moment it could turn into a 2-on-1. Once again, their blades clashed, exchanging brilliant strikes. Simon remarked that the school was public property, and that he would sue her for the damages. The Phantom coldly replied that there was no reason to worry about that, since he would be dead soon, and there would be no witnesses. At that moment, Simon managed to escape the school, but as expected, she wouldn't let him get away that easily. While cutting through the bamboo in his path to clear the way, he thought that sharpening the sword through battle, by slicing through obstacles, was the essence of swordsmanship. But her essence was different. Her sword was like a saw made to cut human flesh. Even with a few strikes, the teeth of that saw inflicted deep wounds. What was most concerning was the dreadful feeling Simon sensed coming from those two, as if they were hiding something deadly. That was when he found himself cornered at the edge of a cliff, isolated on the island. The Phantom mocked him, asking if he had come there seeking an honorable death, saying it was more romantic than she expected. But Simon asked if they knew the real reason why he was called the Sword Saint. She sneered, saying there was no need to know, calling him a stubborn old man and saying he was guilty as well. She declared that it was time to end it all. However, the brute beside her commented that there was something strange about that man. Simon then explained that practical knowledge was everything, and that besides being the Sword Saint, he was also the master of the spinning sword. He said that from the air to the sea waves, even the rain itself lost its breath before his spinning technique. At that moment, the Phantom felt death approaching. Simon's strike was so fast she could barely react. She was completely torn apart, her neck and all her limbs severed in an instant. Simon remarked that if that was the strongest sword in Japan could do, then it had been fun. Now he had to deal with the brute. The man praised the former apostle's skill, saying he had fought well, but stated that it was already too late for him. That was when Simon noticed a deep cut on his stomach and wondered since when that wound had been there. The Phantom, even completely sliced apart, stood up as if nothing had happened. Her body stitched itself back together like that of a monster, or a true ghost. Simon realized he was hallucinating. It had all been caused by a hallucinogenic perfume she used. Confused, Simon wondered if everything had been an illusion. He thought it was pathetic, but accepted it as just a setback. It happened. He had swung his sword thousands of times before. He thought that since ghosts couldn't be seen, all he had to do was close his eyes. He told himself he could do the same thing even with his eyes shut. Then he invoked his spinning sword technique. The Phantom admitted that his technique was truly impressive, but at that moment, he was striking at nothing, completely under the effect of the illusion. She said he was completely drunk, intoxicated by the perfume's effects, and that now she would show him why she was called the Phantom Sword. Meanwhile, at the Divine Glory School, Hyung wondered if love had always been that painful. Teacher Yejin wasn't answering his messages, and Lee Yuna said it was obvious, judging by the kind of messages he was sending, calling him an idiot. But Hyung replied that she normally replied to everything, because Teacher Yejin was an angel. The day before, however, he had seen a strange photo, and after that, she never answered again. The photo showed a note left by Simon, where it said, "A woman who wields a sword, and a man who looks like a bear." Peter understood what that meant, and made a call, asking if Jiwan was available. Later, they returned to the island, where the fight between the Phantom Sword and Simon had taken place. Jiwan and the hacker wondered why they were there since it was freezing cold, and McKing could smell blood. Jiwan asked what exactly McKing was sensing, and also wondered why Peter looked so furious. Peter remembered the last moments he had with Simon, because now he was dead. The gift left behind by the Phantom Sword was Simon's severed arm, and there had been a spy present who had been reporting everything. The spy had told the Phantom Sword that Peter had already already received his gift. He was with a blind girl and an elderly man. At that moment, Peter appeared behind him, took the phone, and asked if she was now the new Simon of Gloria. The Phantom Sword responded as if it were something exciting, and then Peter asked if she called herself that, not understanding why she was so confident. He hoped she was truly safe, because if she wasn't, she would die in agony at his hands, at the hands of a real phantom. While squeezing the spy's hand and breaking all of his fingers, he said she would pay for what she had done to Simon. Peter took action as quickly as possible, already planning his revenge. He was heading toward the Phantom Sword's base, but Adam warned him that it was dangerous, as it involved an invisible ship. Even after crossing 6 continents and 5 oceans, that ship had never been detected. Its crew was completely unknown, and the vessel was known as the Phantom Cruise. Simon was still alive. He had been kidnapped and was now imprisoned inside that cruise, and everything about it was hidden behind a veil. But Peter knew who they were affiliated with. They were on Japan's side and belonged to an assassin organization that had operated since the time of the Kokura shogunate. For 1,000 years, they had remained at the top as the Wandering Phantom Blade. A demon commented that the most famous story about them was the case of the largest Yakuza group, the Missing Yamagumi Mission. On the day of the incident, they were celebrating the 60th birthday of their leader, and around 2,000 Yakuza members were killed by just 2 people. That event became known, but officially it was treated as a disappearance. The terms massacre or annihilation weren't even used because in that 2 against 2,000 battle, not a single body was found. The Japanese police placed a bounty on the heads of those 2, but they vanished like ghosts. Over time, the new Apostle Simon appeared, as well as the Phantom Sword, who proved to be extremely skilled, able to cut off one of his arms. Furthermore, she was in the middle of the ocean, and if she died there, her death would be meaningless. Even so, she questioned whether Peter was truly all right, since he had no backup. But Peter stated that no matter how dangerous the mission was, what mattered was how many he would have to fight, because there would be no survivors. Besides, he had help. The brothers complained about Peter's elegant clothes while they wore janitor uniforms. They called him an idiot, but Peter replied that being a janitor was noble work and that they shouldn't belittle it. He also said that was why he told them not to come, but they insisted. Jay said he would never let Peter have all the fun, but Peter explained that this was no joke. They could die on this mission. Hyung replied that didn't matter, because they were true assassins. Then Choi Yun Chang appeared, asking if Peter liked the boat he had arranged. Peter replied of course he loved the boat, but said it was cold, asked the president to get some rest, and wondered why he was so nervous too. The president said it was normal to be nervous in a situation like that, and he didn't understand how Sungu could stay so calm. Inside that ghost ship, there was everything: drugs, weapons for fighting criminals, priceless works of art, and even people. Even though he was rich and powerful, he himself couldn't enter that ship without the permission of a certain person. Sungu thanked him deeply and said he was once again in his debt. Simon stated that that was the Phantom Cruise of Apostle Simon, and Peter really wanted to know what kind of person she was. It was clear that he would take justice into his own hands. Later, at the unofficial base of Gloria, known as the Sacred Island, the Phantom Cruise was already hosting a mob boss mistreating one of the maids. He yelled at her, saying that useless woman didn't understand what he was saying. The Phantom Sword approached, interrupting the scene, saying there was no place for that kind of behavior on the ship. If he kept talking like that, she would get angry. She was the madam of that place, and demanded that all women be respected. At her side was her loyal attendant, who quickly took the injured maid away. The Phantom Sword said there was no need to act with so much rage, that they could talk things through. The man asked if she had forgotten who she was dealing with, saying he was a member of the blood group and demanded respect. The Phantom Sword replied that he could go to her room, and if he didn't like it, they could settle things right then and there. She wanted to know why he was acting so difficult. He was already drunk, but she intended to make him even more intoxicated. Suddenly, his body began reacting to some kind of poison. The Phantom Sword observed, saying she hadn't expected him to be the type who enjoyed that sort of thing, but apparently that was exactly what he liked most. His taste depended entirely on himself. While he choked from the poison, the Phantom Sword ordered that he be thrown into the ocean at once. She then turned to the bear and asked what he thought of Peter. The bear asked if she really believed he would show up. She stated that this would be the first auction since the call they had, and that of course he would come, especially after receiving the gift she had sent. The bear then asked what she would do if the real Peter was actually aboard that ship. The Phantom Sword replied that she would kill him, tear him apart, and make him pay, saying she could hardly wait to see him again. Later, the brothers were amazed by the nightclub inside the ship and the huge pool there. It was basically a luxury hotel, extremely sophisticated, where some of the richest people in the world had gathered. For God's sake, it was impressive. Hyung asked if Jay was ready, and he replied that of course he was. So they began their janitor work, leaving leaving everything spotless. There shouldn't be a single speck of dust in the path of a VIP. The businessman was so impressed that he gave them a glorious tip, 1,000,000 won just as a reward. The brothers were feeling incredible, while Peter watched everything with his mouth open. That was when the hostess, known as the Phantom, finally appeared, thanking everyone for attending. For the auction that was about to begin, she presented a special item she wanted to show them all. Peter thought, based on the information Simon had left, that this woman was the new Simon of Gloria, the Phantom. She then revealed her item, the Photarok, a small object capable of killing hundreds of thousands of people in just 2 minutes. It was a biochemical weapon. Peter began to wonder if she had been the one to capture Simon, though she didn't seem strong enough for something like that. The Phantom went on to explain that the Photarok was as silent as a bullet and as painful as a bomb. Victor Agora, the biggest arms dealer in Russia, asked how she had managed to steal the Photarok and ordered his guards to capture her immediately. But the bear intervened, saying they would not get past that point. However, the Phantom allowed them to approach. When she looked directly at them, they simply dropped dead on the spot. Peter realized at that moment how she had captured Simon. He saw the guards melt simply from getting close to her because the bear had applied poison just by touching them. The Phantom then apologized to her dear guests for the brief interruption and resumed her presentation. Bidding for the Photarok would start at that moment, but she also announced there was another special item, one none of them would imagine finding there, which would only be revealed the next day. Meanwhile, Peter was consumed with rage, wondering where Simon was. The bear asked the Phantom if she believed Peter was among the guests. She said she didn't know, but she would find out the next day. Choi Un-chang commented that he was so nervous he had gotten hungry and invited Sun Gu to join him at the banquet. He warned that extreme caution was needed in that place. That woman, along with politicians, businesswomen, and all kinds of influential figures, demanded total obedience regardless of status. Of all the business people Anang knew, she was the most radical and insane. As they talked about her, the woman herself appeared. The Phantom asked why Cho was so hard to find since he didn't come when invited but showed up out of nowhere. She said it had been a long time since they last saw each other and suggested they have dinner together. Choi Un-chang, very nervous, explained that he had planned to dine with his own people, but she approached and told him to relax. Choi Un-chang thought that woman was extremely dangerous. Peter then stepped in, put his hand on the Phantom's shoulder, and said they would have dinner together next time. He introduced himself as Choi Un-chang's bodyguard and explained that the president wasn't feeling well, offering to accompany her if she needed anything. He asked what she thought about that. They stared at each other for a moment, and then Peter led the president away. The Phantom thought that baby-faced bastard was doing some adorable things, wasn't he? So she decided she would show him something. She said he was absolutely right. She really did need someone to accompany her during dinner. She asked why they didn't go on a date. Meanwhile, she was already using her hallucinogenic perfume and warned that it was best he came on an empty stomach because her dinners usually lasted quite a while. At that moment, Peter almost fell for the Phantom's trick when she commented that all men were the same kind of idiot. That was when the Dokgo brothers, Young and Jae, appeared to begin the intensive cleaning work, and thanks to that, Peter managed to shake off the perfume's effect. The Phantom remarked that he was a very lucky man, and as she walked away, Peter reflected on that strange feeling of almost losing consciousness, realizing she had done something to him. He noticed it when he saw the two brothers acting strangely. Even though they were cleaning obsessively as usual, this time they seemed more aware. Later, during her relaxing bath, the Phantom wondered if he wasn't curious to know just how incredible Peter could be. A Brazilian assassin had vaporized Nathaniel, and she questioned how a 70-year-old man on the brink of death could have done all that against a fully capable apostle. But the bear asked if she really believed Peter was the one who did it, since that ship and the Divine Glory Hospital were completely different places. Sneaking past that level of security would be nearly impossible for an ordinary old man. The Phantom then suggested that someone was impersonating Peter, someone who wanted to destroy the organization. The bear asked how she planned to approach that person, and the Phantom recalled that they still had that old trick up their sleeve. However, the bear asked if she was bothered by the true identity of that supposed Peter, and the Phantom replied by asking if he was bothered, as if teasing whether he thought she might fall in love. He quickly replied that, of course, that wasn't the case. Later, Peter was once again in disguise, this time as a butler. At that moment, he remembered a conversation with Simon, who had said that Peter was his only family, even without any blood relation. Simon joked that he would probably be the first to die, since he already had a funeral portrait ready. Peter said there was nothing he could do about that, but Simon asked him to take care of himself, to keep his promise even if it killed him trying. He also asked Peter to drink less and live healthier. Peter replied that he had a good memory and assured him that he remembered. Deep down, he knew Simon was his brother, his family, and for that reason, he was willing to kill hundreds of thousands if necessary to bring him back. Meanwhile, the first auction was taking place. With all eyes on the event, Peter took the opportunity to search for any evidence about Simon. Disguised as a room service worker, he went unnoticed at first. However, one of the guards commented that there were no Asian employees on that ship, and another added that maybe he was one of the bastards the madame was looking for. Peter then asked if by any chance they were pirates, and the next instant, both guards were lying unconscious in inside the cart, completely defeated. Peter muttered to himself that they were surprisingly sharp. Later, in the kitchen, he carried out a massacre, and the same happened in the engine room. He searched the entire ship but found no trace of Simon. Only one place remained. At that moment, the Phantom was presenting another auction item, a painting from 1780, a rare artwork that drew everyone's attention. The auction was a massive success with extremely high bids, but then she revealed her true treasure, the final item of the night, the one she had fought hard to obtain, quite literally. The Phantom declared that the photorock was something no jewel could compare to, far more valuable than anything ever sold at that auction. She explained that this item had been deeply loved by God and that she had prepared it specifically for one person, the star of the evening, the one and only, the best swordsman of the glory, the former apostle Simon. Inside the vault was his body, with one arm torn off and completely chained. The Phantom said that in the past he had been called the strongest swordsman in the world, the Saint of the Blade. The audience was stunned to realize that it was indeed the body of the legendary Saint of the Blade. The Phantom wanted to see Peter's reaction and wondered if he was watching at that very moment, telling herself that it would surely make him furious, perhaps even insane. That was when she noticed someone in the crowd with eyes full of hatred and understood that she had finally found him. When the bear asked, she confirmed that yes, she had found him, but lost him soon after. She said she had sensed a murderous aura among the guests, but it disappeared quickly. Even so, the Phantom had not finished her plan yet. She then began the auction for Simon's body, starting the bidding at $10 million. She knew that if Peter did not buy his body, Simon would die right there. Peter understood immediately that Simon had been made bait. It was obvious he did not have $10 million, and making a bid would basically mean revealing himself. He wondered what he could do to save him. The Phantom commented sarcastically that it was humiliating, because once a glory apostle was worth more than a nuclear bomb, but now no one cared. She mocked Simon, saying it must be terrible to be abandoned by his friend, and asked if no one really wanted him. She sneered that maybe they hesitated because of the missing arm, and explained that since the body was still an organism, it would rot if left at room temperature. She said she would throw it away if no one bought it and gave 5 seconds for bids. When time was almost up, someone offered $20 million. It was Choi Yun-chang, who paid the amount in cash. The Phantom was intrigued by the interference, since he was the closest aide to the head of the glory. She asked if anyone would bid more, but Peter noticed that at that moment, Yun-chang was terrified of her. The Phantom congratulated him on his victory, but knew he was hiding something. Later, back in the room while Simon received treatment, Peter thanked him deeply but expressed concern about his safety. Mengang told him not to worry, because even his ancestors had ties to the glory, so it would be strange not to save Simon. Besides, if he had not done so, Sungu would have fallen into the Phantom's trap. Now Peter faced a dilemma. If Simon had not been bought, he would have died. But now, having saved him, everyone was trapped inside her snare. It was exactly what she wanted. Eunchang said staying on the ship was very dangerous and that there was no safe way to escape. But Sungu assured them he had a plan. He said he had prepared something for a situation like that, a real ace up his sleeve. Later, they called the Dako brothers, Hyung and Jae, who had switched their janitor disguises for waiter uniforms. Peter asked what had happened to them in recent days, and Jae replied by asking if the commoner was still working. Hyung remarked that the assassin life was not paying off, and that they would get rich if they joined him. Sungu, however, reminded them that they were there to become legendary assassins, like Peter himself. At that moment, the two brothers realized how far they had strayed from their path. Young admitted it was true that they could become rich as cleaners, but they would never become great assassins. They asked what they could do for Peter, and he explained that something very dangerous was happening on the ship. He said only they could solve it, since they knew every corner of that place. That would be their reward for the hard work. From now on, both would receive a special ranking mission. Later, Peter tended to Simon, who was still badly wounded and trying to recover. When they were young, Simon asked if Peter had ever thought about it. He said it would be great if their uniform were real, if they were just students and did not have to carry swords, only backpacks and notebooks. Maybe it would be wonderful to go to school like normal people. But Peter replied that such thoughts were ridiculous. How could they attend school? Simon insisted he was just joking, and in the end, he was right. How could they hold a pen if they carried blood on their hands? Then Peter said it was simple. They only needed to build a school, just the two of them, for the poor, orphans, and homeless. A school to shelter those who had nothing. They could create the first school in the world dedicated to that kind of person. He said he would attend it, study there, and pay for all of Simon's school supplies. But when he asked what Simon thought of the idea, he said he did not want it. Peter was shocked, but Simon explained he would buy his own books. Peter insisted they had to go to school together. It was a promise. Outside, Choi Eun-chang listened to everything. Maybe he already suspected that Sungu had been Peter all along and was only there to confirm it. Meanwhile, the Phantom was completely furious with Choi Eun-chang. Chang, wondering what his relationship with the Saint of the Blade could be to have interfered in her plans. She declared they would kill him immediately, that she would decapitate that cursed Chang and hang his head where everyone could see. Someone warned that he was the leader of the Daiha group and that they could not kill him without the permission of their superior. The Phantom, however, replied that he was not the boss of that ship. She told them not to be mistaken, because there, she was the Empress. She was the law. She ordered her men to go after Chang with instructions to kill everyone in their path, including the Saint of the Blade. Soon after, Peter answered Chang's door, disguised as his butler. They had knocked, claiming to be room service. Peter had ordered dinner but returned only with tea, saying the meat was cold and had been sent back. Chang commented that it seemed that woman hated him, and thinking she might have tampered with his food was painful. He said he was fine with skipping a few meals, but there was someone there who needed to eat while working. Peter said he had no appetite and left, promising to return before the tea got cold. He walked to the door across the hallway and remarked that the room was very dirty, that the ship's room service staff were extremely careless. He also said that the ideal temperature for tea was 60 degrees, but that one was above 75, meaning they had failed as crew members. One of the armed men on the other side mocked him, saying he had no idea what that Asian guy was talking about. They seemed to have no grasp of the situation. There were 20 of them carrying guns. He had only a pepper grinder. They wondered what he could possibly do with that, but Peter said it was obvious they knew nothing. He then stated that he would show them how dangerous 2 pepper grinders could be. One of them remarked that the Asian man was very brave and confident. After all, he was surrounded by more than 10 armed men. They questioned again what he could possibly do with that useless object. Still, something about his posture was intimidating. Peter began warming up right there in the middle of them and said that fighting while relying only on having a weapon in hand completely limited a warrior. He announced he would teach them a lesson. Instead of bullets, the lid of a pepper grinder was tougher. With a quick advance, before they could even pull their triggers, he knocked down half the pirates, striking each one's head with the pepper grinder. Peter asked why the pirate wasn't shooting, but the reason was clear. The enemy moved so fast that he couldn't even aim properly, so he never managed to pull the trigger. If he fired, his own fellow pirates would be hit. Because of that, he always hesitated. That was when Peter decided to show something interesting. He threw the 2 pepper grinders with such force that they created a thick cloud of smoke, blinding all the pirates. Then he charged at them, defeating them one by one. In the middle of the smoke, Peter commented that if they had been using melee weapons instead of firearms, they might have survived a few seconds longer, which was a shame. After that, he left all the bodies in the hallway and continued on his way. Soon, a messenger returned to inform the Phantom that the pirates had been defeated. She was shocked because she had personally sent those men to Choi Chang, carefully chosen from Somalia. Even so, they had all died. The only explanation was that the old Peter was hiding behind Choi Chang. Another guard arrived with a new message, saying that Peter had been seen in the restaurant. The Phantom wondered how that was possible, since he had been in Choi Chang's room just moments earlier. Another message came through the walkie-talkie, reporting that he had appeared at the pool and killed everyone there. Then he was seen in the casino, and later in the engine room. It seemed like he was showing up everywhere at once, and she began to wonder what that bastard was planning. She immediately ordered her men to find out what was going on. Meanwhile, the Doko brothers were congratulating themselves, saying they were doing a great job since all that chaos had been caused by them. At that moment, when Peter gave the mission to the Doko brothers, he asked what being a VIP meant to them. They replied that it was someone with a lot of money, and Peter said that was exactly right. The wealthy were in danger now, but Hyung commented that they needed more money. Then Sungu explained that the Phantom's subordinates had killed a VIP's bodyguards and kidnapped the VIP himself. Her plan was to assassinate all the VIPs aboard the ship. When the brothers heard that, they were shocked, realizing they had been targeting the most important people. That was why Sungu explained that it was time for them to reap the fruits of their efforts. Their special mission was simple. They could move freely around the ship disguised as janitors, as long as they kept cleaning as they always did, but with one extra task: spreading rumors. They began whispering that the madam of the ship was killing all the VIPs. They spoke to each other as if in hushed tones, but deliberately loud enough for the VIPs to overhear. The rumors spread throughout the ship until Peter gave the signal, firing a shot into the air and shouting that he was there to kill all the VIPs. Hyung said that was the signal, and Peter explained that once they heard the gunshot, they should begin the most important part of the mission. Then they started shouting, alarming all the passengers, claiming that a crazy old Korean man was killing everyone. The Dako brothers spread the word that Peter was on board, and chaos broke out. One of the guards informed the Phantom that the situation was critical. Some were saying that Peter was on the ship, others that she planned to kill the VIPs. It needed to be contained. But in a fit of rage, the Phantom struck the guard with an ashtray, hitting him several times until his face was disfigured. She screamed furiously that that damned decrepit corpse dared defy her. She swore she would kill Peter. Then the bear approached and said he could capture him, that he would bring Peter back to her. The Phantom asked if he was sure of that, but soon calmed down and told him that her baby didn't need to worry. People like Peter lived hidden underground. He might try to catch them with his own hands, but he would never succeed. They would just disappear again. However, she had a plan. She knew exactly what to do. She only needed a servant who would trust her and obey her orders. He had already promised that, when it was all over, he knew what would come next. Then the Phantom grabbed the biological weapon that had been presented at the auction and declared that to deal with moles, one had to use pesticides. More specifically, around 200,000 people would die because of that small artifact. By the time Peter realized what was happening, it was already too late. The Phantom Blade had released the photorock gas on the ship. He knew that if he breathed it carelessly, he would die within minutes. There wasn't enough time to reach the control room, and his only option was to get all passengers to the top deck. Time was running out. Civilians, assassins, Choi Un-chang, and Simon, everyone was about to die. But Peter also knew that the Phantom Blade ignored one crucial detail. He had faced this kind of situation before. Photorock was one of the worst inventions of the former Soviet Union, capable of killing tens of thousands with just a single drop. Now that deadly weapon was spreading through the ship. Even though the gas couldn't be seen, Peter recognized the symptoms: hair turning white, eyes bleeding, and people vomiting blood. The most terrifying thing about photorock wasn't just its lethality, but the chaos it caused. As soon as the gas spread, everyone panicked, and mass hysteria took over. People ran in desperation, trying to save themselves, but ended up trampling one another. Corridors, casinos, halls, and pools turned into a true hellscape. The entire ship became a scene of despair, with people shoving and collapsing over each other. Peter knew the only way to control the chaos would be through an emergency announcement, but he soon realized the crews had no sirens or broadcast system. He couldn't just shout, it would be useless. Worse yet, Simon was in the greatest danger, as he was unconscious. As he pushed through the crowd, Peter thought how dire the situation was. He could use his abilities to move through easily, but that would expose his identity, so he had to act cautiously. That was when Choi Un-chang appeared, carrying Simon in his arms. Sungu said he would take Simon and find a safe place, but Choi Un-chang asked if he knew why Deha had become the largest weapons company in the world. He explained that knowledge and trust were the foundation of everything, and that he would never abandon those principles. He also told Sungu not to worry, because the tea had not yet gone cold, making it clear that he would take care of everything. Peter was impressed. The little boy he had once saved in Russia had become an admirable man, so he entrusted Simon to Choi Un-chang, saying he would return to retrieve him. But Choi Un-chang noticed that the direction Peter was running toward was where the poison was spreading, and wondered what he was doing. Sungu simply ran without a second thought straight toward the deadly gas. He knew the danger he faced, but deep down, a part of Choi Un-chang believed that Peter was capable of the impossible, the same feeling he had always had about him. Later, the Phantom Blade was playing a calm song, celebrating her victory. She believed she had defeated Peter, all the VIPs, and even the sword's saint. She told herself that everyone would melt down to the bone, and that perhaps not even the boss would be able to recognize the bodies. But suddenly, the ship began to rock violently from side to side, knocking everything over. She wondered what was happening to her vessel. Then it became clear what had happened 5 minutes earlier. Peter had reached the captain's room, turned off the automatic regulation system, and opened the ballast tanks. Those tanks are giant compartments inside the ship filled with water, responsible for maintaining the vessel's balance and buoyancy. When Peter emptied the tanks, the ship began to sink slowly. He knew very well that there were no emergency systems or alarms functioning. Outside, all that could be heard were screams. The only alarm capable of drawing everyone's attention now was the imminent threat of death itself. Peter's plan was simple and cruelly effective. Fear would make people react instinctively and move toward the bow of the ship to try to escape. With everyone's weight concentrated at the front, the vessel would right itself again, preventing it from sinking completely. Meanwhile, Peter decided he would face the Phantom Blade personally. At that moment, while everyone ran toward the bow trying to survive, including Un-chang, who carried Simon, the group was intercepted by the very pirates. They were killing anyone who tried to pass and had even locked the door, leaving everyone to die there. But someone appeared, breaking everything down and defeating the villains. It was the Dako brothers, and the VIPs began to applaud them. Those janitors had saved their lives. Meanwhile, the Phantom Blade was furious, still celebrating the destruction she had caused, when another pirate appeared, saying she needed to go immediately to the auction hall because Peter was there. She reacted with disdain, saying that he had finally decided to die. She would settle it personally. The Phantom Blade changed into the traditional assassin's attire. She also chose a special perfume, a scent that would cling to the skin while she fought Peter. It had to be something that would make him addicted, hypnotized by her. Then she remembered a particular bottle and decided to use it. She was excited and eager for the reunion. She wanted to know what kind of nightmare an experienced old man like him would imagine when he smelled that perfume. She was convinced he would not resist her. She carried a large pocket full of different bottles. When the Phantom Blade entered the auction hall, she immediately immediately began accusing people, saying she knew that Choi Euncheng and Peter were working together, but she wondered why Peter was not there in person. Facing Sungu's silence, she demanded to know where he was, insisting that the boy needed to learn to answer adults. Sungu took the microphone and made a public announcement. He declared that the final auction of the ghost ship was about to begin. Today's item was an apostle supposedly chosen personally by the head of the glory. But then he corrected himself, saying she could not be called an apostle because she was a fraud. She was the Phantom Blade. The guests applauded sarcastically. He then listed her other titles, including leader of the Phantom Blade, a mysterious organization linked to Japan. He then announced the opening bid for the auction, 10 cents. The Phantom Blade became completely enraged. Sungu lowered the bid, 5 cents, 3, 2. No one placed any bids. He lamented that it was sad to see that no one wanted to buy her, but he guaranteed she would receive exactly the value she deserved. He said she was trash, and that was the corresponding price. The Phantom Blade drew her weapon, saying she would rip that brat's head off. But Sungu interrupted her, asking if she really believed she had defeated the Sword Saint that night. He assured her she still had much to learn. Now he would show the true way of the sword, the blade capable of cutting through generations. The Phantom Blade asked whom he was showing off to, and the bear thought she was right. That boy was at most 18 years old. It was impossible that he was imitating the true Sword Saint. However, the bear noticed something strange. The fighting stance was identical, and the gaze as well. Looking into his eyes was like seeing Peter. That boy was extremely dangerous. He warned the Phantom Blade that he could fight in her place, but she ordered him to get his hand out of the way. The bear realized she was already drugged. Her look was wild. In that state, no one could stop her. She was ready to kill. She said she would prove she could rip that bastard's head off. At that time, no one could have imagined that the Wandering Phantom Blade, the most powerful assassin organization for centuries, would be seduced by the Yakuza and annihilated in a single night. The young master of that cult had trained ever since for one purpose: revenge. One of the Yakuza bosses commented that the old men claimed to have been attacked by a ghost or something like it, and that was why she took the name Phantom Blade. But he wondered how long she would insist on using such an outdated weapon as a sword. Times had changed. The world now belonged to firearms. He pointed a pistol straight at her head and asked if she really was the only living direct descendant of that bloodline. He immediately recognized that face. At that moment, she looked very much like her mother, at least in the face, which caught the boss's attention. He remarked on it and said he wanted to see the other parts of her body as well. The Phantom Blade replied that he really was trash, and asked who had told him that she was called that because she attacked without being noticed. She made it clear that wasn't true. She always made sure they knew it was her who was killing them. She wanted them to see and remember it. The boss didn't understand a thing and asked what she was talking about. Then he aimed his gun and said that if that was what she wanted so badly, he'd shoot her in the head and send her straight to where her mother was. But the instant he pulled the trigger, she vanished. In the blink of an eye, the man saw his own body on the floor. He was still conscious, even with his head severed, watching his own death happen. The Phantom Blade promised that he would know exactly who had decapitated him. That day, the 2,000 members of the Yakuza and Amagumi who crossed eyes with her were completely slaughtered. Afterward, the Phantom Blade turned to Sungu and asked if she should cut off his head too, wondering how he preferred to die. She said she would grant his final wish. Meanwhile, Peter noticed that she was taking off her shoes, probably to reduce weight and further increase her speed. He knew speed was her main weapon, but he didn't believe that alone could make someone an apostle. She said there was nothing left to think about. Even if he tried something, he would die anyway. The title of Phantom Blade was given to the strongest of the next generation to lead the family. And even so, she said it was good that he still had hope, because it was so satisfying to see hope fade from the eyes of those she killed. And sometimes, when she killed them too quickly, it was already too late to see that expression. With that, she vanished, so fast she couldn't even be seen. Peter observed that her hands and feet were wrapped in bandages, which helped her slide more easily. Still, he thought what she could do was beyond reality. She leaped between pillars and across the ceiling, and when she attacked, the strike was so powerful that even though Peter blocked it, the floor beneath his feet cracked open. The Phantom Blade mocked him, saying he must be wondering how she could be so strong, since men always thought that a fast woman couldn't be strong. That kind of thinking was what got many of them killed before they even had time to see the next strike. According to her, Sungu was no different from those fools. Peter was having trouble blocking all her rapid strikes, but noticed something important. She hadn't taken off her shoes just to be lighter. In fact, she wore shoes with spikes that clung to surfaces, the true phantom shoes. Using speed, rhythm, and precise timing, she generated a force far greater than her own weight. That explained the absurd impact of her blows. The bear, watching, realized he had been worried for nothing. Sungu was clearly under pressure, but his eyes remained the same, calm and steady. He didn't seem to be truly losing. The Phantom Blade asked if he didn't know the technique of the Sword Saint and what he was trying to prove, since he was only blocking and would soon be defeated. The bear thought it was obvious that Sungu couldn't counterattack, yet the fight wasn't over. If the Phantom Blade were truly that much stronger, Sungu would already be dead. It was as if he were observing every one of her movements, memorizing each attack pattern. When the bear tried to intervene, intervened, she kicked him away, shouting that he was not to interfere. That was when Sungu commented that she must be running out of breath and asked why she didn't call for help from her little baby. He said that no matter how fast she was nothing compared to the Sword Saint. According to him, she was just a parrot imitating the master's movements, and if she kept that up, she'd end up hurting herself. That provoked the Phantom Blade, who decided to unleash all her power and speed at once. The bear realized that things would not end well for them. Peter remembered an old conversation with Simon, in which he had said that there were many powerful people in the world. When Peter discovered what the real world was like, he felt like a chick in the trash, like a needle lost inside a vast haystack. At that moment, Peter wondered if Sungu could ever become like him, perhaps even the strongest swordsman in that world. He knew Simon was already incredibly strong. After all, he was the one who had created that technique no one could ever defeat. So Peter prepared his most lethal sword strike, known as the Saint's Whirling Slash. When the two struck each other at the same time, he revealed to the Phantom Blade that there was a reason he had been able to block all her attacks. The Phantom Blade's face was injured, but Peter had also suffered a small cut. He explained that she always needed to push off the ground to reach that absurd speed, which made her attacks extremely powerful, but also revealed a critical weakness. Because she had to step in the direction of her strike, he could accurately predict the path she would take. So when she approached, all he had to do was raise his sword at the exact moment. That strike had been made in honor of the Saint of the Sword, and when she realized what had happened, she saw that her right arm had been severed. Desperate, consumed by rage and pain, she ordered that all the perfume bottles be detonated. Peter admitted that he was impressed. She was much faster and stronger than he expected, but the Saint's Whirling Slash was still too much for her. In other words, Simon was not someone she could underestimate. The Phantom Blade, overwhelmed by hatred, declared that she would kill Peter no matter what happened. At that moment, all the perfume flasks were activated, causing an explosion and filling the room with a dense cloud of poison. She warned Peter not to try any tricks, because this time he would die. She said it was a shame she would die before him, but what was happening now was something even he could not prevent. The perfume cloud spread quickly, filling the entire space. Peter knew there was nowhere to run. The Phantom Blade explained that this had always been the most entertaining part. Even the Saint of the Sword had gone through it, and despite his power, he could not do anything without his mental faculties intact. According to her, even Peter would end up intoxicated and die. But then she noticed that Peter, or rather Sungu, was removing his vest and tie, tying them around his sword. The bear, watching, wondered why he was not suffering from the perfume's effects and what he was trying to do with the blade. The Phantom Blade asked if he was holding his breath and said she wanted to see how long he could keep that up. Peter replied that the hallucinogenic cloud had completely filled the area, meaning he truly had no way out. He then soaked the sword and the clothes wrapped around it with the whiskey nearby. He explained that in truth, he had just been waiting for this moment to use her own perfume against her, so she would finally understand how useless and foolish her strategy was. Then he lit a lighter, set the blade on fire, and, brandishing the flaming sword, burned away the hallucinogenic smoke from the perfume. Peter stated that she was nothing more than someone who hid behind cheap tricks. The smoke was completely burned away, since the perfume was made from flammable liquids, which made combustion extremely easy. The bear remembered that the first time the Phantom Blade had used that perfume against Sungu, he had already realized what the compound was made of. Even so, she insisted that it would all be in vain, since the entire room was filled with poison. But Peter said she already knew what would come next. He would burn down the whole place. Simple as that. From that point on, he began pouring all the whiskey he could find along the way, spreading alcohol across the floor to create trails of fire. The bear realized Peter had planned this from the start. Not once had he counterattacked. He had only dodged and thrown bottles toward the Phantom Blade, all with the intent of soaking the area in alcohol. Then, with a single movement of his flaming sword, he set the entire auction hall ablaze. Now the Phantom Blade was without her perfume, missing one arm and completely off balance, as she could no longer rely on the walls that were engulfed in flames. Peter, with calm eyes, knew she had finally reached her limit. Then something happened that even Peter had not expected. The bear managed to knock the Phantom Blade unconscious with a single blow. Peter admitted that it was actually a good decision, since if her blood pressure had risen too much, her head would probably have exploded or something like that. He then asked if the bear would be his next opponent, but the bear replied that he had made a mistake that day, so he simply took the Phantom Blade's body, crossed through the fire, and carried her out of the burning ship. When they later analyzed Peter's old fight against Nathaniel, they discovered that the bear had already been there at the time. He explained that when all of that was over, he and his madam would return to Japan. The current head of Divine Glory found it all very interesting, and asked what they planned to do upon returning. He wanted to know if they intended to revive the old Phantom Blade organization, but the bear did not answer, choosing to remain silent. That silence made the leader realize that the bear's cult knew far more than they let on, which only made him more curious. Peter reflected that everything had gone according to his plan, but one doubt still lingered in in his mind, something he could not figure out. How had the Phantom Blade organization become involved in all of this? Ji-won, in her research, discovered that the woman was extremely dangerous. Even at a young age, she had become the head of the Phantom Blade cult and had killed thousands of people in a single strike. Still, Ji-won insisted there was no way that woman could have become Simon. According to her, Peter knew very well how the process of becoming an apostle worked. It was an irreplaceable position reserved only for the orphans of divine glory who were handpicked. In many countries, apostles were considered more valuable than nuclear weapons. Ji-won asked if Peter didn't find it all strange. That girl might have been impressive, but she was nowhere near the level of an apostle. She analyzed the records and concluded that even if she were reborn, she would never be able to defeat Simon. The new head of divine glory was gathering apostles who were far weaker than the former ones, and Ji-won still did not know exactly what had caused that girl to become the apostle known as Simon. At that moment, Peter thought that Ji-won had always been right. He finally understood why the Phantom Blade had become the so-called Saint of the Sword, or whatever title she had received, yet it still made no sense. As he watched the prow of the burning ship, Peter wondered why she continued to live under the shadow of the Phantom Blade's title. He reflected that he did not know exactly what her situation was, but he did not need to follow the same path, because he was not the true disciple Simon. In the end, the truth was different. The bear was the real Simon, the true apostle, Simon Kageo. He had always been the rightful heir to that title. Kageo said there was something he had heard ever since he was born, that in that world, anyone who was too curious would end up dead. Peter agreed, saying it was a good saying. Although he knew that Kageo was the real apostle, Peter had no concrete information about him. Unlike Nathaniel, about whom he had extensive data before their fight, Kageo remained a mystery, but if he mastered the arts of Shadow and the Phantom Blade, that meant he was extremely powerful. Kageo then asked if Peter was not just an ordinary bodyguard and what his true connection to all of this was. Peter replied only with his eyes, implying that, as the saying went, those who were too curious ended up dead. As they exchanged barehanded blows, Peter noticed that it was difficult to predict Kageo's movements. Some resembled karate strikes, while others were completely unfamiliar. He was clearly hiding something, perhaps a secret technique. Kageo's stance revealed strange openings, which only confused Peter further, because his movements made it seem as if he did not even know how to fight, but that was only an illusion. In reality, Kageo had an instinctive fighting style, like that of an animal. He dodged attacks at impossible angles. It was not a reaction to movement. It was as if his body already knew what was coming before it happened. That meant he was a true genius of combat. Even so, Peter wondered if a genius like that really possessed no special ability. Could someone truly be called an apostle for that reason alone? Peter then threw several cards toward Kageo, trying to test his abilities. Kageo dodged all of them with absurd flexibility. His movements were so fast and irregular that Peter could not anticipate a single one. And in that moment, he finally understood. Kageo was strong, that was undeniable. But Peter realized that he was extremely careless. Despite his natural talent, his attacks and defensive movements were very inefficient. It was as if he had never truly learned how to fight. In fact, to be more precise, it was as if he couldn't learn. Kageo asked how Peter knew that, and Peter replied that he didn't fully understand it either. He had so much talent, yet he had spent all this time hiding behind the image of the Phantom Blade. Peter wondered what was really suppressing that boy. On another night, when Phantom Blade's Team 1 finished a mission, the Phantom Blade Hunch and the current family head, Azuki Hideaki, were analyzing the results of the operation. The entire massacre was supposedly the work of Team 1, but Hideaki remarked that it looked more like the work of a beast, a demon. The marks resembled the claws of an animal. The messenger apologized and confessed that, in fact, it had not been done by anyone from the Wandering Phantom Blade, nor by members of any other clan. The mission had been too difficult, so Kageo had taken care of everything himself. Later, within the cult, Hideaki confirmed that Kageo was extremely talented and lethal. He said that if Kageo carried the blood of the Wanderers, he would be perfect. Of all the children he had known, Kageo was a true genius of death. A subordinate asked if they should quietly eliminate him before he slipped out of the cult's control, but Hideaki responded by asking if he knew the story of the flea. He explained that a flea can jump more than 1 meter, about 200 times the size of its body, but if placed inside a jar with a lid for 3 days, once the lid is removed, it will never jump higher than the height of that jar again, because it believes that is its limit. Hideaki stated that some time ago he had built this metaphorical jar around Kageo. No matter how much Kageo tried to jump, he would never be able to surpass his master. Even knowing all this, Kageo continued to serve the Phantom Blade. For Peter, it was clear that Kageo had lived his whole life being repressed. He believed he could not do anything without his master's presence. But Kageo replied that Peter was talking nonsense and went on the attack, asking if he fought with his head or with his mouth. Peter answered that he was doing both at the same time and that it worked just fine. He thought that the more he observed that boy, the more his interest grew. Kageo's movements were sloppy but at the same time creative. He tried to strike from unpredictable angles, jumped from unexpected places, and used attacks Peter had never seen before. Peter realized that Kageo did not need need to learn how to fight in the traditional way, because he had never felt true danger. No matter who he faced, he was not a simple beast, he was a predator. Instinctively, Kajio knew how to kill, but Peter felt he was still hiding something greater. As the fight continued, Kajio began to grow irritated. He noticed that Sungu's vigor was incredibly high, but also that his attack patterns were repetitive. Peter kept aiming at the same area, his leg. It looked like a trap, but Kajio also used annoying feints to disrupt any possible strategy. He had no intention of falling for such an obvious trick, and decided to catch Sungu off guard instead. When Peter approached and Kajio almost landed a knee strike to his face, Peter suddenly vanished. In the next instant, Kajio found himself bound by chains around his neck. Shocked, he wondered when they had even appeared. Peter had planned it all from the beginning. He had targeted Kajio's legs, only to make him believe that was his real objective. Peter admitted that Kajio's senses were indeed excellent. Otherwise, he would not have fallen for his trap. He had counted on that from the start. When he had watched Kajio's fight against the Phantom Blade, he realized he needed to be cautious around him. Kajio was shaken, unsure what strategy to use. Peter said he had realized there was a fake trap but was caught anyway, and told him not to resist. Escaping from that snare was nearly impossible, as it had been created by Peter himself. But Kajio said it was not over yet, and then he finally revealed what Peter had been waiting to see all along: hidden claws. With those claws, Kajio easily cut through the chains. Peter remembered seeing something similar during the auction, when Kajio had touched the faces of the bodyguards and they simply melted. Now he understood that those same claws also melted the chains, which meant he could no longer get too close to him. That made everything much harder. Kajio said that no matter how much Peter thought about it, it was already too late. He said he would disappear without leaving a trace. At that moment, he almost managed to grab Peter's face, and he knew that if he touched him, Peter would die. But Peter had enough reflex to grab Kajio's hand at the last second. He could have dodged, but instead he deliberately put himself in danger just to hold his hand. Kajio thought Peter had pretended he couldn't escape, just to see what was really happening. Peter was literally analyzing his hand calmly, but Kajio believed it wouldn't change anything, so he tried to attack again with the other fist. This time, Peter dodged and stepped back, realizing he had cut his own palm. However, the most important thing wasn't Kajio's right claw or his creative attacks, but his blood itself. Peter wondered how a human could have blood capable of melting iron and flesh. Kajio replied that if Peter wanted to know, he'd have to capture him first, which meant he'd never find out until he died. The next slashes from Kajio's claws began melting all the metal on the ship's bow, destroying its structure. Peter noticed that he was now faster and stronger. The claws were his true power, which was annoying, since Kajio's blood made it impossible to approach him. Kajio began attacking with wide, deliberate movements, spreading his blood everywhere, melting everything around. Even so, Peter grabbed his hand again and said that, from what he knew, only a few people in the world possessed that kind of blood. He thought all descendants of that lineage had vanished long ago, so he was surprised to realize that Kajio was part of the legacy of the leopard's toxic palm. Kajio was confused, wondering how Peter knew that. Peter explained that all descendants of that legacy had been killed. So how was Kajio still alive? It was revealed that, in the past, he had been captured by the Phantom Sword clan, which had completely annihilated the entire family of the toxic leopard. Only one last baby had survived, hidden inside a barrel of poison. One of the Phantom Sword assassins, upon seeing that, found it fascinating that a baby could survive in the midst of such chaos. He thought maybe it wouldn't be a bad idea to spare someone carrying the blood of the toxic leopard. Thus, the baby was taken and trained to become a bodyguard. In the dojo, Kajio always defeated every other fighter, not just because of strength. For some reason, he would burn people's skin and flesh during combat. They began accusing him of bringing poison to the fights, but Kajio didn't understand what was happening, as he himself didn't know the origin of that power. The man who brought Kajio there, one of the Phantom Sword swordsmen, knew very well about the old toxic leopard family. According to him, every child of that bloodline was forced to ingest deadly poisons from an early age, transforming their bodies into living weapons with acidic and corrosive blood. He realized that Kajio had a genius-level combat instinct, and that his poisonous blood could become too strong, even dangerous. So the master took precautions and limited his growth. Kajio didn't take part in official training, especially those involving swords. Over time, Kajio realized his blood was different from everyone else's. As he grew up, no one came near him. He was treated like trash, rejected by everyone, constantly wondering what he had done wrong. In a lonely moment, while training in the forest, he tried to save a fallen bird. He just wanted to put it back in its nest, but when he held it, the creature dissolved in his hands. Anything that came into contact with his blood disappeared. That was when he understood he could never get close to anyone. Everyone avoided him, everyone hated him. Tired of being rejected, he started acting so that everyone would fear him instead. Peter wanted to know why he sided with the same family that had destroyed his clan, but Kajio told him to shut up, saying he knew nothing and only spoke nonsense. He demanded to know who Peter really was. It was obvious he was allied with Peter, but he wasn't part of the Divine Glory Orphanage either. Even so, he fought on equal terms with him and even against the madam. It was impossible for someone his age to possess such knowledge. Peter answered that if he was really that curious, he would only discover the truth if he managed to defeat him. The next attack was a nearly devastating knee strike that almost made Kajio fall, but he held on. Peter didn't have time to recover, as Kajio's following strikes were wide and dangerous. Besides being sharp, they were poisonous. Peter tried to think of a strategy, but the situation was growing more and more frustrating. He ended up being thrown into a cleaning supply room, where he saw a mop and a bucket. Kajio entered right after, claiming that Peter had nowhere left to run. He said that if Peter told him who he really was, he might at least die without pain. He asked where Peter was, but Peter replied by complimenting his fighting style, saying that if he always fought like that, no one would be able to face him. He said it was time to fight for real. Kajio thought it was a joke, considering the danger of their situation, and realized that Peter intended to fight using the mop. He asked if Peter had already given up on life. Peter replied that he hadn't, and that from now on, he would turn Kajio's poisonous blood into his own weapon. Kajio said that short and long-range attacks didn't work against him, so it was impossible to win. But Peter replied that maybe that was true, yet Kajio had no idea that a mop could become his deadliest weapon. He explained that those who could turn any object into a weapon were considered the lowest class of warriors, but even so, they were still dangerous. Kajio scoffed, asking if Peter really thought he could win just because the mop was longer than his claw. He found it amusing, but repeated that wood wouldn't work against him. Peter replied that he would only find out by trying. Kajio then realized Peter was actually planning something with the mop. He had seen Peter fight before and knew he calculated every move. That meant Peter had a plan. Soon, Peter began attacking with the mop handle. Kajio tried to find a way to get closer, but couldn't, as Peter used the mop's reach to keep him at a distance. He couldn't find an opening. He decided to close in, even if it meant taking a hit. Peter dodged and said he had caught a big fish. Then he wrapped the mop strands around Kajio's claw, entangling them around his hand. He said he had captured him and that Kajio should give up now. But Kajio simply destroyed the mop with a single movement. Then he struck Peter, making him stumble back, and said he had overestimated his enemy. No one would have imagined Peter resorting to such a cheap trick, but he said that Kajio was underestimating him and that it was disappointing. Kajio asked if he was really going to talk nonsense before dying, but as he moved forward to attack, he tripped, fell hard, and got hurt. Peter watched and wondered if he had slipped on something. Kajio's body slid across an area covered in a strange liquid, and he could no longer move. Peter explained that indeed Kajio possessed a terrifying ability, so dangerous that it was risky even to get near him. However, Kajio's poisonous blood had a fatal weakness. Peter wondered what would happen if his acidic blood came into contact with a high alkaline detergent. The result was an intense chemical reaction that caused pain throughout his body and made his blood lose its corrosive properties. The most powerful weapon Kajio was so proud of had become useless. That was when he realized he had fallen into Peter's plan, when the mop had first come into contact with his blood. Even so, Kajio declared he could still fight, even without his acidic advantage. Suddenly, Phantom Sword appeared, wounded, missing one arm. Peter warned her that if she wanted to live, she should leave immediately, but she insisted she would kill him, promising to behead him, though she collapsed to the floor, completely powerless. Kajio asked why she had come there, knowing her condition would only worsen. She replied that she needed to kill that man in order to capture Peter, because they had made a promise that after this, they would go together to that place they had dreamed of. Kajio replied that he too wanted to capture Peter, because it was something he had promised himself. As Phantom Sword faded away, Kajio fell into despair. In his mind, he returned to the past. He remembered the days when he lived locked behind the clan's gates, believing that if he ever left, the enormous weight on his shoulders would disappear. But there was a reason he never left. It was because of the girl who had always been by his side, the clan's main heiress, Yuika. She often brought him sweet-smelling flowers, approaching him even when he reeked of poison or cleaning chemicals. The fragrance she carried dissolved everything around him, the hatred, the sadness, the loneliness, and even the social barriers that separated him from the others. He could never resist her presence. Even while walking together, the masters of the Phantom Sword disliked that bond. Although Yuika herself liked Kajio, he ended up being tortured by one of the masters. To them, someone like him could never stand beside someone like her. He was cursed, inferior, and could never cross that barrier because of his blood. While Yuika became increasingly talented with the sword, Kajio decided he wanted to be her shadow. That would be enough for him. Yuika received many gifts, especially perfumes, which she loved. At one point, Kajio even thought about giving her a perfume he had bought, but in the end, he threw the bottle away. He knew she would never want something coming from someone like him. He believed that even a perfume worth 800, even as a birthday gift, would have no value to her if it came from trash like him. Then the Yamagumitos Yakuza clan ambushed ambushed the Phantom Blade. Everyone was killed, and only Yuika survived because Kajio saved her. After that day, the Madame changed completely. She trained with such intensity that she almost died. Kajio stayed by her side all that time, tending to her wounds while she prepared for revenge. She trained so hard she traded her own life for results. Years passed until she finally achieved vengeance. Together, with her sword and his blood, they annihilated 2,000 Yakuza without leaving a trace. But in exchange for revenge, they lost the place where they belonged. They were left without direction, desolate. Yuika was broken inside. At one point, she asked Kajio to leave her so he could have a more dignified life. Even so, she asked what he would think about the two of them one day going to a place where nothing existed but beaches and beautiful things. But Yuika didn't have the courage to finish that sentence. Yuika's skin was very pale, and the sun burned intensely in that place. But Kajio didn't care because he knew he would always be her shadow. At that moment, Yuika finally woke up and showed a bottle of perfume, the cheap perfume that Kajio had discarded years ago, thinking it wasn't good enough to give her as a gift. She asked if he really thought she wouldn't notice, since she had carried that perfume with her for 10 years and he had never realized it. She didn't want to waste it, so she never used it. But Kajio explained that he couldn't spray expired perfume on her and ended up using it on himself. Yuika said the scent was wonderful and that all the time she had spent with him, she had always been under his shadow. She couldn't keep the promise of running away together, but she wished him good luck and, at that moment, kissed him. Kajio was deeply moved until he realized his blood could kill her. Yuika, however, said that it was better this way, that she had done so many unforgivable things in her life that, with this, Kajio could finally move on. She left the world in the arms of the only person who had ever made her feel loved in that cruel world. With Yuika in his arms, Kajio decided to fulfill her wish. Determined, he would kill the enemy there and capture Peter. His blows began to destroy everything around them, and he drenched his own body with his toxic blood. Peter realized that Kajio wasn't just fighting, he was deliberately putting himself in danger, spreading his poison everywhere, showing that he didn't care if he died there, which made the situation extremely frustrating. Peter wondered how he could get close to him and then threw several fire extinguishers, not to hit Kajio directly, but so that the smoke would come into contact with his body, trying to reduce the bleeding. Kajio thought that every opponent he had ever fought lost the will to continue once his poison touched them, making all their plans useless. But surprisingly, Peter wasn't affected. With a single movement, he twisted all of Kajio's joints, finally knocking him down into a crater formed during the battle. Kajio realized that if Peter was associated with someone like that, he must also be connected to the glory, and perhaps even be a ranker or higher. Confused, he asked who Peter really was, since everything was starting to lose meaning, and he begged to be killed. Peter then asked if Kajio had ever thought about why the Amagumido's Yakuza clan attacked the Phantom Blade, explaining that it was all part of a wicked plan from the glory. He quoted Luke 5:37, "You do not pour new wine into old wineskins." 10 years ago, the leader of glory had changed and began recruiting new disciples, drawing the attention of the Japanese Phantom Blade clan, the greatest assassin clan in Japan, which had ruled for 1,000 years. The leader of that clan was proud and strong and resisted the temptation to submit, but Peter had devised a way to take control of the clan. The first step was to visit the Phantom Blade's nemesis, the Zamagumi. The next step was simple. He annihilated the entire clan. It was a horrific event, and after that, Yuika and Kajio acted, growing stronger and stronger, becoming exactly what the new leader of glory desired. Soon after, they lost the will to live, for they had already achieved their revenge. At that moment, the leader of glory appeared and offered them the position of apostle. He got what he wanted in the end, which was to have Kajio, the shadow of the Phantom Blade clan. Peter said it was cruel but true, and asked why he didn't just ask Raphael if he didn't believe it. Kajio wondered how he knew the chief's name and then answered to Raphael that he couldn't accept that, because just as there can be only one sun in the sky, he could serve only one person. At that moment, Peter asked what he thought about Yuika becoming the next Simon, and said Kajio could become her shadow. Kajio reflected on whether that had always been Peter's plan. Thinking about it, it made sense. All that time he had lived only to see Yuika happy, and being by her side would have been enough if not for glory. If he had refused the offer to become an apostle, Yuika would still be alive. Furious, he asked how Peter dared to do such a thing, but Peter simply told him not to push himself too hard, because he was digging his own grave. Even so, Kajio warned that Peter's friends were in danger. Before coming there, they had sent pirates toward the other ship. A rescue was underway, with people escaping in lifeboats, including the Doko brothers, until they were intercepted by Somali pirates ready to kill everyone at sea. Jay asked what they should do now, and Hyung replied that there were too many enemies and not much they could do. He wouldn't retreat, but there was no way to win either. The pirates were prepared and already knew they were skilled assassins, so they wouldn't allow any tricks. Hyung tried to negotiate, saying that if they shot him, they would regret it, asking them to make a deal. At that moment, however, Glory's assassins finally made their move. Peter reassured Kajio, saying he didn't need to worry because there was an assassin from Glory there to deal with the pirates, and not just any assassin, but an apostle. Then Simon appeared, standing up and slicing through all the pirates' weapons in a single motion. motion. Everyone was in shock, wondering if he had really cut all their weapons in 1 second. The pirates thought he was dead, but Simon was alive and well. He remembered an old conversation with Peter, when his master had asked what the most critical moment for a swordsman was, the one he would never expect to face in battle. Peter explained that one such moment was when a swordsman lost an arm, as he could no longer wield his sword, and asked what Simon's brother would do if that happened. Simon replied that if he lost his arm, he would open a noodle restaurant. Peter found the answer absurd, saying it was impossible to have a decent conversation with him. But Simon just joked that even with one arm, he could still cook plenty of noodles. A few days later, Peter heard people saying Simon had gone mad because he had broken his own right arm to train only with his left. When Peter confronted him, he asked if he had lost his mind, and Simon explained that he had thought about it a lot, but figured it would be harder to make noodles with one arm, so he needed to prepare. He said that the day he could no longer use the spinning sword would be the day he perfected his new technique. It was common knowledge that a swordsman needed both hands to wield a sword, and that a shooter needed all his fingers to pull the trigger. That was, of course, until they met an apostle. Simon used the spinning sword strike, the perfect technique of the sword saint, a one-sided revolving slash. With that move, he sliced into pieces every pirate in sight. Simon had already said he would perfect that technique, and it was explained that everyone on board managed to escape successfully. Thus, the second base of the Glory Club, the Phantom Cruise, sank completely. Later, on Yun Cheng's ship, the Dako brothers were bowing to the Apostle Simon, saying it was an honor to finally meet him. Simon felt embarrassed and asked them to stand up, but Peter explained they were always like that. Jay commented that he had wet himself from fear after seeing that move, and Hyung said Simon's blade was incredible. Peter replied that he had already told them so and told them to leave him alone, calling them idiots. Hyung asked if Simon had already met the legendary Peter, and Jay said rumors claimed he had enough power to destroy entire cities. Simon laughed and said it wasn't quite like that, since Peter could destroy an entire continent, even entire hills, if he wanted to. Peter thought he was surrounded by 3 suck-ups, which was pure torture, but Simon went on, saying he personally knew Peter, and that Peter had told him that, in the future, all of them would become apostles, winking playfully. The brothers then said together, "Lord Peter, we love you." When the sun rose, Yun Cheng asked if Sungu was not tired, and Peter replied that bodyguards do not rest while on duty. Yun Cheng commented that he worked in the arms industry and had been through many tight spots before. Simon thanked him for being saved, but said that now Glory would start to suspect him. Yun Cheng assured him it would not, explaining that Glory believed Simon was on a business trip in a distant location. Meanwhile, Peter reflected on the situation. There are 3,348 islands in Korean territory, and the island where Simon was one of the most remote. Even so, he had been kidnapped, which meant someone had precise information. They knew everyone was together on that boat. Raphael was probably grinding his teeth with anger over another humiliation. But Peter thought it best not to rush because this was only the beginning. Soon, Raphael's head would roll as well. Later, everyone gathered: Peter, McKing, Jiwan, and Simon. Jiwan joked that Peter still smelled like an old bachelor, and he complained about the lack of support. Jiwan had changed a lot since youth. When she was younger, her eyesight still worked well, and she used to say that Peter was more handsome than all the TV actors. Jiwan started hitting him, saying that was a long time ago, while Simon laughed, saying that the woman was trying to kill him. Soon the mood grew serious when Simon asked what Raphael was plotting. The hospital, the Phantom Cruise, everything seemed wrapped in shadows and mystery. Everyone fell silent until Simon noticed Peter's tense look and asked why they had that expression. Jiwan answered that Raphael was trying to get rid of Peter and everything he represented. In 2013, at the Old Divine Cathedral of the Glory Club, Father Gabriel, gathered with all 12 apostles, finally decided to dissolve them. Everyone agreed with the decision except one person, his own adopted son, Raphael, the current head of Glory. He opposed his father's words, saying it was a mistake. If they got rid of the 12 apostles, what would happen to Glory? The business was growing, and now they wanted to end everything? Father Gabriel replied, asking if he thought the apostles were only subordinates. He said the 12 apostles were like sons to him and that everyone knew well what they did. They were not fools. The world simply no longer needed that kind of people. The apostles themselves had come to that conclusion together. Faced with that, there was nothing Raphael could do, but he did not accept it. To him, it was absurd. He was sure his father had been deceived, perhaps tempted by the devil himself. Convinced he was right, Raphael killed his father and took his place. He put on the crown that had not been officially passed, sat on the throne, and acted quickly. He transformed Glory into a large conglomerate, creating the most powerful assassin organization in Asia, the Glory Club. He then found new apostles to replace the old ones. Raphael's goal was to expand his business globally, but to do that, he needed to eliminate the old apostles. And the main one was Peter, the pillar of them all. Juan said that just thinking about that man made her blood boil, telling Peter that the worst part was that he was still there, making her tremble with rage because of those useless apostles, and even taking one of them into his home. That was because Kagio was recovering recovering there after what had happened. Peter and Simon grabbed Ji-won by the arms as if she were a piece of meat and took her outside. Ji-won asked what they would do when he woke up, but Peter told her not to worry, because Kajio would not turn against them. Simon laughed, saying he would not be hostile since he was in a hostel. Ji-won answered that she would kill that idiot first, but at that instant, they heard a noise. Kajio had woken up. Ji-won, frightened, hid behind Peter. When they opened the door, Kajio was no longer there. Ji-won said she had injected him with a huge amount of tranquilizers to stop his bleeding, but still he had stood up. Peter said it was all right, because he knew exactly where Kajio had gone. Meanwhile, Raphael was in a meeting with his new apostles. He said that all of this compromised him too much. There was no doubt that Peter was behind the incident at the hospital and the Phantom Cruise, even without having shown his face. It was impossible. He asked the apostles what they thought about it. One of them, wearing a hood, wanted to know if Kajio had been defeated and commented, amazed that he hadn't known Peter was that strong. Another, wielding a huge weapon, joked, saying the old man was sexy. A more robust apostle found the whole thing interesting, saying it was incredible that the man could still do all that even on the verge of death. Soon, the discussion began to heat up among them. Raphael interrupted, saying he knew everyone had missed him, but now they were gathered together once again. He said that the apostles were the strongest people in the world, so why hadn't they managed to capture a mere old man yet? Suddenly, the door to the hideout was smashed open. Someone entered without knocking. It was Simon. Raphael looked at him in surprise and said he was glad to see him alive. He offered his condolences for what had happened to Yuika and then asked the most important question. Where was Peter? Had he found him? Kajio, furious, interrupted the conversation and asked if everything they were saying about Raphael was true. Raphael replied that he didn't quite understand and asked for more details. Kajio, filled with anger, declared that he knew Raphael had been responsible for the extermination of the Phantom Blade clan. Yuika had once said she was grateful to him, that thanks to him she had found a new home. But now, everything made sense. Everything that had happened to her was because of him. He asked once again who was behind the massacre, and Raphael replied that it was a pity, very unfair, that he had wanted to tell this to Kajio, and that it had only happened because of Yuika's temper. He also said that none of it would have happened if Kajio had never taken on the position of apostle. Kajio said he hoped it was a lie, and then ordered all the apostles present to leave the room one by one, giving them 10 seconds and warning that anyone who stayed inside would die. Raphael commented on the plan that it was to kill everyone present. The apostles then insulted Kajio, calling him a useless zero, while one of them begged for mercy, reminding the others of how hard Kajio had fought to reach his current position and that he deserved some respect. But others compared him to a blood-sniffing baboon. At that moment, the hooded man tried to attack first, but Kajio managed to dodge and counterattack, though he didn't land a hit right away. He noticed that the apostle was focusing on avoiding his blood, so he struck at the blind spot and nearly killed him. But the hooded man evaded and hit a ballistic shield. The strong man continued mocking him, saying Kajio should feel honored to die by their hands, and his punch sent Kajio flying far away, not even giving him time to breathe. Another strike followed, but another apostle intervened to stop the fight, asking them not to use such violence. The one who intervened explained that he felt compassion for Kajio, who was clearly exhausted and just needed to vent his anger after coming there seeking revenge for someone dear to him, as if it were a romantic story. By that point, Kajio was at his limit, having lost too much blood, and took advantage of the confusion to escape. Kajio remarked that the noise Felipe had made scared the boy away, and Raphael concluded that it was fine, that the young man was at the age when one acts on emotion and impulse, but he would find him again eventually. Later, Raphael admitted something that had been troubling him. It was known that Kajio had met with Peter, and Peter was not supposed to have any connection with Nathaniel or the Phantom Cruise. So how did Peter know all of that? It was reasonable to assume someone was helping him, someone with plenty of resources. Raphael added that he knew the owner of the Daiha group had been present, or perhaps Yun Chang, suggesting that powerful connections were behind those events. Raphael's behavior seemed strange to everyone. He had decided to board the cruise ship suddenly, even after showing complete disinterest in it before. He had even refused a meeting, claiming to be on a business trip. However, all evidence pointed to him having gone there only to help Peter. Raphael commented that the timing was perfect to act, since he needed a new weapons warehouse. He asked if Apostle John could take care of that for him, reminding him that he was dealing with someone who had killed one of Father Gabriel's former apostles. To Raphael, Choi Yunchang wouldn't be a problem, but he warned that if he wasn't prepared, the apostle could ask another for help. He knew the Daiha group had heavy security, but John assured him there were 372 armed guards, including a Spanish elite team reinforcing the place. Even so, he doubted that would be enough to stop the attack. Satisfied with the answer, Raphael authorized the departure, ordering John to eliminate Choi Yunchang that very day. The next morning, shocking news rocked the world. A message written in blood covered the entire facade of the Daiha group building. Simon found it strange. The building was extremely tall, and he wondered how the culprit had managed to write across the whole wall. wall. Ji-won replied that only an S-rank assassin could have done a job like that. She knew exactly who it was, Apostle John. Peter confirmed. He said it was him, the man who had killed the former Apostle John, known by the codename Alipide. That was his mark. At the crime scene, the name Alipide had been written in blood, and a young man from a very wealthy family bore that same mark. The boy was terrified because he knew he would be next to die. Then Apostle John appeared before him, telling him not to worry. He presented himself as a servant of Father Gabriel and said he had come precisely to take him to safety. However, John remarked that he believed things might be resolved sooner than expected. The boy, confused, asked what he meant, and John explained that the real Alipide was right behind him. The assassin, disguised, rushed forward and stabbed John in the neck, but John withstood the blow and praised the precision of the attack. He then asked how John had discovered his disguise, and the apostle replied that his uniform carried two different scents. At that moment, Alipide revealed his true appearance. Everyone expected him to flee, but he extinguished all the lights and began the attack. John, trying to react, fired his pistol to use the muzzle flash as illumination, but the enemy vanished into the shadows. Alipide's voice echoed from all directions, mocking the attempt to track him by the sound of the shots and saying that only high-level people would do such a thing. The fight was brutal and fast. John, experienced from countless missions, trusted his skills, but the absolute silence and the complete disappearance of Alipide's scent disoriented him. Even with his thermal vision, he could only see the blade floating in the dark. Then he was struck again, unable to locate his attacker. The last thing he heard was Alipide's cold voice saying he had always been curious what an apostle's blood tasted like, and that was how the former apostle John was murdered. Later, Simon was stunned by the report. He said the cameras had not detected any movement, not even the slightest change in skin, which was impossible. The old John had been a legendary veteran, and no one imagined he could be killed so invisibly. Ji-won, observing his shock, only commented with curiosity that she was also puzzled by it. After analyzing the case, Simon told Peter that Apostle John had been an extremely skilled man. He could not believe someone like him could have been defeated by an assassin like Alipide. Peter replied calmly, explaining that the most terrifying thing about Alipide was not just his strength or technique, but his macabre habit of marking every victim. That bloody mark on the building had been his work. It was his symbol, a signature that announced the next target. According to Peter, the next name on Alipide's list was Eunchang. As soon as he heard that, Simon flew into a rage, declaring he would go after that bastard immediately, determined to rip his head off with his own hands. But before he could act on impulse, Don asked how he intended to find someone so mysterious. Peter then explained they would not need to look for him. Although no one knew exactly when Alipide would appear, he always made sure to leave his mark in person, with his own hands. Therefore, Peter believed the assassin would show up very soon, leaving his mark right under the next target's nose. Meanwhile, Simon told the others that there wasn't much time left, so he asked one last time if Ji-won was really blind. Ji-won waved her hand in front of her own face, trying to demonstrate how she could still use a computer. She explained that she used a screen reader, which narrated everything happening on the screen for her. In response, Simon gave her the middle finger and asked if she could see that. Ji-won replied that she couldn't see, but she could feel, and she still called him an idiot. She said that when everything was over, she would cut his finger off. Simon commented that now he understood why she was just an assistant, and Ji-won started hitting him again. Peter asked the two of them to sit down as he had something important to say. He explained that there was no doubt Raphael would take drastic measures from now on. When Raphael's plan began, not only would they be in danger, but also all of Father Gabriel's former apostles. Peter was certain they would be hunted down and killed, just like what had been attempted with him and Simon. He stated that he wanted to find the old comrades before they could be hurt by those enemies. Simon commented that he wasn't too worried, since he believed the others could defend themselves. However, if that was a request from Peter, he would help. Later, Simon asked if they would really be fine without him. Peter replied that, by that point, Simon had already been exposed to too much, and it would be dangerous for him to continue with the group. The most important thing now was for Simon to find the other apostles. Simon promised that if anything happened, they could call him. As an apostle, he would always be by Peter's side and would do everything in his power to save all of his brothers and sisters. Meanwhile, at the Daiha group building, where the message left by Alipide had been found, Peter appeared accompanied by Ji-won, introducing her as his assistant throughout the entire time. Ji-won added that, besides that, she was the mentor and guardian of that brat. But she also said that something intrigued her about the president. She wanted to know why Eunchang had chosen Sungu as an affiliate of the Glory. Considering his wealth and influence, he could have easily hired someone more skilled. Eunchang explained that he had made that decision after the events of the Phantom Cruise. Even though he was affiliated with the Glory, Sungu was its complete opposite. Most importantly, Eunchang knew that the situation was inevitable. Raphael, the current president of Glory, had never accepted the fact that the Daiha group had strong ties with Father Gabriel, and sooner or later he would act to sever those ties and take full control. At that moment, Eunchang felt weak, so Sungu said he would take his leave and asked him to get some rest. Later, Sungu was walking alongside the same commander who had taken them to that place, while the Doko brothers carried several weapons. The commander commented that that Alipide was known as the best stealth assassin in the world. He never failed a mission and was extremely brutal when killing his targets. In fact, he was the one who killed the former apostle Joao, one of Father Gabriel's disciples. Sungu said that everything happening within the Daiha group must be kept secret, since the current president could not trust the glory. The commander replied that, for that reason, they had already prepared a special team for him. It was SHIELD Team, the main security force in Europe. One of the team members, the leader named Costa, questioned if that boy was really an assassin from Glory, as he barely looked old enough. However, they were partners now. As a first gesture, Costa threw a pen at Sungu, who easily caught it. He responded politely, saying he was merely Mr. Choi's bodyguard and there was no need to worry about his presence. Costa noticed his sharp tongue and commented that the pen was one of his favorites, asking him to take good care of it. Finally, he said that although he didn't know who had put Sungu there, he hoped the boy wouldn't get in the way of the mission. Meanwhile, Jiwan was in the Daiha group's security control center. She was monitoring the cameras and noticed that every floor, including the rooftop, had over 100 guards watching every corner. Not a single second passed without surveillance. It was impossible for even a fly to enter that building without authorization. Additionally, there were hundreds of security cameras spread throughout the entire facility, with no blind spots. The protection structure was considered fail-proof. Even so, the atmosphere was one of widespread tension. Everyone was extremely nervous. That's when Marco, the romantic leader of SHIELD Team B, showed up trying to lift the mood. He introduced himself by saying that his team was the best in Europe and asked why everyone looked so frightened. He said he would give his all for the lovely young lady who had joined them that day. Eden politely asked him to leave Jiwan alone. Marco replied by saying not to worry because even without knowing how skilled Alipede was, he was sure no one could overcome Escudo's protection. Jiwan, however, warned that if he made one more of those cheap pickup lines, she herself would bypass his protection. Marco found that charming and said she was truly captivating. He invited her to dinner, comparing her to Italian cuisine. Despite the flirting, he managed to lift everyone's spirits. After all, this was Escudo, the greatest security team the world had ever known. Soon after, another team member appeared and announced it was time to leave. Marco responded that it was time to capture Alipide, and before leaving, he told Jiwan he would wait for her answer about the dinner. As he walked away, Jiwan commented that it felt like she was listening to a clip from a cheesy romance audiobook and sarcastically lamented the situation with a "for God's sake." Meanwhile, Costa was talking to Sungu and explained that the main attribute of a good bodyguard was experience. Only those who had faced real situations could reach the top of the profession, and he was one of those cases. Peter, listening in, acknowledged that Costa wasn't wrong. He and his team truly demonstrated a high level of experience. However, there was something strange in the air. All the cameras were working perfectly, watching every second of every corner of the facility. Even so, there was no sign of an invasion. If Alipide had really infiltrated, he would have left some trace, but there was nothing. This led Peter to try thinking like the enemy himself. He began imagining how Alipide could have entered the place. Suddenly, everyone heard gunshots. They immediately headed toward the source of the shots. Peter noticed something strange. Costa stood still, just looking at his watch. Meanwhile, the security guards mobilized and announced that someone had been murdered. The body was headless, which prevented immediate identification. However, upon checking the ID badge, they discovered the victim was Marco, the romantic leader of Team B. He had been killed by Alipide. Costa, in shock, asked how that man had managed to get inside the building, but Peter believed he was asking the wrong question. If Alipide was that skilled, he wouldn't have broken in from the outside. The only logical explanation was that he had been inside from the beginning. Peter stated that by putting himself in the enemy's shoes, he deduced that the infiltration didn't happen from the outside in. Costa was right in saying it was nearly impossible to get past the external security. That's precisely why Alipide was already there, probably disguised as one of the team members. Then, everyone received a notification on their phones. It was a video from the security cameras showing Marco, the romantic, running in despair before being brutally murdered by Alipide. Peter concluded that this man was different from the other apostles. Extremely meticulous and confident, Alipide had no intention of hiding. Marco's body bore a bloody mark drawn on his head. It was a clear message. No one would leave alive. Alipide was betting against Peter himself, putting his skills to the test to see who would win. At that moment, Costa pushed Peter against the wall, pressing him, and asked if he was really sure that one of them was Alipide in disguise. He said that in situations where there's an infiltrated traitor in a group, there's a high chance that the one raising suspicion is the real traitor. Furthermore, he accused Peter of acting like he had already foreseen all that chaos, as if he had been expecting it to happen. Now Peter needed to prove he wasn't the traitor, because at that moment, he was the prime suspect in that room. While this was happening, Costa noticed something important about Sungu. Despite his youthful appearance, appearance, he was no small matter. He already had his hand positioned ready to take on anyone who approached. The commander then said that this was exactly what Alipide wanted. As soon as they started doubting each other and fighting amongst themselves, they would have already fallen into his trap. She turned to Sungu and asked how he was so sure the enemy was among them. She wanted to know if he had any evidence to support that claim. Sungu replied that they shouldn't worry, because everything would be over soon. Meanwhile, in the security room, the operators were in panic. They began imagining they would all be brutally killed. They had analyzed all the surveillance footage, the full 72 hours from all 36 floors of the building, and found no record of an invasion. Not a single person had entered the facility during that time. Jiwan, who had been following everything, thought that Alipide was even more calculating than she imagined. He was manipulating everyone into turning against each other. By doing so, he created the perfect distraction to escape unnoticed. He was clearly someone who enjoyed playing with his victims. Jiwan knew that people like him always left an enigmatic message before disappearing. Then one of the guards shouted that he saw Alipide on the cameras. In the footage, he appeared on the 14th floor, Area C, confronting two guards. They fired at him, but it was as if they were shooting at a shadow. His body barely showed up in the footage. Alipide lifted the two men and killed them brutally, pinning their bodies to the ceiling in an invisible way. He even left a message to try again if they had the courage. The entire security team was mobilized to that area, but Jiwan felt something was wrong. Normally, security cameras don't record audio, but as soon as she arrived at that place, she configured all of them to capture sound. That was the only way to understand what was happening in the videos, since she was blind. However, the video of the attack on Marco, the romantic one, shown earlier, was completely silent, even with audio recording activated. That proved the video hadn't been recorded that day. Outraged, Jiwan left the room using her cane, without her guide dog. She was furious. She said that damned Alipide was too bold. She didn't know exactly why, but she was sure he was trying to communicate directly with her. She felt that he was doing it on purpose, leaving clues especially for her. It was as if he wanted to provoke someone who couldn't see. At that moment, someone ran past her. Jiwan noticed and muttered to herself that that idiot was underestimating her abilities. She contacted Peter, warning him that Alipide was a cunning rat and that she was receiving signals from him all the time. When Peter asked where she was, she replied that she was in the West Wing, Sector B1F, but told him not to rush, as there wouldn't be much left to do once he got there. Peter panicked when he realized Jiwan had stopped responding. Meanwhile, Costa was still restraining Sungu, preventing him from leaving, but Sungu said he needed to get out of there urgently. Costa said he understood, but that he couldn't let him pass at that moment. He suggested Sungu sit down, stay quiet, and not take a single step. Sungu, however, warned that if Costa kept insisting, he would have no choice but to break everyone's legs. Costa replied that he could try if he had the guts. Meanwhile, Jiwan was in some kind of storage room similar to a file archive, and she questioned Alipide about the little performance he had put on. Everyone already knew he was inside the building, but the fact that no one could see him intrigued her. Still, he had messed with the wrong person. The first thing Jiwan did was activate the audio function on the building's security cameras. Right after that, Alipide leaked a short video, almost like a home movie. In the video, he approached her directly. It was revealed that the so-called Marco was him the entire time. In fact, Marco had been dead for a long time. What she had seen was just a recording. Even so, Alipide had run past her just to leave his scent as a clue. Alipide, emerging from the shadows in the storage room, praised Jiwan's cleverness. He said that with her sharp sense of smell, she had managed to deduce almost everything correctly. Jiwan replied that after all that cat-and-mouse chase, the two of them had finally reached the final confrontation. Now she wanted to know what he had to say. She mockingly called him Mr. Marco. She commented that she had suspected from the start. The smell she sensed was awful and definitely not perfume. It also wasn't the natural scent of anyone she had ever known. It was the smell of disguise, of special effects. That's why she asked if he wasn't feeling hot under all that and suggested he take it off already, since she couldn't even see his face anyway. Or maybe he was just too ugly for that. At that moment, Alipide removed the mask made of fake skin. Jiwan said that now it was truly an honor to meet him. Or maybe it was better this way, since she didn't have to see his repulsive face. To her, psychopaths always had very ugly appearances. Standing before her was the Apostle Joao, servant of Father Raphael, known as the albino assassin Alipide, responsible for 187 missions with a 100% success rate. He began to explain why he had appeared before her, even knowing she was blind. Deep down, he just wanted to meet her in person. Jiwan, however, wasn't impressed. She asked if he was trying to flirt with her again, and made it clear that she liked handsome men. Alipide asked if she would be okay, since her blindness could be a disadvantage. Jiwan replied that he should only worry about himself. From the moment she entered that room, she had been sensing something strange in the air something that felt heavier. Maybe Alipide had set a trap in advance, but that didn't bother her. She had her own secret weapon, darkness. Without hesitation, Jiwon destroyed the switch and plunged the room into complete darkness. Alipide acknowledged that it was a smart move. She had cut the power to level the playing field. Did she want a fair fight? Jiwon replied, of course not. Humans have something called neuroplasticity. When one sense is lost, the brain adapts and enhances the others. She lost her sight, but gained something he would never have, echolocation. With her cane, Jiwon could sense everything around her. Through sound waves, she detected obstacles, shapes, and movements. This fight wasn't fair. It was unfair to him. Jiwon's next strike was so fast that even Alipide couldn't react. He remarked that Father Gabriel's assassins were indeed well trained. She was about to strike him with her cane when she thanked him for the compliment, but said it was already too late. However, at the moment of the attack, Jiwon realized she had missed. That left her confused. She knew most people depended on sight to react, so how had he dodged or blocked? Alipide explained that yes, he also understood neuroplasticity. He knew that losing one sense led to the strengthening of others, but there was something he hadn't told her yet. Alipide was born blind, and now Jiwon finally understood what had felt so wrong from the beginning. On his face, there was a small device that emitted an extremely high frequency, something so subtle that even she, with all her heightened senses, couldn't detect it. Alipide asked if she was using echolocation and congratulated her for it. He said he had learned a lot from her, but explained that there was something even she couldn't overcome. No matter how hard she tried, it was a sensation most people knew as despair. He was capable of sensing everything around him with extreme precision. That was when Jiwon understood why he always sent so many cryptic messages and why he had chosen her in particular. Alipide confirmed it was exactly because of that. And as he advanced to attack her, he declared that another blind person would only get in the way of his mission. Meanwhile, Costa was still confronting Sungu, stating that he would break his neck before he even lifted a finger. Sungu calmly replied that Costa shouldn't say he wasn't warned. Day tried to land a punch, and Costa braced to block it, but the attack didn't come as expected. Instead, Sungu dodged over him, rolled away, and ran. Costa was confused and asked what that was. The other guards tried to chase after him, but Costa held them back. That was when he realized that Sungu had placed his hands directly on his jugular. He could have killed Costa instantly if he wanted to, so Costa admitted he was worried about the boy and ordered the others to go after him. Back in the storage room, Jiwon tried to talk to Alipide, suggesting that the two of them could help each other as companions sharing the same condition of blindness, leaving all the hostility behind. But his next attack hit her squarely, sending her crashing into several boxes and rolling across the floor. She cursed herself for not realizing it sooner. Alipide was using an ultrasonic frequency, you see, above 20,000 hertz, something the human ear cannot detect. That was how he performed his echolocation. Frequencies that high are only perceived by animals like bats. Alipide was beyond a normal human. At that moment, Jiwon remembered something important. During her training to develop echolocation as a method for fighting and moving, her instructor had commented that she was almost the best person he had ever trained. Her skills were top tier, but there was someone she could never surpass. That person was different. He had been born blind. Since birth, he had developed his senses in a unique way. The instructor explained that this man had utilized the concept of neuroplasticity to an extreme level, pushing all of his senses to the limit of what a human was capable of. Alipide's senses functioned as if they were his own eyes. Without showing any effort, he threw a knife with precision into Jiwon's back, and she fell to the ground, wounded. She wondered how that could be fair. She had spent 25 years perfecting her echolocation technique, while Alipide's level was so far beyond that it would take centuries to reach. His perception was far superior to any normal human. Even so, she wasn't completely defenseless. Alipide remarked that Jiwon was different from other blind people he had met, but he also said that, unfortunately, he had been born with a natural advantage over her. That was not a gap she could fill with effort. After all, she hadn't been born blind. At that moment, Alipide screamed in pain. Jiwon knew his hearing was extremely sensitive. She began scraping a steel pipe against a metal pillar. The screeching sound made him cry out, complaining about the pain and asking if that was really how she expected him to react. But right after that, he revealed that he wasn't feeling anything. Coldly, he threw knives attached to ropes, hitting Jiwon's arms. She then realized that Alipide had been toying with her the whole time. Alipide wasn't strong just because he was born blind. He had always been that way. With the ropes, he pulled Jiwon toward him and struck her with a powerful knee to the face. He said that although she was one of Father Gabriel's assassins, she was still not on the level of an apostle. She was condemned to share the same fate as the rest of her companions. It was a pity, he said, because it had been fun while it lasted. But just as he was about to deliver the final blow, the one that would probably kill her, Peter appeared and struck Alipide with a knee to the mouth, so hard that it twisted his neck. The impact was so violent that it threw him far away. After that, even wounded, Jiwon asked if he had finally arrived and warned him to be careful. She said that the boy in the background was Alipide, who, despite being blind, was extremely powerful. Peter was surprised and asked if he was really blind. He wanted to know if it had been him who had laid hands on Miss Jiwon. Still, he was impressed. How could a blind man block one of his attacks? Alipide, meanwhile, was internally questioning whether that man was really Peter, but he soon realized that his voice wasn't that of an old man, but a young one. At that moment, the security team began surrounding the warehouse where they were, intending to capture Alipide. However, he simply muttered that everyone there was going to die by his hands. He threw a knife and then vanished completely, slipping into the shadows with ease. While fleeing, Alipide reflected that something was wrong. He had blocked that boy's attack, but it hadn't been intentional. It was hard to believe, but he truly hadn't been able to react in time. How dare that boy? Later in the employees' break room, McKing was consoling Jiwon, who was still recovering, with a few kisses. She joked, saying he better keep doing that because the pain was killing her. She wondered how many times she had been stabbed and said it hurt like hell. Peter watched and commented that, judging by her screaming and her reaction, she would probably live for quite a while. Jiwon then asked him to at least pretend to care about her for once in his life. She said he had no idea what she was going through. Desperate, she wondered if he was about to have one of those dramatic main character close-ups, with his face in focus and deep thoughts appearing on screen. She begged him not to ignore her, and yes, that was exactly what happened. A dramatic close-up was shown on Peter's face, revealing his thoughts. He reflected, intrigued. Even setting aside that man's incredible combat abilities, what impressed him most was the fact that a blind person could disguise himself perfectly as someone else. If he really was blind, how could he know what someone looked like? Meanwhile, Costa reported that he had searched everywhere, but Alipide had vanished without a trace. The search would continue. Jiwon, still recovering, thought of something important. In the end, Alipide had failed to kill her. Now, with security reinforced and his identity almost completely exposed, he would likely try to eliminate President Choi as quickly as possible. She started to wonder how he would do it. Aware of the danger, Costa mobilized the entire security team to protect the president. He said that from now on, the focus was on guaranteeing total protection. Not even a fly would enter that perimeter without permission. Peter agreed with the assessment. He said she was right. Security was now much tighter. If Alipide had to carry out an assassination under these circumstances, there was only one way to do it, by disguising himself as one of the leaders. Peter already knew that Costa was, in fact, Alipide, but he wondered why he was still lingering in that location. He commented that they still had time and said he had prepared a sort of repellent to keep that pest away a little longer. At the entrance of the room where President Choi was, two muscular female guards blocked the passage. They said no one could enter, not even Leader Costa himself. The two had received strict orders from Kim Sun-gu to maintain total surveillance, even against the team leaders themselves. They would make sure no one got through. Costa insisted, saying it was an emergency, and asked why they were in his way. One of them politely asked him to step back and be gentle. This irritated Costa, but before he could do anything, the commander appeared and asked what the problem was. She said that if he had something to discuss with the president, he could entrust the message to her. Costa explained that he had an important document inside the briefcase and asked that she not open it before delivering it personally to the president. Meanwhile, Peter was heading to meet Costa. Jiwon commented that she was sure the enemy had an accomplice among them and that he was still hiding inside the building. Peter confirmed there were no reports of new bodies, which made it impossible to know who Alipide was disguised as. Even so, he stated that yes, there was another accomplice among them. He said this out loud on purpose so that all the Escudo guards around could hear. He warned them that Alipide was still nearby, watching. Soon after, Peter entered the elevator at the exact moment Costa was also going up. Dion commented that the biggest issue was Alipide's dirty style, as he preferred to hide in the shadows to gain an advantage. She suggested luring him into a place where he couldn't hide. Peter replied that he would contact her later. Inside the elevator, only the two of them were present, and the atmosphere was curiously friendly. Alipide thought to himself that the boy still didn't know his true identity, but the president remained his top priority. Peter commented that he was coming down from the president's office and asked if something had happened. Costa replied that he only had an important document to deliver. He also said that according to reports, Kim Sun-gu was one of Gloria D's assassins, and yet he was surprised by the skill the boy demonstrated. He said there was no way that kid could be just a rank D. From his movements, he noticed he was young, but at the same time, he gave off a strange feeling, as if he were much older than he appeared. Costa reflected on this. The boy was around 1.8 meters tall, 85 kilograms, strong and well-conditioned. Even the way he breathed was extremely controlled. His level couldn't be that low. In his evaluation, Kim Sun-gu should be at a higher rank. Costa then brought up Peter, saying he had heard the name and that, according to rumors, he was one of the legendary assassins of Gloria. He said many were after him, wanting his head, and that he'd love to meet him someday. He asked if Peter thought the real Peter might be nearby. Kim Sung-gu simply replied that Peter was a low-rank assassin who would probably never show up. Changing the subject, he said that since they were talking about dangerous individuals, there was also someone he really wanted to meet, Alipede. At that moment, the real Alipede, standing right beside him, trembled inside. Peter said he'd heard that Alipede operated mostly in Europe, where he and Escudo had a long history of conflict. Then he asked why Alipede would come to this continent despite all that. He questioned why he insisted on fighting from the shadows. If he was so powerful, why not defend himself in broad daylight? Or was it that he simply couldn't see? In the end, Peter said that although Alipede was skilled in combat, he would never be comparable to him. That made Alipede extremely angry. Then, as if remembering something, Peter mentioned that he had almost forgotten to return the pen Alipede had lent him, the same one he had thrown earlier. Alipede confirmed, saying yes, that it was a rare item and very hard to find. Peter then claimed he had made a mistake. He said he had given back the wrong pen. The one Alipede was holding was black, while the original one he had received was a different color. At that moment, Alipede started to suspect his intentions. He thought Peter was testing his perception, trying to provoke him. That's when Peter asked if he hadn't noticed the difference because he was blind. He explained that everyone has habits that are hard to break. As an example, he said, prison guards are always checking whether doors or drawers are locked, and firefighters wake up automatically to any alarm, even in their sleep. From that, Peter began studying the habits of blind people and discovered that many of them have the habit of touching objects with their fingers, especially surfaces with braille. And that was the behavior he saw Costa repeat when entering the elevator, touching the can as if feeling for some raised markings. The detail was, until the day before, Peter had never seen him do that. In fact, he always drank the can normally, like any sighted person. When he realized he had been exposed, Alipede gave the order to cut the building's power. His accomplice immediately obeyed, shutting down all the electricity. Alipede then attacked Peter inside the elevator, trying to stab him multiple times. Peter pretended to be injured to study his opponent's movements. He quickly realized that Alipede was very fast, and in the dark, the fight became even harder. When the elevator finally opened, Alipede escaped. Inside there was blood and soda splattered everywhere. Jiwan, upon seeing the scene, panicked and demanded to know what was going on, asking if Peter was still alive. He said yes, that he had just had a conversation with Alipede, and then calmly cleaned his clothes as if nothing had happened. Right after, he turned to Jiwan and ordered her to send everyone to look for Costa's body, because he was already dead. He also asked that they identify Alipede's accomplice, as he knew the enemy was only gaining the upper hand thanks to someone cutting the lights for him. Meanwhile, hidden in the building's pipes, Alipede was trying to make sense of what had happened. Everything was too unpredictable. He mentally reviewed the situation, but nothing made sense. He had stabbed Sue 52 times, always in vital spots, and yet the boy had dodged everything in the blink of an eye. On top of that, he had blocked the attacks using just the tip of a pen. It was the first time Alipede felt something like this. For the first time, he wanted to kill someone out of his own will. There was no way that boy was just rank D, but it didn't matter. The plans had changed. It was time to use the secret weapon. Now the real fun would begin. Running through the hallways, Peter had already explained everything to Jiwan. He said the entire situation had been a grand distraction created by Alipede. The hunt had no real purpose. The goal was to draw everyone away from the real target. The one who would kill the president wasn't Alipede, but his accomplice. Jiwan, surprised, asked if he knew who the accomplice was. Peter responded that throughout the entire mission, there had been several emergencies, but only one person had never been present during any of them. During every critical moment, that person had always been by the president's side, and that person, above all, had absolute control over the building's internal operations. And most importantly, that person was the only one allowed to freely enter the president's office. Peter now had only one suspect, the secretary and direct commander of Mr. Choi. He stated that soon he would come face to face with her. Meanwhile, the secretary herself was already sending a message to Alipede, saying that the situation was not looking good. On the other side, Sanchez and the other agents were quickly approaching. Upon seeing them, Alipede recognized Sanchez as one of Marco's subordinates and commented that he posed no threat since he was already dead. He had killed everyone in the bathroom. Then he asked about Mr. Choi's condition. The secretary replied that everything was practically ready, and Alipede declared that after eliminating the old man, the next target would be the boy. But at that moment, the secretary was confronted by two muscular women who directly approached her and asked what was inside the briefcase. Curiously, their names were Ariana and Grande, a joke that seemed straight out of Fronder. The secretary tried to keep her composure and said that the briefcase contained important documents for President Choi, questioning why they were suspicious, especially since they had witnessed everything earlier. However, Ariana and Grande replied that it was an emergency situation and that they had received direct orders from the president to question everyone on the premises. The secretary tried to argue, saying that she was the president's personal secretary. Even so, the two made it clear that she could leave, but would have to hand over the case. When they forcibly took the briefcase, the secretary tried to resist and asked what they were doing, but it was already too late. The two opened the briefcase and found a hidden lethal injection. They immediately demanded to know what that circular compartment inside the case was, and said that if she was guilty, she wouldn't leave there alive. But if she told the truth, she would at least leave in custody. With few options, the secretary held only a small knife to defend herself. She knew she had no chance against the two, but tried to maintain confidence and speak firmly, hiding her weakness. Ariana and Grande were Israeli mercenaries with 13 years of military experience. Even so, the secretary decided to risk everything. She launched an attack, but her first strike was easily blocked. Grande crushed the knife with her bare hands, and right after, Ariana immobilized her. Defeated, the secretary realized there was no way out. Both paths led to death, so she decided to play her final card. She confessed that she was only following orders from Gloria and had no choice. She began to plead for mercy. Ariana replied that if she cooperated, she might live. Grande asked where Joao was, but just as the secretary was about to reveal the information, Aliped himself appeared and slit her throat with a knife. In a mocking tone, he said he didn't understand why she had stopped talking. The woman collapsed, choking on her own blood. Ariana and Grande stared at Alipede and said it was bold of him to show up there. He coldly replied that they could stare all they wanted, but they would never get past him. The two, however, showed no fear, especially now that they were in full light, but Alipede said that didn't matter. What made a successful assassin was ensuring no witness survived. When Peter and Jiwan arrived at the scene, they found the two seemingly dead. But in truth, Ariana was still alive, on the verge of death. With effort, she handed her phone to Peter. He asked if the conversation he had with Alipide in the elevator hadn't been enough. Alipide, in turn, replied that this was precisely the point. He needed to finish that conversation with Sun Gu. He then sent a message to Peter, saying that Sun Gu should go alone to the armory room in the basement on floor B10. If he didn't go alone, the president would be killed. Soon, everyone would understand the reason for the threat. Shortly after, Jiwan urgently called Peter. President Choi had been found unconscious with a remote bomb strapped to his neck. Peter said that only Alipede had permission to remove the device from President Choi's neck. Jiwan asked where he intended to go now, and Peter replied that they should contact the doctors and the bomb squad immediately. He said he would meet Alipede and accept the invitation. It was what any polite person would do in a situation like that. Jiwan protested, saying it was obvious that this was a trap. According to her, it was just another stupid attempt to lure Peter to a place where no one from Escudo could see them. It was clear that Alipide had prepared something sick to kill him. Even so, Peter turned to her and asked what his name was. When Jiwan answered Peter, he said that was all he needed to know how that fight would end. Delan, who had been watching everything, commented that he had to admit Peter was really full of himself. Meanwhile, at Raphael's base, one of the servants expressed concern. He asked if everything would really be okay, especially if Peter was hiding near the mission site. He also mentioned that Apostle Joao had gone alone and suggested that maybe they should send another apostle to support him. Raphael immediately refused, saying that man clearly didn't know Joao. If they sent another apostle to help, Joao would probably kill that one too. He explained that Joao was very different from the others. No one believed what he was capable of until they saw it with their own eyes. At this point, they recalled what had happened in 2017 in a city in Malta. On that occasion, Raphael himself had gone to meet Alipide. When they arrived, Alipide commented that he only raised rabbits in that house and asked why there were slippery people in the rabbit pen. Raphael, surprised, said they were highly skilled professionals, experts at hiding their tracks, and asked how Alipide knew they were there. But Alipide corrected him, saying that was the wrong question. He stated that Raphael already knew how he had found out, otherwise he wouldn't have come to see him in the first place. Raphael was impressed by his demeanor. He said that attitude only increased his confidence even more. One of the men present said he would handle Alipide on behalf of the boss, but Alipide simply analyzed the enemy's equipment. He said the man carried a competition pistol, a Glock 17 model from 1998, weighed 68 kilos and measured 15 centimeters. He praised the work done on the polygonal rifle, but noted the man had brought only one magazine, which meant he was already at a disadvantage. Before he could be attacked, Alipide lunged forward and began violently beating the man with punches. He commented that if he had a knife, the man would have died 13 times already. After the enemy fell, Raphael simply jumped over his body and praised the brutality with which he had taken him down, saying it had been amazing. However, Alipide replied that the only impressive thing about that man was his physical build. Other than that, there was nothing noteworthy. He then commented on Raphael's appearance, saying he wore an expensive suit, an old rosary, and had the typical scent of someone Asian, more specifically Korean. Then he asked what the organization called enro wanted with him. Raphael said he was increasingly impressed and that he had even more reasons to admire him, but he revealed that he had made a mistake. He explained that they were no longer called Hanra. Now the organization went by the name Gloria. He then handed a piece of paper to Alipide. It stated that they were all going to Korea because there was someone there Alipide had always dreamed of meeting. Alipide asked if he was talking about Peter. Raphael replied that unfortunately Peter was already old, but he was sure Peter could still surprise, especially when it came to assassination. He hoped Alipide would be interested in the offer. Raphael said he was curious to see if Alipide could truly surpass Peter. At that moment, Peter was already approaching the designated location for the duel. The atmosphere was silent and dark. Upon entering, he asked if that was how Alipide usually welcomed his guests. He sarcastically asked what he wanted to discuss. Alipide replied that there was something he needed to confirm. Ever since the first time he saw Peter, he had felt a strange sensation he couldn't get out of his mind, something that had been consuming him from the inside. He said Peter looked young, but at the same time, carried the presence of someone much older. His skill was so refined that no man his age could possibly reach that level. It was all far too abnormal to be a coincidence. Peter wanted to know what he was implying. Then Alipide explained that he never judged a book by its cover, and that was why he had come to the conclusion that the man standing before him could only be the real Peter. Peter silently thought to himself that Alipide was indeed perceptive. He said that now that his identity had been discovered, he had no choice but to kill him. Alipide simply smiled. He said the party was just getting started, and showed a small switch in his hand, stating that he could blow up President Choi's head at any moment. He mentioned that his comrade Mateus was a specialist in building that kind of device. Peter remained calm and explained that if Alipide pressed that button, he too would be obliterated without leaving a trace. But Alipide smiled again and said that was perfect. That was exactly what he wanted. Then he pressed the switch. At that moment, the bomb squad detected the start of the detonation, but it was already too late. The explosion shook the building, taking half the structure into the air. Alipide looked at the fire around him and declared that no party was complete without music. He said Peter had seemed brave before, but now he looked shaken. According to him, the real Peter wouldn't be like that. The man in front of him was broken by what had just happened. Peter, covered in dust and blood, asked if he truly understood what he had done. Alipide replied coldly that yes, he did. He said he had just blown up President Choi's head and that the body of the blind girl had probably been reduced to ashes, unrecognizable. He added that he wanted to show all those arrogant and proud fools the true meaning of despair. With that, he pressed another button that shattered all the lights in the warehouse, plunging the place into complete darkness. He said he liked seeing people's despair and that Peter hadn't seen anything yet. From that moment on, he would experience a level of pain so intense that he would wish he were dead. Peter kept his breathing under control and thought about the previous confrontation with Apostle Joao. On that occasion, Alipide had used a device that made body heat completely undetectable. That meant he would have to find him another way. Knowing how meticulous Alipide was, Peter was certain he had blocked all light sources as well. Finding him would be nearly impossible. From within the darkness, Alipide mocked him, asking if he was afraid of the dark. He said there was no need to worry because this was just the beginning. Then he threw several knives and carambites in Peter's direction. Peter dodged by instinct, but was still cut superficially in various parts of his body. Peter had no idea where the enemy was. Alipide, hidden in the darkness, said Peter was no different from the others, as he too was at the mercy of the shadows. He said Peter was inferior, just like everyone else. With fast and precise movements, he kept attacking. Peter's blood dripped, and he realized that the problem with Alipide's attacks wasn't just the speed, but the deadly precision. Every strike was calculated to kill. To defeat Alipide, Peter needed to stop him from using his echolocation. At the moment, Peter could barely keep up with the enemy's blows. It was as if he were being swallowed by the darkness. He knew there was only one way to defeat an invisible enemy: wait for the right moment to grab him. However, Alipide dodged with ease, stating that he knew exactly where Peter was and everything he was doing. He seemed to see everything. After taking another hit, Peter grew even more frustrated. He remembered how talkative Alipide had been in the elevator, as if it had all been meaningless chatter. Peter recognized that Alipide had finally decided to attack him directly. He admitted that Alipide was a dangerous assassin, someone who fought very well in the dark. However, he assured that this advantage would end there. He then pulled a flare from his pocket and activated it, fully lighting up the area. He said that now they were on equal footing, but Alipide threw a knife with precision and cut the flare in half, disabling the light. He said he had hoped Peter would be different from the others, but all he had was a useless flare. He mocked him, saying it was pathetic. But Peter wasn't shaken. He replied that the flare was never meant to be a weapon. He never intended to just light up the room with it. In truth, Alipide's echolocation used wavelengths to map the environment. Peter knew this and wanted to test what would happen when other wavelengths were introduced. What he actually did with the flare was activate the fire safety system. The entire room began to fill with water as the sprinklers went off. Peter stated that now Alipide's vision was just as impaired as his own. For the first time, Alipide Alipide was shaken. Never before had his echolocation been disrupted by someone. It was at that moment he realized Peter's plan. From the beginning, he had examined the room for the exact locations of the sprinklers. He planned everything precisely to level the fight. Although he recognized that Sungu had been clever in predicting this, Alipide still tried to grab Peter as he approached. The flare was just a bluff, and he knew the sprinklers wouldn't keep spraying water forever. That's why his new plan was to pressure Peter until the water stopped. But Peter was calm. He said there was no reason to rush because he knew his companions were still alive. Alipide's obsession with perfect murders made him announce each one. He would never have carelessly blown up the target. Alipide began to question things. He wanted to know how Peter was so sure of that, and more importantly, why he was still so calm. He realized that earlier, he had only pretended to be shaken. Peter stated that the bomb was located elsewhere, and he was sure of it. He questioned Alipide about the reason for staging the whole scene. He believed that the wounded pride of not having killed him before led Alipide to create this trap to achieve the perfect kill. To him, the real reason behind it all was Alipide's insecurity. That cold killer image was just a facade to hide his wounds and trauma. This time, Alipide was truly shaken, and Peter, with a provocative smile, told him to wipe that sad look off his face. He said it didn't suit his pretty face. Alipide asked what Peter really knew about him. A normal person would never understand certain things. For example, he never understood the meaning of the word pretty. As a child, Alipide raised a white rabbit that everyone said was adorable. They said the animal even looked like him, so white and cute. The other kids wanted to pet the rabbit, but Alipide said no. He claimed the rabbit was his. That led them to ask why he was so selfish. One of them even scratched his hand, and that's how it all began. The abuse followed. Alipide began to be tormented and beaten. He felt powerless. His suffering evolved into an inferiority complex, but he couldn't do anything. He was just a weak, blind child. One night, his rabbit disappeared. He soon found out the other kids had completely destroyed the animal. They said it was all white, with red eyes, and laughed, asking if he was blind too, just like the boy who owned the rabbit. When Alipide arrived, he tried to fight back, but he was too weak. He was beaten right there, next to the body of his rabbit. Remembering that night, he realized that his sadness didn't come just from the death of the animal. He cried over the loss of his dignity. Later, when the kids went to play basketball, the lights on the court went out. In the darkness, everyone was blind, except him. Alipide wasn't affected by the absence of light. He could see everything, and took advantage of it to beat them. He made them scream for help and beg for mercy. When the coach finally arrived, he found them all dead, and Alipide felt for the first time that he was better than them. He then said that Peter could talk about insecurities, but just activating the sprinklers and flooding the room didn't make him superior. He called Sungu a beetle, saying he hid in a hard shell but was fragile inside. He asked who he thought he was. Even so, Peter kept dodging every blow with ease. He not only avoided the attacks, but also caught them. He said he was dying to capture him, but knew that if he let him slip away, he might not get a second chance. He had to make sure this was the last time. Without Alipide noticing, he was already handcuffed. Peter revealed that he had provoked the enemy on purpose, waiting for him to bite the bait. Under normal conditions, Alipide would never have left an opening. But now, he was completely under his control. Finally, Peter could see him clearly. He pinned Alipide against the wall and explained that the human body has 34 vital points that, if struck, can cause fatal injuries. He wanted to know how many of those points Alipide could endure. He had his palm ready, even glowing, to beat the enemy. The technique Peter used to strike Alipide's vital points was called Denko, the lightning martial arts. The first strike landed directly on the liver, but Alipide showed no sign of pain at all. That puzzled Peter, because an ordinary person would have been left breathless from an impact like that. He then tried other points. He struck the larynx, the throat, the chest, the diaphragm, and the clavicle. Despite the precise blows, Alipide remained standing. Peter acknowledged that his opponent's willpower was impressive. Even so, he believed that no matter how strong Alipide was, he would eventually fall. But Alipide mocked his strategy. He said that if Peter's goal was to restrain him, he should have handcuffed his legs as well. With that, he started counterattacking with powerful kicks, hitting Peter's abdomen. The fight turned into a direct clash. Alipide's two legs against one of Peter's arms, and Peter finally realized he had been mistaken. Alipide wasn't fighting only with willpower. He was fighting with pride itself. That pride kept him conscious, as if he were willing to die as many times as necessary, as long as he could prove he was a true assassin. With no other choice, Peter had to throw him across the room. Even then, Alipide stood up, as if nothing had happened. He remained firm and unyielding. He admitted that the idea of the handcuffs made sense, but said that was enough. If the plan was to stop him from escaping, then Peter should have cuffed both arms together. Without hesitation, Alipide broke the chain of the handcuffs with brute strength. Peter sighed. The sprinklers were still active, which meant Alipide still couldn't use his echolocation. He knew that in this state, Alipide needed to get out of the room as quickly as possible. So Alipide ran to the armory, entered the access code, and stepped into another room where there was no sprinkler system. But that area was brightly lit. Peter followed him, believing he would have the advantage in the light, but soon realized he was wrong. Alipide was powerful both in darkness and in brightness. It made no difference to him. The light only affected the enemy. He managed managed to land a kick straight into Peter's chest, sending him flying backward. Alipide taunted him, saying he had gone quiet again, that his plan had failed, and now he was desperate. Before Peter could react, Alipide flipped another switch and shattered all the light bulbs in the room. He pointed out that there were no sprinklers there either. Even so, he praised Sungu, admitting that he was the first opponent since the former Apostle Joao to make him feel this excited. Peter responded seriously, saying Joao was old, that he had retired, and demanded respect for his memory. But Alipide explained that he had been misunderstood. He didn't mean he defeated Joao because he was old, but because the Apostle relied too much on his vision. That was exactly why he lost. According to him, Sungu was following the same path. Without sight, he couldn't block or dodge his attacks. Then Alipide lunged forward with everything he had, as if this were the final moment. He was completely consumed by the fight, using the best of his abilities. His echolocation was fueled by desperation. He could sense Sungu lost, overwhelmed by panic, surrounded by total darkness. He believed this was the end, but when he got close, he didn't expect what came next. He was struck by a direct blow to the face. Alipide couldn't understand how he had been hit. His senses were working perfectly. Even so, when he tried a faster and stealthier move, attacking from behind Sungu, he was met with another punch, square in the face. He was furious, because none of it made sense. He couldn't see his opponent, yet somehow the boy seemed to anticipate every attack. Peter calmly explained that he really shouldn't be able to see him. If the fight continued like that, Alipide would probably win. But then Peter mentioned something that made Alipide hesitate. He asked if he remembered the handcuffs from earlier. Alipide replied that he had broken them, but Peter denied it. He said that Alipide was still handcuffed by something he could never escape from. It was at that moment that Alipide, with his sharp sense of smell, realized that his hands were covered in luminescent ink. This made all his movements and strikes highly visible. He finally understood that it was part of a plan carefully crafted by Sungu from the very beginning. He was stunned to realize just how far ahead the boy had planned. He wanted to know when he had prepared all of that. Peter explained that he knew ordinary lighting would never work against someone like him. That's why he had prepared a weapon worthy of the challenge. Alipide's echolocation was his most powerful tool, so they had to neutralize it in a smart way. And in the end, Alipide had to admit he was wrong from the start. He should never have started that fight the way he did. Unwilling to accept the situation, Alipide lit a flare himself, tossed it into one of the corners of the room, and lit up the entire space. He asked if it was better now for a real fight. Then he pulled out 2 karambits. He tossed one to his opponent and declared that from that moment on, they would fight on equal footing. That way, there would be no excuses for the loser. Peter was surprised by the gesture. He found the boy more and more astonishing. They then charged into a direct clash. Even with his echolocation, Alipide could only see Peter's silhouette, like a shadowy figure. The movements were so fast that, even when blocking, his arm was torn by a slash right at the beginning. Peter fought as if the blade wasn't just a weapon, but an extension of his own body. While parrying Alipide's attacks, he also landed precise punches to his ribs. Both of them already had deep cuts covering their arms. At one point, Alipide noticed Peter was holding the karambit in a different grip, preparing an overhead strike. He braced to block that motion. But once again, Peter showed he didn't rely on the blade alone. He used Alipide's defense to trap his arms with an unexpected maneuver. Then, spinning the karambit with his pinky finger, he slashed both of Alipide's arms deeply. Alipide refused to accept that defeat, not even the words of Raphael, who once warned him that Peter, even on the brink of death, could be a serious problem. He remembered hearing that Peter rarely used weapons. Some said it was because it would be unfair to his enemies, that he preferred to fight with his own hands, for justice. Furious, Alipide yelled at him to stop showing off, but the two went back to trading blows at such an absurd speed that Alipide didn't even realize when his shoulder was torn open. Using his echolocation, he thought Peter was behind him, but he realized the sound was distorted. Peter was faster than sound itself. It was like seeing Peter in his true form, as a real apostle, a true servant of God. At that moment, his weapon was completely destroyed by a brutal strike, and he was knocked down. Dazed, he wondered who that boy really was. Peter coldly just told him not to move because his muscles were completely torn. If he kept trying to resist, the pain would only worsen. It would be better to surrender. Trembling, barely able to lift his arms, Alipide told him to shut up. Even so, he hated to admit that Peter was right. Because of that earlier move that immobilized his arms, he could barely move them now. By then, even Alipide's blade was broken. He wondered how that boy could wield the karambit with such precision. Peter looked so young, yet his movements showed the technique of a veteran. Peter said that if Alipide wanted to turn off the lights again, he could go ahead, but the next strike would be for real. He explained that Alipide could now only defend with his right arm, and it would be impossible to block using both hands at once. However, when Peter tried to land the next punch, Alipide intercepted it with a bite, making it clear that he too was now limited to just one arm. But when he tried to retaliate, his mouth opened involuntarily because of the earlier blow to his jaw. Peter explained that the muscle called the masseter, responsible for bite strength, had been struck. When that muscle is compromised, even a gorilla would open its mouth. mouth. That made Alipide understand that there are things neither his weapon nor his pride could overcome. Right after, he felt something strange, an interference in his echolocation. With difficulty, he asked if the boy's name was Kim Sun-gu and said he would never forget it. In a swift motion, Alipide extinguished the flare. The room went completely dark, and he used the darkness to escape. When the special forces arrived on the scene, Alipide had already vanished. Peter, however, showed no frustration. He knew the two of them would meet again. Later, the agents from the Deha group were surrounding the entire perimeter. Jiwan wanted to know if they had captured Alipide and asked what had happened to Kim Sun-gu. At that moment, Alipide ran silently past her and slipped a note into her pocket. It was written in Braille. The message said their echolocation practice would have to wait for another time. Jiwan was furious. She wanted to know what that damned Alipide was planning. Later in the infirmary, Ariana the Giant and the secretary were all present. They were alive, though seriously injured. Jiwan commented that some of them were lucky to survive, and at least the bomb implanted in the president's neck hadn't exploded. The doctor said that fortunately the secretary hadn't been hit in any vital spot, but Peter couldn't accept that. He said it was impossible. Alipide never missed a vital point, so he asked how long the secretary had been spying for Gloria. She answered that she had actually been infiltrated from the start. People like her were placed in several companies. The boss kept everyone's families hostage, and she only did it to protect them. Peter reflected on that and thought that bastard Raphael truly left no loose ends. Even so, he couldn't understand how he had let Alipide escape. It was like letting a fish slip off the hook, something that should never have happened. Still, he told them not to worry. That child would still be useful one day. Jiwan, suspicious, said it all just sounded like an excuse. He had failed for the first time in his life and didn't want to admit it, but Peter insisted it was only a matter of time. He told them to wait and watch. One day, everything would make sense. Meanwhile, at Raphael's base, he was speaking with Joao, wanting to know if he had taken care of Unchang. He was excited to see the headlines in the next day's newspapers. Joao, cold as ever, said he hadn't killed the target. Peter hadn't caught him because he wasn't even there. Then someone approached with sarcasm, mocking the situation. He said they were watching a loser pretending not to understand. That someone was Tadiu, and before he could continue with his provocations, Alipide threw a knife directly at him. But Tadiu caught the blade effortlessly, just with his fingertips, and even mocked him, saying Alipide was far too aggressive. Raphael, observing the scene, thought it was truly interesting. He was witnessing the best assassin in the world, Alipide, facing off against a true martial arts master, Apostle Tadiu. Tadiu then changed his tone. He said he wasn't going to play around anymore, but before that, he made one last provocation. He pointed out that, by the way, Alipide's assassination success rate was no longer 100%. Alipide charged at Tadeo in fury, but Tadeo blocked every strike using only one foot. With the other, he kept distance between them. Still, Alipide demanded he uncross his arms and fight for real. However, Tadeo refused. With his arms still crossed and using just one leg, he counterattacked with precision and dodged Alipide's blow, explaining that if he fought with full power, he might end up killing his own mentor, and he didn't want that to happen. They began exchanging kicks. Although Alipide seemed fast and powerful, he didn't have the same technique, posture, or martial arts mastery that Tadeo displayed. Meanwhile, Raphael watched the fight closely. He asked Joao and Tadeo to stop playing around and act more maturely, as that wasn't the time for childish disputes. Even so, Alipide declared that Kim Sun-gu would die by his hands. Tadeo was puzzled by the comment and asked who Sun-gu was, what Alipide was talking about, and why he was leaving. As always, Alipide spoke in riddles before disappearing. Raphael simply said to let him go, not to stop him. Then Tadeo asked his superior what they would do now. Mentioning the situation with Yun Chang, Raphael replied that there was no need for violence. There was a safer way to get the answers they were looking for. He ordered the car to be prepared, as he would meet with Yun Chang personally and immediately. Even though the building was heavily guarded due to previous events, Raphael didn't hesitate. He went there, determined to see the president. Without any ceremony, he grabbed his own guards, threw them against the glass, shattered it, and entered the building. The special forces called for reinforcements, but Raphael ignored them. He claimed that, since he had already entered, even though it was forbidden, he was above the president. He stated that he had an important meeting with Choi Eun-chang, who should be somewhere in the building. He also suspected that Peter was there, but his main goal was to meet the president. As expected, Eun-chang was the first to learn about the unauthorized entry, thanks to the listening devices. When one of his guards asked who the intruder was, he was informed it was the president of Gloria himself, Raphael. Even as they tried to stop his advance, all Eun-chang could hear were the screams of the security guards being taken down one by one. Soon after, Raphael entered the room carrying one of the unconscious guards. He commented that he was relieved to know Eun-chang was still alive, and said he was a bit disappointed by the reception, since there were several guards pointing guns at his head. The head of security justified the reaction, citing the seriousness of recent events. Raphael, however, said he was just a friend worried about Eun-chang and was thankful nothing more serious had happened. The commander noticed something strange. Raphael was alone, surrounded by numerous armed soldiers, yet he remained completely confident. His presence was so intense that it intimidated one of the guards to the point of losing control of his own body. Unbothered, Raphael walked past the guard, approached Eun-chang, and said he had heard about the danger the president had faced. Then he directly asked who had helped him get out of that situation. That was when Peter appeared. He was very close to Yuncheng, staring at him intensely. The president felt a chill when he looked directly into those eyes. He had met many dangerous people before, but looking into Raphael's eyes was almost impossible. When he noticed Yuncheng wasn't saying anything, Raphael asked why he was so silent. One of the aides, visibly nervous, responded that Peter wasn't there. He assured Raphael that if Peter were present, he would have been arrested immediately. Raphael settled calmly onto the sofa and pretended to believe it. He said, of course, if they found Peter, he would be arrested. He also added ironically that President Yuncheng would never cooperate with someone like him. Then he commented on Yuncheng's tie, asking why it was loose. He approached and explained that a tie should be worn tightly. At that moment, Yuncheng thought that, in fact, he hadn't met Peter in person. But in front of Raphael, he couldn't even appear to be lying. Any hesitation could be fatal. If he gave the slightest false signal, Raphael would kill him without hesitation. Still, Raphael remarked that he didn't seem to be lying. He asked if there was anything else interesting to tell. Yuncheng replied that it wasn't about Peter, but about a Gloria assassin. He thought about Kim Sun-gu but hesitated before mentioning his name. He only said that Gloria had several exceptional assassins and that surely the team would find Peter. Raphael stood up and said it was fine. He said he would let his friend rest. He explained that he only cared about him, and that was why he kept an eye on his movements. He mentioned they could have dinner together sometime. He brought up the spicy soup Yuncheng had eaten the day before and asked if it was good. The president was surprised and asked how Raphael knew about that. Raphael calmly answered that he cared about him, and that's why he watched over him. Before leaving, Raphael gave one last warning. He said that if there was anything to say, it would be better to say it soon. He warned that if he was secretly conspiring with Peter, and that was discovered later, he would tear him to pieces. As soon as Raphael left, the building entered a state of emergency. Everyone ran to the president's office. Yuncheng was panicking, completely out of control. He kept repeating that Raphael was going to kill him. The doctor tried to calm him down, saying Raphael had already left and ordered sedatives immediately. He told everyone to leave the room. Jiwan commented that Raphael had just been there. She didn't know exactly what had happened, but Yuncheng was in a state of shock. It was clear he had been under pressure from Raphael for a long time, and no one knew how to calm him down. It was then that she showed Peter something. It was an object the president didn't want to let go of for anything. It looked like an old hat. Peter recognized that hat. It was his. He asked everyone to leave the room. He wanted to be alone with the president. The doctors hesitated, but someone intervened, saying that Sun-gu was a much more competent doctor and that they knew what they were doing. Once alone, Peter said it was really him and asked to talk calmly. The spies Raphael had planted were already gone. Even so, Yuncheng asked them not to lie to him. He said it was too late. The truth was that Gloria had always been in control of the situation, and now Raphael had his head in his sights. Peter asked him to calm down and questioned whether Yuncheng intended to disappoint him like that. He reminded him of the promise he had made that day many years ago. Yuncheng immediately remembered Moscow in 1978, when Peter had killed all the enemies around and rescued him. That day, there were still 2 enemies hidden. Peter told Yuncheng to sit down, cover his ears with the hat, and count to 10 out loud. Yuncheng did exactly that, obeying without question. While he counted, Peter prepared to act. He asked the enemies whether they would come to him or if he would have to go to them. The 2 enemies, surprised, wondered how he had discovered their positions. They planned to shoot at the same time, knowing he was unarmed. But when they turned to attack, Peter was no longer there. He had ambushed them from behind. He told them that if they were smart, they should abandon the train immediately. At the moment Yuncheng counted from 7 to 8, Peter took down the 2 enemies with precise strikes. When Peter lit his cigarette, he remarked that Yuncheng had stopped telling the story. Yuncheng, a bit embarrassed, apologized and said he had stopped without realizing it. Peter then told him to prepare himself mentally, because he would soon see something important. Later, a young Yuncheng was desperate on the back of Peter's super-fast motorcycle. The older man warned him that he would face many difficulties from that moment on, perhaps even worse situations than the one they had just survived. Yuncheng then said he wished Peter would stay close. Peter, however, explained that they wouldn't see each other again, but gave him a hat, telling him to think of it as a part of him. He asked Yuncheng to make a promise. If they ever met again, Peter didn't want to see someone who would bring him shame. The boy promised that if they ever reunited, he would be a brave and hardworking person. In the present, Peter asked out loud where that old Yuncheng had gone. He placed the hat on his head and told him to get up, because people were waiting for him downstairs. Now President Yuncheng confessed that he thought all of this was madness, but since the first time they met, he had never been able to get Peter out of his mind. Since that day, he had never forgotten him and had sincerely wished to see him one more time. With tears of emotion on his face, he thanked Peter for giving him the chance to see him again. Peter, in turn, thanked him for becoming such a good and just man. Yuncheng then appeared before everyone and apologized for what had happened, saying he must have caused a lot of concern, but that he was feeling better now. Jan asked how Peter had managed to do that. He replied that he didn't do anything, and that President Yuncheng had always been a strong and resilient person. Later, at Dawn's hacker ice cream cart, she complained that she had worked so hard beside Peter, and in the end, all she got was a story told by him. Peter asked if she thought she would receive something else, and she, irritated hesitated, wanted to know if he was implying she was greedy. He simply replied that she was the one who said that. However, President Yoon Chang gave her a thank you letter, which contained a black card. She thanked him formally, calling him Mr. President. Even McKing was happy, knowing he would now get lots of snacks. Peter commented that they really did love money, and when they asked where they were going next, he replied that he needed to visit a house he had forgotten to stop by. After that, he returned to the Divine Glory School, where Dako J complained that he had been missing a lot and asked if he had by any chance met a VIP and received an unlimited card. Peter laughed at their intuition. Soon after, Yuna appeared, warning that everyone was in trouble. She explained that they were going to fire the rank D assassins. Young became worried, saying it was obvious she was in danger since she was ranked 335. But Yuna corrected everyone, saying it wasn't quite like that. In fact, she herself would organize a test for the rank D assassins, and all those who ranked below 100 would be dismissed. Young was startled, asking how that was possible since they had barely made it into rank 300. How could they be among the top 100? Jay questioned why Sungu was so calm, considering he held the lowest position among them all. Sungu then calmly replied that he had already anticipated something like this and had found a way for all of them to pass the test. The person responsible for training them all arrived at that very moment. The brothers were terrified by his presence, but Yuna actually liked what she saw. Kojiro asked if those were the rookies he was supposed to train. The brothers confirmed and said he was the Bear, the same guy who had been on the Phantom Cruise. Yuna wanted to know if they knew that man. Young replied that yes, he was incredibly strong. After the fight against Joao and Tadeo, he had returned all beat up to Jiwan's house, covered in blood and poison. Jiwan herself commented that he should consider himself lucky because if it weren't for Peter, he'd already be dead. After that, Peter took Jiwan out of the room, leaving only him and Kajio alone. He asked why Kajio had returned. Kajio answered that he had been the strongest opponent he had ever faced, besides the Apostles of Gloria themselves, and wanted to know who he really was. Sungu asked if he would believe him no matter what he said. Kajio replied that after everything he had been through, he no longer doubted anything. If he said he was Peter, he would believe him. And that's exactly what Sungu said. He revealed that he was Peter. Kajio, surprised, asked if that was true. To him, Peter was an old man. Peter reminded him that he had said he would believe him, but Kajio thought this situation was different. However, he started to reflect. The skills Sungu had shown so far were completely uncommon. He began to accept that, whether Peter or not, it didn't matter anymore. Kajio said that he had tried to fight Raphael, but with his current strength, he couldn't. He explained that he had never had anyone to truly teach him how to fight, having been deliberately held back. He acknowledged that Sungu was stronger, and for that reason, he knelt before him, asking to be trained. He wanted to become stronger to avenge Yuika. Peter told him to stop being weird and stand up, but Kajio said he wouldn't get up until Peter accepted him. Peter stated that an apostle never forces his disciples to kneel, but there was an important mission for Kajio. Kajio replied that he would do whatever was necessary. His mission was to train the new rank D recruits. He questioned whether they were even in the top 100 and concluded that with such low odds, they would be eliminated right away. Yuna got angry at the comment and told him to listen up, calling him a jerk and asking if he had any idea who she was. Jay tried to calm her down, reminding her that the man was dangerous. Peter watched his students with pride and, as he passed by Kajio, whispered in his ear that he couldn't train him personally, but he wanted the others to survive. For that reason, he needed Kajio to do his part well. Kajio agreed and promised to give it his all. Yuna asked what the first type of training would be. Kajio said it wouldn't be anything much, but shortly afterward, Jay was already calling for help. They were climbing a mountain with their bare hands, with stones tied to their backs. Kajio shouted that a human only becomes strong when facing death and ordered everyone to keep moving. Meanwhile, at Raphael's headquarters, he was talking to Tadeo about a possible connection between Nathanael's hospital and a recent incident. In all the events analyzed, there was some trace of Peter. According to him, the movements of the assassins of Gloria were things only someone from the inside would know. Peter shouldn't have access to such details, yet he did. If Peter were operating alongside the assassins, he would surely be at the top. It would be impossible for him to go unnoticed. But then Raphael reflected that Peter would never act so directly if he were at the top. Maybe he was hiding among the many rank D assassins, who were the most numerous. Tadeu still thought it didn't make sense for Peter to go unnoticed. But Raphael admitted that Peter was someone who always acted against logic, which made it so difficult to predict his moves. Everyone knew they had to stay alert. The enemy could be like Joao, a master of disguise. The question was, how do you identify someone like that? Tadeu said he knew a very fun way to do it. Later, Jiwan commented that all of this was clearly a trap. Demoting all rank D assassins except the top 100 made no sense. To her, Gloria was doing it just to track someone. They were trying to sniff out Peter's trail, whatever it was they were planning. It was better to keep him close and under control than to let him go. Still, he was going, wasn't he? An idiot. Peter replied that yes, If he didn't go, it would raise even more suspicion. Kajeo then said he would go with him, but Peter explained that he was too well known and couldn't appear in public inside Gloria. Kajeo insisted, saying he could wear any disguise. Peter explained that he was an apostle and no disguise could stop him from being detected. Dion, annoyed, said one of them was stubborn and the other an idiot. She pointed out that they had no information about the location of the event and didn't even know what kind of trap Raphael might have prepared. Peter concluded that there was only one way to find out, by going there. A week later, they arrived at the Holy Land, also known as Death Island. Peter never imagined everything would happen on a deserted island like that. Everyone present was a rank D assassin. Yuna, surprised, asked why so many assassins were being gathered like that. Was it some kind of group training? Jai, terrified, said he didn't want to go through another training as he had nearly been skinned alive the last time. Ryung also refused to participate, especially after what he went through. Yuna commented that with those brothers on the team, everything would be even harder. Soon after, a narrator explained the reason for the gathering. He welcomed them to Death Island and announced that this year, Gloria had prepared a surprise event to renew its corporate image. All rank D assassins would have to participate in a selection process to continue representing the organization. The test was simple. They had to survive on the island for 48 hours. Many thought it sounded too easy, like a vacation, but they were wrong. From that moment on, they had to face each other like real assassins. In each fight, the winner would take the loser's license. At the end of the test, the 100 participants with the most licenses would make up the new top 100. They could fight, hide, steal. There were no rules. The important thing was to survive and collect licenses. Everyone would meet again in 48 hours. Surviving until the end would be the greatest challenge. Later, while preparing her equipment, Yuna said it felt like a video game. The uniforms looked nice and well made. Peter noticed that Gloria had put a lot of effort into preparing the event, and that was exactly what worried him. Everyone had visible numbers on their clothes, indicating their rank. Those with lower numbers would be seen as weak and become targets for the stronger ones. Ryung commented on the other participants. There was a man with a skin mask, another with a clown mask, and even a very beautiful woman who looked more like a model than an assassin. They also questioned what an old man was doing there, since at that age Peter was already an apostle. Peter felt a bit offended. Deep down, he really was already a grandpa. Quickly scanning the area, he noticed there were too many security cameras. They were being watched closely. Any suspicious behavior could put him at risk. Gloria wanted to know if he, the real King Sungu, was truly a rank D. That's why he had to hide his true power and keep pretending he was just number 336. But that wouldn't be easy. Then a strange man appeared before Peter, wearing the number 330. But the truth was that man was Tadu, disguised as Horang Nabi. That man was definitely not rank 330, not here, not anywhere. Everyone around could tell he seemed way too proud for someone of such a low rank. Tadu looked at him suspiciously and asked if that bald old man was Peter. Then he dismissed the thought, thinking it didn't make sense. Even so, he mentioned that he had heard rumors Peter was nearby. Another participant mocked, saying that only an idiot would be looking for Peter in a place like that. Tadu, in turn, said it would be impossible to inspect the 335 people present. So he said that from now on, everyone should play fair. Meanwhile, Peter was watching the situation closely. He suspected that man was the surprise element of the test. He wanted to see what card the man was still hiding. Suddenly, Tadeo raised his voice and said that whoever was Peter should raise their hand. Everyone thought he was being an idiot. But, to everyone's surprise, Peter himself raised his hand. Tadeo laughed and said it was him after all. Then he asked what Horang Nabi thought about that. Tadeo questioned whether someone that young could really be Peter and called him Zong. Yuna, noticing the confusion, explained to Hyung, who was Chinese and hadn't understood the nickname, that Zong meant something like big brother or older brother. Peter, even without knowing what the man wanted, knew he had to shut him up somehow. He looked around. Many people were starting to believe he really was Peter, just because of Tadeo's provocation. Peter said he didn't want to cause a commotion there, but if Tadeo thought he could find him like that, he was free to try. In a swift move, Tadeo prepared to land a big kick on Peter's face, but stopped at the last second. He said he found him a fascinating guy. Hyung questioned if that was some kind of attempt to impress, saying anyone could pull off a kick like that. But Peter knew that wasn't true. That was far from a regular kick. It was a middle kick, specifically a Brazilian-style kick. The trajectory had changed 3 times in a short amount of time. Clearly, that man was hiding his true ability. He was, without a doubt, a martial arts master. Tadeu, smiling, said things were going to get even more interesting now. He called Peter Zong again. Jay showed up and asked if he was trying to intimidate Sungu, saying it almost looked like bullying. Hyung, on the other hand, told another Hyung that this wasn't the right way to do things. If someone was going to challenge Peter, it should be done like a real man. Tadeu laughed and said everyone was taking it too seriously. To him, it was just a joke. He told Sungu not to worry and asked if he was having fun. He called him Zondi, grabbed his arm, and commented that his skin was young and firm. Meanwhile, the Dokko brothers were watching everything and noticed that Sungu had remained completely still after the kick. They promised to take care of him, but for Tadeu, that wasn't fear. He knew exactly what he had seen. The boy had tracked every change in the kick's trajectory with his eyes. He hadn't frozen out of fear, but because he was totally confident. That was certainty, not panic. In Tadeu's mind, there was no doubt that boy couldn't be just a rank D. He was definitely someone very suspicious. Everything was about to begin, and the Doko brothers were full of excitement. They eagerly said they would defeat all the other competitors, but Sungu quickly brought down their excitement. He explained that it wasn't the time to be cheerful. He asked if they didn't understand how dangerous that situation was for the group. He said that if they were at the top of the rankings, the weakest participant would be the first target. However, since they were at the bottom, they were easy targets for all the other 332 people. In other words, everyone else was aiming at them. Faced with that, the brothers asked what they could do. Yuna replied that the only way to survive would be to stick together. Half an hour later, the narrator's voice announced that the game would officially begin. Peter knew that all the assassins there were thinking the same thing. As soon as they dispersed, each one would look for a safe place to hide and plan calmly. The problem was that, with so many eyes watching, he wouldn't be able to use his skills freely. He would have to blend in with the group before making any moves. So he explained to the others that he had an idea to help them survive. Sometime later, the brothers were outraged by the decision. Jay complained that there was a market on the upper floor, while Ryung said there was a bunker in the basement. They wanted to know why they had been taken to a dump. Peter explained that it was simple. Places with food or protection would be highly contested. If they went there, they would end up getting crushed by the others. The Dako brothers reluctantly agreed and said they knew that all along and were just testing Sungu's reasoning. But Peter's biggest concern wasn't the location. It was the man following the group, Orang Nabi. He was sure that man wasn't just a rank D. Later, inside that abandoned factory that looked more like a landfill, ranks 328, 320, 325, 331, and 321 had gathered. Sungu had called them all there. He explained that those in higher positions had a good chance of attacking the weaker ones. That's why the lowest ranks should form a coalition. Even if they were natural enemies, the idea was to create a temporary alliance to bring down the stronger ones first. Yuna thought Sungu had once again made a great decision. If they were acting alone, they'd be at a huge disadvantage, and to qualify, they needed to obtain licenses. She wondered how he would solve that problem. That's when Sungu explained that the next step was to figure out how to break into the top 100. While their group stayed hidden, the other assassins were already fighting among themselves. No matter how strong they were, no high-level assassin would survive a coordinated attack from 10 opponents at once. He said that for this reason, they didn't need to take licenses one by one. The best strategy would be to target someone who had already accumulated several licenses. Sungu explained that after that, they would divide the licenses among themselves to keep the group united. One of the group members, the more playful one, said it was a great idea but wanted to know how they would split the tasks. Peter replied that he and another would patrol the forest. The others would be responsible for luring the big fish back to the factory. Orang Nabi, watching from a distance, thought that boy had true leadership spirit. He was curious to see how Peter would handle the challenges ahead, mentally calling him Zong. Later, Sungu was patrolling the area wearing a ski mask. He said he had once been a promising boxer, even winning national competitions. However, due to financial hardship, he had become an assassin. Even so, when he got there, all he found were monsters. He barely managed to maintain a rank C, and now he was down to rank D and would probably fall even further. Peter, listening to all this, said he understood. He had gone through the same thing, and assured him that his effort would never be in vain. The other just replied sarcastically that he even heard that from rank 336. He said it was a nice bit of comfort and thanked him. Peter realized that, for now, there was no one around. He hoped the group back at the base was doing well too. At that exact moment, at the base, a clearly weak man began banging on the door, begging to be let in. The boy outside warned that there was a rank B assassin right outside the base. The others immediately panicked and asked how that was possible, since the test was supposedly only for rank D. One of them found it very suspicious and said they should lock the door, but it was already too late. The man outside revealed his disguise. In fact, he was rank 2 and the man accompanying him was rank 3. The two had already infiltrated the group, pretending to be rank D, but now it was clear that they were real rank B assassins. Tadeu, watching from a distance, murmured with curiosity, saying the situation was getting interesting. Yuna was also alarmed. She didn't understand what rank B assassins were doing there. Two of them, no less. She remembered what happened at the church. She knew defeating someone of rank B was practically impossible. At the factory, the man with the ski mask noticed the invasion and alerted the others. The clown of the group fled immediately, shouting that it was every man for himself. The masked man asked Sungu if they should run too. Meanwhile, Peter thought that the moment he had been waiting for had finally arrived. One of the invaders commented that this was just a test, but even so, they had already killed one of the participants. No one understood why, but the rank B assassins explained that there was no rule against killing. Plus, the victim's licenses would be taken automatically after death. Tadeu, watching from a distance, found the whole thing extremely entertaining. He wondered whether or not he should get involved. For now, he decided to just watch how the rank D participants would handle the situation. Yuna, worried, thought that if Sungu were there, everything would already be resolved, but she knew he couldn't use his full strength. Hyung, meanwhile, was preparing to fight, even knowing the situation was desperate. He told the group that it had been good while it lasted. Jae, for his part, said they would see each other in heaven, next to God the Father. Yuna reflected that all their training would now be put to the test. That situation was literally a matter of life and death. Rank 2, confident, remarked that they now had 5 licenses for free. He said he would take them with his own knife, but before he could take another step, he was punched so hard in the face that everyone around thought it could only have come from another rank B. However, it wasn't another rank B. It was Sungu himself, disguised with the Pumpkin Knight mask. Peter, observing, understood what he had done. He knew that with all the surveillance in that place, moving freely would be impossible. The only way to go unnoticed was to steal another participant's identity. Sungu had gone into the forest, where there were no security cameras. There, he attacked one of the participants and took his clothes. He returned to the base dressed as the Pumpkin Knight, without raising any suspicion. Jae, confused, asked where Sungu was, since he was supposed to be with Peter. The Pumpkin Knight replied that he had come first, and that he would deal with those idiots. Yuna, watching everything, thought to herself how foolish those guys were not to recognize Sungu after so much time studying together. For her, it was obvious from the beginning that it was him. She had never been fooled. Rank 3, surprised, asked who that masked man was. Peter replied, saying he was Pumpkin King Knight 331. One of the Rank B assassins, still confused, wanted to know if someone of that level would really have the guts to face them. The others commented that no matter how good someone was at boxing, it would be impossible to beat a rank B. Hwarang thought none of that made any sense. Just like number 336, that so-called Pumpkin Knight didn't seem to be just a rank D either. His record wasn't anything special. He might have taken down a rank B, but that probably happened due to the element of surprise. Still, he seemed willing to fight openly. The crowd began to find it strange. They said the Pumpkin Knight had never shown such physical strength. Peter noticed there were a lot of people watching, and at that moment, he felt like he only had one option. One of those present, the rank B, asked if he was really a national boxing champion and said that in that case, he would beat him using only boxing as well. No one there knew that the masked fighter was actually Sungu in disguise. It was obvious that he would end up winning the fight, but to maintain the disguise, he needed to pretend he was losing. The rank B hunter seemed to be overwhelming the Pumpkin Knight with a flurry of punches. Hyung said he expected that. Jae commented that next time he shouldn't act so tough, but Nan began to suspect something. He thought something was wrong because Sungu would never get beaten like that. Hwarang was also surprised. That caught him off guard and made him rethink his judgment. Still, he concluded that if the Pumpkin Knight was enduring that way, then he had to be at least a rank A. As he fought, the rank B believed he was landing his punches, but felt something was off. Yuna observed that after taking so many hits, he should have fallen a long time ago. Hwarang explained that the masked man was great at bluffing, and that everyone should pay close attention. He made it look like he was being hit, but in reality, he moved in the same direction as the punch, as if he were reacting. This technique is known as head roll, a classic boxing move to fake getting hit. The audience started finding it all strange. The rank B was completely exhausted, but the one who looked like he was getting beaten was the Pumpkin Knight, which didn't make sense. The rank B began to lose control and thought it was impossible, that the masked man had to be incredibly lucky. However, in what seemed like an awkward moment, the Pumpkin Knight accidentally stepped on his opponent's foot and hit him in the face with his elbow. The opponent fell to the ground, slipping, and was declared the winner of the fight. The defeated man, not understanding what had just happened, wondered how that was even possible. Yuna realized that the blow had been precise. The brothers commented that he had probably won the championship in a similar way. Hwarang, on the other hand, was impressed. He realized that despite pretending to be clumsy, he had dodged all the attacks with perfection, something not even world boxing champions could do. No one there had noticed, but the man in the pumpkin disguise had struck the enemy's temple with surgical precision. That was certainly no accident. The defeated rank B wondered if he had really lost to a rank D, and without thinking twice, ran off and disappeared. Immediately, the other participants ran to try to steal his licenses, as expected. Sungu realized that wasn't even the main issue. The test had barely begun, but they had already accumulated many licenses. That indicated they might be hiding something. Soon after, the brothers arrived looking downcast, saying they had very few licenses. As expected, Sungu shared some of his with them. He also offered one license to Hwarang, who declined, saying he didn't need it. In truth, what he wanted was something else. He asked to fight Sungu. Yuna said the conflict was already over, and that they should join forces from that point on. Jae commented that it would be an exciting fight to watch. Hwarang then proposed a bet. He suggested using the licenses as a prize. He said that if he could even touch a single hair on Sungu's head, he would win his license. He He asked what he thought about that. Peter, sensing the rising tension, thought it might be better to just hand over the license. The mood among them grew heavier. Hyung said it was thrilling. But Peter, observant as always, noticed something odd. Since they met, that guy had not used his arms. Hwarang said that his style, Shang, was very confident, and asked what the other thought. He said he could use boxing, weapons, or whatever he wanted. However, right at that moment, the factory area was declared a restricted zone. Staying there for more than 5 minutes would result in disqualification. Hwarang complained, saying they had interrupted him again. He thought it was a shame and suggested they continue the fight later. Suddenly, the Pumpkin Knight vanished, and Sungu reappeared as if nothing had happened. It was, at the very least, curious. Hyung teased him, saying he was a weakling who always hid. He pointed out that they had just fought 2 rank B opponents. Yuna, impatient, thought they only knew how to watch like idiots. Sungu stepped in and asked them to stop. He said they couldn't keep moving forward together like that. He had brought supplies for everyone and wanted to share them with the group. Hyung commented that he understood the usefulness of the flashlights, but wanted to know what that rubber ball among the items was. Sungu replied that he had no idea. The organizers had scattered these supplies all over the island. He explained that if they stayed together, they wouldn't be able to find many hidden items, so they needed to split up and search. Naturally, he stayed with Yuna, who already knew he was truly strong. Yuna noted that the supplies seemed to have been placed there to increase competitiveness, but Sungu said there was an even bigger problem. The organizers were expanding the restricted zones and reducing the safe camping areas. That strategy would force all participants to gather in the same place to fight, creating a true battle royale. If that continued, Peter would have to fight too. Yuna then asked him to stop for a moment. She said she was smelling something very strong. Following the scent, she found a bag completely full of food. She said they would take everything and later share it with the brothers. Sungu, surprised, asked how she had managed to smell packaged food like that. He joked that with a nose like that, she would never go hungry. Then he asked if the others in the group were doing well. In fact, they had found great supplies. For some strange reason, the 2 of them were wearing dresses, but before they could understand the situation better, everyone heard gunshots. They were firearm shots. Yuna remarked that such a thing should not exist in that place. Sungu replied that it seemed others had also found hidden supplies, including weapons. He told Yuna to hide while he went ahead. When everyone entered the island, they had surrendered their firearms. If only the rank B participants had received the hidden weapons, no one knew what could happen. Sungu had always suspected that this wouldn't be a normal test, but now he was certain that he had to stop whatever was about to happen. He had no idea what Raphael was planning. Along the way, he found the corpses of other assassins. That confirmed once and for all that this was not a normal test. Elsewhere, Tadeu commented that there were no old men around who could be the real Peter. He said there were 2 interesting people, but in the end, it was better to head back. Raphael asked if Tadeu would not regret it. He said things were about to get even more fun from that point forward. Tadeu would understand once he got there. Meanwhile, Yuna came across someone wounded by a gunshot. It was the test's narrator, who, seriously injured, warned her to run immediately. He explained that this was not a simple elimination test. Everyone there was going to die. Tadeu, intrigued, asked Raphael what he meant by that. Raphael answered bluntly. He said he would kill all rank D participants, and if by any chance one of them survived, it would be Peter. The narrator tried to say that reinforcements were on the way, but was killed shortly after. In the forest, an assassin appeared in front of Yuna and said he did not expect to find such a beautiful girl there. It was Hei Shin, a rank B disguised as a rank D. Yuna asked if he was the one killing people around there, even during a rank D test. Hei Shin replied that he did not care about that. He said he didn't care about licenses, that he would kill everyone, but that he would not kill Yuna. Instead, he intended to take her with him. Yuna, disgusted, thought there was something deeply wrong with that pervert. She wondered if she could face him alone. Hei Shin, watching her, said that at that rate, he would end up falling in love. As he launched himself at her, the Dako brothers intercepted him. Jay commented that people always said Peter appeared at just the right moments. Hyung stated that now they would have to fight. Jay warned that they needed to be careful because that guy had been killing people all over the place. Hyung said he was a perverted son of a gun. Jay, however, questioned if he was really a rank B because he looked more like a lost little monkey in the forest. At that moment, they were changing out of the blue dresses they were wearing and back into their traditional combat clothes. Hyung remembered they had gone through something similar back at the church and said it would never happen again. Yuna also thought that this time was different. They would have to handle everything without Sungu, but Hyung asked her to save her strength for later. Jay told her not to worry, because they would handle that little monkey in their own way. The brothers' coordinated attacks were as fast as ever. They vanished in front of Hei Shin, who was confused when he saw them dashing toward him. Hyung was the first to strike. Still, Hei Shin surprised them with his speed. Even so, Hyung was also fast, and the two began exchanging blows evenly. Hyung soon realized that despite Hei Shin's agility, he was not the type who specialized in speed. He commented to Hyung that this wasn't exactly what he expected. Jae said it didn't change their plan and managed to grab Hae-shin from behind in a hold. Hae-shin was impressed by Jae's strength, thinking he was far too young to have muscles that strong. Jae explained that if Hae-shin were human, he would not be able to break free from that grip. But Hyung told him to let the enemy go. Hae-shin then commented that they were talking about Peter, weren't they? He said that even if they were reborn, they could never be like him, because at their age, Peter was already a legend. Then, Hae-shin grabbed both brothers by the neck at once and slammed them hard against the ground. He said they were mistaken. He explained that the average grip strength of an adult man was 45 kilos, but a chimpanzee's was 130. That was his specialty, the 130-kilo grip. Even while being choked, the two boys still managed to apply a leg lock to their enemy's arm, performing a simultaneous flying kick. They refused to be defeated. Jae stated that no matter how strong the opponent was, he could not belittle someone else's dream like that. Even if they were seen as weak by others, they believed they could become like Peter. During training, Kajio had asked why they wanted so badly to become like him. They answered that it was their destiny. 11 years earlier, they had been abandoned. Other kids at the orphanage said that even there were still Hans, a way of treating them as inferior. Those two did not even have names, so they were simply called those guys over there. Later, after being beaten, they were the only ones punished. Dokojae questioned why only they had been locked up if they hadn't started the fight. Hyung said it seemed like everyone had become sad after Father Gabriel left. Even so, Jae wondered if their mother would ever come back to get them. Hyung replied, no. No one gives a name to a child they plan to return for. They had been thrown away, not even given names, and no one would show up to claim nameless children like them. At that moment, a beam of hope literally hit Hyung on the head. A book fell from above and struck him. When they opened the book, they found it was an old diary. In it, a child had written on July 11th, 1967, that he also had no name because everyone who knew it had died in the war. This child was bullied and called Lone Wolf, a nickname that was also an insult. Even so, he never cared. He kept fighting, proving he was strong. In 1970, he finally chose a name for himself. Even if it sounded silly, he decided that was his name. He repeated it to himself, even if others didn't call him that, and he swore never to become someone who did not deserve the name Peter. Hyung asked if that was the diary of the legendary Peter. Jae wondered why they couldn't choose a name too. After all, Peter had done it. From that day forward, the two of them became the Doko brothers. Dokodai, in Korean, meant lone wolf. Hyung-jae meant brothers, and so the names Doko-jae and Doko-hyung were born. They explained the whole story to Kagyo, who acknowledged that it was a beautiful story. Even so, he said they could not become Peter, because that did not suit them. But if they became one instead of two, maybe it could be possible. Later, Kagyo simply tied the two together and began a hellish training session. They complained until Kagyo said they could kill him if they didn't like his methods. Doko-hyung then said it was great, wonderful. Their training had been insane. They climbed mountains without any equipment, got beaten up by Kagyo, and had to urinate, defecate, and bathe together while still tied up. Kagyo said that even pooping together would make them become one. Meanwhile, Haishin wondered how those damn Han dared to do something like that. But at that moment, he felt bloodlust like never before. Still, to him, it didn't change a thing. They were still just rank D kids. Yuna thought she was now alone with that pervert. What could she do? She had nothing in her hands. But of course, Haishin had already noticed her presence. When he turned around, he took a direct hit to the face. Haishin wondered where that had come from. There were no weapons in that place. He soon realized that her adaptability was impressive. She had created her own weapon using supplies scattered throughout the forest. He remarked that even with that doll-like face, apparently those two boys had been trained by an apostle, while she might have been trained by Peter himself. Yuna, however, said she had not. When Haishin thought Yuna didn't stand a chance against him, she began to release an aura far greater around her. That aura reminded him of her master, Peter himself, who used a technique inherited from his grandfather. Yuna decided it was time to show everything she had learned. Haishin tried to stay focused. He thought he couldn't let himself be shaken by someone of rank D. He said it wasn't proper for a lady to fight in such a situation. In his mind, she was too fragile. When facing someone stronger, the correct thing to do is to fight from a distance. That was basic martial arts. To him, Yuna was beautiful and smart, but it was a shame her weapon would be useless in a forest like that. As she dodged, Yuna thought that, unfortunately, he had a point. The forest was dense, full of trees, and if she threw her weapon carelessly, the projectile could easily get caught in a branch. She couldn't see any opening. That pervert was clearly having fun toying with her. Haishin commented that her throwing ability was weak. In the end, he thought the aura he felt earlier was just a hallucination. But then Yuna launched another attack. She thought that this time she couldn't miss. However, to Haishin's eyes, she had missed once again. He believed that at this rate, she would never land a hit. That's when he took a dry blow to the back of his neck. Confused, he wondered if someone was behind him. But no, the one who struck him was Yuna herself. At that moment, Yuna remembered a conversation she she had with Sungu about her new weapon. She had asked if, with the skills she had, she could stay strong. Sungu answered honestly that he didn't think she could. Yuna felt like she had taken a punch to the gut when she heard that, but he explained that he was just being honest. He said that the dart, or projectile, was a good weapon, capable of dealing significant damage from a distance with little effort. The problem was that, in places like that forest, it could become a weakness. It was important to understand that there are places where throwing weapons becomes unfeasible. So Sungu proposed a challenge. He asked her to try to hit a target deep in the forest from where they were. He wanted to know what she thought of it. Yuna replied that it would be impossible. She didn't understand how she could hit something like that. Sungu said there wasn't only one right way to do it. She would have to create her own path, her own trajectories. After that, he simply walked away without giving any clues or tips, leaving her alone with the challenge. Soon after, Sungu went to visit the Doko brothers. They were still tied up. He asked what exactly they were doing. Doko-J replied that the training had been pure hell. He asked if Sungu had ever tried sleeping at the same time as someone else, because if they didn't sleep together, one would always end up waking the other. Doko-Hyung added that, as much as he loved his brother, doing their business together was absolutely unacceptable. Still, they wanted to know where Yuna had gone. While they were only sleeping 3 hours a day, she was probably resting peacefully somewhere while they were suffering. Sungu explained that Yuna was probably not sleeping but dreaming of becoming stronger. And he was right. Yuna was trying every possible way to hit that target. Even giving her all, she couldn't do it. There were many obstacles, and that prevented her from reaching her goal. Still, she didn't give up. She knew that without effort, she wouldn't get anywhere. After countless attempts, she realized there was always a block. There was always something preventing her from hitting it. But even exhausted, she had an insight. She thought about that word, block. Yuna looked at an abandoned pool table and suddenly understood. She realized that Sungu had been giving her hints the whole time. He had been guiding her reasoning so that she could discover the right path on her own. Heishin, furious, said he didn't know how she had done that, but now he would stop playing around and kill her. At that moment, Yuna remembered the training. Sungu had explained that aiming was like walking through a maze. In the beginning, a person gets lost, and if the environment changes, a new maze appears. But that was no reason to give up. It was a necessary process to achieve accuracy. Because of the obstacles, the hit wouldn't come right away, but all it took was to trust her own eyes. The secret was to keep eliminating the wrong trajectories. Eventually, the right path would reveal itself clearly, and when that happened, the battlefield would stop being a trap and turn into a stage. And that's exactly what happened. Yuna was now putting on a real show. She used the forest trees to make the dart bounce, tied the cord around the trunks to further boost the speed, and at the right moment, the projectile ricocheted straight into Heishin's head. Only now did the enemy realize how screwed he was. Doko-J, watching, said Yuna was amazing. Doko-Hyung commented that maybe it had been luck, but even so, it was impressive. Heishin, annoyed, reminded them that they were all just rank D. He struggled, but ended up being held down by the Doko brothers. They knew they couldn't hold him forever, but it was enough to keep him still long enough for Yuna to finish him. On the next shot, Yuna missed the branch. The attack seemed weak. Heishin laughed and said he would now tear her to pieces. But soon after, he realized he was wrong. It was a trap. The hit was different. Yuna asked if he had ever heard that using the speed of one's own fall in an attack could result in more force than a car crash. And with a powerful kick, she launched Heishin to the other side of the forest. In the end, Heishin Dikin was completely knocked out. The Doko brothers, messing around, dressed him in a blue dress just to make fun of him. They were overjoyed. They said they had finally defeated a rank B. It was unbelievable. But Yuna stayed grounded. She remembered it had been 3 against 1. That alone wouldn't be enough for a promotion. They still needed to find Sungu. However, before they could do anything, another assassin appeared. He said they didn't need to worry about Sungu since they would all die right there. It was Shuwei-jo, the other disguised rank B who had gone unnoticed by everyone. No one had sensed his approach. He said they would never defeat someone like him, unlike the idiot they had beaten earlier. And to show he wasn't joking, he shot directly at Yuna's weapon, destroying the projectile. Shuwei-jo stated that he always aimed to kill and that he never missed. He said the next shot would be to her head. Doko-Hyung wondered where he had gotten that gun from, since weapons weren't allowed in the test. Yuna thought that this must have been the man who had fired earlier, the one fighting someone else with a firearm. And now, standing before him, they simply couldn't see a way out. It seemed impossible to win. When a new presence approached, they hoped it was Sungu, but to everyone's shock, it was Horang Nabi. Smiling as he said it was a pleasure to see his apprentice again. Wei-jo asked who that guy was. Horang Nabi, smiling, replied that he was also a rank D and that he got curious when he heard the gunshots. He said he came to check what was going on and asked if they were friends of the pumpkin, hinting that they were throwing a party. Wei-jo couldn't believe what he was hearing. He pointed the gun directly at his head, serious, ready to shoot, but Horang Nabi asked if he was really going to shoot. He thought it was fun. He said he wanted to see who was faster, him or the gun. Wei-jo replied that the guy was one step away from the grave and still acting cool, but Yuna was watching carefully. She thought Harang Nabi was very clever. When close to an opponent like that, you can grab the weapon and take control, or even dodge the shot at that distance. Harang Nabi then asked if Wei-jo was trying to create an opening. He said they could make it even more fun. He already knew how it was going to end. That was when Wei-jo realized the man in front of him was a lunatic. To everyone's surprise, Harang Nabi placed the gun inside his own mouth and bit down on the barrel. Harang Nabi explained that this way, Wei-jo would not be able to dodge. Doko Hyung wondered if that guy was insane. Yuna thought the same. If Wei-jo pulled the trigger, that man would die instantly. But there was something strange. For a brief moment, he saw something. He realized that if he pulled the trigger, the one who would die was himself. Harang Nabi then asked why he was shaking, asked if he was afraid to shoot, and at that moment, he positioned his leg and said that if the other would not shoot, then he himself would die. Wei-jo told him to stop with that kind of provocation. But suddenly, with a single leg movement, Harang Nabi redirected the gun and broke Wei-jo's arm. The arm went limp and useless. Yuna wondered what she had just witnessed. Harang Nabi calmly told them to relax. They were making a fuss over a broken arm. He said the other arm was still intact, wasn't it? Wei-jo, furious, started shooting with his left arm, but Harang Nabi stood still and not a single shot hit. He commented that it was terrible. How had he missed all 26 bullets? Wei-jo didn't understand. He asked how someone from rank D could do something like that. Harang Nabi replied that it was simple. When you shoot with only one hand, your hit rate drops by half. But if your opponent is him, the hit rate drops to 0. His next kick was so fast that not even the other 3 could see it. And it was not just a kick. He struck so many times in 1 second that Wei-jo collapsed, practically dead. And Harang Nabi, with a mocking tone, asked why he had fainted so easily, said he should have eaten more rice and beans. Yuna concluded that this man was, without a doubt, just like Sungu. His skill was not that of a mere rank. Then, from the ground, Wei-jo spoke with difficulty. Now he remembered. Harang Nabi had changed a lot, but he could never forget him. He asked what he was doing there. Once that man had made the entire continent tremble. He was known as the god of Column. Then, the explanation began of what happened in the past. One day in the underworld of Kowloon in Hong Kong, there was a place where no one came out alive. Not even the highest authority of that country could escape. It was total chaos, a land of anarchy. At that time, Wei-jo was still part of the Black Serpent sect, and they were trying to invade and take over that territory. But as they planned the invasion, a beggar appeared and asked if they were sure they wanted to enter Kowloon. Everyone thought the same thing. If I conquer this place, I will reach paradise. But the truth was much crueler. It was like moths flying into the fire, unaware that they were heading toward death. Wei-jo back then mocked the old man and asked if he wanted to be the first to die. But when he saw the beggar's face, he froze. The man was missing one eye, had many teeth gone, and was still alive. He simply said they should pray to the heavens. He hoped that at least one of them would survive. Wei-jo began to observe the situation carefully and wondered why that man looked the way he did. Then he realized it would have been better to run away at that moment. When the members of the Black Serpent organization entered the place, they noticed there was no one there. Many said the place was a den of demons, but until then it had seemed like just a rumor. However, they found only one person, dressed in martial arts clothes. This man, calm and confident, left a clear warning. He would only speak once. If anyone dared to touch even a speck of dust in that place, they would all die. Watching from afar, Wei-jo thought that man could only be the legendary god of Kowloon and wondered why someone so powerful would appear so exposed in front of so many armed men. The leader of the Black Serpent ordered Wei-jo to count the targets and lead the attack. When everyone opened fire at the same time toward the supposed god, they created a massive crater of destruction. Confident, the leader told them to stop wasting ammunition. He believed the enemy was already dead, and there was no longer any need to damage the area, since they would now live there. But as the smoke began to clear, they realized their men were being brutally defeated one by one. The strikes from that man were so powerful, they ripped out organs and pierced through bodies with ease. The leader demanded that the attacker show himself, promising to turn him into a bullet-riddled corpse. However, his own weapon, an AK-47, was sliced in half with a single motion. Standing before them was the true god of Kowloon. Wei-jo could not comprehend what was happening. Those men were the elite of the Black Serpent, trained to kill, but they were being destroyed by a single man who appeared to be unarmed. But that was a mistake. The god's body was the weapon. Then, with a single kick, he split the leader of the Black Serpent in half. Angel, terrified, dropped to his knees and begged for his life. Tadiu, watching the scene, told him to go back and deliver a warning. Anyone who entered the underworld of Kowloon would leave with their limbs torn apart. Still in shock, Wei-jo tried to carry his leader's body out. He thought there might still be life in him, since he had only been struck with fists and kicks. However, when he touched him, he realized his boss was completely destroyed inside, like a puppet without bones. Trembling, Angel said they had no choice but to pray that they would not be the next ones chosen by the god of Kowloon. He did not know why that deity was there, but he was sure that soon that island would become a living graveyard because of him. Meanwhile, in the VIP relaxation room of Gloria, Raphael was receiving a soothing massage when a notification arrived. The vital signs of the rank B assassins were being cut off. Raphael, calm, said that this was expected. He knew Tadiu was not responsible. In that case, it could only be one person, Peter. He then ordered them to bring all the security footage from Death Island. He wanted to see everything with his own eyes. At the same time, 2 rank D assassins were trying to escape. Among them was the same clown-like figure who had been seen earlier at the factory. Then, an assassin who looked exactly like Johnny appeared. Joker, upon seeing him, commented that it was a waste to destroy such a healthy tree like that. One of the people nearby explained that the man was Mikhail, known for his dark past. He had once worked as a guard in a prison in South America, infamous for housing the most dangerous criminals on the continent. During a rebellion, many guards were killed. But when the special forces arrived, all the prisoners responsible for the riot were already dead. They had been eliminated by a single person, Mikhail himself, who had become a guard for only one reason: to kill without being punished. Joker commented that the man seemed more like a psychopath, very different from the era of honor led by Father Gabriel. Seeing that there was no chance of escaping, he decided to use his own tricks. As a knife-juggling specialist, he displayed his skill, but Mikhail looked surprised and asked where he had gotten a knife, since weapons were forbidden in that place. Joker, with his hidden supplies, planned to use that to his advantage. Even knowing Mikhail was rank B, Joker believed he had the upper hand, as his opponent appeared unarmed. He threw all his knives at once. Mikhail dodged them all effortlessly, and Joker thought he had won, but he was wrong. Soon after, he was also pierced by Mikhail. Confused, Joker asked how he had gotten a weapon. Mikhail replied that all humans carry weapons, their bones. The knife he had used was made from a bone he had torn out from one of the men he had just killed. Then, he struck Joker in the head and remarked that it had actually been fun to watch that happen. Soon after, Mikhail noticed another assassin hiding in the forest. He said that place was an endless gold mine and ordered the intruder to show himself. That was when Sungu appeared, looking in disbelief and saying that guy was completely insane. Meanwhile, Hyung was with 3 other companions and wondered why he was feeling so down, even though the day was so beautiful. He asked if they had seen some kind of ghost, but the brothers denied it. Nabi asked why they were so tense, wanting to know if he had done something wrong. Hyung assured him he hadn't, but Yuna understood perfectly the reason for their fear. They had seen a real ghost. In truth, Nabi had defeated a rank B armed opponent using only one leg. He was so fast that even Yuna's eyes couldn't keep up. Until that moment, the strongest fighters she had ever seen were Nathanael and Sungu, but now she was sure that Nabi was on their level. Nabi remarked that they still hadn't found the Pumpkinhead and wondered where he was. That was when they found a body. It was Mikhail, who had been disguised as a rank D, but was clearly a rank B. Yuna thought that all the most dangerous opponents they had faced so far, like rank 2 and rank 3, were also disguised as rank D. She concluded that the only one capable of defeating someone like Mikhail was Sungu, and if Nabi found out it had been him, she had no idea what could happen. That's why she couldn't let the two meet. Jay asked if Sungu was also there. Yuna lied, saying it hadn't been him, and told Jay to run immediately. However, at that moment, she saw Sungu lying beside a tree, blood on his head, trembling, and pretending to be defeated. He said someone had defeated Mikhail and had already left the area. Hyung, analyzing the situation, concluded that it looked like something the Pumpkinhead would do. He said he had probably crushed Mikhail's skull with his boxing punches. Yuna, on the other hand, was irritated by the whole situation and said they needed to leave that filthy island as soon as possible. Even so, Nabi remained suspicious. He wondered if it had really been the Pumpkinhead who did that. After all, he was just a boxer. He didn't seem strong enough to break the skull of an enemy of that level. Then he ordered everyone to stop and asked if the 4 of them could see the traces around them. Nabi observed the area and began calmly analyzing the evidence. There were fallen leaves on the ground, a trail marked among them, a visibly broken ankle, a chip torn from a tree, and the victim's skull completely crushed. To him, everything made sense. It was just a matter of putting the clues together. The victim probably ran to attack someone. The stride was wide and clumsy, which indicated he had underestimated his opponent. At the moment he stepped forward, the other fighter responded with a kick so powerful that it left a trail through the dry leaves and broke the victim's ankle. Then he used the tree for support, jumping to gain momentum, and when he touched the trunk, he chipped a piece off. He came down with full force, delivering a punch that completely caved in the victim's skull. Nabi then concluded that this sequence of movements was not boxing. It was an execution technique. Someone had used redirection of force to hit the right points and cause fatal damage. It was something designed to kill, something the Pumpkinhead would never do. It was someone else. Turning to Sungu, he asked if that wasn't the case. But Sungu remained silent, completely covered in blood without saying a word. It was at that moment that a loud sound echoed through the forest. The gong rang. Everyone heard screams and ran toward the source of the noise. When they arrived, they saw several rank B assassins killing the rank D participants who were trying to flee the island. All of them were direct subordinates of Raphael. Yuna immediately realized the problem. More than 20 rank B assassins were gathered in that place. She told Sungu they couldn't stay there, but when she turned around, she realized he had vanished. The brothers then tried to calm the situation, asking to talk. They explained that they were only there to conduct a test and had nothing personal against anyone. They stated they were just following orders to eliminate all the rank Ds. Yuna felt there was no way out. The island was a trap. She wondered where Sungu could have gone, but soon had her answer. He appeared wearing the pumpkin head mask. She thought the only way to fight so many rank Bs without drawing attention was to act like the pumpkin, in quotes. But she also knew that even if he won, he would end up attracting the attention of one person in particular. And so she asked herself, what should she do? The rank B assassins who were there mocked him, saying he was the lucky guy who had been eliminating other killers, but now he would face 20 at once. They said that no matter how confident he was, he stood no chance against all of them. Peter, hidden, was watching the scene and thought the enemies were right. There was no way to win that fight without raising suspicion, but he was surprised by the arrival of Nabi, who appeared beside him and declared they could face it together. Peter was stunned. He wondered what Nabi was thinking. Nabi, in turn, asked if he wasn't curious to see who would come out victorious in a 2 versus 20 fight. Peter knew that man worked for Raphael, and so he couldn't understand why he was helping. Nabi replied that it seemed like he was confused. He said if Peter wanted to know, he just had to ask directly. The truth was simple. He was helping because he thought all of it was fun. Young protested, saying that at this rate they were going to die. Jay also spoke up, claiming it was impossible to defeat so many rank B assassins. Yuna, for the first time, silently agreed with Stoko. No matter how strong Nabi was, they were in a life or death situation. And on top of everything, there were surveillance cameras. She knew Sungu couldn't use all his power there, which meant Nabi would have to face the 20 alone. It was unthinkable. At that moment, one of the assassins, a guy in a beanie who always had a cigarette in his mouth, mocked them. He asked where all that confidence came from. He said they had no idea what they were getting into. He claimed that place was a beach and called the others idiots. The brothers were confused. They asked, "What do you mean?" Everyone knew it was a beach, but clearly there was something they didn't know. Yuna told everyone to shut up. Meanwhile, Peter was reflecting. Deep down, they were right. That environment was a much bigger problem than the number of enemies. The beach represented a significant disadvantage. On sandy ground, physical performance was reduced, as if every movement had only half the strength it would have on solid ground. That happened because the force applied when stepping on soft sand was absorbed, making it difficult to gain momentum. Horang Nabi confirmed it was true. He felt his movements limited by the sand, and to make matters worse, the enemies were armed with firearms. It was an extremely unfavorable situation, but to him, that was exactly what made everything more fun. One of the shooters asked if he was crazy. He couldn't understand how anyone could laugh in such a tense situation. He also asked if they would even have a chance to get close to the enemies, or if they would end up getting shot in the head before that. Yuna, on her end, thought that fighting in that location was even harder for another reason. There was no cover at all. In addition, the distance between them and the enemies was very large, making any approach difficult. Horang Nabi then spoke to himself. If the sand limited his movements, he had no choice. He apologized to Mr. Pumpkin and then prepared a kick in his direction. Seeing that, some rank B assassins thought he had become a traitor. Yuna also wondered why he would turn against Sungu, but in truth, it wasn't that at all. Horang Nabi was just creating a plan. He shouted for Peter to sink his feet. Taking advantage of that moment, he used Peter as a springboard and dashed forward at impressive speed, fast enough to break the necks of several rank B assassins with precision. While destroying the enemies, Horang Nabi explained in a teasing tone that if the sand was what limited movement, then the solution was to not step on it. With that, he began using the bodies of the rank B assassins as a platform, stepping on them to gain momentum and break their necks one by one. The brothers were shocked. They said he was way too fast, but Peter noticed something beyond the speed. In an extremely short span of time, Horang Nabi had broken, with surgical precision, all the joints of those soldiers' bodies. The last remaining enemies were the ones who were not armed. One of them, armed only with a knife, ran straight toward Peter. At that moment, Peter thought that Raphael was probably watching everything. Because of that, he couldn't use all of his power there. Making a quick decision, he looked at the brothers and ran toward them, leaving that enemy for the two of them to handle. Young commented that it had been fun while it lasted. Jay said they would meet in heaven. However, just as they tried to approach the enemy with the knife, the rank B was easily defeated. He realized then that Mr. Pumpkin, that is, Peter in disguise, was not actually fleeing. Peter skillfully pretended the attacks he delivered had come from the brothers themselves. He beat the rank B in just 1 second and then threw himself to the ground, pretending it had all been an accident. He claimed he didn't know what had just happened. Tadeu, who had been watching, noticed everything. He understood that man had used a camera blind spot. He had made it seem like he had slipped, accidentally taking down the enemy. That confirmed his suspicions. Mr. Pumpkin definitely was not an ordinary person. Meanwhile, Yuna didn't stand still. She quickly grabbed a flare gun and fired it so everyone could escape as soon as possible. When the messenger reached Raphael, he reported that, for some reason, Tadeu had taken down all the rank Bs that had been sent. Raphael wanted to know if there was anyone else at the scene besides Tadeu. The messenger replied that one of the assassins had been eliminated by another man, but this man had made a mistake afterward. Then they all began planning to flee. Raphael then considered the possibility that Tadeu had betrayed him. Frustrated, he stabbed the meat he was eating so forcefully that the plate broke. But then he stated that, if it were anyone else, he might believe it. But not with Tadeu. To him, Tadeu was the god of Column, someone who once ruled an entire continent. A man like that would never betray him. Never. So, he decided that the only thing left to do was watch. Later on, all the surviving participants, the rank Ds, were gathered in the center of the island. Yuna spoke up, saying the test was over. They needed to leave that place as quickly as possible. Peter thought they were right. It was better to get out of there before something even worse happened. But Horang Nabi interrupted the conversation, apologizing. He said he needed to find Peter before leaving the island. He started to wonder where the old man could be. Since the test began, he had not seen any older man that resembled him. He concluded that if Peter were really there, he would be hiding. His appearance wouldn't be obvious, and he was likely concealing his true identity and abilities. He was the type of person who clearly wouldn't be a real rank D, considering his level of technique and strength. Thinking it through, there was someone who fit that description. The most interesting part was that he hadn't realized it until now, because he hadn't paid much attention to Mr. Pumpkin. But now he noticed something strange. The more he thought about it, the more suspicious it all seemed. Mr. Pumpkin and the lowest ranked participant in rank D were never in the same place at the same time. Horang Nabi asked if maybe they were the same person. There was a strong chance that the masked man was Peter himself, or someone connected to him. Sungu said that conversation made no sense, but Horang Nabi insisted. He said it was simple, they just needed to remove the mask. Sungu replied, what if he didn't want to take it off? Horang Nabi said that, in that case, he would do it himself. Peter realized he was completely cornered. With the flares fired earlier, the rest of the test participants had gathered there. Now, all eyes were on him. Even Raphael was probably watching. Everything was against him. Tadeo warned that if they kept scheming in front of him, he would kill whoever was involved. Then he launched a kick so fast that only Peter would be able to dodge it. Tadeo was sure the kick would land, but Peter managed to dodge it in an incredibly short time frame. That didn't disappoint Tadeo. On the contrary, he felt that outcome was worthy of someone like Peter. Everyone around was stunned by the speed and tension of that moment. Peter noticed that with just one strike, the atmosphere had completely changed. He knew that the longer he waited to act, the worse it would become, because he couldn't use all of his strength. With no choice, he was also forced to fight back. But Tadeo was fast enough to dodge his attacks. Still, something caught his attention. Sungu wasn't directly focused on Tadeo, but rather on the surrounding sand. He had created a dust cloud to conceal his movements, allowing him to attack without revealing his true strength to others. Some observers began to wonder what was going on. Weren't those men supposed to be just rank Ds? One of the girls commented that she had seen something like this before. She was the dealer who had been present the day the Golden Blood killed everyone inside the casino. She said that just being in the same space as someone of that level made it hard to breathe. It was like living in a dream, something too surreal to feel real. Amidst the sand cloud, the two were exchanging intense blows. Yuna noticed there were many cameras around. If Sungu revealed his true strength, it would be a huge problem. She didn't know what he was thinking, but she was glad that earlier, when she saw Horang Nabi in the forest, she had felt fear and recognized how dangerous he was. In the end, she was right, but she also knew that Sungu was even stronger than him. While blocking the blows, Tadeu thought that guy was incredible. Sungu had just copied his technique and was even adjusting the trajectory of his own punches to trick his defense. At that moment, Tadeu was struck and thrown far away with such force that a crater formed on the ground. Those watching wondered if Horang Nabi had been defeated, but Tadeu, laughing as he got up, said that this fight was full of surprises. He admitted that Sungu was really strong and that he was having a great time, something that rarely happened. Finally, he asked if they hadn't met somewhere before. While observing everything, Peter began to suspect that Horang Nabi was also someone extremely suspicious. Even in that tense situation, Peter was still not using his true strength. The opponent noticed this and warned him that if he kept going like that, he would end up defeated. He told him to stop showing off and finally fight with everything he had. Tadeu, with a confident smile, replied, "Of course, it would be rude of him to keep playing around." When he assumed his combat stance and made his first move, Peter noticed something strange. That was completely new to him, a form he had never seen before. With a serious look, Tadeu stated that from now on, begging for mercy wouldn't help because he had asked for this himself. Watching from a distance, Raphael commented that he knew there was someone among them who wasn't a true rank D. That's why he wanted to discover his identity, unmask him, and reveal everything to the world. One of his subordinates, however, said that if that someone was Peter, then Tadeu wasn't in any danger. Raphael then changed the subject and asked if he liked track races. He explained that in such competitions, when an athlete hears the starting shot and reacts in just 0.1 seconds, they aren't praised. They're disqualified. That's because judges believe that instead of reacting, the person predicted the shot, since the minimum human reaction time, according to science, can't be less than 0.1 seconds. The subordinate was confused and asked what exactly Raphael meant by that. Then he explained, Tadeu's strength is beyond human capacity. He would be disqualified from any competition for being superhuman. Meanwhile, Peter analyzed the situation and thought that until he uncovered the secret behind Tadeu's martial arts, he needed to stay cautious. But he barely had time to think because the first blow had already landed. Peter Peter realized he could try to counterattack, but Raphael noted that no other human being would be able to do that. Tadeu's reaction time was literally zero. The visual information went straight from his eyes to his muscles, bypassing normal brain processing time. Peter was stunned. As soon as he sensed the impact of one blow, another was already coming. Tadeu, showing total control, told him to hold firm because that was just the beginning. Raphael, watching everything, stated that Tadeu's physical abilities exceeded all human limits. He was known as the god of Kowloon. In a matter of moments, he struck Peter in several parts of his body simultaneously, preparing him for what was coming next. He said that the Pumpkin Knight would have to use all the strength he had if he wanted to survive his 88 techniques. These Kowloon techniques were notoriously impossible to block or dodge. Peter, caught in that storm of blows, couldn't react. It was as if he were trapped in a barrier of 100 instant strikes. His body was violently hit, and yet he remained standing. Yuna, watching from a distance, showed concern at what she was seeing. Tadeu, on the other hand, noticed that Peter's body, despite everything, wasn't destroyed. Somehow, he had endured it. It was clear to Peter that this man was hiding something. Even so, his body remained still and far more resistant than he had imagined. Peter realized he could no longer keep fighting as if he were just the Pumpkin Knight. All the conditions were now against him. Tadeu then declared it was time to remove his opponent's mask, but at the last moment, Yuna intervened. She said there might be another way to solve this. She believed the masked man must also have his own reasons for hiding his face, and felt she had to protect Sungu's identity. Tadeu responded that this made things complicated. If she didn't get out of the way, he would have to remove her by force and might even end up killing her in the process. Determined, Yuna drew her weapon and said she didn't care. She would fight back too. However, in the very next second, Tadeu had already struck her with a precise blow to the neck. She didn't even see the attack. Unable to move, she collapsed to the ground, and Tadeu commented that he actually admired her courage. He then turned his attention back to the masked man. Now, no one would stop him. Just as he was about to remove the mask, Raphael interrupted and said they had finally captured Peter. He ordered the mask to be taken off immediately, stating that there were no more apostles or allies left to help him. As incredible as he was, Peter was now alone. He couldn't defeat the glory. Raphael's plan was to take control of the world, and for that reason, he commanded Tadeu to reveal the masked man's face. As Tadeu removed the mask, everyone expected to see Peter. Raphael, confident, called him an apostle and told him to identify himself. However, Yuna's reaction was one of complete shock, and not just hers. Everyone was surprised to see that the one behind the mask was not Sungu, but Kageo. Tadeu, in disbelief, asked if it had been Simon all along and what he was doing there. Raphael, confused, wanted to know why Kageo was there, since the one who should have been present was Peter. It was then that a messenger arrived and warned that there was a problem. The real Peter was attacking the glory directly. This proved that it had all been part of a plan. Peter always had a plan. For those who still didn't understand, he wasn't the strongest, nor the fastest, nor the smartest. He wasn't the best in any individual category, but he had something that surpassed all of that: the ability to adapt. Peter followed Darwin's principle: not the strongest, nor the most intelligent survive, but the one who best adapts to change. And that's why he was the most dangerous. In an earlier conversation, Kageo had warned that invading that island would be extremely risky. If an apostle were sent, his identity would be discovered. He asked permission to accompany his master, offering to act as Peter's shadow. Sungu agreed and said he would become one with him. Peter explained that he would also disguise himself as a rank D and enter the test. At the right moment, he would give the signal. By distracting Raphael with another appearance, he would divert all attention. Even so, Kageo knew he would have to face direct confrontations with other apostles, but he said he didn't care. With his cursed blood, he believed he wouldn't lose to anyone. Peter, however, explained that this was exactly why he couldn't fight that way. If he started showing off, claiming to be Kageo the apostle, the disguise would fall apart. Even with the switch, suspicion over the rank D Kim Sun-gu would still linger on the island. Peter then decided to use another appearance to fully divert attention. With his plan, suspicions over Sun-gu would disappear. Back in the present, Tadeu was still confused. He asked how Simon was there, and Kageo, with a cold stare, responded with surprise. Soon after, Sun-gu finally appeared. He was rank 336. He asked if they were looking for him. Tadeu was shocked. He began to wonder if the Pumpkin Knight and rank 336 were actually the same person. Tadeu then apologized for the misunderstanding and asked if Kageo would be starting again as a rank D. He said that if that was the case, he only needed to ask forgiveness from one of the great brothers to return as an apostle. He and Felipe could forgive him for what he had done, but something was still bothering Tadeu. All of that felt too strange. Who exactly was that 336? He remembered that the man's face had been covered in blood earlier. He began to question what he had done. Peter, meanwhile, thought that even if Tadeu remained suspicious, it would be very hard to uncover the truth. It had all been staged. The blood on the face had been placed there on purpose to deceive everyone. Finally, Tadeu asked where that brother was going. He wanted to know if he was upset and apologized for hitting him so much. The brothers were confused and wondered what had just happened, asking if the whole thing had just been some kind of prank. Sungu appeared and asked if everyone was okay. They said yes, but joked that he he probably got lost along the way. Jay commented that now they could all leave the island together. With that, the test on Death Island came to an end. In the official report, it was recorded that the test for Rank D participants had been terminated due to an outsider attack in quotation marks. All the survivors were considered to have passed. The other Rank Ds who were still on the island also managed to escape safely. Meanwhile, the Pumpkin Knight was lying unconscious, his mask completely torn. When he slowly regained consciousness, he was surprised by the number of licenses he had received and wondered if that meant he had passed the test. Sungu had returned the favor. At least for now, no one would suspect that Peter had infiltrated as a Rank D assassin. Peter, observing from afar, reflected that if he had ruined Raphael's fun, now it was his turn to have some fun. When Raphael was informed about Peter's invasion, he was surprised and suspicious. He asked if it was some kind of manipulation or misinformation. The messenger confirmed there was no mistake. The real Peter had appeared at the International Branch of Glory in Kowloon. Raphael wanted to be sure of the information until he started hearing screams. In Kowloon, agents were trying to corner Peter, but very cautiously. The old Peter himself asked if they thought he had been trapped. In truth, he had used that situation to gather everyone in one place. When he was sure they were surrounding him, he killed all the assassins with ease, revealing the true power that everyone feared. The pursuit unit, the Shadow Squadron, was completely defeated. The support unit also fell. Raphael was informed that Peter was destroying Kowloon, and in desperation, declared that this couldn't be happening. That place couldn't fall, especially not because of Peter. Then it was revealed that this Peter wasn't the real one, but Simon in disguise. He stated that Peter had been right all along, and that there really was something rotten coming from that place. When Simon returned to Dion's base, he was furious. He declared that it was outrageous. Kajeo had disguised himself and posed as Peter, switching sides. He demanded an explanation as to why that bastard was there, because just looking at him made his severed arm ache again. Joao, trying to calm the situation, asked him to listen to what they had to say. He admitted that he didn't like Kajeo either, but there was an explanation for all of it. Simon, however, said he didn't care about explanations. He drew his sword and said he couldn't accept Kajeo as one of them. He declared that he would cut him into pieces before Kageo's blood even touched the ground. Kajeo, however, didn't respond with aggression. He stepped forward only to kneel and bow before Simon. He apologized for everything they had done to him. He acknowledged that it couldn't erase the past, but he wanted to show his resolve. To do that, he offered his own arm to be cut off. Simon raised his sword and, at the last moment, stopped the strike. He realized that Kajeo had no intention of dodging. He told him to take his arm back and to never forget that moment. He declared that this arm no longer belonged to him. From now on, it should serve Peter alone. Kajeo swore that he would honor that promise. Jiwan, watching everything, commented that it was a good thing they had managed to avoid a bloodbath. After all, Kageo's blood would have ruined all his expensive furniture. In the end, Kajeo declared that from that day on, he would call Simon his mentor. Simon commented that, in the end, it wasn't so bad. Considering the difference between him and his own master, he said it might be more appropriate to call him a teacher. Aeon, observing Simon's behavior, found it strange that he was acting so relaxed. Taking advantage of the moment, the narration itself reflected with the others. It was not clear whether Kajeo was as strong as Simon, but it also didn't seem like Simon was the strongest of them all. In fact, Father Gabriel's apostles always seemed more powerful than Raphael's apostles. The problem was that they had all grown old. Just like Joao was killed by Alipede, Peter had also been defeated once before being reborn. Most likely, Father Gabriel's apostles were indeed stronger, but time had caught up to them. Even McKing seemed satisfied with how the conflict had been resolved. Jiwan commented that both Simons were equally ridiculous. Later, when Kajeo explained the details of what had happened, Jiwan asked if it was true that the man who had appeared was really the Apostle Tadiu. Kajeo confirmed he had recognized him. Jiwan then asked why the old man did not seem worried. Peter replied that he had already expected this. To him, it was obvious that Raphael would place at least one apostle on the island. Given the power that man had shown, it would be strange if he were not an apostle. Jiwan then asked why he had sent Sior to Kowloon as well. Sior himself explained that while looking for his brothers, he discovered that Raphael was hiding something in the city's underworld. Peter stated that Raphael was indeed hiding something in that lawless zone, something he clearly did not want anyone to discover. Jiwan wondered if this could be Raphael's weakness, but admitted that, even so, with the approaching war, it would be difficult to stand against the glory, even with Peter's name. The glory of today was no longer like it had been in Father Gabriel's time. Now it was a global conglomerate. Peter said he knew that, which was why he had never planned to act alone. As Jiwan herself had said, the glory was full of extremely powerful people, and facing that alone would not be enough. He then opened a bottle of royal salute to drink with his allies, and revealed that his plan was to gather people to face this threat together. Jiwan questioned what kind of allies could truly stand against the glory, since the Apostle brothers were scattered around the world, some missing, others likely dead. But Peter replied that his brothers were right there with him, right now. Simon asked if he could still join even without an arm. Kajio said he would follow him to the death, calling him master. Jiwan commented that even though she was old, she could still handle it. Even McKing seemed willing, wagging his tail enthusiastically. Jiwan stated that Peter intended to gather even more apostles in the future. That was what it looked like. The old man never stopped surprising them with his tricks. Peter thanked her for the compliment, but Jiwan asked whether, even without having killed Nathaniel, he could still be useful. Peter admitted he wasn't sure, but he was certain that after all this, Raphael would be even more prepared. Meanwhile, Raphael, furious, ordered Tadeo to return immediately. Peter was in the Kowloon underworld, determined to capture and kill Raphael once and for all. Jiwan asked how they intended to handle the huge difference in numbers, since Raphael had hundreds, maybe thousands of allies on his side. Peter replied coldly that it was simple to calculate. Each of them just had to face 1,000 enemies, and the problem would be solved. At the same time, in the Kowloon underworld itself, Tadeo was already prepared. He and his entire clan were ready to hunt Peter. He said they would meet again soon. Raphael, in turn, summoned the Diamond Brothers. When the messenger arrived, he questioned why they were being called, since they were also from the Kowloon underworld. Raphael explained it was because of the apostle rank. Coincidentally, the Diamond Brothers showed up soon after, ready for a direct conversation. Raphael commented that they had barely arrived and were already in a hurry. He said the rank would be theirs, but only if they managed to break Peter's neck. The two brothers climbed onto Raphael's table and demanded that he keep his promise, claiming that the rank had always been theirs by right. One of the guards got irritated by their behavior and pointed a gun, asking what they thought they were doing. One of the brothers mocked the guard for using a weapon like that, saying it only proved his weakness. With a simple move, he destroyed the pistol using only one hand. Then, the brothers guaranteed that they would soon bring Peter's head. Raphael said he hoped they would return soon, because Peter, upon entering the underworld, had no idea what was waiting for him. Meanwhile, at Jiwan's base, she wondered what they were hiding in Kowloon to justify such intense surveillance. Kagwe replied that Raphael had told the apostles something some time ago. He said that the most important element of his plan to dominate the world was hidden in the underworld of Kowloon. If that element were destroyed, it would cause massive damage to his plan. Jiwan wanted to know if Peter was aware of this, and if he would be alright. In fact, Peter was already in Kowloon, listening to everything through his secret earpiece. He calmly replied that, yes, he had already prepared everything. He was on his way to meet Simon. Jiwan then gave an important warning. She said they didn't know what might happen there and that Peter shouldn't appear to be a foreigner. He needed to blend in with the local people. Peter said that blending in was as natural as breathing for him. However, he noticed that someone clearly wasn't helping. Simon was wearing a disguise that drew too much attention. He introduced himself as Fan Lamar, which made Peter joke that he might as well use a megaphone to announce he was a foreigner. Simon tried to justify himself, saying he looked like a native from there, but quickly admitted the situation was complicated. Peter asked if it was because of the surveillance. Simon confirmed. After his last visit to the area, security had increased a lot. While searching for information there, he noticed that the locals were far more alert to any outsider. That was when he understood the danger. To draw attention effectively, he ended up appearing as his true identity, as Peter, exactly as he had been instructed. The result was total chaos. The most concerning part was the Shadow Society, an organization that could not be compared to Nathaniel's division or the pirates in Somalia. They controlled Kowloon's underworld and were considered the most dangerous assassins on the Asian continent. They were directly funded by the Glory. In addition, the location also housed the masters of the Diamond Blade and the mysterious Diamond Guardian, which made Peter's mission even riskier and more unpredictable. In the past, the Diamond Brothers had already been considered candidates for the position of apostles. Peter commented that they were peculiar and complicated, and that it was time to send them away. However, Simon warned that there was no way they could enter Kowloon's underworld like that. The Shadow Society knew its own people very well, and any disguise would be quickly seen through. Peter then replied ironically. He said no one had mentioned a disguise. They were not going to hide. They would enter through the front door. Later, while watching the entrance to Kowloon's underworld, Simon finally understood what Peter meant by front door. He was literally walking openly toward the underworld, with no disguise, being watched by everyone. Simon, impressed, said that if that was his will, he would be willing to give even his left arm to help. But at that moment, all the bald men in the area saluted Sun Gu, calling him the disciple of the great master. Simon was confused, not understanding what was happening. For Peter, entering that place wasn't hard at all, and there was a very simple explanation. Tadeu himself himself had authorized his entry. He told Sungu there was no need to be so formal, since Peter was a guest. He asked where Peter wanted to start, as the place was always busy, and promised to show him everything. Meanwhile, one of the bald subordinates was questioning why everyone was treating that guy like a superior. He was just a rank D, and with that handsome and elegant appearance, he looked more like a gigolo. In their view, Peter had never risked his life, and so he was just a rank D. Peter, on the other hand, knew that everyone was curious to understand how he had managed to get in so easily. He remembered well the moment they left the island of death. On that occasion, Tadiu wished blessings to everyone and said he wished he had stayed longer. However, an urgent matter forced him to leave immediately. After that, he asked whether Peter was in Kowloon's underworld, and Peter knew that his presence there had triggered a chain reaction. Tadeu's departure was clearly linked to his arrival, and Peter had no intention of letting him get away. Right after that, Peter approached Horang Nabi and praised his skills. He said he was truly impressed by his technique, and that his performance had made him reflect on his own shortcomings. That was why he kneeled before Horang Nabi and asked to be accepted as his disciple. Hyung found the whole thing unusual. He said he never imagined Peter would be so opportunistic. As for him, he would only follow Master Bear. Horang Nabi then explained that he normally did not accept disciples, but he found the request interesting. Even so, he could not accept it just like that. He proposed a test. If Peter could touch even a single strand of his hair, then he would accept him as a disciple. Sungu replied that if it was an order, he would take the challenge. Jay, however, warned that it could end in tragedy. Even so, Sungu stood up confidently and touched Horang Nabi's hair. With that, the master said everything was settled and that they would see each other soon, officially calling him a disciple. Later, Peter pretended to be impressed with Kowloon's underworld. He said he had only heard of the place, but had never stepped foot there before. Even so, he found everything surprising. He had expected something completely different, but the place was much more luxurious than he had imagined. Horang Nabi explained that in the past, the place lived up to its name as an underworld, but now it had changed. He said that transformation was the work of dear Raphael, who had breathed life into the area, so he could only thank him. However, Sungu found it all a little strange. Despite all the luxury, the place was occupied only by militias. The true residents of the underworld seemed to have vanished. Tadeu replied that it was a secret and changed the subject. He then asked if he knew Peter. Sungu wanted to know if he meant the apostle. Yes, he knew him. He knew exactly who Peter was. Tadeu commented that Peter was truly impressive. His mere presence had been enough to shake an entire organization. He also said that he held no personal grudge, but that he needed to find him, and when he did, he would kill him. That was why he advised Sungu to be careful, as Peter, the feared one, was hiding somewhere in Kowloon's underworld. He asked Sungu to always stay by his side, as he would protect him. Meanwhile, some members of the Shadow Sect began to comment that Tadeu was acting strangely. They said that if he kept behaving like that, sooner or later, they would end up crushed by the Diamond Brothers. One of them then raised a question. If they fought against the apostles, who would win? Another replied that he had once heard a story. They said that among the apostles, there was one whose physical strength surpassed anyone else in the world. According to the rumors, if it were true, maybe they could even defeat the Diamond Brothers. That was when the Diamond Brothers themselves appeared. The Diamond Guardian and the Diamond Blade, leaders of the Shadow Society, arrived without warning. The Guardian, without hesitation, crushed one member's skull with a single hand. He said it was the simplest thing in the world, and that whenever they had doubts about who was the strongest, they just needed to see it with their own eyes. The Blade then massacred another member right there. The Guardian explained that they had always waited for this opportunity. Now that someone existed with enough power to surpass even the apostles, they would prove it by cutting off Peter's head. Sometime later, Simon commented that the situation was getting more complicated. Members of the Shadow Society had started searching for Peter in the streets outside of Kowloon. Meanwhile, Peter, very well disguised as a beggar, asked Simon if he was doing all right. Simon, on the other hand, was thinking that the whole thing was very unfair. He was living in misery, sharing food with rats, while Peter seemed perfectly calm. His tone of voice made it clear he was relaxed, likely sitting on a window ledge, smoking a cigarette under the moonlight. Peter joked, asking since when Simon had become so predictable. And Simon replied that if all of this was to find out what Raphael had been hiding, it made sense that it would be his disciple in charge of that task. That way, Peter could observe everything without drawing attention. Now that he had dozens of subordinates, he did not need to do everything by himself anymore. But Peter disagreed, saying that was nonsense. Even as the leader's disciple, there was a big problem with that. He asked Simon to reflect. If you were a veteran in a company and the new boss was a rookie, how would you feel? Simon replied that he would cut off his own right arm. Peter agreed, saying that was exactly how he felt. Now, he had become the target of dozens of members of the Shadow Society. And right at that moment, two of those members, who were ready to kill him and were listening from outside the room, were completely shocked by what they heard. The bald guys were confused and wondered how they had been discovered. Peter, however, told them not to be surprised. As soon as he walked in, he noticed that the house was impeccably clean. It was obvious that everything had been prepared for his arrival. Even the knives from the cutlery set had been removed. Everything had been carefully planned. One of the bald guys commented that Peter was very confident for someone who was about to die. Peter replied that, in fact, he was actually a little disappointed with that reception. With everything so neatly prepared, it was hard for him to make make a proper entrance. Another man said he was just acting full of himself because he was standing next to the disciple of the master. Peter then asked if they were talking about Tadeu. He said that in that case, he really should feel confident. The enemies moved forward, stating that the crown he held was a very thin rope. They had removed everything Peter could use as a weapon in that place. But as always, that didn't work. Even at a disadvantage, Peter used the phone cord to throw one of the attackers across the room. The second didn't even have time to react. He was wrapped in a bedsheet and immobilized. Later, the two were lying unconscious on Peter's own bed. He commented that they could stay there. While putting out his cigarette, he asked if Simon was still on the line. He wanted to know if he was planning to take the position of disciple. Simon answered no, thanked him, and said he was busy making friends with the rats. Peter thought that, even so, he had entered that place by recommendation of Tadeu himself. That meant not everyone in the Shadow sect agreed with him. Sometime later, a messenger went to the sect's masters and said there was a problem. The assassins they had sent had failed, but they were not dead. The Diamond Guardian found that odd and demanded an explanation. The messenger apologized and begged for another chance. In his mind, he wondered why the masters were so angry if the assassins were still alive. But the answer came with a loud and cold laugh. The Guardian said he already knew what that meant. The Diamond Blade added that the leader of the sect didn't care for anyone but himself. The Guardian then deduced that something was being plotted and that they could use that failure against him. Later, Tadeu welcomed Sungu with good humor and asked if he liked the house. He wanted to know if it was comfortable. Peter replied that yes, it was good enough, but internally, he thought Tadeu had no idea that he had been attacked. That confirmed his suspicion that others inside the sect were conspiring behind Tadeu's back. Tadeu still asked how they had treated Peter. He replied that he was received so well he barely had time to react. Then he asked why Tadeu called him Shang and why he never used that kind of nickname with the other members of the Shadow Society. Tadeu laughed at the question and said he was very observant. Peter asked if he had joined the sect later. Tadeu confirmed that he had. He said Peter was smart and seemed to have studied a lot. He admitted he was right. Among all of them, Tadeu was the only one who had already lived in Kowloon. He explained that the Shadow Society was a group of assassins from China, but in practice it functioned as a group of mercenaries hired to capture Peter. They didn't like him. The Diamond Masters also didn't like him and were always trying to kill him to take his place. Sungu then asked if he was saying that with a smile. Tadeu replied by asking if he didn't find it all funny. He said he didn't care about the fact that they were trying to kill him, but he wanted to know Sungu's opinion. Did he think he would die at their hands? Sungu then turned the question back, wanting to know if Tadeu was after Peter for some other reason. Tadeu replied yes. They had arrived, and he pointed to a building. He said that place was his mother's house. She was the reason why he fought. He needed to kill Peter to protect her. But at that moment, screams echoed. Some people were shocked to see the bodies nearby. The two assassins who had been sent to kill Peter were now hanging, strangled, as if it were a public execution. Watching from a distance, Peter thought it was probably a punishment for failing their mission. Tadeu asked Peter if he had seen those two before. Peter knew exactly what it was about until the Diamond Masters appeared. The Diamond Guardian announced that a terrible incident had occurred that night. Two disciples had gone to visit the great brother Sungu and, during the visit, ended up trying to kill him, disrespecting his authority. Sungu confirmed, saying that it really happened. The Guardian went on, saying that the two assassins had met with him and were later found dead. Sungu replied that, to some extent, that was true. They were found dead after the encounter, but that didn't mean he was the one who killed them. At that moment, Tadeu was just watching everything closely, without saying a word. The Diamond Blade then asked if they could show a recording. The video showed the two assassins entering the house where Peter was, but it didn't show anyone leaving. With that, they asked if Peter had anything to say in his defense. He thought that this problem wouldn't end there. The Guardian reminded everyone of the sect's laws and asked Tadeu if he remembered what happened when disciples killed each other. Tadeu replied that yes, the punishment was immediate execution. Peter knew those rules were clear. The conflict had been exposed in front of everyone, which made the situation irreversible. Then the masters officially declared the execution of Sungu at that exact moment. Tadeu, surprised, asked if Sungu had really done that. He saw no reason for such an act. In his mind, Tadeu realized that something was wrong. Sungu did not pose a direct threat to the Diamond Masters, which meant their true target was someone else. The Guardian then said he had almost forgotten an important detail. On second thought, the blame would fall on the leader, Horang Nabi himself. Even though he was the leader of the sect, that didn't change anything. The punishment would still be the same. His fate would also be execution. Tadeu understood at that moment that the masters had wanted to kill him from the beginning. The other disciples were already expecting this moment and were even laughing at his situation. But Tadeu was the one who laughed last. He found it all so absurd that he started laughing loudly, saying it was hilarious and asking if their brains were just for decoration. The Diamond Blade didn't like the provocation and told him to speak with more respect, warning that his tongue could be ripped out. Tadeu Tadeu just said he was reflecting on how ridiculous it was to see them inventing that whole situation just to bring him down. He also said that if they wanted, they could challenge him anytime. The masters replied that he didn't seem to value his own life since he had no family to protect. But Tadeu's response came with a direct kick to the diamond blade's chin. Everyone was shocked by the strength of the blow, but the blade blocked it easily with just the palm of his hand. Peter realized that Tadeu hadn't used his full strength in that attack. Even so, the block showed why the title of apostle candidate was no exaggeration. The diamond blade accused Tadeu of talking too much and doing too little, but Tadeu replied that dogs that bark don't bite. He said the master wouldn't react. The other disciples in the sect understood what was about to happen. That was not just a heated argument. It was a battle between the sect leader and the diamond masters. Anyone who tried to intervene would be doomed. But there was one thing everyone agreed on. One of them would not leave that place alive. Just as the two were about to fight, Sungu stepped between them and asked them to stop. He spoke calmly, politely asking them. The Diamond Blade asked who he thought he was to interrupt that confrontation, but Sungu replied that there was no need to raise their voices. He then showed his phone as proof that it was all just a big misunderstanding. He explained that as soon as he entered that house, he noticed it was too clean, as if it had been prepared to receive a guest. But something bothered him. There were no utensils in the kitchen, especially no knives. That disappointed him because, besides cooking, he could use those items as weapons in case of emergency. Living in such a chaotic world, he knew nothing could be taken for granted. That is why he decided to prepare himself and recorded everything. Two drunk men ended up entering the wrong house and attacked him. Sungu explained that he simply offered the bed so the two of them could rest. The problem started after that. They slept in his room, and shortly afterward, other people arrived and took the drunk men away. Sungu then showed a photo on his phone to the Diamond Blade that confirmed what he was saying. As he watched the scene unfold, Sungu wondered if that was really how everything would end. The Diamond Blade, realizing the situation, thought that man had known everything from the beginning. He admitted that, yes, it was all just a misunderstanding. They had nearly caused an unnecessary execution. Sungu firmly asked that they apologize to the great leader of the sect. The Blade was furious at the boldness, asking how Sungu dared to speak like that. But the Diamond Guardian interrupted, saying that apparently the misunderstanding had come from their side. And with some effort, he apologized to the leader of the sect. Tadeu laughed at the situation and replied with disdain, saying to forget about it, that everything was fine. He called Sungu to leave with him and said it was time to go. The Diamond brothers were furious to see their plans completely ruined. The next morning, with the sun rising, Peter found Tadeu on the rooftop and saw him admiring the view. He asked what he was doing there. Tadeu replied that it was nothing special. He was just looking at an old photo of his family, the only copy he had left. He showed the image to Peter and asked what he thought. In the picture, his parents were holding baby Tadeu. Sungu commented that everyone in the picture looked happy, like a truly united family. Tadeu then said that his father passed away shortly after he was born, and he could barely remember his mother. He said that on that day, it rained non-stop. She promised she would return when the rain stopped, but that was the last time he saw her. He then realized he was saying too much. He felt he was opening up too much, but Peter replied that he envied him. At least Tadeu had a family he could remember. Peter then sat next to him on the rooftop. Tadeu asked if Peter had any pictures of his own family, but he replied no. All he remembered was someone crying. He had no family and not even a single photo. Tadeu said that story sounded a lot like the veterans. He had heard that the former apostles of Gloria were not allowed to take photos of themselves. He asked if that still happened with the rank D assassins. Peter confirmed that it did, and said that when all of this was over, he wanted to take a photo with his brothers. Tadeu thought it was a great idea, and since they were alone there, he suggested they take a picture right then. He joked that he could even offer candy as a reward, but Sungu had already mentioned before that he didn't like sweets. Tadeu jokingly asked why Sungu was such a killjoy. He said it would be nice if he lived life more lightly. Sungu replied that he would think about it. Meanwhile, the Diamond brothers remained furious, still dwelling on the failure of their plans. The Diamond Blade, consumed by hatred, swore he would destroy all those lice. That was when the messenger returned, bringing unexpected news. Peter, the real Peter, had appeared. Suddenly, a broadcast began airing in all areas of the underworld. The Diamond Masters quickly realized that the voice echoing was Peter's own. In the message, he said he was organizing a party in Kowloon's underworld, scheduled for the next day. He invited anyone who wanted to see him to attend, making a point of joking with a rhyme. He said that to participate in the party, guests had to bring adult diapers, authenticity, and weapons capable of decapitating someone. All of that was not just recommended, but mandatory. And the essential part, according to him, was a secret. It was obvious that behind that broadcast was Simon, once again in disguise, delivering the message to the entire underworld. The Diamond Guardian, furious, questioned whether that wretched old man at death's door was really challenging them like that. Simon, with his provocative tone, ended the transmission by saying that this was the invitation. Then, as if he had forgotten something, he added one final phrase in another language. Nitin fan Lamar. At that moment, the Diamond brothers, filled with rage, destroyed the loudspeaker. For those who didn't understand the provocation, that was the same phrase Simon had used earlier when he arrived in Kowloon. It meant something like, "Have you eaten today?" A common greeting, but loaded with irony in that context. The Diamond Blade acknowledged that they had chosen the right moment. The Guardian, with cold determination, declared they would capture Peter and put an end to it right there. He said this would not be a party, but a massacre. They would hang the heads of Peter and his allies on the gates as a warning to everyone. Meanwhile, Tadiu was talking with Sungu, expressing confusion about what Peter was thinking. He knew he was being hunted from all sides, yet he still chose to provoke his enemies even more. He said that, honestly, he didn't care about it. He believed everything would end the moment Peter was captured. But there was something that truly bothered him. Tadeo was sure that those two bald men, the Diamond Brothers, would also go after Peter with everything they had. If he tried to capture Peter at the same time as them, the sect itself would try to stop him. Sungu, sensing the conflict, offered to help him with the task. Tadiu, however, refused. He said he didn't want to put Sungu in danger and that he would kill Peter himself. The statement was contradictory, since just moments before he had said he didn't care about the outcome. Still, he seemed determined. Later on, Simon, still in disguise, was preparing his next move. Later, one of the bald guys tried to approach to deliver a message to the Diamond Brothers, but was stopped by another, who warned him not to go in. He then noticed that his companion was extremely nervous. He said it was rare to see the brothers' killing intent linger for so long. That meant something serious was going on. Decades ago, when several assassin sects began to expand, the most famous ones engaged in battles for power. This conflict lasted for years, plunging the continent into a long period of anarchy and violence. But everything changed after a defining incident known as the Continent Overload. It was at that moment the Diamond Brothers appeared. They managed to unite thousands of people affiliated with all sorts of sects. What was most surprising was that all this unification had been accomplished by just the two of them, without any help. Meanwhile, the Diamond Brothers themselves were finishing another one of their light training sessions, as they like to call them. In practice, it involved simple things like dodging 10 wrecking balls at the same time. The Diamond Guardian confidently stated that they would reclaim the title of Apostles of Glory, as they had only lent that position to a certain kid. According to him, it was more than time to break Peter's neck. Elsewhere, Simon asked if that was really the place where they should secretly meet. He found it strange, since they were in one of the apartments owned by the Dark Sect, which drew a lot of attention. He even commented that there might be hidden cameras there, but Peter reassured his friend. He said that sometimes what is right in front of your nose is exactly what you fail to notice. He explained that the Diamond Brothers themselves had tried to use that same strategy against him before, and had failed. That was why it wouldn't work again. Even so, Peter said there was something strange in the air. When Simon asked what it was, he replied that it was something his companion would never understand. At that moment, Peter seemed to be talking to himself. Simon found it curious, and mentioned the legend of the doppelganger, when you encounter a version identical to yourself that tries to kill you. Peter, irritated, said that if Simon had come just to say nonsense, he'd better go home. Even so, Simon noticed that Peter smiled at the joke, which meant he was starting to warm up to his humor in some way. Right after, Simon got more serious and asked if that was really the plan. He wanted to know why Peter had ordered him to declare war on the Shadow Sect. After all, someone with such a high bounty on his head wouldn't just go around exposing himself, saying, "Look, I'm here," unless he had a clear reason. Peter confirmed. The goal was to provoke an internal division within the sect. He would pretend to be an older version of himself and attack, drawing everyone to an isolated location. That way, the Shadow Sect's attention would be completely focused on this false Peter. Meanwhile, the real Peter would use the opportunity to search for Raphael's most valuable secret, hidden somewhere in Kowloon's underworld. Simon, impressed, once again acknowledged that his master always had everything planned. Before leaving, Peter warned him to be careful. He said those brothers weren't normal. One single mistake, even in combat, would be enough. Simon, confident, said there was no need to worry. He wouldn't lose again. Later on, Peter reflected that everything was going according to plan, calmly and carefully. However, there was still one fundamental piece missing: discovering where Raphael's weakness was. Generally, that kind of secret was stored in a well-protected place, but he had never seen such a location in Kowloon's underworld. He began to think it might be too close, so close that no one noticed. As he had said before, it could be right under their nose. That's when he thought about the safest place in Kowloon, a location that didn't need guards because it was respected by all, a place feared even by the most powerful, a place that had to be protected at all costs, even with one's own life. That place was Tadiu's family home. Now, standing in front of the house, Peter realized there was no visible security system. He began to question whether that was really the hiding place and what exactly was inside. But before he could investigate further, Tadiu himself appeared behind him and asked what he was doing there. He called him Brother Sungu and wanted to know what the plan was in going to his mother's house. Peter, realizing how sensitive Tadiu had become about that situation, decided not to take any risks. He simply replied that he had noticed a few broken tiles in front of the house. In the house where Peter had lived for a long time, there were also broken tiles similar to those he had just seen. That was why he felt obliged to check them. He thought that when Tadiu's mother returned, she might hurt her foot if she tripped on one of them. Using that as an excuse, Peter said he was just leaving and that they could meet another time. But Tadiu, suspicious, insisted. He said that since Peter was already there, he He should come in and see his mother's house, as it would be rude to decline the invitation. Faced with that, Peter accepted. He thought that fortunately everything was still going according to plan. Upon entering, he noticed that the house was quite charming. Despite being uninhabited, it was incredibly clean. Tadeo mentioned that Sun Gu was the first guest he had ever received. He said he didn't usually open the doors to many people. In that moment, Peter reflected that the so-called god of the Kowloon underworld seemed like just a normal boy in his eyes. While looking around, Peter was surprised by a cabinet made entirely of mother of pearl. Tadeo explained that it had been a gift from his father to his mother and that she had treasured it her whole life. However, he said he couldn't open it. He confessed he couldn't quite remember the touch of his mother, nor her voice. The only trace left was the scent that still lingered inside that cabinet. Whenever he missed her and opened the door, he feared the smell would disappear forever. Moved by Tadeo's sincerity, Peter apologized. He realized he had been suspicious for no reason, but Tadeo, confused, asked what he was talking about. That was when they both heard a commotion outside. People were shouting that Peter had appeared. Sun Gu, in disguise, shouted for them to go after him. However, Tadeo stopped him. He said Peter was an extremely dangerous man and asked him to stay inside, promising he would take care of the situation himself. Meanwhile, Simon, still disguised as Peter, seemed to be enjoying the chaos, even though he claimed it wasn't that fun. He remarked to himself that the bald guys posed no threat. Everything seemed under control until he was suddenly hit by a devastating punch from the blade of diamond, which hurled him violently against the walls. The Diamond Brothers declared that the heavens were on their side. Looking at Simon's body, still thinking he was the real Peter, they were surprised to see he was intact. The blade of diamond acknowledged that even in the mud, a diamond remained a diamond. He said the rumors that Peter was the greatest apostle of glory might actually be true. He was impressed that Peter had instinctively managed to block the attack. Simon, on the other hand, knew he had to end that situation quickly. Those men wouldn't go easy on him. Even with his broken sword, now just a shard of a blade, he prepared to fight. Complaining about back pain, he joked that they were attacking an old man, as if people no longer respected the elderly. He said they would now have to be disciplined by Grandpa. The blade of diamond, unfazed, replied that Simon would soon be torn to pieces. Meanwhile, Tadeo, overcome with fury, was running with everything he had to try to catch the real Peter. Simon, however, stayed focused on the plan. All he needed to do was buy time for the real Peter to find Raphael's weakness. Still, when he saw another punch coming, Simon began to doubt whether he could really hold out. A single strike from that opponent had already opened a crater in the wall. He thought that if it hit him directly, it would be fatal. No wonder those two had been able to unify the entire continent. The blade of diamond commented that he was surprised to see Peter still moving like that, even at his advanced age, but he concluded that he was nothing more than a fangless tiger, a defenseless cat. However, the next strike was intercepted by Simon, who crossed his broken sword fast enough to cut the enemy's face. Then the Diamond Guardian attacked from behind, claiming that the tiger would now lose the last fang he had left. But Simon, with a sarcastic smile, activated his spinning sword technique, slicing the Guardian's skin with nothing but a shard of blade. He said he didn't need fangs to kill, as he could chew up his enemies with his old man gums. The blade of diamond was stunned to realize the strike hadn't come from the sword's blade, but from the scabbard. At that moment, Simon also kicked the Guardian of Diamond far away. He mocked his opponents, asking where that ageist prejudice had gone now. With irony, he taunted them. "Scared now, little diamond kids?" The blade admitted he had underestimated his opponent. Even without fangs, a tiger was still a tiger. The Guardian coldly replied that it was human nature to reap what one sows, and then both charged in at full force. Despite their weight and brute strength, Simon was impressed by the speed the brothers reached. He knew that if he were hit by one of those attacks, especially a coordinated one, his body would be torn to pieces, just like his sword. Even so, with only the sword's scabbard, Simon managed to dodge every strike and land precise hits on each of the brothers' joints. He could perfectly read their movements, but realized his blows weren't causing any real damage. The brothers kept advancing like beasts, showing no fear or pain, and with each strike, they seemed to grow even more aggressive. The blade, with an insane smile, said Simon could try all he wanted, but they would remain standing. He guaranteed that the moment they caught him, he would die. When Simon realized he was about to be captured, he slapped the blade in the face, calling him one of the craziest people he had ever met. But he added, in a serious tone, that insanity alone wasn't enough to kill him. However, the brothers had another plan. Simon realized too late that the Guardian was coming from behind, swinging a massive wrecking ball. The impact was devastating. He was launched through several walls and landed, wounded, among the rubble. The Guardian, satisfied, said that no matter how skilled Simon was, it made no sense trying to kill someone using only a scabbard. Still dizzy, Simon looked at his sword, now broken in half. He now understood their strategy. While the blade distracted him, the Guardian prepared the fatal blow. He also noticed that his fake arm had shattered on impact. For a moment, he thought that this might be the end of Peter, his true self. The blade, confident, mocked him. He said Simon had spent too long hiding like a rat and should have stayed that way. The Guardian added that such boldness would be the final nail in his coffin. Both thanked him for his contribution, stating that once they killed him, they would become apostles. But Simon, even wounded, smiled. He said that the one who should be grateful was him, since he was standing before such kind and compassionate leaders, capable capable of returning the fangs to an old toothless tiger. He had landed in a kitchen after the crash and calmly picked up a bread knife. The blade scoffed and asked what he planned to do with that little knife. The Guardian added to the insult, saying it was no different from using a scabbard. Simon said they would soon find out what happens when someone wields a real blade. He took a deep breath and focused, aiming to become one with the air. He inhaled, exhaled, and in a precise motion, used the art of the sword saint. With a simple vegetable knife, he unleashed a strike so powerful that it split the entire house they were in, reducing it to dust. The brothers were stunned to realize that from the beginning, Peter had not been aiming for their necks. Before disappearing, Simon simply murmured a phrase, "Nitten fanum," right after the shack collapsed on top of them, allowing him to escape unharmed. As he walked away, Simon thought Peter was probably doing well in his mission. Even so, he knew he had stayed exposed for too long and recognized just how dangerous those brothers really were. When Tadeu finally arrived at the scene, it was already too late. The Guardian mocked him, saying that all the rumors about Peter were lies, that they had beaten the old man and made him run. The Blade, laughing, said the man was practically dead and asked if Tadeu still wanted a piece of him, though nothing was left. The Guardian, noticing Tadeu's serious expression, asked if he thought that was unfair. Tadeu calmly replied no. He just admitted he had been one step behind. He said he wasn't there to collect a piece of Peter, but for another reason. He then began to analyze the scene of the fight. There weren't many traces, but Tadeu knew that the Apostle Peter was someone capable of making anyone tremble. Observing closely, he realized that the brothers' injuries hadn't been caused by a simple kitchen knife. That was strange. Maybe Peter hadn't even intended to kill anyone. This realization made him reflect even more on who that man really was and what exactly he was doing in the Kowloon underworld. Meanwhile, Sungu remained alone in front of Tadeu's mother's wardrobe, considered the most precious belonging of the most powerful man in Kowloon. The possibility that this wardrobe concealed Raphael's greatest weakness was extremely high, but Sungu chose not to open it, remembering Tadeu's sincere words. Peter, on the other hand, also reflected. He knew that, based only on deductions, he shouldn't force the wardrobe open, especially since it didn't even have a regular lock. Shortly after, Peter received a call from Simon, who said that thanks to him, the investigation had progressed well. Simon asked if he had discovered anything concrete, and Peter replied that he would explain everything once they met. Then he asked if Simon had managed to escape the scene easily and warned him that the street where the old hideout was located was now dangerous. He recommended that he head somewhere else. Meanwhile, Tadeu walked through the streets, deep in thought. Earlier, Peter had challenged everyone, inviting them to try to capture him. He could have moved in the shadows, but his intentions were still unclear. Tadeu reasoned that if he were in Peter's shoes, he would never act alone. He concluded that if he broke the investigation into fragments, he might find a pattern, and began to seriously suspect the man he had just spoken to. When Sungu asked if Tadeu had returned, the other replied yes, and asked if he had kept him waiting long. Then he wanted to know who he had been talking to on the phone. Sungu casually said it was just an old acquaintance, someone he hadn't spoken to in a long time. Tadeu commented that if Sungu's friend was that close, then he could be considered his friend too. Sungu naturally agreed, saying yes, of course. Immediately after, Tadeu took the phone from his hand and said he would like to say hello too. On the other end of the line, Simon was surprised by the silence and asked why Peter had suddenly gone quiet. Meanwhile, Tadeu, holding the phone, stared at Sungu suspiciously. He asked if something was wrong, if he was upset because his phone had been taken, or if he was hiding something. Based on his deductions, Tadeu saw a strong possibility that Sungu was directly connected to the real Peter. But to his surprise, Simon, on the other end of the line, responded completely unexpectedly. He said that if the customer was placing an order, he should at least complete it. He asked whether he was going to finalize the purchase or not. Tadeu, confused, wondered if the call was about a purchase, then heard the attendant say he was just waiting for confirmation of the tile order. The man even complained that staying silent like that was very rude. At that moment, Sungu pointed to the stairs at his mother's house and commented that he was still very bothered by the broken tiles there. Then he changed the subject and asked if Tadeu had managed to capture Peter. Tadeu, embarrassed, replied that no, he hadn't. Sungu calmly said it was fine, that there would be another chance, and that he needed to go as he still had preparations to make. Tadeu, realizing the misunderstanding, felt awkward in the face of his calmness. Meanwhile, Raphael, during one of his luxurious dinners, scoffed that the Diamond Brothers had completely lost their edge. He said it was pathetic to think they could struggle to capture a decrepit old man like Peter. Now, with the enemy at death's door, Raphael believed he was acting out of pure desperation. He questioned whether that man truly thought he could find his weakness and declared he would never let that happen. He said that, if necessary, he would summon the devil himself again, since Peter dared to step into his underworld. Later, Sungu found Tadeu on the rooftop, under the dim light of the night. Tadeu, still embarrassed about the phone incident, asked if he had hurt him when he grabbed him. Sungu replied no, but jokingly said that if Tadeu knew a good doctor nearby, he could make a recommendation. Laughing, Tadeu grabbed a piece of paper and drew a rough map, pointing out a place near his home. He explained that there really was a good doctor in that area, and advised Sungu to treat the wound before it turned into a deep cut or left an ugly scar. Sungu thanked him for the gesture and said he was also curious about something. He asked if Tadeu was angry, how mad he was, and if something was bothering him. Tadeu, surprised, asked how he knew that. Sungu replied that it didn't take a genius to notice, since there was a completely dented iron pillar on the rooftop with clear punch marks. He realized Tadeu had been venting his anger. Tadeu explained that he had actually had a conversation with the Diamond Brothers and asked them why they kept saying they didn't have much time left. The brothers responded by asking if Boss Raphael hadn't told the sect leader. Very soon, Kowloon's underworld would be completely demolished. Tadeu commented that Raphael was probably holding back the government's construction plans, but the Guardian explained that the government had been pressuring Gloria heavily, making it difficult to protect anything. Lamena added that to stop the demolition, Raphael would have to be properly compensated. Even so, he still hadn't captured Peter. The brothers told Tadeu not to worry, because once Peter was caught, they themselves would take care of Kowloon. They also suggested that Tadeu should leave the Shadow Sect once and for all. Tadeu turned to Sungu, confused by the situation, while the brothers kept interfering in the deals with Boss Raphael. Sungu observed that he still didn't fully understand Tadeu. If his mother's house was truly that important, he should find another way to preserve it. But Tadeu replied that it wasn't just because of her. There was another reason. He told him about a man known as the Devil of Kowloon. He said the Diamond Brothers weren't the real problem, and that what he feared most was the return of that man. Sungu realized the subject was sensitive, but Tadeu insisted on continuing. He wanted Sungu to hear about the person who had turned his home into a war zone, the man he most wanted to kill in the world. He explained that Kaul had been abandoned and gradually slipped out of the government's control. Refugees and exiles, with nowhere else to go, began to populate Kowloon, forming a peaceful community. The village was full of smiling people, and Tadeu believed he could live happily there forever. Everything changed the day the village was destroyed and reduced to ruins. He was separated from his mother and waited for her for a long time, but she never came back. Even so, he continued living under the care of some uncles from the village. But that was just the beginning of the tragedy. A man appeared, the devil from the outside, and began a brutal massacre. The first victims were precisely the uncles who had taken care of Tadeu. He never forgot the image of his land being turned into hell. That man proclaimed that Kowloon now belonged to him. For a moment, Tadeu believed everything would be okay, since the adults banded together to fight back. There were many men in the village skilled in martial arts, but that only made things worse. Right before Tadeu's eyes, the man used techniques so powerful that they inspired both fear and awe. He defeated all of Kowloon's warriors using only his legs. The tragedy didn't end there. The devil dismembered all the villagers. Tadeu, realizing he would soon be next, understood that to restore peace to Kowloon, he would have to become strong. He wanted his mother's house to remain standing, in case she ever returned one day. Over time, Tadeu realized that man wasn't normal. His strength didn't come just from training or natural talent. There was something hidden behind it all. He noticed that the devil always carried a book. One day, Tadeu broke into the place where the man lived and stole the book, but he was caught in the act. The devil of Kowloon asked what he was looking for and if he wanted to read his secret martial arts manual. Tadeu admitted that he did. He wanted to learn and become strong, believing that was the only way to protect his home. He asked to be accepted as a disciple and mentioned that his father had said the devil was very powerful. The man replied coldly, saying he didn't have a father, which left Tadeu confused and frightened. Then the devil began to beat him using only one leg, mocking him and saying that a miserable, talentless brat like him would never learn his techniques. He ordered Tadeu to disappear and never come back. Tadeu knew that if that man ever appeared again, he would kill him. Even so, he decided to steal the book. He did it for his mother. From the moment he took the book, he didn't waste a single minute. He spent all his days and nights training, polishing his body, and fighting techniques until his hands and feet bled. He refined himself to the limit, until the blood dried, the bones broke, all to become stronger. Years passed, and finally Tadeu felt he had reached the power he had been seeking. When he returned to Kowloon, there was nothing left. The village had vanished. In its place, there was only a government document. Upon reading it, he dropped to his knees. The paper said that the region of Kowloon would soon be demolished. Tadeu wondered why the government would sell that land, what profit they could gain from it. They had already abandoned the place, and now they wanted to steal the village that the people themselves had rebuilt through hard work. When he saw the people being taken away, Tadeu fought like never before. He faced and killed numerous military guards, but was eventually captured. It seemed like it was all over. All his training, his endurance, and his struggle felt meaningless. meaningless. After losing everything, when he thought there was no more reason to live, Raphael appeared before him. Raphael promised to restore Kowloon, bringing the place back to its original state. He said he had government connections and could make it happen. Tadeu asked how he could trust a man like him, and Raphael replied that the more desperate someone is, the more trustworthy they become. That was what he saw in Tadeu at that moment. He liked that energy and that willpower, but there were conditions. Raphael had a grand plan in mind. All Tadeu needed to do was play a role. He just needed his strength. That was how Tadeu received the proposal to become an apostle. At first, he didn't want to accept it, but if that meant recovering his land and his mother's home, there was no other choice. Sungu understood everything now and realized it all made sense. He understood that Tadeu didn't have much time left and needed to capture Peter to complete his objective. Tadeu, on the other hand, asked his brother not to worry so much. He already knew where Peter would appear and was determined to find him. Later, Peter contacted Simon and asked what he thought of his performance. Simon, in a good mood, replied that his instincts had taken over and that he pretended to be the shop clerk, thinking he did a good job. Peter asked if he was feeling better, and Simon replied that, aside from a broken rib, he was fine. Peter said he knew a doctor who could help him, but Simon thought that was overkill. He said it was just 1 or 2 broken bones, and back in their day, a bit of ointment did the trick. Sungu interrupted and reminded him that they were no longer living in those days. He gave an address and told Simon to go there, then hide in a safe place. Simon agreed and said he would call once he arrived. When he got there, he realized the place looked like an abandoned clinic, straight out of a horror movie. The building was dark and silent. He said he had arrived, but the place seemed empty with no one around. He wondered if the staff was already expecting him. Sungu ordered him to leave immediately, but Simon replied that he still needed to apply the ointment and that there was no reason to worry. At that moment, Tadeu appeared and said he had finally found Peter. Peter, surprised, remarked that this must be what it feels like to be a Hollywood star, since everyone seemed to recognize him. He told Simon to get out of there immediately, but Simon apologized and said he would be dining alone that night. Then he destroyed the earpiece that had kept him in contact with Peter. Before the fight, Simon asked Tadeu how he knew he would come to that place. Tadeu explained that it wasn't hard to figure out. He imagined that Simon was injured after fighting the Diamond Brothers and would inevitably seek medical treatment. Simon replied with irony, saying that Tadeu knew him too well, but admitted that at that point, he already felt old and worn down. Simon teased Tadeu sarcastically and, even as he spoke, had already drawn a small kitchen knife. Tadeu responded that he could do whatever he wanted and said he held no resentment, but believed that everyone had their appointed time, and Simon's had come. Simon admitted he felt the same, and then came Tadeu's first strike, which surprised Simon even though he managed to block it partially. The kick came too fast, faster than Simon expected, and made it clear the boy was far more agile than he seemed. As Simon tried to dodge, Tadeu followed up with a second movement using the knife, aiming for the Achilles tendon, but Simon narrowly escaped. Tadeu realized that Peter's movements were instinctive, not premeditated, born from immense combat experience. Simon, despite keeping a playful tone, felt his whole body weakened by the broken rib and knew that the longer the fight went on, the worse it would be for him. With no other options, Simon decided to use his trump card and unleash the technique known as Whirling Sword Saint. Tadeu managed to dodge most of the strikes and admired his opponent's speed and precision, wondering how an injured man could still fight so well. Simon noticed that the old man seemed capable of ending the fight with a single blow, but he was also impressed by how Tadeu dodged almost everything, as if he could read every movement of the blade. The fight escalated. Simon used the walls and ceiling for momentum, launching spinning attacks, and Tadeu felt sharp pain in his ribs with each move from the opponent. Although Simon's strikes had lost some of their original strength, he hid extra techniques and explained, with a superior tone, that underestimating an opponent is only allowed after victory, and that the advantage of a short blade lies in its ability to wound repeatedly while a broadsword requires wide swings. At the right moment, Simon vanished from Tadeu's sight and performed the technique called Thunderfall, a rain of fast, clean slashes that struck him. Tadeu realized he had been led into that attack, and that, faced with such speed, dodging was impossible. Instead of evading, Tadeu grabbed the blade with his bare hands, knowing it might cut his fingers, and that saved him from more serious injuries. When Tadeu countered with a kick, Simon expected a strike to the ribs, but Tadeu changed direction at the last second and hit Simon's face, showing cunning and control. Tadeu acknowledged the talent of his opponent and mentally commented on the number of monsters hidden in Kowloon, impressed by the caliber of those warriors. Simon realized he had used up all his luck that day, and, despite his confidence, the difference in power was becoming clear. At the climax, Simon decided decided to end the fight with his most devastating technique, the barrier of 100 instant strikes, a far more powerful version of Thunderfall, capable of unleashing an unstoppable flurry of slashes. Simon was speechless in that moment, but thought he was lucky to be there in his brother's place. However, fate seemed to mock him, for Sungu himself soon appeared. The young man asked Tadeu to stop, saying he would explain the true reason he had come. Tadeu, however, responded bitterly. He said he had liked having Sungu there in Kowloon's underworld, where everyone mistreated him. Despite that, Sungu had been like a true brother to him, but something had deeply disturbed him. He mentioned the floor in his mother's house, the one Sungu kept saying he wanted to fix. Tadeu said he knew Sungu hadn't done the repair, not because of negligence, but because there was no one in that province capable of that kind of work. Then he angrily asked, who did he call? Trying to understand, Sungu asked how long Tadeu had been suspicious of him. In response, Tadeu recalled the fight between Peter and the Diamond Brothers. On that occasion, Peter had used only his left hand to wield a cutting weapon and defeat both masters. That made Tadeu reflect. He considered the possibility that Peter might be left-handed, but soon realized that wasn't the case, because the fencing technique used in that fight never required the use of the right arm. Then Tadeu remembered what Yuika had said about Peter's closest friend, a man skilled in fencing, known as the Sword Saint. It was at that moment that Simon removed the mask disguising him as the old Peter, revealing his true identity. Even so, Tadeu said he needed a final confirmation, something more solid than surface-level suspicions, a definitive piece of evidence. He explained that he had given the doctor's location to Sungu, and shortly after, Peter appeared at that exact address. The only person who knew that location was Sungu himself, and that was why Tadeu realized there was reason to distrust him. Despite the evidence, Tadeu never wanted to believe that Sungu was his enemy. Now, faced with the truth, he asked if he had only gotten close because he was on Peter's side. Sungu replied no, saying that didn't make sense because he was Peter. Furious, Tadeu refused to believe it. He told him to stop joking, reminding him how much he had searched for that man and how much he hated even hearing his name. Peter, however, calmly stated that it would take a long time to explain, but it was true. He was the Peter Tadeu had been looking for all along. Hearing that, Tadeu decided that whether he was the real Peter or just a subordinate, he would die all the same. He stepped forward, moving his foot swiftly towards Sungu's face. Meanwhile, Sungu thought about how he had rehearsed that fight countless times in his mind, trying to plan how he would react to Tadeu's blows. However, facing him for real, he realized the truth. There was no time to react. Tadeu's speed was on another level, far above any enemy he had ever faced. Even so, he needed to analyze what kind of attack he was facing and find an opening. At that moment, Simon called Jiwan, concerned. He had also realized that the blow Peter had taken was so strong that it even affected his vision, but he knew he needed to help. Shortly after, Simon informed Jiwan that Peter and Tadeu had started fighting. The scene was brutal. Tadeu advanced with fury, striking non-stop, while Peter only blocked and tried to endure. It didn't feel like a fight, but rather a one-sided massacre. Even so, Peter gathered his strength and tried to counterattack, reflecting that in combat, the advantage usually came from brute force. However, he asked himself, what good is all that strength if it can't land a single hit? Tadeu, with focused eyes, easily dodged the attack, redirecting Peter's force with finesse, controlling his movements. Peter was impressed. This was a problem. Tadeu left no openings, and not even a hair could be touched. Peter needed to create distance to counterattack, but Tadeu wouldn't allow it. His next flying kick hurled Peter against the wall on the other side. Simon had felt the same when fighting Tadeu. The difference in strength was like an abyss. He hadn't known that humans could have such fast reflexes. When the dust settled, he saw that Peter was still standing. Despite the countless blows, he had blocked the last one. Peter realized that Tadeu wasn't trying to kill him, but rather to neutralize him. Tadeu said that no matter how much he thought about it, he couldn't understand. He considered that Peter might have sent a spy to watch him, but couldn't figure out why it had to be him, the only person in Kowloon who had stood by his side. Sungu dodged a strike and replied that he truly didn't know how to read people. He said he had asked to be accepted as a disciple, stayed close to him, and even entered Tadeu's mother's house just to uncover Raphael's secret. Tadeu asked if it had all been part of a plan to get close. He wanted to know if, during all the time they spent together, there had been even 1 second of sincerity. Peter replied that he wouldn't waste a single second on him. Enraged, Tadeu charged forward. Jiwan realized the reason. Tadeu's strikes were completely different now. He truly wanted to kill. Each blow was like a cannon blast. Peter noticed that Tadeu's kicks changed trajectory, first aiming at the legs, then the head, and finally targeting the back of the neck unpredictably. At that moment, Peter entered a room, and Simon commented that he would end up cornered there. Tadeu stated that he understood, as each person had something precious to protect, and he would end it once and for all. Peter praised his physical ability, saying his reflexes had surpassed human limits, but reminded him that everyone like that had a fatal weakness. Tadeu replied that if Peter couldn't win through technique or strength, now he was resorting to tricks, and none of that would work. Peter then switched on a large spotlight, blinding Tadeu, and said that no matter how fast his reflexes were, they weren't faster than light. If he was temporarily blinded, his ability would become useless. Taking advantage of the opening, Peter pinned him against the wall and started striking him. Simon explained to Jiwan that Peter had turned on the surgical room's spotlight. Jiwan said it made sense because when someone is suddenly exposed to intense light in a dark environment, the retina becomes overstimulated. A spotlight like that emitted light in all directions, and fighting that way rendered Tadeu's reflexes useless. Peter calculated that he would be blinded for about 10 seconds, enough time to defeat him, but Kajio disagreed, saying it wouldn't work. He hoped his master wouldn't lose, but the problem was the opponent, Tadeu. Jiwan asked why, if he was a genius like Liped, and Kajio replied that it wasn't that. It was something different within Tadeu himself. At that moment, the spotlight turned off, but Tadeu was still standing. Simon noticed something strange. Peter realized that even without vision, Tadeu blocked all his strikes using martial arts. Kajio explained that even before the light came on, Tadeu had instinctively created an escape path. Peter thought that guy was truly relentless. With one eye closed, Tadeu stated that he had warned tricks wouldn't work on him. He had already reacted. He had closed one of his eyes so that only one would be affected. Then he opened the other and said it was now his turn, showing what happened when he had 10 seconds. His next kick practically demolished the surgical room, and Peter thought that no matter how fast a human was, they could never be faster than light. So how had Tadeu managed to react? He quickly realized that Tadeu had responded to the sound of the button that activated the light. Tadeu commented that his right eye was still throbbing and that he had almost been in trouble, but he said that even if Peter pressed the hidden button, there was no way to conceal it from him. The subtle movements of his muscles gave everything away because he saw everything. Peter thought that even before the light turned on, Tadeu had already read and reacted to the movement of his muscles. He concluded that Tadeu was truly a monster. Tadeu asked if he still had 10 seconds left and said he was getting bored. In the blink of an eye, he was already close, pressing Peter against the wall. Peter realized he was taking too many hits and knew he had to force Tadeu to use that technique. When he was thrown through the wall, he ended up on a terrace with several sheets hanging. Peter thought Tadeu would have to use that technique no matter what. Tadeu asked if he was really Peter and told him to stop with the nonsense. He said that if Peter wanted to live, he'd better say right away where the real old man was. Peter replied that no matter what he said, Tadeu wouldn't believe him. If he really wanted the truth, then he should fight with full force. When Tadeu blinked, Peter threw several clothespins at him. Tadeu caught them all and asked if that was what he called an attack, but Peter had already disappeared. Hiding among the sheets, Peter asked if this was going to be their final game of hide and seek. He said that if he got caught, the victory would be Tadeu's, if he could do it, of course. Tadeu, annoyed, said he didn't have the patience for that kind of game anymore. Peter agreed and said Tadeu's reflexes were impressive, that he didn't miss a single movement, not even the subtlest one. When Peter attacked from behind, Tadeu reacted instantly. Tadeu asked if Peter's best idea was using clothespins, but Peter asked back what he thought of this. Suddenly, a huge shadow covered the entire terrace. Tadeu realized the clothespins were just a distraction to pull down all the sheets at once. Peter explained that since Tadeu had incredible reflexes, the best way to deal with him was to physically block his vision before he could even react. But Tadeu grabbed one of the sheets and immediately attacked in Peter's direction. Peter was surprised and admitted that it was incredible. In an instant, Tadeu spun his arms and got rid of all the sheets. Simon thought it was absurd and wondered what Peter was doing. He asked him to stop playing that endurance game, saying it was disappointing. He expected much more from an apostle and demanded Peter show his true strength. Tadeu said he truly wanted to understand why Peter had done all that, but it didn't matter anymore. He said he would end it right there and told Peter to pay close attention because it would be the last thing he'd ever see. Simon thought that if Peter were hit now, it would be a huge problem. Tadeu assumed his supreme martial arts stance, one of the techniques of the Devil of Kowloon, impossible to block or dodge. His next step cracked the terrace floor, and the following strike was the feared barrier of 100 instant strikes. A massive cloud of dust rose as the attack hit its target. Simon was in shock and murmured that this couldn't be happening. Simon observed that it made no sense. Peter had blocked the entire barrier of 100 strikes using only his arms, though he was spitting some blood. Tadeu thought it must have been a coincidence and asked what Peter was doing, just standing there after blocking his attack. Tadeu wanted to see how long Peter could last, since no one had ever survived that technique before, and said he should feel honored to be there. Simon remarked that even though Peter had managed to block it, if it continued like this, it would be a disaster. Jiwan urged them to get Peter out of there immediately. Simon admitted that something had been bothering him from the beginning. That man had something strange about him, and wondered if Peter was acting that way because of it. Tadeu gave Kajio one last chance chance, saying that if he didn't stop, he would really die, and ordered him to beg for his life. Peter replied that if he begged, it would mean his only desire was to defeat Tadeu, and that would make him weak. Tadeu then challenged Peter to try blocking another strike, claiming that sometimes human fingers could become sharper than legendary swords, and that the smallest difference rendered any defense useless against the celestial needle fist, the sharpest technique in the world. Peter countered with a punch to Tadeu's stomach. Tadeu was shocked to see that his flawless technique didn't work, and Peter warned him not to be surprised. That was just the beginning. Now it was Peter who attacked with his palm shaped like a blade, relentlessly beating Tadeu. He hit him so hard that his clothes tore, he coughed blood, and several structures around them were destroyed. Tadeu, lying on the ground, couldn't believe it. He, who couldn't even see his own strikes, had now had his needle fist blocked. He asked how that was possible. Peter explained that the move was indeed impossible to block for someone who simply reacted, since the reaction time was virtually zero, rendering defense useless. The only way to deal with such an attack was to become negative, the opposite of reactive. Peter said he predicted the attack and countered. He didn't react, he countered. Tadeu declared that was absurd, that his technique couldn't be predicted like that, and Peter responded that if it had been his first time seeing it, he would have fallen. But since he was already familiar with it, he needed Tadeu to use it so he could understand. After all, the techniques Tadeu used were the same ones employed by one of Peter's brothers, an apostle. Tadeu denied it, insisting the technique belonged to the devil of Kowloon. Peter revealed that the true devil of Kowloon, the one responsible for devastating his homeland and ruining his life, was the former Tadeu, his own father. Tadeu, surprised, thought that was absurd. He said it was impossible to believe that such a monster could be his father. Even so, Peter threw a document at his feet and asked him to read it, because it contained the entire truth about the devil of Kowloon, the one Tadeu hated so much. The document stated that, long ago, in an abandoned laundromat in a poor district, Apostle Tadeu had written a letter to his brother Peter, asking how he was. He said it had been a long time since they last spoke. He mentioned that he was sick and the doctor said it could be fatal. It was ironic, since he had always believed he would live for many years. Now he could feel in his own skin how fleeting life truly was. Even so, Tadeu wrote that for people like them, death made no difference. No one would remember them anyway. But if he had one last wish before dying, it would be to see his wife and his son one last time, the ones he loved more than his own life. When Peter received the letter at his bookstore, he replied saying he understood his brother's feelings, but warned that seeking them out would put everyone in danger. He asked Tadeu to cast away those dark thoughts and take better care of his health, living as long as he could. Sometime later, Tadeu wrote again, saying he had received a letter from his wife, but now he was worried. Maybe it would have been better if he had never heard from her, because after that, she never responded again. When Peter read it, he understood what his brother intended to do. He knew it would be useless to try to stop him, but at least asked that he use a good disguise. Tadeu then departed for Kowloon as fast as he could. His instincts once again had been right. He hoped he was wrong, but ended up finding his wife in the worst possible way. If he had arrived just a little earlier, perhaps he could have prevented the tragedy. Faced with that pain, his mind became clear. Even as he felt death approaching, Tadeu realized there was something he had to do before the end. He knew the people of Kowloon were not peaceful. He discovered that the dumplings sold in the region were made of human flesh, and that his wife's meat had been used to feed his own son. Consumed by rage, Tadeu could never forgive them. Still, when he looked into his son's innocent eyes, he felt regret. He understood that, as cruel as it was, maybe he had done what was necessary. The boy, named Rebeo, would be in even greater danger if nothing was done. That's when Tadeu made his decision. He dressed as the devil himself and eliminated every single one of those responsible. He believed that by doing this, he would free his son from all that evil and ensure he had a chance to live, even if it was a lonely and hidden life. He preferred for Rebeo to grow as an invisible weed than as a flower torn out by the world's greed. Aware that his son would need to learn to defend himself alone, Tadeu intentionally left behind a book with his martial arts. He saw that the boy had determination and believed that by making him strong, he would become the hero of his own life. Deep down, what Tadeu most wanted was to hug his son and say how much he loved him, but he knew that would be selfish. So Tadeu chose to be the devil in his son's life, and as the days passed, he watched from afar as Rebeo grew stronger and stronger. Peter explained that, even after everything, Tadeu could never stop thinking that the boy was a flower by nature, and not just any flower. He knew that, because of that, one day the boy would become the target of those cruel people. After eliminating everyone in Kowloon and pacifying the territory, Tadeu discovered the government's demolition order. Enraged, he himself, known as the Devil of Kowloon, killed all the guards and warned that if anyone dared step into his territory again, he would tear them all in half. But soon after, he began vomiting blood. He was very sick and knew time was running out. He needed to act before death reached him. So the Devil of Kowloon, already weakened, proposed a peace treaty. He said it would be his last warning and ordered that no one ever look toward the underworld of Kowloon again. Then he signed the treaty, knowing that might be the end. Shortly after, he found himself face to face with a hooded enemy sent to kill him. Tadeu noticed from the man's formal speech that he must be one of the so-called combat demons. The assassin declared that the target would soon be eliminated. Tadeu, tired, admitted he hadn't expected them to stoop so low, but accepted his fate. He decided to use the last drop of power left in his body. In the final letter he sent to Peter, he asked that if one day he ever met his son, he would would repeat these words, not to be shaken by storms, nor hurt when bees attacked, and to use all his strength to become the soil where he could bloom into the most beautiful and strongest flower, feeding off the strength of his own father. His final words were, "I love you, my son." In his final moments, Tadeu remembered the day he told the others he was going to be a father. He said it with a smile. Simon got excited and said it was great news, calling himself the uncle and joking that he could now make as many dad jokes as he wanted. Peter, on the other hand, remained silent and thoughtful. Simon asked why he wasn't celebrating, saying that when the boy grew up, he would surely love to train with him, and told Joao not to monopolize the nephew. Later, Peter spoke with Tadeu in private. Tadeu asked him not to start preaching, saying he already knew what Peter was thinking. Peter asked why he had done that. Tadeu replied that even though Peter knew him well, he still didn't understand. He said they were assassins and couldn't have a family. Even so, he admitted he understood how Peter felt. If there was anything that could make him give everything up, it would be the chance to have a family. Peter said he knew that, but reminded him they could never truly be present. If people discovered who they were, everyone would be in danger. Tadeu agreed, but said that even so, all he could think about was that whether he survived the night or died the next day, he just wanted to take a picture with his wife and son. Peter tried to stop him, reminding him that apostles couldn't be photographed. Tadeu said he knew, and Peter added that if he weren't Apostle Tadeu, maybe it would be possible. Later in Kowloon, Tadeu apologized to Lucien, saying that was the only way he could find. She replied that she understood and loved him, even the hidden side of him. The photographer prepared the camera, and Tadeu, even knowing he couldn't have a family or leave any record of his existence in the world, still wanted to leave something behind. That simple photograph would perhaps be the first and last proof that they had once been together. In the photo, the man holding Rebeo in his arms was Tadeu in disguise. Even so, it was him. Back in the present, Rebeo asked if Peter really expected him to believe all of that. He said he couldn't accept that the devil of Kowloon was his father, or that he had tried to sell the place or destroy everything. He asked who Peter was really trying to protect. Peter responded by asking Fiesong if he had never suspected anything. He asked if Rebeo hadn't noticed that everything that happened in Kowloon seemed like a script written by someone. Rebeo said it was a lie. He insisted that his father had promised to return the underworld of Kowloon. Rebeo thought Raphael would never do such a thing, but suddenly remembered the first conversation he had with him. Doubt began to grow, and he asked himself whether everything had been manipulated, whether Raphael was actually the one responsible. He tried to deny it, saying it couldn't be true. Peter calmly stepped forward and suggested they check together, asking if Rebeo truly wanted to find out who Raphael really was. Before they could do anything, they heard a great commotion outside. They wouldn't need to confirm anything anymore. They ran toward Rebeo's mother's house, which was under attack by the Cult of Shadows. Thick black smoke was coming out of the woman's wardrobe. Rebeo, desperate, kept telling himself this couldn't be happening. He had never wanted to open that wardrobe because it still held his mother's scent. But now everything was burned. Her clothes had turned to ashes, and behind the false back, there was a secret tunnel. Peter stood silently for a moment, trying to understand how Raphael could have done such a thing. Rebeo asked if this was the real reason Raphael had gotten close to him. Peter explained that Raphael was always looking for someone who would protect what he held most dear, and that this place seemed like the perfect hiding spot. Overcome with rage, Rebeo said he needed to see with his own eyes what Raphael was trying so hard to keep hidden. They hurried down the stairs. Peter was carrying Simon, who was seriously injured, with several broken ribs. Even in that condition, Simon looked around and was amazed by the size of the underground space. He asked how Raphael had managed to build something so big without anyone noticing. Peter analyzed the place and realized that everything had already been prepared for an eventual collapse. It was a self-destruct system, built to eliminate any evidence if something went wrong. Then he noticed a piece of paper with a familiar logo, and at that moment, he received an urgent warning. Raphael had sent mercenaries to capture them, and they needed to leave immediately. A boat was already waiting at the port. Simon, even in his weakened state, told his brother not to hesitate. He believed they should destroy everything now, as they couldn't forgive what had been done there. Peter knew that, despite the strong words, his friend was in terrible shape. His internal injuries were severe, and continuing would be difficult. But at that moment, the biggest problem wasn't Simon. It was Tadeu, who remained unconscious. Peter asked him to get up, saying he understood his feelings, but Raphael would capture everyone if they stayed. If Tadeu truly wanted revenge, they first needed to regroup. Rebeo firmly held Peter's hand and agreed, saying they could retreat for now. While running through the streets of Kowloon, Simon asked who could be capable of something so cruel. His mind pointed to the usual suspects, the feared diamond masters. Peter commented that, from the beginning, they never liked Tadeu. That was obvious. He wouldn't be surprised if those men were merely following Raphael's orders. Simon added that those guys weren't normal. They had absurd strength, almost as if they weren't human. Facing them again would be a major challenge. Even so, he knew the confrontation was inevitable. While walking through the streets of Kowloon, they came across two bodies lying on the ground. They were the corpses of the Diamond Masters. Seeing that scene, Simon asked in shock who could have done such a thing. The brothers had been crushed as if they were rotten fruit. It was unbelievable to imagine that someone had enough strength to end them that way. Peter, equally surprised, also questioned why someone would do that. At that exact moment, a voice came over the loudspeaker, ordering all troops to gather and capture Peter. Tadeu quickly thought, unless Nathaniel had come back to life, there was only one person in the world capable of killing both masters like that. He then warned Peter that they needed to run to the docks as fast as possible. They knew Simon was seriously injured, so they threw him onto the boat first. Peter was also hurt, a result of the previous battle. Just as they were about to set sail, Rebeo interrupted them. He said he had forgotten something important from his mother and needed to go back. Jiwan's assistant, incredulous, asked if he was crazy for risking his life like that. But Peter, understanding, said he understood Rebeo's feelings and told him to go quickly, but return soon. The old man, irritated, complained that everyone there was impossible to deal with, but gave a 10-minute limit. Rebeo promised he would return quickly and went back into the building. He returned to the room where the master's bodies were, but was surprised by a hooded man who was waiting for him. This man referred to him as Tadeu, saying he was late. He reported that he had received a new mission directly from the boss. The target, identified as Peter, had escaped by boat and needed to be captured immediately. Tadeu responded that he understood, but there were things he couldn't explain at that moment. He had his own reasons. Then, he firmly placed his foot on the hooded man's face, blocking his path. He said he couldn't let him advance. The hooded man replied coldly, saying Tadeu had 3 seconds to remove his foot from his face. He started the countdown, 3, 2, 1. When he tried to twist Tadeu's foot, he was caught off guard. Tadeu moved with the motion and threw him far away with a precise counterattack. The hooded man's identity was then revealed. He introduced himself as the Exterminator, also known as the Combat Demon, now reborn under the name Felipe. He said it was time to eliminate the traitor. Meanwhile, Jiwan's subordinate informed her that the two had already boarded safely. Jiwan then confirmed that it was time to leave as soon as possible. However, another message came through the loudspeakers. It was a direct order: capture Peter, who was fleeing toward the docks. As soon as they found him, they were to neutralize him and send a report immediately. Kajio, the rider's master, hurried to warn that they needed to stop this immediately. He knew who had killed the Diamond Masters. Besides Nathaniel, there was someone else capable of such brutality. Someone who had once been called the Combat Demon. For many, this man was thought to be dead, and his records had been erased from history. But for some reason, he had returned. This man had once been an elite soldier belonging to a secret military unit. He was a specialist in all types of operations: missions in mountainous regions, maritime infiltrations, and special tactics. He was recognized as the first man to master all existing military techniques. In a certain mission, he was involved in a mysterious explosion and was declared dead. His existence was erased from everyone's memory. However, years later, he reappeared masked on the battlefield. The soldiers who saw him for the first time panicked. He looked like a ghost. Once they shot at him, but he used the door of an armored vehicle as a shield. One of the soldiers commented that no ordinary door could withstand that many bullets. Even though it was made of metal, there was a 4% chance that one of the bullets would go through it. The ammunition they used was effective against armor, but according to Felipe, at angles below 45 degrees, the chance of a ricochet increased significantly. Considering Felipe had not suffered any major damage up to that point, Tadeu's chances of survival were nearly zero. There were rumors that Felipe was a ghost who had made a pact with the devil to come back to life. When he returned, they said he no longer seemed human. After his return, he left the military unit he had belonged to and created his own special force, named Leviat Raven, also known as LR. This new unit was sent as a mercenary force to participate in conflicts between nations. Wherever they went, enemy troops were completely devastated. The fame of the LR unit grew rapidly, but with it came a strange rumor that fed Felipe's almost supernatural reputation. According to what Kajeo explained, no one had ever seen the LR unit on the battlefield, and there was a reason for that. The total number of soldiers in LR was only 1. The leader and sole member was Felipe himself, the combat demon who returned from hell, now also recognized as one of the apostles. Felipe stated that he would eliminate Tadeu, who was suspected of being in contact with Peter. He said he would complete his mission perfectly. Coincidentally, Tadeu also planned to kill him. He tried to deliver a powerful kick, but the attack had no effect. Felipe simply took the blow to the chest and remained unmoved like a wall. At that moment, Felipe questioned when Tadeu had become so weak. It was clear that he had noticed how useless Tadeu's attacks were. Felipe then prepared a powerful strike, but his movement was slow. That allowed Tadeu to dodge easily and counterattack, hitting Felipe and stating that with such slowness, he would never be able to touch him. He also said Felipe had no chance of defeating him. But Felipe, with the calm of a trained soldier, replied that for him, the impossible simply did not exist. His next attack was more drastic. He launched 4 flash grenades at once. Tadeu had already anticipated something like that. He knew the intent was to block his reflexes, a tactic similar to Peter's. Even so, Tadeu managed to close his eyes in time, dodge everything, and still claim that all of Felipe's attacks were useless. However, Felipe repeated that the impossible did not exist. Suddenly, Tadeu felt his body paralyze. Felipe's next blow was devastating. It was so strong that it caused internal injury and broke several bones, throwing Tadeu far away. Felipe then explained what had happened. He said it was impossible to completely dodge his attacks because Tadeu could no longer hear. When a flash grenade explodes, the sound reaches approximately 170 decibels, a level capable of causing severe damage to human auditory cells. This can lead to temporary or even permanent hearing loss. In other words, flash grenades affect not only vision, but also hearing. Tadeu's ears were bleeding, which explained the sudden paralysis. The labyrinth of his inner ear had been damaged, causing him to completely lose his balance. Even though he was battered, Tadeu acknowledged that Felipe was truly powerful. No wonder he was Raphael's right-hand man. That gave him even more reasons to protect Peter and Simon. As a way of thanking him for the lesson, Tadeu decided to use his best technique to try to kill Felipe. However, he also realized that he was still injured from the previous fight against Peter. He knew that if he couldn't finish Felipe in a single attack, he would be in serious trouble. Felipe noticed this and asked if he was hiding an injury. He said he didn't know how long Tadeu planned to keep pretending he was fine, but in that state, his chances of survival were only 11%. Tadeu, in turn, questioned that number and said that, in fact, Felipe's probability of surviving the next strike was 0. Then Felipe asked if that was the famous 100-strike barrier. He said he had already overcome that technique once and saw no reason why he couldn't do it again. Tadeu, confused, wondered what exactly he was talking about, and in the next instant, he almost had his skull crushed by a brutal punch from Felipe. With damage to his skull cap, Tadeu completely lost his balance. His mobility was drastically reduced due to the injuries caused by the flash grenades. After that devastating punch, Tadeu's chances of survival dropped to 0. Felipe simply began to beat him mercilessly, breaking his bones one by one until he was completely motionless. When he finished, he coldly declared the mission complete. Lying on the ground, nearly unconscious, Tadeu thought that at least 10 minutes had passed. That meant Peter and the others were probably safe. However, in the next moment, a voice interrupted the scene and ordered Felipe to stop. It was Peter himself, or rather, a disguised version of him. Tadeu, dazed, couldn't believe what he was seeing. He wondered why Peter had come back and tried to shout even weakly that he should run. That fight was his problem to deal with. Peter knew Tadeu was in terrible condition. All his ribs seemed broken, his lungs were likely punctured, and he was suffering from severe internal bleeding. By his calculations, the maximum time to stabilize him was 1 hour. Within that limit, they would need to find a way to get him to the boat and still escape from the mercenaries surrounding the area. The real problem, however, was still Felipe. He stated that the master of Kowloon had betrayed the glory because of Peter himself. He said he needed him alive because he would be taken back to Korea to be executed under military law. Right after that, Felipe started a timer on his wrist. He wanted to measure the exact time it would take to destroy him. Peter replied that he didn't even need to bother because he would never get the chance to find out. They both rushed forward at the same time, exchanging blows with equal force. The impact was brutal. Peter realized that if he hadn't blocked the last punch, his bones would have been completely crushed. From the intensity of the strike, he was sure Felipe was indeed the one responsible for killing the Diamond Masters. Felipe noticed that Peter had stopped moving and coldly asked if he had already given up. While dodging the next attacks, Peter thought quickly. He knew his only chance was to strike with speed, aiming at vital points and blind spots. He then delivered a sequence of fast and precise attacks. He struck from unpredictable directions, taking advantage of the slightest openings in Felipe's movements. Even so, his attacks caused almost no damage. Felipe picked up on the pattern. Despite Peter's cleverness and the fact that he wore a mask that limited part of his vision, there was a clear flaw. He was impatient. Taking advantage of this detail, Felipe grabbed Peter and threw him out of the temple, slamming him hard into the ground. He said Peter was injured and impatient, but admitted he was impressed that Peter, even weakened, could still fight. He looked at the timer and recorded the combat time, 5 minutes and 23 seconds. Based on the injuries, he calculated coldly that Peter's chances of survival were only 18%. Peter thanked him for the detailed analysis. He said that, in that case, he would raise the probability a bit. Then he vanished into the forest behind the house. Felipe, calm, said it was useless. Hiding wouldn't help him at all. The longer the fight dragged on, the lower Peter's chances of survival would be. Peter, however, responded that Felipe was too methodical a soldier, someone without flexibility, and asked if he didn't find it exhausting to live like that. Felipe threw a knife at a tree. Peter, teasing, said he had missed the target and that apparently he was still within the 18%. Felipe replied that he was mistaken. The probability had dropped drastically because now he knew exactly where Peter was. When he moved in to attack, Peter suddenly appeared behind him, attempting a surprise strike. Even so, Felipe managed to anticipate the move and intercepted him. Grabbing him by the neck, he effortlessly lifted him off the ground. It was then that Peter realized the true purpose of that knife. Felipe had thrown it into the tree to use the blade's reflection to spot any attack coming from behind. Felipe explained that he had studied every military tactic in the world. It didn't matter what strategy was used against him. He would always be able to see and react. With brutality, Felipe slammed Peter into the ground and delivered a violent punch to his chest. The impact was so strong it broke his ribs, just like he had done to Tadeu moments before. Felipe thought that if Peter hadn't been injured, he would have taken too many risks in that situation. situation. Now, more than ever, he needed to kill him. Meanwhile, Peter was trying to gather strength in his legs to keep going, but Tadeo reminded him that he had forgotten one important variable. Then he used the Void Strike. Despite his effort, the attack caused almost no damage to Felipe, and Tadeo, exhausted, collapsed to the ground with no strength left. That had been his final move. Felipe said that Tadeo's body was completely destroyed, and that was why the attack had no effect. However, Tadeo replied that, in fact, the attack had worked. He said Felipe had forgotten what he himself had said earlier. He was only a variable. In Tadeo's fingers were all the pins from the grenades. At that moment, Felipe realized, too late, that the grenades strapped to his own body were about to explode. Even so, he had about 1.5 seconds before the explosion. That was enough time to kill Peter and complete his mission. However, Tadeo threw himself against Felipe, preventing any immediate reaction. In the last moment, Peter tried to save him, but failed. The explosion was intense and lit up the entire surrounding forest. Sometime later, Peter was running through the trails, with the injured Tadeo on his shoulders. He urged his friend to hang on just a bit longer. The docks were nearby, and once there, he could treat him. Tadeo, though weak, said he didn't understand when everything had started to go wrong between them. He wondered if it had been a mistake to call him Sun. After everything they had been through together, even if it sounded harsh, maybe Peter had been right in that judgment. Peter, worried about the gravity of the situation, told him to stop talking. Tadeo, struggling to keep his eyes open, said that Sungu's eyes never lied. But Peter insisted that the most important thing was to take care of him first. After that, they could talk as much as he wanted. But at that moment, Tadeo closed his eyes and went silent. Peter, desperate, begged him to wake up. He asked if he wasn't looking forward to trying that Chinese candy together. In response, Tadeo, with his last words, explained that, where he came from, brothers were called Sungu, and that, in that moment, they had become Di. But Peter said he was wrong. They had not become Dai, they had been for a long time. And knowing that, Peter had to hurry. Flashbang and smoke grenades are not designed to kill. Their explosions are low-powered, but when detonated at close range and at the same time, the impact can be serious. Even so, considering the target, Felipe was certainly prepared. And indeed, though injured and on the ground, he was still conscious. Felipe thought Peter had the chance to kill him, but chose to walk away. From the beginning, Peter's objective was never to finish him off. Even while attacking with speed and precision, Peter had always been focused on Tadeo. Still, even without fighting with full commitment, his performance impressed Felipe. Peter's reputation didn't seem to be just a rumor. Then Felipe alerted all Gloria units by radio that Plan B should be initiated. Meanwhile, Peter, now wounded and hiding in the alleys, was listening to Jiwon's messages over the communicator. She said that even though he was still alive, it was already too late. The mercenaries had killed all members of the Shadow Society, and Kowloon had been taken. If they suspected he was an enemy, they wouldn't hesitate to kill him. Peter, determined, responded that he would figure something out, but he knew time was short. Looking at Tadeo's condition, he noticed that his lips and fingertips were starting to turn blue. The pneumothorax had worsened significantly, putting his life in danger. Tadeo's life was hanging by a thread, but the problem was that security was tighter than ever. If Peter were alone, this wouldn't be such a challenge. However, carrying Tadeo on his back made everything far more difficult. Thinking quickly, Peter came up with a risky plan as there was no other viable option at that moment. He approached one of the soldiers with his face fully exposed, accepting that he had no choice but to reveal himself. Later, at the outskirts of Kowloon, some guards were on high alert. When they saw a figure emerge from the shadows, they immediately aimed their weapons. But to their surprise, it was Peter who appeared, now wearing a soldier's uniform. Jiwon acknowledged that disguising himself as a mercenary had been a good idea, but it wasn't enough on its own. Peter was pushing Tadeo in a wheelbarrow covered with a sheet, trying to hide his body as much as possible. He knew that in order to reach the port, he would have to pass through a Gloria checkpoint, where a secret recognition password would be used. As was standard among the military, a soldier would approach using a keyword, expecting a specific counterphrase in response. As expected, one of the soldiers pointed his weapon at Peter's head and said the challenge password, Blade. Upon hearing this, Jiwon, over the communicator, expressed concern, suggesting it was better to run at that moment. Kajio, on the other hand, understood that the password system worked as follows. The first word served to identify allies, and the counterphrase confirmed identity. If the passwords did not match, even with the disguise, Peter would be considered an enemy. The soldier firmly repeated the word Blade, and Peter knew he had only 3 seconds before being executed with a shot to the head. Jiwon, terrified, kept urging him to flee. At the last second, Peter responded with the correct counterphrase, Jeans. The soldier recognized the code, lowered his weapon, and allowed him to pass. However, before fully releasing him, the guard demanded he state his unit and what mission he was on. Without hesitation, Peter removed his mask and claimed he was the supply agent responsible for the ongoing operation under the name Cran. Edmund then questioned how someone from outside could know such a specific password. Peter had a clear mental answer. About 30 minutes earlier, he had approached a soldier with his face uncovered, pretending to carry out an emergency order from Commander Felipe. The soldier, confused by the strange uniform, tried to question him and used the password Blade as a verification test. Upon hearing it, Peter immediately knocked him out and stole his uniform. Then, he approached another random soldier using the same password. When this second soldier replied with the word jeans, Peter memorized the counterphrase. That was how he obtained the information that would save his life at the checkpoint. The guards found nothing suspicious and allowed Peter to pass with the wheelbarrow. However, Felipe, who was listening to the entire situation, ordered them to shoot immediately. He found the weight of the cart strange. Normally, a supply pallet enters full and exits empty, but that one was just as heavy on the way out as on the way in. That didn't make sense. Where were the supplies going? Before the soldiers could react, Peter had already taken down both of them. Felipe, frustrated, ordered all units to head to the port and block every route. Peter in turn realized that Felipe was a much sharper strategist than he had expected. With a tiny detail, like the weight of the cart, he had figured everything out. Jiwan's reinforcements were on the way, but Peter knew he had to move fast. He needed to get Tadiu on the ship before they caught up. When he finally arrived at the port, he saw that the situation was critical. He was completely surrounded. With no other options, Peter mentally apologized to Tadiu and used his unconscious body as bait. This distraction drew the mercenaries in, and Peter, holding a rifle, gunned them all down. He did not like using firearms, as he always considered it unfair to his enemies. But this time, it was necessary. He eliminated each one with precision, one shot per target. Jiwan over the radio demanded a response. She said he was dead. Peter, with sarcasm, replied that obviously he wasn't. But thinking about it, he said she always seemed to want him dead since she asked that all the time. Jiwan, irritated, asked why he never took anything seriously. Later, Peter managed to get Tadiu aboard the ship. Simon commented that he had been fast and that they needed to administer first aid immediately. One of Jiwan's reinforcements, a specialist in medical treatment, examined Tadiu's condition. He reported that the pneumothorax had severely damaged his lungs. He said the boy wouldn't last much longer unless the best surgeon in the world performed emergency repair surgery. Simon, focused on the mission, said it wasn't the time to worry about details. They needed to get him to the hospital as soon as possible, but the medic insisted that even if they got to the hospital, Gloria would already have taken action. No doctor would oppose Gloria's will. That was when Peter revealed that there was one person who could save Tadiu. Meanwhile, Raphael was calmly watching a movie while receiving the full mission report. Felipe reported that the objective in the Kowloon region had been successfully achieved as planned. After the operation was completed, there was a confrontation with the traitor Tadeu, who ended up suffering extremely serious injuries. Peter managed to escape with him via a maritime route. At the moment, teams were trying to track down Peter's whereabouts, and other operations were already being prepared. Tadeu's condition was still unconfirmed. No one knew for sure whether he was alive or dead. Even so, the injuries appeared to be fatal. It was certain he would try to seek medical attention, but there were no hospitals in the area where they could be safely treated. That meant there was only one possible destination left. Felipe suggested that he and Mateus could take on this new mission, but Raphael immediately refused. He said that if they were going to that place, there was someone else who was a better fit to accompany Mateus. He had high expectations for that particular person. Later, aboard the boat, with Tadiu resting, the old man asked if Nathaniel was really the monster people claimed him to be. Simon confirmed that calling him a monster was no exaggeration. He mentioned that there were even rumors saying Nathaniel could bring the dead back to life. His fame came from the fact that he had specialized in 24 different branches of medicine, including general practice, surgery, and psychiatry. While ordinary people take 3 to 5 years to complete a single medical degree and specialize, Nathaniel had completed all known medical specialties in just 20 years. However, what truly turned him into a legend was a specific incident. Decades ago, there was a massive explosion in a military operations area. Dozens of soldiers were seriously injured. The situation was critical, and every second counted. Even some doctors were hit, which meant there weren't enough professionals to treat all the wounded. Moreover, the injuries varied greatly, with both internal and external cases, making it practically impossible for a single person to handle everything. That was when Nathaniel appeared. Known as the medical genius from the Divine Honor Orphanage, he saved everyone present in that tragedy. And there was an even more impressive detail that Simon made sure to mention. There was no medical equipment available at the scene. Even so, Nathaniel performed all the surgeries using only a pen, a lighter, a utility knife, a string, salt, and a kettle. The feat seemed impossible, but he pulled it off. When they finally left the boat and arrived on the island, Simon questioned whether Peter truly believed Nathaniel would agree to see them. Carrying Tadu in his arms, Peter asked what he meant by that. Simon explained that they both knew Nathaniel had simply disappeared ever since he retired. Even if they managed to find him, would he really receive them? Peter replied that if they wanted to save Tadiu, there was no other choice. Still, Simon continued to find everything way too suspicious. When they reached the top of the mountain, the two came across a Buddhist temple. Peter said they could could decide what to do after they found Nathaniel. Upon being greeted by the first monk, both Simon and Peter were surprised by the man's appearance. Simon asked, somewhat hesitantly, if by any chance there was someone named Nathanael at that location. The monk reacted with confusion and questioned whether they were sure they hadn't come to the wrong place. Simon, showing urgency, insisted that they were certain he was there. The monk replied that he understood the seriousness of the situation, but said there was no one by that name around. Faced with that, Simon began to doubt whether they were in the right place. He commented to his brother that Nathaniel would never be in a place like that. Peter, on the other hand, thought the whole thing was odd. There were no signs of disguises, no surveillance against outsiders. It really was just a normal temple, without anything suspicious. He began to wonder if Nathaniel was truly there. At that moment, a temple visitor collapsed on the ground, clutching her twisted arm and screaming in pain, saying it hurt too much. A second later, the pain in the woman's arm completely vanished. She stood up as if nothing had happened. In fact, she even seemed healthier than before. The monk commented that he was relieved nothing serious had happened. The woman, still surprised, said she was sure her arm had been dislocated. It was all very strange. Peter and Simon exchanged a suspicious glance. The situation was growing more and more unusual. Shortly after, an elder approached with a calm smile and commented that the young man they were carrying looked very tired. Since nightfall was approaching, he suggested they could spend the night at the temple. The two remained silent for a few moments. The offer seemed generous, but there was something suspicious in the air. That night, while the monks chanted their prayers amidst the silence of the temple, Simon remarked that even though Tadeu was no longer in immediate danger, it was impossible for him to recover so quickly. He quietly wondered if his nephew would really be okay. Peter, with a serious expression, replied that it was his duty to make sure that happened. Shortly after, one of the monks gently approached and asked if the place was comfortable enough for them to sleep. He explained that, for the monks, the temple floor was also part of their training. Peter thanked him for the hospitality and asked how he could repay such kindness. The monk replied that everything they did was merit in the eyes of Buddha. It was then that the monk noticed the visitors had not yet touched the food. He asked if the meal was not satisfactory. Peter explained that it wasn't that. They were simply tired from the journey and didn't have much of an appetite. Besides, they needed to keep watch over the boy and couldn't risk becoming drowsy after eating. After all, you never know what might happen. The monk nodded calmly, but then commented that by now they should have eaten and fallen asleep. Immediately after, he clapped his hands and called the other monks. He said that apparently he wasn't surprised by the visitors' resistance. A second monk appeared, already holding his sword, and they realized the temple was surrounded. Peter remained calm. He commented that he had lived a long life and didn't frighten easily. He said it wasn't hard to recognize them. The cut scars on the monk's hands, visible during prayer, were marks that time could not erase. With firmness, he asked one last time if they could see Nathaniel. The first monk coldly responded that Nathaniel was dead. Without another word, the two monks attacked Peter. In the elder's mind, even though the visitors were unarmed and one was injured, their mere presence was too dangerous. He launched a dart tied to a rope and managed to bind Peter. He said he would still decide whether to kill them or not, but people like that always brought trouble. The second monk tried to incapacitate Peter, but in the next instant, Peter had already stolen the bald monk's sword and completely freed himself from the bindings. The monk was confused, unable to understand how it happened. He said he didn't even see anything. Peter then raised the sword and asked what the next move would be. He wanted to know if the other reinforcements also wanted to try something. The monk, surprised by Peter's skill, asked who he was. Peter shot back, asking if knowing the answer would let him see Nathaniel. The monk said that would only be possible if he was still alive. At that moment, even the monks outside rushed toward Peter. But the eldest elder stopped them with an authoritative shout. He said that kind of behavior was unacceptable before Buddha and ordered everyone to stand down immediately. He apologized to Peter for the lack of hospitality. He explained that lately things had become very dangerous. But Peter, firmly, asked how long he planned to keep pretending he didn't know anything. He said that this time he wasn't fooling anyone. He pointed out that earlier, that woman had indeed dislocated her shoulder, and he clearly saw the elder put it back in place in mere milliseconds. So fast no one noticed. He stated that there's no monk in the world capable of doing that. Peter then remarked that the elder had old habits that time could not erase. Wearing gloves to maintain hygiene before treating someone was the gesture of a meticulous doctor. Finally, he asked if he agreed. Apostle Nathaniel. Only then did the elder finally reveal himself. He was indeed Nathaniel. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Felipe asked who that mysterious person was. He wanted to know if it was really the one hired to kill Nathaniel and Peter. Raphael confirmed that it was. He said that, come to think of it, that encounter had all the makings of a dramatic event. After all, they were talking about the greatest sharpshooter in the world, the legendary Phantom Sniper, and Mateus, the genius born born once every 50 million years. According to him, together those two practically formed a new Peter. Back at the temple, a monk commented that if Peter knew Lady Nathaniel and looked so young, then he could only be someone from divine glory. He also said that today's youth showed no respect for veterans. He assured them that they wouldn't let anyone lay a single finger on Lady Nathaniel. But then, a woman walked past all the monks with ease, saying that not even she had recognized him at first. She added that it was no surprise others hadn't recognized him either. After all, among the 12 apostles who led the Divine Honor Orphanage, that man standing there had been the greatest of them all. And in the next moment, all the monks present fell to their knees before him, bowing respectfully to the Apostle Peter. Later, Simon commented that Nathaniel's skin had always been flawless. When she looked at him, he tried to fix what he said by adding that it still was, of course. Nathaniel replied with irony, saying it was hard to compare with someone who had literally become younger. She admitted that she still wasn't used to Peter's new appearance. Simon then mentioned that when she disappeared, everyone had truly been worried, but it was good to see her back and so willing. Taking the opportunity, he asked why she had vanished like that. At that moment, Nathaniel hesitated before answering, but said that the last time they had sent someone for her to treat. Now, they had brought the person in person. She said she didn't know the exact situation, but made it clear that if anyone from Divine Glory came looking for her again, she would not be able to help. Even so, she acknowledged that the boy had a miraculous constitution. It was impressive that he was still breathing. With a body in that condition, anyone else would have died at least 10 times. She then asked who the boy was. Simon said that she had always had sharp perception. He told her the boy was Tadiu's son, in other words, their nephew. He even added that the boy had inherited a title. Peter tried to step in, asking for calm and saying he could explain better. But Nathaniel simply turned and left the room. As she walked away, she said that because he was Tadiu's son, she refused to treat him. Peter went after her, while Simon, confused, mumbled to himself, asking what was going on and what had gotten into her. Peter followed her to the Buddha altar, where she was kneeling in prayer. Nathaniel said she was praying to the wrong religion, remembering who Peter really was. He replied that the same applied to her. She said she had converted to Buddhism a long time ago. For those who hadn't understood by that point in the story, it was now clearly revealed that Peter was, in fact, the Apostle Peter. Peter then said that if Nathaniel didn't want to treat the boy because of the past, she was mistaken. But Nathaniel said it wasn't just that. She had retired her scalpel a long time ago. Her desire to save lives had been completely destroyed. That was all. She insisted there was no other reason. But Peter, sensing the contradiction, questioned that statement. He said that earlier she had shown immediate concern, analyzed Tadiu's pulse with precision, and even prepared an infusion to temporarily restore his strength. As a doctor, her instinct was still to save lives. He reminded her that what happened with Han had been just an accident, not her fault. Nathaniel replied that even after saving 10,000 people, she had been responsible for the death of one. And because of that, she considered herself a failure as a doctor. Even so, Peter knelt before her. He held her hand and begged her to save Tadiu. But Nathaniel, with an empty look, let go of Peter's hand and turned her back to him. At that very moment, Tadiu began to have a violent seizure. He was coughing up blood and his whole body trembled. Simon, desperate, tried to help him and kept repeating that his nephew had to hold on. When Peter returned, he warned that the situation had worsened and Tadeu's condition was critical. He asked why Simon was just standing there. That was when Nathaniel finally reappeared. She looked at Tadeu and immediately recognized the symptoms of a tension pneumothorax. She began first aid but explained that the damage to the lung had not been completely sealed. Air kept escaping, compressing the lung more and more along with the heart. In addition, the pulmonary hemorrhage was severe, and Tadeu would not last long in that state. Nathaniel said she would perform a thoracotomy, an emergency surgical procedure that involved directly opening the lung, removing the damaged tissue, and then suturing the area. She warned, however, that if she failed, Tadeu would die. Later, Peter and Simon waited outside. Simon, nervous, asked if he thought it would work. He repeated the question, trying to convince himself. Peter replied firmly that they had no choice but to trust her. Peter said that if they could not trust Nathaniel, then who else could they trust? Simon, on the other hand, admitted he had a bad feeling. He just hoped nothing serious would happen. Meanwhile, on the beach near the temple, a monk encountered some unwanted visitors. They had arrived wanting to settle matters directly at the top of the temple. The monk tried to remain courteous and apologize for the inconvenience, explaining that those at the top did not appreciate the smell of blood. Even so, the newcomers were immediately surrounded by other temple monks. The woman among them complained, saying the monks were extremely annoying. The monk, alert, noticed that the pair seemed dangerous, even without carrying visible weapons. He thought it safer not to let his guard down. Before the monks could act, they were all taken down with a single shot. Not just that monk, but all the others fell at the same time. The one responsible was the legendary Phantom Sniper, accompanied by the apostle named Matthias. She asked her partner if they could move on now. Matthias replied yes, that it was time to kill Peter. Before leaving, she still wanted to understand why everyone called him the other Peter. She wanted to know what that meant. Matthias, irritated, warned that if she called him that again, he would kill her himself. She responded responded with irony, saying she would stab him in the stomach before that. Mateus insisted that the method did not matter. It could be with hands, a knife, or even a gun. Regardless of what she chose, he would handle it. It was at that moment that someone interrupted the conversation. It was Felipe, warning that support forces were on the way. Mateus, indifferent, replied that after they finished the job there, they could deal with that little story too. He said he did not want fame or money. His only goal was to kill Peter. Meanwhile, at the temple, Simon was teaching his sword saint technique to one of the monks. The monk who had initially approached them came closer, embarrassed, and apologized for not having recognized them earlier or treated them with the respect they deserved. Peter said not to worry. He explained that, in the old days, even the apostles rarely saw each other, so it was natural not to be recognized. He added that, actually, they were quite skilled. He recalled that in Father Gabriel's time, there was no ranking system, but if he had to classify the monks of that temple, he would place them at least as rank B. The monks, surprised, considered that a great compliment coming from Peter. Peter then asked why such skilled people had chosen to isolate themselves from the world and follow a monastic path. The monk explained that all of them had received a second chance at life, and then he began to tell a story that had happened many years ago. They were on a mission when they were pursued by enemies. They managed to escape alive and hid in a small cabin in the mountains. However, they ran out of food, had no communication, and nearly froze to death. The extreme cold proved more cruel than the enemies themselves. Their bodies were at their limit when they heard footsteps in the blizzard, and that was when she appeared. The miraculous doctor, Lady Nathaniel, opened the door. She had climbed the 2,000 meters of mountain on foot just to save them. She was covered in burns caused by the cold, but ignored her own condition and treated all of them without rest. Even after that, they were still isolated and without food. The situation remained critical. But Nathaniel, with serenity, said that if that place was truly a place of death, it was not so bad. She had already decided long ago that this would be the place where she would like to be buried, together with them. The monk in the present said that she had given them a new life. That was why he would not hesitate to give his own life for her if necessary. Peter, moved, commented that she still had the same expression as always. He said he trusted the monk to take good care of her from now on. That was when they heard a strange noise coming from deep inside the temple. The sound seemed suspicious, but the two dismissed it, saying it was probably just the wind. Then they decided to go have some tea. The sound they all heard was actually the approach of several assassins. They were the reinforcements arriving for the confrontation. However, the temple monks were already prepared to receive them. Traditionally, the temple had a bell that was only rung when important visitors approached. One of the monks found the movement at that hour of the night strange, since it was a serene place in the mountains, peaceful, and everyone was already asleep. Even so, the assassins replied that they could not back down anymore. They had heard rumors that Peter was there. The monk, keeping his composure, said he had never heard of anyone by that name and suggested they might be looking in the wrong place. Despite this, the assassins chose to attack. There were many of them in that group, including rank B and rank C fighters. This entire army charged at the monks, but the monks were already in position and equipped with katanas, darts, and ropes, and they faced the group with extreme ease. One of the monks, with a single dart throw, managed to eliminate 3 enemies. Another monk, seeing that, jokingly asked if young people nowadays greeted elders that way. Then, with his glowing sword, he struck down 2 more assassins at once. The enemies wondered how those monks could fight so well. The monk with the darts replied that it was simple. Even if they added up all the lives taken by the assassins over the years, it would not compare to the number of lives taken by him and his partner. That monk was Hui Yun, a specialist in darts and secret martial arts. The other was Tan Yue, who in the past had also served under Nathanael and was a specialist in light sword combat. The assassins were terrified when they realized those 2 monks were not in the intelligence report they had received. It was then that the so-called other Peter appeared. He ordered everyone to get out of the way and mockingly asked what was so special about the so-called era of the Orphanage of Divine Honor. The monks immediately understood that he was the superior of the other assassins. Even though his appearance was not intimidating, he had no visible weapons, showed no killing intent, and had a completely open guard. All of that indicated he was hiding something. So the monks decided to use an instant death technique, launching a combined attack with dart and rope. The other Peter dodged with ease. He avoided the direct shot and even the return of the dart that had ricocheted off a rock behind him. Huyun quickly realized that the man had mastered the art of Seong Pyor, a rare and highly technical martial art involving dart and rope. Even so, the monks tried another joint attack. However, Huyun ended up tied up by his own rope, while Tanyu was struck in the chest by a precise slash. Everything happened so fast that, in an instant, both were already lying on the ground. The assassins apologized for not being able to provide proper support and bowed before the man they called Apostle Judas. One of the monks then wondered if that man was really Judas Iscariot, the apostle. They said he was the man closest to Peter and had come to settle the dilemma. Judas Iscariot had once been an apostle of Father Gabriel and now served as an apostle under Raphael. It was surprising to see him there, drawing people in like that. Judas explained that he used Seong Pior, a weapon considered outdated, worthy of classic movies, but one that he knew how to use perfectly. The monk was impressed. That fighting style was so rare that it had taken him nearly 15 years to master it at that level. However, Judas wielded it as if it were natural, as if it were his first weapon. He was about to kill another monk, and just as the dart was about to reach the victim's eye, someone stopped it. It was Simon, who had arrived in time and asked if he thought that was fun. An apostle like him terrorizing defenseless young monks was something despicable. Judas recognized the voice and replied sarcastically, saying that Simon was still as witty as ever. It had been a long time since they last saw each other, and he asked if Simon was alone. He wanted to know if Peter had come along. Simon, keeping a firm posture, said that if Judas was there to confess his crimes, he should give up. Peter would never accept seeing someone who abandoned the orphanage of divine honor. Judas replied that he thought it was cruel to cut ties so coldly and added that one was just a more updated version now. Meanwhile, Simon reflected. His goal at that moment was only to buy time until Tadeo's operation was over. Judas remarked that it had been a long time since he and Simon had last met, but then observed that his old companion seemed weaker than before. With irony, he said that if he was going to hurt him like that, he could at least have been gentler. He then asked how he had been and whether he had lived well since betraying them. After that, he questioned whether it could really be called betrayal, since, according to him, it was only natural for any human being to seek a better place for himself. Simon, however, replied that this argument was already wrong from the start, since Judas was not even human. The moment he moved forward, Judas had already predicted his movement. Even so, Simon managed to catch him slightly off guard, for even without one arm, he used his stump to deflect Judas's arm and land a strong headbutt. Judas recognized the confidence of his opponent and noticed that Simon had used the same move as him. Simon, in turn, replied that he was still as irritating as ever. He said it did not matter that he had only one arm, because that was more than enough to defeat him. The fight then intensified. The two began trading identical blows in such perfect synchrony that the monks around them could barely follow. Even so, they noticed that something was wrong with that fight. Simon realized that Judas was merely playing with him. He was copying each of his techniques without a single mistake, even without practice. He had already perfectly replicated the breathing technique of the Sword Saint, Simon's personal style. With that, he managed to land a direct hit. Simon knew that with his body in that condition, he could not win in a direct exchange. He needed to find another way. At that moment, Tanyue approached and handed him his sword. Simon thanked him and said that now his look was complete. Judas then declared that now they could fight as equals, since Simon finally looked like a real swordsman, although he was still missing one arm. Simon replied that Judas would regret those words and executed the spinning strike of the left-handed Sword Saint. The movement was so precise and unexpected that Judas barely managed to dodge. That was indeed different. Even so, in the end, Simon said that Judas was still the same bastard as always. Judas, on the other hand, said they had lived together for too long, and that even so, Simon still had not understood his true nature. That was the last opportunity Simon would have to hit him, but he hesitated. This happened because Judas had pulled Tanyue and used him as a human shield right in front of the attack. Simon already knew Judas was treacherous, so he was not surprised. After using Tanyue as a shield, Judas finished his attack against the monk and asked sarcastically if he was disappointed. He mockingly called the technique spinning. Then he drew his twin daggers and reproduced exactly the same spinning strike, but now using both arms. Tanyue, wounded, looked at that in disbelief. He wondered if Judas was really using the same technique, the one he himself had trained for decades, but had never managed to master. He supposed it had to be a bluff, but Simon knew it was not. He recognized that Judas had memorized all the combinations of the spinning strike, even without ever actually practicing it. That was what made him so terrifying. When his own attack was blocked, Simon realized that Judas was already prepared for the next move. Judas then put away his daggers and said he was sorry, but he had to go. He told brother Simon they would see each other later, as he had something more urgent to deal with. Simon demanded that he stay and finish the fight. However, Judas refused. He said he would have a nice talk with the gentleman he had left behind and made it clear that if Simon left that place, Tanyue would die. Furious, Simon only shouted for him to come back. Meanwhile, in another part of the temple, Peter was monitoring the progress of Tadeo's surgery. Nathaniel, noticing his interest, commented with surprise about her brother's behavior. She found it unexpected to see the cold and calculating Peter asking questions and showing concern. She explained that the most critical moment of the surgery had already passed. Tadeo had an extremely resilient body, which helped him endure the conditions. If he had been an ordinary child, he would already be dead. Then Nathaniel asked how things were outside. outside. Peter, observing what he could, said that everything seemed chaotic, but that he did not think there were major problems, since Simon was handling it. Nathaniel said there was only a little left, just a bit more, and they would finish the procedure. But at that moment, a monk entered with more medical instruments. When Peter looked at him, he realized too late that something was wrong. With no time to give a full warning, he only shouted for everyone to get down. Even so, it was not fast enough. The monk was struck by a sniper's bullet that pierced him clean through. Peter wondered where the shot had come from. For someone to shoot from that angle, they would need to be positioned much higher. The peak of the mountain was the only possibility, but that area was at least 4 kilometers away. At that distance, a human would look smaller than a speck of dust. The most absurd part was that the shooter, even without knowing the exact position, had hit the target. Peter concluded that it must have been because of the candle. Even though they were inside a room with walls, the shooter must have used the shadow cast by the candle flame to calculate the exact location. Still, to execute a shot like that required someone completely beyond ordinary. At a distance of 4 kilometers, Peter knew the projectile would take around 10 seconds to reach the target. Even so, he managed to dodge the next shot. His first move was to block the shooter's vision by covering the candle, but Nathaniel warned that without light, she could not continue the surgery. She suggested that there was a cave just below their location, and that if they moved down there, it would be possible to safely complete the operation. Peter thought that leaving that spot would be the same as handing over their lives on a silver platter. A shooter with that level of precision would not make mistakes. That is why he immediately called for reinforcements from Jiwan. He reported that there was a sniper somewhere on the mountaintop aiming directly at them. Jiwan replied that she understood the location, but Nathaniel corrected her, saying the sniper was hiding in a forest where there was not even a sliver of light. Because of that, finding him would be nearly impossible. Peter disagreed. For him, a completely dark forest was the ideal location for someone he knew very well. The assassin assigned to the case appeared wielding a karambit, and Nathaniel asked if he was talking about Alipide. She suspected that he wanted to let the enemies fight each other, but Peter explained everything to her. He said he already knew that Raphael expected them to go after Nathaniel, therefore it was certain he would send apostles to intercept them. On top of that, Peter also knew that Raphael was with Simon and Tadeu, and that clearly they were not in a condition to fight. Kajio offered to go and called Peter master, but he refused. He said that Kajio needed to protect Jiwan, since the surveillance from the Gloria was expanding more than he had imagined. They still had one more person they could ask for help, someone who listened to Jiwan more than to Peter himself. Jiwan asked if he was talking about McKing, but he said no. McKing was there with them. Then she understood who he meant. He was talking about the bastard. At that moment, Jiwan took out the braille card that Alipide had given her. With it, she made contact, saying she had a job for the greatest assassin in Europe. The target was another apostle of the Gloria. Alipide asked why he would do that. Even Jiwan admitted it all sounded strange, but said she was just relaying the message. The apostle's real target was Kim Sun-gu, and Alipide could not allow that to happen. He made it clear that he was not helping the group. He just did not want Kim Sun-gu to die at the hands of anyone but him. Only he had the right to kill him. Meanwhile, Matthias observed the situation and commented that the guy was good. Who would have thought that a Buddhist nun would have such a subordinate? He had figured out the woman's position just from the shadow pattern. He acknowledged her quick thinking and good judgment, but the woman assured him that this time she would not miss. Alipide asked if Raphael had not warned her. Matthias, in turn, jokingly called him Joao and asked how he had found the woman. Alipide replied that it had not been difficult. He just had to follow the sound of the shot. Matthias remarked that he was weird, annoying, not sexy at all, and asked if he had come to help her. He said that if that was the case, he was going the wrong way because the mountain he was looking for was on the other side. He wished him good luck and told Alipide to leave. Despite the provocations, Matthias wondered why Alipide had shown up there. He should not be wasting time like that. Because of him, she had lost Peter from her sights. Then Joao, the apostle, contacted Raphael, saying he needed to report something important. He asked them to prepare a death certificate because Matthias would die that day. At that moment, Peter realized that his little friend had finally arrived, so he lit the candle again. Nathaniel, watching his action, thought that, as expected of brother Peter, even in a critical situation like that, he could still think quickly. Peter positioned a mannequin as bait to check if the enemy would try to shoot again. However, before they could confirm anything, they heard someone entering the temple. Realizing the danger, Peter said they had to leave immediately. Sometime later, Nathaniel was running toward the cave, trying to escape, but she was stopped by Judas, who appeared calmly, saying how good it was to see his sister again. He confessed that he had missed her. Nathaniel replied that she thought they would never meet again, as she believed destiny had already separated them. But Judas disagreed. To him, it was not destiny putting them on opposite sides, but the choices they had made. made. He even sounded hurt when he said that. Nathaniel insisted that they never even came close to having good memories together. Still, Judas assured her that she was not his target and asked where Peter was. She replied that she had no idea what he was talking about, and that, as he could see, she had already left worldly matters behind. At that, Judas asked if she was really refusing to speak and said that, in that case, if he attacked her directly, Peter would likely appear. Just as Judas advanced and Nathaniel tried to react with her dagger, someone intercepted the blow. It was Peter in disguise. Judas did not recognize him immediately. He thought he was just a young follower of his sister because his face was unfamiliar. He judged that the boy did not look ordinary, but he could not remember seeing him at the orphanage either. He commented to Nathaniel that she was still surrounded by these pathetic nobodies and asked who that boy thought he was. He wanted to see his face. Peter, however, knew that Judas, unlike all the previous enemies, was the only one who might recognize his face from when he was young, so he could not let him see it. He told Nathaniel to keep going and move on without him. Judas warned that if he continued holding her hand, one of them would have to die there, and Peter replied that he would not let go. Meanwhile, Alipide commented to Matthias that he was sure he had warned them not to mess with Suno. Matthias then understood everything. He had already faced Brother Peter before and teased Alipide, asking if his pride was still hurt. He joked that maybe he was bothered because he had returned from that mission without Peter's head. He laughed, saying it was incredibly unrefined. Matthias, with a provocative smile, pulled another weapon from his pocket, a .38 caliber revolver, and prepared to face Alipide. Alipide, however, denied having fought Peter. Matthias found that odd and asked why he had spoken with such confidence then. He said there was no need to feel ashamed, as in missions like that, sometimes you win, sometimes you lose. He commented that she herself had never lost. But that was another story. Alipide coldly replied that the matter was none of Matthias's business and gave a final warning. If she did not get out of the way, she would die. Matthias, provocatively, asked if he was all worked up and launched an attack. Alipide's blow threw her far away. She tried to counterattack but realized she could not aim properly. The forest was completely dark, and she knew that, unlike her, Alipide could see perfectly in that environment. Alipide said it did not matter if they called her Phantom Sniper, because there, in the dark, she was just an idiot with a gun. Mattis, however, replied that she knew very well what echolocation was, and that was when she dove into the forest, disappearing from his sight. She had found a blind spot in the echolocation, an open area where the sound waves did not reflect properly, preventing Alipide from locating her. Now, both he and she were in the dark. Matthias knew that if she could spot him just once, she would win. She would not miss the next shot. But Alipide suddenly appeared, emerging from the darkness. He asked if she really thought she could hide from him. The blade of his karambit almost pierced her neck. At the last second, Matthias managed to dodge, but she was hit in both arms. Dazed, she wondered if that man was really blind. The next strike was a knee to her stomach so strong it nearly threw her off the cliff. When Alipide switched the knife's position for the finishing blow, Matthias finally reacted, firing and grazing his arm. Alipide was confused for a moment and wondered how Mattis had managed to pull that off. He quickly realized she had shot using a night vision device. When she moved toward the cliff, it had not been to retrieve the rifle, as he had assumed, but to steal the visor that was mounted on the weapon. She had been precise and fast. Wounded but still full of confidence, Machi mocked that it would only sting a little. Then she began firing so rapidly that even Alipide, with all his skill, ended up getting grazed a few times. He already knew her aim was incredible, but he was still surprised. Even in complete darkness, she could still hit him with precision and speed. Matthias warned that if she saw him again, it would be the end for him. She said if he surrendered now, knelt down and begged, she would promise to end it quickly with a shot to the head. She explained that the original plan was to shoot 7 times, but claimed that as long as he depended on sight, he would never have a chance to win. She believed that even after his death, his pride would still writhe, resisting the end. Alipide, unfazed, responded in his thoughts, wondering if she really believed she would witness his end. He told himself that it was no use explaining anything to her now. He thought she would soon realize that the visor would be completely useless against him. His special suit covered his entire body, including his eyes, making him nearly undetectable. Matthias, however, countered by saying that, to be clear, the visor she had taken was a dual model with both night vision and thermal vision. She could see everything, or at least almost everything. Still, she suspected that Alipide knew that and was just toying with her. She realized that he was aware of the limitations of night vision. No matter how advanced it would never locate someone truly hidden. Even without seeing clearly, Matthias fired toward Alipide's approximate location, behind a bush, and managed to hit him in the shoulder. He was surprised and wondered how she had done that. She then explained that she had discovered something important. His body was warm. His blood left a visible trail in thermal vision, like breadcrumbs. Following those trails, she kept firing even without seeing him directly. However, in the next instant, Alipide vanished from all detection. He approached silently and was about to strike her ribs. Even with the surprise attack, Matthias managed to survive, though she was grazed. Alipide realized that she had sacrificed a part of her own body to avoid a fatal blow. He acknowledged that she was incredibly flexible. Matthias, on the other hand, started complaining. She said he was totally unfair. No matter how hard she tried, she could no longer see him. He looked like a like a true ghost. Only then did she understand that the secret was in that suit. It was a multispectral camouflage coating. Alipede confirmed it. He said that neither thermal vision, nor night vision, nor radar would be able to detect him with that suit. There was absolutely no way to find him in that state. Despite everything, Mateus's next attacks still managed to graze him. She commented that he was becoming more and more annoying. She said he knew very well that if she managed to hit him just once, he would die. But Alipede replied that it was no use struggling. He could see even her breathing. When he was very close, ready for the final blow, Mateus did something unexpected. She pushed his face into her breasts and even let out a teasing moan. Alipede, caught off guard, quickly pulled back and threw her forcefully against a tree on the other side of the clearing. Still, he asked what she was up to. He wanted to know if she had given up. Mateus was on the ground, completely wounded and visibly exhausted. But Alipede had not yet realized that she had a plan. When he charged at her again, she surprised him with another accurate shot, hitting his arm and tearing off a piece. Alipede reflected that he had been careless. For a moment, he had forgotten who Mateus was. Then he remembered a case involving her, which happened in 2018 in the United States. At the time, snipers were assigned a mission to eliminate a target who was holding several hostages. The situation was critical because the kidnappers were executing one hostage every 10 minutes, and there was no way to move in without putting everyone at risk. Despite the deadlock, headquarters ordered the target to be eliminated immediately. One of the snipers reported that the enemy had already anticipated that possibility and was using the hostages as human shields. In response, Command asked, "What about Dorothy?" The sniper replied that she was just getting in the way. Command then explained that he was just a foreign mercenary and therefore did not know her reputation. When they looked again, Dorothy had already vanished. Another soldier noticed that she was calmly walking into the building wearing only a bathrobe. The sniper said he could stop her, but Command disagreed. If it was Dorothy, then she certainly had a plan. On her way in, Dorothy grabbed a flower vase, poured the water over her head, and knocked on the kidnapper's door, pretending to be the downstairs neighbor. She complained that she could not take a shower because of the noise coming from above. One of the criminals commented that she was crazy, but kind of attractive. When they opened the door, they were stunned by her beauty. One of them even asked if she could handle all of them, since there were many inside. Dorothy then quickly assessed the situation: 5 criminals and 4 innocent hostages. Without hesitation, she dropped the bathrobe. In the next instant, the hostages realized that all the terrorists were dead, each with a bullet in the head. It had all happened in just a few seconds. She then simply whispered, "Bang," as if it had all been a game. The sniper, shocked, said it seemed impossible. Dorothy had done all that wearing only swimwear. She entered, eliminated the enemies, and completed the mission in moments. Command confirmed that with her in action, the chance of failure was 0. After all, she was the legendary Phantom Sniper, the unpredictable Dorothy, the record holder in the history of the American Special Forces. Alipede, meanwhile, realized that he had missed an important detail. At the moment when Mateus had grabbed him, she used her own blood to stain his suit. That way, she could track him easily with thermal vision, an unpredictable and brilliant method. Mateus then taunted him, saying that now he was completely exposed, almost as if he were naked, and asked if he would surrender. Alipede muttered that she was really crazy. He claimed that even if she could see him, it would not change the outcome. In response, he removed his own suit and tied it around his waist, completely unbothered. Mateus remarked sarcastically that it did not make him look that sexy. In the next moment, the two were already in attack stance, with Alipede pointing a knife at her head and Mateus pressing a pistol under his chin. She said that if it were not for the moonlight, she would already be dead. Alipede replied that even so, she had lost in hand-to-hand combat. But Mateus, without appearing shaken, asked why they were even fighting. She said she had no intention of killing that young man and that her mission was only to delay them. The real job was in Judas's hands. That was when Alipede realized he had made a mistake. She concluded that they did not even need to be fighting. She found it all boring. Still, it did not seem like she intended to leave so easily. When Alipede asked if she wanted another round, she told him to carry her. He thought it was a joke, but Mateus explained that her shoe had been destroyed because of him, and now she could not climb down the mountain. She wanted him to carry her. Alipede got annoyed and walked off, calling her crazy. Meanwhile, Judas was still watching Sungu, trying to understand who he was. He thought that, being a subordinate of Nathanael, the boy shouldn't even dare to look him in the eye. However, Sungu remained calm. An assassin of his level showed no sign of nervousness. Peter, who was observing everything, believed that the time had come to end that old rivalry. He stated that Judas wasn't even worthy of seeing Lord Peter and ordered him to disappear from there. Judas declared that, even if he lost his life that day, he would still kill Peter, no matter the cost. However, during his childhood, Judas admired Peter more than anyone else in the world. He had even said that he wanted to be like him one day. Peter, remembering that, thought he had once been such a normal young man. It was sad to see how things had come to this point, but now there was no turning back. It was time to bring that long-standing grudge to an end. Judas said that even if Peter tried to stop him, it was already too late. Nathaniel was being hunted by his group. There was no way out, and any action taken by Peter at that point would be useless. His death, according to Judas, would be in vain. Peter, however, questioned whether Judas was really that sure. Meanwhile, Nathaniel was escaping with the help of one of the monks, who warned that enemies were approaching quickly. If they kept going at that pace, they would be caught. But Nathaniel, calm, said they had arrived exactly where she wanted. She said that people from the secular world would never be able to find them there. When she lit a torch and the assassins got close, she vanished before their eyes. Peter realized that before defeating Judas, he needed to ensure Tadeu's safety. He knew removing Judas from his path wouldn't be easy, but there was no other choice except to wait for the right moment. He was still injured, with sore muscles and a body weakened from previous battles. He still bore the marks from the fight against Rebeo, the wounds from the battle against Felipe, and the entire journey he had endured up to that point. Peter's old body was exhausted. At that moment, Judas's reinforcements made contact, reporting that they had lost sight of Nathaniel. Judas, furious, asked how that was possible. There was only one path. How could they lose sight of an old woman carrying a sick person? Peter then answered that he had already said it before. If they couldn't find Nathaniel, or even Peter himself, then they shouldn't even fool themselves. He corrected his words, saying that even if they found Peter, they would never measure up to him. It was a shame, but he wished he could have seen the confused look on Judas's face at that moment. Judas, watching closely, commented that from the start he felt something familiar about him, something that reminded him of Peter. Now he was curious to see his smile and declared he would rip off his mask. In the end, he thought Peter was just a bodyguard, someone who couldn't possibly stand against him. But Peter replied that he would show just how terrifying a simple bodyguard could be. Then he used his secret technique, the whirling slash of the sword saint. This technique required perfect continuity in the blade's path, something that ordinary people could never achieve. However, to the surprise of many, Judas was able to mimic it. Peter asked if he was surprised and said there was no need to feel ashamed. Ignorance was not a sin. Although Judas might have thought he had perfectly copied the technique, there was a crucial detail he had ignored, the symmetrical movement pattern. When someone uses both hands at once, they tend to instinctively follow symmetrical motions. This happens even with the most experienced fighters, and Judas, in the end, was still human. With the next strike, Peter broke both of Judas's daggers. Judas acknowledged that Peter was not just some fool. He admitted that although there was a minor flaw in Peter's technique, it was so subtle that a normal person would never notice it. But Peter had noticed. One of the monks, watching from afar, was impressed. That kind of motion reading was supposed to be impossible. Peter then explained that this level of boldness is only allowed to those who survive until the end. Even so, he knew that wasn't all Judas had to offer. He was sure Judas was hiding something more. Right after that, Peter had to dodge an unexpected long-range attack. Judas, with a cold look, said something he had heard many times during his childhood. According to him, those who are good at using cutlery as weapons belong to the third class. Those who master all weapons belong to the second class. But the first class ones are those who can turn anything around them into a weapon. At that moment, Judas demonstrated this perfectly. He had improvised a rope dart using the broken dagger, a simple string, and the lantern that was hanging on the clothesline. Peter thought that was just like Judas. He had always been that way. While others learned one thing, Judas would learn 10, maybe even 100 at the same time. What Peter didn't understand was how such a talented boy had gone so far off course. Even so, Peter believed it was time to move past all that. It was time to leave Lord Peter alone. He had never done anything to make Judas envious. But Judas, upon hearing that, snapped back angrily, saying Peter knew nothing. As he attacked, he pretended that the real Peter was running away and shouted as if alerting someone, "Peter, go that way!" It was a distraction. With that, he turned and ran toward the place where the real Peter was supposedly heading. Before disappearing, he said he would never forget him and that once everything was over, he would come for him. After the attack, Peter told the monk he could come out. The monk explained that he had followed the plan and lured Judas to that point, but asked if it was really safe. Peter replied that, for now, yes. From the beginning, the real target of Judas had always been him. Right after that, they headed to the agreed location. Simon was already there, safe and unharmed. He had thrown off the Gloria soldiers and got separated from the group during the confusion. He knew the secret spot was in front of the Buddha statue, but didn't know what to do from there. Peter said he had never accessed the hideout before either, but according to Nathaniel, they needed to light all the candles. Simon thought it sounded like something out of a movie and asked when she had come up with something so elaborate. It was a secret passage that led directly to a cave. When Simon went down, he was amazed at what he saw. He said it was incredible and commented that Nathaniel had built it all by herself. She soon appeared and greeted them cheerfully, calling them sister and nephew. She pointed at the food and said it looked like a bunker. Peter, relieved, said it was good to know they were both safe. He was impressed to see that Nathaniel had actually built a secret shelter like that. Nathaniel explained that she had suspected for some time that sooner or later Gloria would find the monastery. Fortunately, because of their efforts, the surgery was a success. She would be back on her feet soon. Simon said he had always known she was the best doctor in the world. Despite the relief, they knew the main problem was far from over. Judas would continue hunting them without rest. They couldn't live hidden forever in that cave. At least for now, there was plenty of food, and the place was clean and safe, so they decided to stop and eat for a while. During the meal, Simon revealed that he still had many doubts, especially especially about Judas. He wanted to understand why Judas hated Peter so much. He said he remembered Judas as a cheerful and kind boy. What had happened to him? Upon hearing this, Nathaniel and Peter looked visibly saddened. They didn't want to talk about it, so Peter simply said he was going to rest for a while. Simon asked if he was really going to leave in the middle of the meal, but Nathaniel asked him to let Peter go. She said Peter had his reasons and asked if Simon didn't know the story yet, the story about brother Peter's daughter. Simon replied by asking if she was talking about Hannah and wanted to know what had happened to her. Nathaniel said she was the one who killed little Hannah. At the time of the girl's birth, both Peter and Nathaniel were present. Back then, Nathaniel questioned whether they were really doing the right thing. Simon, confused, asked what she meant by killed her. That was when Nathaniel revealed that this was the beginning of the curse that had followed them ever since. She explained that, in the past, at the Orphanage of Divine Honor, whenever a position opened up for apostle, a new candidate would be chosen from among the aspirants to fill the role. One day, Father Gabriel personally called Peter in to talk. He said that the death of Judas had been a tragedy, but the position couldn't stay empty forever. Peter, surprised, asked if the priest already had someone in mind. Father Gabriel explained that there was a boy standing out among the others. At the same time, that worried him. Peter, curious, asked if he was referring to someone specific, and the priest confirmed that he was. Peter's guess was correct. While all the other aspirants were going through hellish training, shedding blood, crying, and complaining about the harshness of the process, some thought it was unfair. A few murmured that they had trained hard to become stronger, and yet the apostle position would be handed to a brat. That boy was Choi Jin, who would later become known as Judas. During training, he was easily distracted, but still managed to win. After one victory, he handed a towel to the person who had sent him into the fight. Even though he was efficient, he was mistreated. Many saw him as useless. One of the other candidates warned him to be careful, saying everyone was just waiting for him to slip up. He called him Choi Jin, but quickly corrected himself, saying maybe he should start calling him Judas now. He said Choi Jin had just been lucky and would die soon. According to him, Choi Jin only knew how to imitate Peter, and soon there would be another apostle slot open. But later, Judas was training alone and thinking to himself that it wasn't luck. He had trained hard to earn that position through his own talent. Peter then showed up to speak with him. Choi Jin, excited, said he had finally been chosen as an apostle. Since the first generation, there had never been an apostle as young as him. His dream was to one day be like Peter. But Peter got straight to the point. He asked if Choi Jin knew what had happened to his predecessor. He explained that the previous Judas had been captured during a mission and tortured for an entire week. They tore out his fingernails and teeth, and in the end, they amputated his limbs. Then they left his body in the desert to die. Peter said that, in other words, the same thing could happen to him. There was no reason to be excited about becoming an apostle. Choi Jin, embarrassed, apologized, but deep down he still thought Peter was incredible. Later on, Peter was analyzing the arsenal of each assassin. He reflected that the usual path for apprentices was to spend years mastering a specific weapon, but Choi Jin, even at such a young age, had already mastered nearly every weapon in the arsenal. To Peter, that did not seem like awakened talent, but rather a curse, and the answer to that came soon enough. On one of the missions, Judas was sent alongside two other assassins. During the operation, one of them was shot in the leg. The injured man could not be carried due to the severity of the wound, but he also could not be left behind. There was a risk he would be captured and reveal information. While one of the allies tried to help him, Judas acted quickly and ended the injured man's life by driving a dagger straight into his heart. Afterward, he explained that, since the man was wounded, there was no other option. If they left him behind, he would be captured and tortured. He also said he had pierced the left ventricle, making the death instant and painless. For him, it was a logical decision to ensure the success of the mission. The other assassin, shocked, wondered how someone could be so cold. He said that Peter would never have done that. Peter would certainly have found some way to save the teammate. But Judas, silent, just kept walking. Sometime later, during a mass, Father Gabriel raised a question. He asked those present if they had ever heard of Dr. Lee. Peter replied that he had. He was known as the mind behind the development of biochemical weapons. Father Gabriel confirmed it. He said that Dr. Lee had been kidnapped along with his prototypes by a group from Rakandia. Peter commented that it was the largest criminal country in Southeast Asia. The priest explained that technically it was just a small archipelago, but the real danger of that place was the fact that its entire population was made up of armed criminals. The problem at that time was that the mission's top priority was to ensure the hostages' safety. A direct assault was out of the question. So Father Gabriel said that a rescue mission would be organized and asked Peter if he could take it on. Peter accepted immediately. But before they could finish, Judas volunteered. He wanted to go with Peter on that mission. Simon said they should not get involved in that mission. According to him, Peter had already been assigned to it, so there was no reason for Judas to go along. But for Judas, that was the chance to understand the real difference between him and Peter. Gabriel agreed. He said it would not be a bad thing if Judas gained real field experience. However, the mission turned out to be far more brutal than any of them had imagined. At one point, Judas was cornered. He was being shot at and had only a few bullets left. He thought they had assured there would be no ambush. The intel had been wrong. Then he wondered, what if Peter were the one in his place? Imagining what Peter would do, Judas concluded that he would probably use himself as bait. Suddenly, Peter appeared on the scene doing something unthinkable. The criminals heard a strange noise like an engine revving, and the sound came from the roof. It was Peter, riding a motorcycle across the rooftop like it was a ramp. As he did so, Peter said that when there are a few balls on the table, you have to make the most of each one with every shot. He then launched the motorcycle toward the enemies, and the explosion took out several of them. Judas could not understand how it was possible. It was insane. Peter was killing enemies while still midair. After the explosion, Peter commented that learning billiards might be more useful than it seemed. He then took aim and hit 3 criminals with a single shot. He repeated the strategy, treating each bullet like a calculated move, targeting vulnerable spots on the enemy's bodies in places without bone protection, where a single bullet could bring them down. Judas realized that Peter was coldly analyzing the enemy's movements, his own ammunition, and even the terrain. He was doing all of this in a matter of seconds. For Judas, it was impossible to compare him to an ordinary human. When the mission was completed, Peter asked why Judas was still standing there. Was he not coming? Judas remained silent for a moment. He thought about how, in just a few seconds, Peter had analyzed the entire situation, used the motorcycle as a distraction, and made each bullet count with maximum efficiency. That was the real Peter. Later, they reached the most important point of the mission. Behind a door was the target, Dr. Lee. They entered together, but when they opened the door, they found the doctor already dead. He had been shot from a distance. Faced with the scene, Judas concluded that, in reality, they had never needed the doctor. He was just a disposable piece. But then, something unexpected happened. Inside the room next to the doctor's body, there was a baby. Peter wondered if it could be Lee's child, but quickly ruled that out. The doctor would never bring a child to a place like that. It was more likely that the baby had also been kidnapped for some unknown reason. Judas said he would follow protocol. The rule was clear. No witnesses could be left alive. However, before he could do something unthinkable, Peter stopped him. He said the child would go with them. Judas argued that leaving a witness was not allowed, but Peter explained there was something strange about the situation. If the doctor had been kidnapped for his knowledge of biochemical weapons, then why would they go to the trouble of also kidnapping a baby? And more importantly, why was she still alive? Concluding that the child's existence served some purpose, Peter decided to take her. He asked Judas to ensure no one ever found out about her. It was to be an absolute secret. Judas agreed. He said he had not considered that possibility and was convinced. Later, Peter was taking care of the girl. He looked into her eyes, trying to understand what was hidden behind them. She cried a lot. Peter, not knowing exactly what to do, tried to soothe her. He placed a hair clip on her, gently combed her hair, and noticed that physical touch helped calm her. He thought there had to be something behind all of this. Why had the Rakandians left her alive? Surely there was a very important secret. If Rakandia discovered the child was still alive, they would come back for her. No matter what happened, he would have to hide her at all costs. She had to survive until everything was resolved. But he asked himself, would he be able to do it? How would he feed her? How would he care for her basic needs? He had never taken care of a baby before. Even so, he thought of a solution. Later, Simon bitterly commented that it seemed they were born only to suffer. He asked when they would finally be able to eat meat every day. Nathaniel replied that with so many children in the world going hungry, that already felt like a privilege. Simon then said that Nathaniel always made people feel guilty, as if it were impossible to relax around him. And he ended with sarcasm, for the love of God. At that moment, someone called out to Nathaniel, and for the first time, her youthful appearance was revealed. The one who had called her was Peter, asking her to come to his room to discuss something important. Simon, seeing the scene, was surprised. It was the first time he had seen Peter speaking directly with Nathaniel, and the more he thought about it, the stranger it seemed. Simon reflected that brother Peter always handled everything alone, so why would he call Nathaniel in the middle of the night? Had he called her to do something else? For a moment, Simon even fantasized about the possibility of the two of them getting married. But when Nathaniel looked directly at him, Simon immediately backed off and said he was just joking. Nathaniel replied that she had been called for work and told him to stop imagining nonsense. She called him an idiot. Simon complained that she had no sense of humor and asked Judas if it was not true. Judas, in turn, said he had nothing to say. As she approached the cabin, Nathaniel felt uneasy. She thought that kind of absurd idea made no sense and wondered why Simon always came up with such things. Even so, she could not help but think, why, after all, would Peter call her in the middle of the night? She was a little nervous, but tried to stay focused. She kept repeating to herself that it was just work. Surely it was just work. When she entered the cabin, Peter, who was in another room, told her he was in the bedroom and asked her to come in. As she approached, Nathaniel was faced with an unexpected scene. Peter was struggling to change the baby's diaper. She was shocked, confused, unable to understand what was happening. Her thoughts scrambled. She tried to stay calm, telling herself there was no reason to panic. Still, the situation seemed absurd. She thought that, obviously, the baby could not be Peter's daughter. But what if she was? Had he had an affair? For a moment, she began to panic. Peter noticed her reaction and suggested that she simply ask whatever she wanted to know. Then he explained the whole situation situation from the beginning. Nathaniel understood that the child could be the key to uncovering the secret behind the biological weapon. She asked if Peter really believed that. He said yes, and that was why he had called her there. He wanted her to help take care of the child with him. She was startled by the request and asked if he had gone insane. How would they do that? Peter explained that until the truth was discovered, no one could know the child existed. It was an absolute secret, and he needed Nathaniel's help to keep it that way. Though reluctant, she understood the gravity of the situation. Meanwhile, in Hakandia, the scientists were trying to open a vault that only worked with fingerprint recognition. They had tested the hands of every child in the country, but none of the fingerprints worked. It seemed that only that baby had the correct fingerprint to unlock the mechanism. The chief declared that if that was the case, there was only one option: capture that child at any cost. Her fingerprint was the key to the biological weapon. He concluded that the Koreans had probably taken the baby, so he ordered that those bastards be found immediately. A few days later, Simon and Tadeu were observing the cabin from a distance, curious about what was going on inside. Simon, attentive, pointed out that Nathaniel was arriving. He said he had been right all along. He explained that every night she went into Peter's room, and that made him so curious he could not even sleep. Tadeu, surprised, said he could hardly believe it. If the two of them went into the room together every night, would there one day be 3 coming out? Simon laughed and said he was not the only one thinking that. Then, while Nathaniel discreetly entered the cabin, Tadeu said he could not take the curiosity anymore and that he was going to ask directly. Simon tried to stop him, saying he was crazy. What did he mean he was going to go in there? But Tadeu said he had mastered 888 secret techniques and, without ceremony, threw the cabin door open. He said, pretending to be surprised, that he had forgotten that was Peter's room. Simon, who had followed him, tried to play it off by saying he had also gotten lost on the way. Both of them were completely shocked by what they saw. Peter, Nathaniel, and the baby were together, forming such a harmonious scene that they looked like a real family. Tadeu commented that it was a beautiful image, a cute scene. He asked if they had a nephew now. He said everything was happening too fast. Does a baby get born just like that in a few days? Simon replied that he had no idea, but the fact was there was a baby now. Tadeu commented, excited, that with both of their genes, that child would be the strongest in the world. He looked at the baby with admiration, calling her a small and beautiful warrior. Simon agreed enthusiastically, saying their child was truly beautiful. But Nathaniel, trying to stay serious, asked them to stop for a moment and just listen first. No one seemed to be paying attention to her. Tadeu, thrilled, said that one day he would also have a child like that. Then Nathaniel, already irritated by the lack of attention, clarified that it was not a boy, but a girl, a warrior who would bleed bravely in any battle. Even after the correction, Tadeu said he could hardly wait to train his niece in combat, and that, on her first birthday, he would give her a sword as a gift. Outside, Judas was silently listening to everything. A boy approached, curious, and asked if that was fun and if he could watch too. But Judas, visibly bothered, replied that he knew nothing and told Raphael to leave. A few days later, after several failed attempts to take care of the baby, Peter began to truly worry. In a conversation with Father Gabriel, he presented a report on the mission involving the Recandians, a group that was devastating the entire Asian continent. They were cutting off the hands of children in the region, and the suspicion was that they were searching for the key to activate a biochemical weapon. It was then that Peter learned the weapons vault required fingerprint recognition. That was why the children were being kept alive. He explained that each person has a unique fingerprint, and that, based on this, new security technology was being developed. Father Gabriel was horrified, calling it a heinous crime. He said that if that was the case, then it was only a matter of time before they accessed the weapon. But Peter disagreed. He said that the system did not rely only on the fingerprint, but also required the person to be alive, since it checked for vital signs. That was why he was confident they would not succeed. Even with that confidence, Peter could not rest easy. He was hiding a secret from Father Gabriel. Later, Nathaniel asked if he was sure it was safe to keep the child there. The Jacandians were searching for her, and Tadeu suggested they should just tell the truth to the priest. But Peter refused, saying that it would only worry him even more. If they discovered that the baby was the key to the biological weapon, everyone would be in danger. That was why no one could know. Even so, Peter already suspected that someone might be listening outside. Sometime later, Nathaniel prepared the perfect bottle. When the baby finally accepted the milk, she felt, even as just a child, that she had been acknowledged. Peter joked that it was more likely she was just hungry. Nathaniel, smiling, asked why he had to ruin her moment. Right after, she wanted to know the baby's name. She said she had been wanting to ask for a while since they had all grown so close to the girl. Peter, however, said there was no need for them to know. In fact, it was better that they did not, because it would only cause emotional strain in the future. But Nathaniel insisted. She wanted to understand whether he had ever thought about having a family, about having a daughter. While Peter cleaned his weapon, Nathaniel interrupted, distracted, and started talking talking to the baby without even listening to his answer. Peter asked if she was asking questions just to ignore the response, and Nathaniel, without turning around, replied that she already knew what he would say. At that moment, the baby looked directly at Peter and mumbled something that sounded like "Pa." Nathaniel, surprised, asked if he had heard that. She believed the girl was trying to call him Daddy. Peter, however, thought it was just a random sound from a baby starting to speak. Even so, the little girl kept repeating the sound as if she really wanted to communicate. During the night, Nathaniel said that maybe it was divine intervention that the three of them were together like that. But Peter, gripping his weapon tightly, coldly replied that they were the swords of the Orphanage of Honor, and that, for people like them, having a family was just a mirage, something that could never become real. He said that this was God's revelation for them and that it was the destiny of all who lived by the sword. That was why he asked Nathaniel not to get attached to the baby. As time passed and the Rakandian threat diminished, keeping the child in the quarters became unfeasible. The girl was taken to a foster home, and her crying echoed through the hallway when she was left there. Nathaniel, trying to hide the tightness in her chest, told the child that this was also a warm and welcoming place, and that she would continue to visit whenever she could. But the baby cried and mumbled, "Daddy," begging Peter not to leave. Peter, keeping a serious expression, simply asked if she was cold. Then he said the world was much colder than she could imagine, and that to survive she would have to stop crying. He added that, after all, he was not her father. Then he looked at the child one last time before walking away. Nathaniel, disappointed, asked if he really had to speak to the girl that way. Peter simply turned to the nun at the place and said he would leave the baby in her care. The woman agreed, but asked what the child's name was. Peter replied that she had no name and could be called whatever they wanted. A long time later, Peter returned to the orphanage to do another volunteer job. The girl was a bit older and learning new words. That day, she kept repeating a word she really liked: grace. When she saw Peter, her eyes lit up with hope. The nun approached and said that maybe it was time to give the child a name. Peter asked if she had already chosen one. The nun explained that the temporary name was Sue, since the girl had not even been officially registered. She said that for that child, Peter was like a father, and perhaps he could choose her name. But Peter coldly refused, asking if there was anything else. When the nun said no, he simply said, "Excuse me," and left without looking back. Meanwhile, at the Divine Honor Training Center, Judas encountered the boy who used to provoke him again. The boy tried to ignore him and walk past, but Judas called him over to talk. He said that lately his clothes had been turning up torn and smelling like a dead animal, and asked if the boy had anything to do with it. The boy pretended not to understand and laughed, calling him ridiculous for making accusations without proof. Without hesitation, Judas drew his blade before the boy could react. He said it was the same smell of filthy blood he could sense in the air. The boy, irritated, said that just because Judas had become an apostle, he thought he could look down on a veteran. He added that everyone was saying Judas was getting too full of himself, and that he was nothing but a cheap copy of Peter. Judas then threw the towel the boy had requested and proceeded to brutally beat him, making him bleed and collapse to the ground. While the boy groaned in pain, Judas asked if that was how he had learned to hand someone a towel, reminding him that the towel was supposed to be warm. Without mercy, he poured boiling water on the boy's face, saying that one day he would prove he was better than Peter. Later, Nathaniel was treating Peter's wounded arm. He was shirtless, revealing his muscular body. She thought he was far too insensitive for enduring all of that in silence, while she removed a bullet lodged in his arm without any anesthetic. Peter explained that there was no anesthesia available, so they had to do it that way. However, Nathaniel made it clear that that was not the real problem. The problem was that he acted as if he felt nothing at all. Even so, Peter asked if she knew what he thought every time he went through something like that. For him, hurting others was part of their work, and one day they would all pay for it. However, if those little pieces of metal in his arm could save someone's life, he would not hesitate to offer his other arm too. Meanwhile, Suk, who lived at the foster home, was talking to one of the nuns. She said that she wanted to do that when she grew up. The nun asked if she wanted to build a hospital, and Suk enthusiastically showed her a newspaper headline featured on the front page. The title read, "New Hospital Built." Suk said that Sister Nathaniel was amazing, and that she wanted to build a hospital too someday. The nun replied that taking into account all the expenses and the savings needed, it would take about 4,786 years. So she suggested that maybe it would be more practical for Suk to become a doctor like Sister Nathaniel. However, Suk said that Nathaniel was already a doctor, and she did not want to do the exact same thing. At that moment, Peter and Nathaniel arrived together at the foster home. Every time she saw Peter, Suk would run away, scared, and hide in the corner of the wall. Later, Peter commented that next time, he would rather refuse that kind of visit. Nathaniel asked why he reacted that way, since sometimes it was nice to see the children. Peter replied that there were people more specialized for that, but Nathaniel insisted he could not be so blind. She said she just wanted to see how Suk was doing, and that he should care too. She mentioned the so-called imprinting effect, explaining that some birds, upon hatching, recognize the first living being they see as a parental figure. For Suk, Peter had become exactly that. Watching a class with the nuns and other children, Peter reflected that the only place where that little bird could learn to fly was inside that adoptive home. It would not be by his side. He believed he was not meant for that. Even so, he thought Suk would be fine because children forget quickly. Meanwhile, Judas was undergoing intense training. His hatred and envy of Peter grew each day. He knew he was a genius and could surpass Peter, but everyone kept comparing him, saying he was weaker, that Peter would never do certain things he did. He was tired of hearing that. When someone called him Peter again, Judas exploded with rage and told them to shut up. The one who had spoken was Raphael, who said Judas was a huge waste. Judas threatened him, warning him to be careful with what he said, but Raphael was blunt. He said Peter was still on another level and probably always would be. Judas became furious and asked who he thought he was to say that, but Raphael made it clear that Judas's potential was much greater. He reminded him that even Judas's own father, Father Gabriel, had said he had more talent than Peter. According to Raphael, the Divine Honor Orphanage was living its final days. The world had changed. It was now a place where everyone plotted and destroyed each other. The symbol of that place, Peter, was falling more and more. Raphael knew it. He noticed that Peter had been distracted lately with strange things, and if he kept going like that, a single misstep would be enough for everything to collapse. Judas wanted to know exactly what he meant, but Raphael brushed it off, saying it was nothing. He just thought it was the perfect moment for a new hero to rise. Later, Judas began to feel invincible. Power had gone to his head. He declared that the orphanage was too small for him. He needed something greater. With that thought, he went personally to Rakandia, intending to deliver important information. Upon arriving, he revealed he was from Divine Honor, and the criminals immediately recognized him. They said that was where that Peter guy was from. Judas commented that Peter's fame reached even that place and warned that if the criminals did not drop their swords, he would kill them in 3 seconds. They mocked him, asking if he thought he was Peter, the only one bold enough to say something like that. In the blink of an eye, Judas rushed in and slit their throats, killing them without hesitation. One of the men still tried to beg for his life, but Judas, filled with rage, grabbed him and demanded he repeat the name. He wanted to hear it again. He ordered him to say Peter and began smashing his head against the ground, screaming that Peter was nothing. He told him to say the name again and again until the man died. After that, the criminal's leader appeared. He was an imposing man who observed the scene with coldness. He asked why people preferred to die rather than believe what Judas said. He said that after 5 years of searching in vain, now he had come there himself. This man was named Datu Khan, the leader of the Rakandians. Judas replied that he had come to propose a deal they could not refuse. Datu Khan, intrigued, said he loved that kind of thing and was willing to listen. Judas introduced himself as the Apostle of Divine Honor, and the leader asked what he would gain from this deal. Judas explained directly he wanted Peter's head. Datu Khan found it curious. He said it was a great story, a supposed ally seeking revenge on another. He laughed and said he would give them what they wanted. When Peter appeared, he would personally take care of finishing everything. However, he asked why Peter would come there to an island full of criminals. He said even he was curious to know. Judas replied that no one could predict what Peter would do because he never failed to eliminate his targets. Datukin, on the other hand, believed that Peter had no idea what awaited him. He wanted to know if Peter would be able to leave that place alive. Meanwhile, at the adoptive home, Hannah was finally learning to write her own name. She proudly repeated each letter, saying she really liked that name. Then she carefully glued the paper onto a little box she had made with her own hands and showed it to the nun, saying she had finished. When Peter appeared, Hannah quickly hid the gift with a shy smile. However, while Peter was helping the nun with some tasks, one of the boys took advantage of the moment to steal the little box. Shortly after, screams echoed through the courtyard. Hannah was furiously hitting the boy, demanding that he give back what belonged to her. The next instant, Peter intervened and grabbed her hand, asking if that was the reason he had brought her there. Crying, Hannah said that the boy had taken her thing without permission and that stealing was wrong. Even so, Peter said that hitting her classmate was also wrong. Confused and frustrated, Hannah began to cry and ran away. The nun commented that it was strange because Hannah had never acted that way before. Later, Peter found the fallen box and decided to take it with him. The nun suggested that he deliver it himself later, saying it would be a good opportunity for the two of them to make peace. As Peter walked to return the gift, he was accompanied by Judas, who asked why he went to the orphanage so often. Peter replied that it was only because of the tasks that needed to be done. At that moment, a car sped past them, and Judas commented on how those rich people could afford to drive such expensive cars. But Peter, alert as always, noticed something wrong. He ran after the car, saying that rich people did not need to break into their own doors to get inside their vehicles. Judas quickly understood the situation and went to block the back exit. Peter knew there was nothing in the direction the car was heading, except for the orphanage. That place did not even appear on maps, which could only mean one thing: they were Rakandians. He ran as fast as he could and arrived before it was too late. When he found the nun, he asked what had happened, and she, panicked, said that Hannah had been kidnapped. Inside the car, the kidnappers celebrated, saying they had finally captured Dr. Lee's daughter. Meanwhile, Peter continued the pursuit relentlessly. The criminals looking through the rearview mirror wondered how a human could run so fast. But before he could reach them, Peter was intercepted by two armed men. Peter asked the Recandians how they had found that place. One of them answered sarcastically, saying he asked too many questions for someone who was about to die, and asked if he had any last offering before his death. Peter said no, because he was Peter, after all. The criminal mocked him and wanted to know what difference that made, since revealing his identity gave him no advantage. Peter replied that on the contrary, it only meant he had decided to kill his own enemy. Then he dodged every bullet with impressive precision. Meanwhile, the criminals tried to retreat to warn their boss, but were shot down right there. Both fell without even understanding where the attacks came from. It was impossible to face someone like Peter. He shot both of them in the legs, immobilizing them, and said coldly that whoever answered first would live, but whoever delayed would die. He asked where they were taking the girl. The bald criminal tried to answer, saying he would tell, but truly did not know. Only the boss knew the destination. At that moment, the radio began to crackle, and the boss asked through the walkie-talkie what was happening. Peter intercepted the frequency and replied, ordering them to return the girl, offering in exchange the two subordinates. The boss answered that he did not care about those men, and that Peter would never catch him. Even so, Peter paid attention to the background noise on the radio and noticed important details. From the sound of the engine, he understood that the gear was shifting between third and fourth, which meant the car had already left the bumpy road. At that moment, Peter remembered that Hannah already knew how to read and write in Korean, so he asked her to read any words she saw ahead. On the other side of the line, Hannah answered that she saw a sign with the word Morori. Peter deduced that they were heading toward the Supo port, probably to return to Rakandia. He told her to stay calm, assuring her that he would be there soon. Meanwhile, he remembered the letter that had fallen from the small box Hannah had made. In it, the girl explained that she could now read and write in Korean. She said she was studying hard because she wanted to write letters to him. She told how, when the nun asked why she was so dedicated, she answered that she wanted to learn as quickly as possible so she could communicate with Uncle Peter. In the letter, Hannah said that some time ago he had asked her not to throw tantrums. Since then, she had been strong and kept her promise. She had not fought with her classmates, had not cried, and had tried her best to improve. She asked him to praise her at least once. She also wrote that when she grew up, she wanted to make a lot of money, enough to build a hospital. She knew a hospital cost 7.6 billion, and the nun had said it was a huge amount, but that if she studied hard, she could achieve it. That was why Hannah had started studying every day. In the letter, she also asked Peter not to get hurt anymore, reminding him that he was always injured. Nathanael had said that if he were treated in a hospital, he would not feel so much pain. So Hannah promised to study a lot to build a hospital and asked him not to get sick until then. She also shared that the sister had taught her something special, that this kind of gift should be given to someone very important, someone who lives in the heart. Hannah explained that she saw Peter as an uncle and had chosen to give the gift on that day because it was Father's Day. Inside the box was an origami rose, carefully made. While thinking about that, Peter asked the enemies what the population of Rakandia was and sent a message to their leader. He said that the day he set foot on that island, Rakandia would disappear from the map. The leader responded with disdain, saying that Peter was insignificant and that no amount of fame would make a difference. He guaranteed that the moment Peter stepped into Rakandia, he would realize how small he truly was compared to them. Peter knew the enemies were preparing to face him. They might have thought he would not be able to find them, but that was exactly his advantage. He figured they probably would not take Hannah back to Rakandia. They knew he had been there before, so logically, they must have taken her to another hideout. First, he needed to find out where they had gone. In the island colony of Hakaya, located in Pactor, the enemy forces were trying to track Peter using their radars. The entire island was surrounded by devices that blocked any kind of external invasion. When they detected a plane approaching at high speed, they activated the defense systems and prepared to launch missiles. But Judas appeared, saying that all of it was useless. According to him, nothing they were doing would have any effect. It would not be with radar that they would catch Peter. As he spoke, they saw on the monitor that the glowing dot on the radar had turned around. The plane seemed to be fleeing. Judas, out of patience, asked what they were waiting for. He said they should prepare to receive their guest. The radar operator insisted the plane was leaving. But Judas knew better. While everyone there wasted time, Peter was already approaching. In truth, Peter had jumped from the plane and was gliding silently toward the island. A few hours earlier, still in Korea, Peter was at the port speaking with the intelligence team of Divine Honor. The team reported that the kidnappers had headed toward the South China Sea. They had identified 38 islands in the region, but one stood out. It was emitting an abnormal amount of electromagnetic signals. Peter analyzed the possibilities. It had to be a place with low government interference, the capacity to host thousands of people, and a strong signal output. There was only one one place that fit that profile, Petir. As soon as he arrived, he put on his apostle uniform and entered the forest quietly, intending to gather more information before launching an invasion. Meanwhile, in the command center, Datocom questioned what Judas was basing his belief on that Peter was already on the island. Charlie, beside him, confirmed that the plane had turned back. They said Judas was overestimating Peter. But Judas, without answering directly, put himself in his place. He thought about how he would act. He told them to prepare the radio immediately and announced that the troops would be sent, according to his instructions. In the forest, which was under full surveillance, there was no sign of Peter. No camera or sensor detected him. The enemies believed he had not yet arrived, but Peter was already there, with a knife pressed against the neck of one of the guards. He complimented the guard's work, who responded in despair, saying he had done everything he was asked to do. He begged for his life to be spared. Peter calmly said it was fine. He allowed him to leave. The man ran off laughing, saying Peter was an idiot because he would never be able to stop their plan. He said they would now cut off that brat's head. That was exactly what Peter wanted to hear. He thanked him for the information, took the guard down immediately, and concluded that the man had just revealed the location of the main base. Peter then reached a higher point in the forest and contacted Nathaniel, informing her that he was already conducting reconnaissance. She asked how the situation looked, requesting details so she could offer appropriate support. Peter reported that there was a considerable number of people at the site. In his estimate, at least 2,000. Security was tight, and surveillance was heavily reinforced, especially at the entrance, which had no blind spots or easy access routes. Even so, Peter said he had just come up with an idea. Nathaniel responded with concern, saying she was afraid of his ideas. Elsewhere, Datukan, one of the commanders, was watching the monitors and commented that the child had finally arrived. It was clear she was the doctor's daughter. Datukan had searched for her for a long time. When he finally found her, he asked if she didn't remember him. He said he met her when she was very little. He reached out his hand to her, but it was a severed hand, what remained of a clearly destroyed limb, though it was better not to go into explicit detail. Hannah, faced with the scene, did not hesitate and slapped Datakan hard across the face. When he tried to retaliate, he was immediately stopped by Judas. Hannah thanked Uncle Judas, who, irritated, asked how anyone dared lay a hand on her, since it had already been made clear that she could not be harmed. She then approached him and whispered in his ear that the girl was their guarantee. Meanwhile, the 3,356 Rakandian soldiers were armed, organized, and positioned around the mansion, ready to defend the location. Commander Charlie noticed something strange. Peter was calmly walking in through the front door, unarmed, as if nothing was happening. Without showing any aggression, Peter raised his hands and surrendered. He said he knew they wouldn't be able to open the vault, not even using the hand of any kidnapped child. He stated that only he knew how to open it, which made him a valuable asset for negotiation. Some soldiers doubted that, saying they wouldn't fall for such a trick. But Charlie ordered no one to shoot. Peter continued and revealed that the vault containing the biochemical weapon could only be opened with a physical key, and that the key was with him. He made an offer. If they returned the girl, he would open the vault. Charlie, intrigued, acknowledged that the logic made sense and asked where the key was. Peter calmly lowered one of his hands and said it was in his pocket. He allowed someone to approach and retrieve it. Datakan, watching the scene, commented that Peter didn't even seem like such a bad guy, and that everything was going better than expected. But Judas felt uneasy. He knew Peter would never surrender so easily. The guard approached and confirmed there was a key in Peter's right pocket. He took it to Charlie, but Judas, alert, began to notice something strange. He then shouted for them to stop Peter immediately. It was too late. Along with the key was a small pin. Peter confirmed that this was part of his grand entrance. The pulled pin was actually the trigger for 3 hidden smoke grenades. With a dense cloud covering the area, Peter sprang into action. Using the darkness and confusion to his advantage, he began eliminating the enemies one by one. He killed the first, the second, then 10, 20, 30 Rakandian soldiers. He broke necks, slit throats, shattered spines. Datukan, desperate, questioned how they had failed to stop a single man. He ordered all soldiers to regroup at the entrance immediately. Judas, for his part, made it clear that those soldiers were not his. At that moment, Datukan was taking Hannah to another room. He likely wanted to test her fingerprint on the safe or simply get her out of Peter's sight. Even as she pleaded for help, Judas turned his back on her. When Hannah tried to resist, Datakan threw her across the room, leaving her unconscious. Without hesitation, Datakan ordered the safe to be prepared immediately. The next person he summoned was Sathit, known as the greatest warrior in Rakandia and Datukan's right-hand man. The boss trusted him to eliminate the bastard who had invaded the mansion. Meanwhile, Peter simply walked in through the front door. He remarked that it was already too late, as his finger was already on the trigger, and the enemy should have pulled theirs earlier. The assassin was confused, wondering how Peter even knew he was there. But the moment he decided to shoot, Peter had already thrown a knife straight at his skull. However, Sathit blocked the attack with precision, proving that even a 1-second delay could be fatal. Sathit dismissed the guard accompanying him and formally introduced himself. He said he had always wanted to face Peter, and that this was the moment he had been waiting for. Peter recognized his voice as the same one he had heard through the communicator when Hannah was being kidnapped. He also remembered Father Gabriel's warning warning to be cautious around that man. Gabriel never said he suspected Sathit, but made it clear that, if possible, Peter should avoid fighting him. With great skill, Sathit assumed his battle stance. He gripped his spear firmly and declared that he held great respect for Peter, which was why he would fight with everything he had. Peter noticed that the weapon Sathit held was a piso route, a special spear ideal for mid-range attacks. He expected a fight from a certain distance, but in the next instant, the spear's tip was already right in front of his face. Surprised, Peter realized he hadn't known that type of weapon had such an extended reach. In contrast, he wielded only a short-range dagger. Sathit noted that Peter didn't seem proficient with the weapon he was using, and he was right. Peter's body began to suffer shallow cuts at several points as he was pressured by Sathit's precise technique. His opponent's fighting style was aggressive and relentless. More than that, his weapon was clearly special. The spear could extend in length when Sathit activated a mechanism in his arm. Additionally, it was much lighter than a regular spear. This allowed for a wide range of fast, unpredictable attacks, which was exactly why Peter was being cornered. Even so, he narrowly dodged another strike. Sathit commented that the weapon Peter carried was a wedung, the traditional dagger from the island of Java. According to him, its main characteristic was being short and thick, making it ineffective for direct attacks. Still, Peter blocked the next strike with it, and this time, he looked much more confident. He began using the walls to jump, gain speed, and extend his reach. Meanwhile, Sathit stated that Peter's head would be the perfect medal of honor for his collection. Sathit already knew that Peter had remarkable ability to counter long-range attacks. His reflexes were flawless, and his intuition came from extensive experience. Moreover, he didn't appear to have any real weaknesses. However, it was clear that he hadn't fully adapted to using the wedung. Sathit started to think he may have overestimated the man many called the greatest assassin of all time. Determined to end the battle, Sathit charged forward, ready to pierce through Peter. At the last moment, he noticed something strange. His opponent had stopped moving, as if he had given up. That's when Peter explained that the wedung, being short and thick, was ideal when the user placed their body weight on it, like a cleaver. He had used that to his advantage, pressing it against Sathit's spear, scraping the blade to get closer and land a single strike. That one strike was enough to hit all of the enemy's vital points. With that, Peter concluded that, when used correctly, the wedung could become an extremely efficient weapon for precise and lethal attacks. Sathit couldn't believe what had just happened. He thought it was impossible. The way Peter had used the weapon wasn't that of a beginner. On his knees, defeated, Sathit realized he had been baited on purpose. Peter had provoked him into making repeated thrusts. He wondered just how many steps ahead his enemy had predicted. Even so, he said it was an honor to have crossed blades with him. Peter replied that he would finish him off as a sign of respect. However, Sathit warned him that over 1,000 soldiers were on their way. They would arrive soon and Peter would have nowhere to run. His only chance of survival would be to escape now. But Peter said he was wrong. It was obvious he hadn't come alone. On the beaches of Rakandia, several guards approached another assassin, thinking it was Peter. However, the man replied that there were plenty of people around and that if everyone showed up at once, it would be even better. It was Tadeu, who then activated his secret technique, known as the barrier of 100 instant strikes. Within seconds, all the surrounding soldiers were struck by powerful, precise blows to the neck, legs, and arms. The guards began to wonder if that was the same Tadeu from Divine Honor. It was now clear that Peter was not alone. On the other side of the island, more soldiers were questioning since when Peter used a sword and had long hair. That's when Simon appeared, teasingly asking if he wasn't more handsome than his brother. He joked that being mistaken for Peter wasn't such a bad thing. One of the soldiers said he knew who he was, but another responded that it didn't matter. After all, no sword was faster than a bullet. Simon then asked if the soldier was sure about that. He said he had cut weapons before, but had never tried slicing a bullet. He wanted to test it. The enemy fired, and Simon, taking it as a challenge, drew his sword at the exact moment and split the bullet in two. Surprised by the feat, he commented that he had just developed a new technique and declared that, as Simon, the saint of the whirling sword, he would be the last person those soldiers would ever see. Meanwhile, Dadakin had finally managed to open the safe. He had waited years for that moment. Hannah's fingerprint had been recognized. He exclaimed that now, finally, it was his. Peter and his group were doomed. However, the system displayed an error related to the fingerprint size. Confused, Dadakan questioned the reason. Then it hit him. The child had grown, and with that, the fingerprint had changed. Enraged, he shot the safe, destroying it. The shot forced the lid open. One of his men commented that maybe that was all it took from the beginning, but they were wrong. The safe began a 30-second self-destruct countdown. Desperate, Dadakin shouted for someone to fix the situation, calling out for Judas. When he turned around, he saw a figure standing behind him, but it wasn't Judas, it was Peter. Panicking, Dadakin told him not to come closer because there was a hostage nearby. Still, he fired at Peter. making a fatal mistake. With his own hands, Peter disarmed him, dismantling the weapon and the magazine in seconds. Then, he beat him brutally, stating that he had warned him Rakandia would be wiped off the map. Then he stabbed the weapon and the magazine into Dadakin's legs, pinning him to the ground. He knew the safe was going to explode no matter what he did at that point. Seeing death approach, Dadakin begged for mercy. He said he'd do anything, that he had money, that they could make a deal. He claimed that the girl was his daughter and that she could be used for bargaining. But Peter only asked why every bastard said the same thing. He said that the beloved biological weapon was right there and told him to make good use of it. He picked Hannah up in his arms and left Dadakin behind. When the 30-second countdown ended, nothing happened. Dadakin thought the weapon was so old it didn't work. He swore that if he made it out of there, he would kill Peter, but it wasn't a bomb. The weapon had been released, and now it would begin spreading across the island of Rakandia, sooner or later. In Peter's arms, Hannah woke up and asked how he got there. She wanted to know if they were going home now. He replied that yes, they were going home, but first, he needed to clean up what was still ahead. Peter looked at Hannah, then at the activated weapon, and asked her to close her eyes and cover her ears. When she obeyed, he threw the weapon aside and eliminated all remaining enemies with a knife. Nathaniel arrived at that exact moment, finding the aftermath of the massacre. She saw Peter holding Hannah, still unconscious. When she picked the girl up, she told Peter that Tadeu and Simon were fighting outside and that they needed to join them. But Peter replied that they couldn't leave yet. According to him, Datugan had activated the biological weapon, and if left alone, the gas would spread across the entire island. This would endanger not only the soldiers, but also the innocent natives. The control system needed to be shut down as quickly as possible. Nathaniel tried to argue that he could die if anything went wrong. At that moment, Hannah clung tightly to Peter and, though shaken, begged him not to die. She said she didn't want to be away from him again. Nathaniel suggested they come up with another plan, perhaps a mass evacuation, but Peter explained that there wasn't a single boat capable of carrying that many people at once. Hannah, in turn, insisted that if he didn't come with them, she wouldn't go either. Even so, Nathaniel held the girl firmly and said that he had to do it, that everything now depended on him. Crying, Hannah whispered that she wanted to stay with her daddy. Those words hit Peter deeply. Nathaniel, noticing how hesitant he had become, said it was time to decide. Either he ran now to try to save everyone, or they would have to come up with another plan and abandon the islanders. As Hannah screamed and cried, the biological weapon kept releasing gas. She didn't want him to leave, but Peter remembered everything they had already lived through. He thought of the first time he saw that girl's eyes, the day he left her at the orphanage, the times he visited her afterward, the letter she had written, and even the Father's Day gift he received from her. Nathaniel was puzzled by his behavior and asked why he was acting that way. She said he wasn't the type to hesitate, and if he kept thinking too long, everyone would die. She urged him to trust her. She would take care of Hannah, but he had to go. It was the only way to ensure his daughter's survival. Even so, Hannah managed to break free from her arms and begged him not to go. Peter knelt down in front of the girl and firmly asked her to go ahead and wait for him. He promised he would come back. Then he turned and ran back to the chamber where the biological weapons control system was located. He knew time was running out. The amount of gas being released increased with every second. While Peter searched for a way to shut the system down, a figure appeared behind him. It was his brother, Judas. With a mocking tone, he asked if Peter needed a little help. But even as he said that, he drew his knife, intending to kill. The dispersion system had already been fully activated. Even with his back turned, Peter wanted to understand why Judas had done that. He remembered the day Hannah was kidnapped. The car used had dark windows, but Peter knew there were several people inside. He wanted to know why his own brother had been the one to abduct the girl. Judas answered coldly. He said that Peter was the obstacle standing in his way to the top. He locked the door, leaving only the two of them inside, surrounded by the gas from the biological weapon. He explained that, at some point, the desire to be like Peter had turned into an unbearable burden. Everyone said he only became an apostle because he imitated his brother. He was always in Peter's shadow. Whenever he tried to exist on his own, Peter was there, blocking his path. And he asked himself what he would have to do to finally be recognized. Judas put on his gas mask and said there was only one answer. He needed to defeat the greatest apostle, the glorious Peter. He had to die. Only then could Judas take his place. Even in the face of the threat, Peter said he had no idea what was going on inside his brother's head, but thanked him for sharing it. His improvised weapon was his own belt. While Judas attacked with two sharp daggers, Peter defended himself with nothing but a metal buckle. Judas mocked the situation, saying he thought the great Peter would also know how to fight without breathing. But in the end, he was still just a human being. Peter realized that, despite everything, Judas was right. The gas was extremely lethal. Inhaled in large amounts, it caused instant death. And if someone suffered even a small cut, the gas would make direct contact with the bloodstream, accelerating the effect even further. To make matters worse, Judas was wielding a weapon faster and more precise than usual. In the blink of an eye, he was already behind Peter, ready to stab him. Peter realized that Judas was indeed faster than he had imagined. Even so, he managed to dodge. Judas grew increasingly furious. In addition to his speed, Peter's counterattacks were becoming sharper. Then Judas vanished completely, and in the next instant, he began hurling the safes from Datacon's room toward Peter. But his goal wasn't to injure him, it was to exhaust him, make him lose his breath, and die from the gas. He even used a smoke cloud as a distraction, attacking from the opposite side and forcing Peter to react in desperation. Judas knew that Peter needed to control his breathing and avoid any injury. He imagined that Peter's mind must be a mess, believing he would die because of Hannah. After all, he was still human. He couldn't control his own emotions, but Judas believed he could. He wouldn't be shaken by personal feelings. He swore he would become a perfect being. While blocking the attacks, Peter remarked that Judas truly had been born with remarkable talent. Among all the candidates, he stood out the most. Record-breaking sprint time of 100.9 seconds. Ability to break reinforced steel doors. Top scores in obstacle tests. Fluency in 5 languages. Gabriel himself, his father and mentor, had acknowledged all of this. He said that Choyan was a true prodigy, a genius born once every 50 million years, and asked Peter to take good care of him. Judas believed that he and Gabriel had seen the potential that no one else did. He, who was born without recognition, not even accepted by his own parents, now believed he could finally be seen. But he was wrong. He thought that without Peter, he would have become the greatest assassin in the world. However, Peter replied that he might indeed become the greatest assassin, the so-called Peter, but that vulgar thirst for recognition was what kept him stuck in the 3rd category. Consumed by rage, Judas shouted for him to shut up. He said he would end him right there and prove that he was the best. In the next moment, he lunged forward with full force, ready to pierce Peter's neck, but he was caught off guard by a strong slap to the face. Peter, steady, said that as an older brother, he should have guided Judas down the right path. He took the blame for not doing that. Judas's next attack was stopped by another slap, even stronger, leaving him dizzy. Then came more slaps, one after the other, without pause. Peter explained that losing control and failing to anticipate counterattacks were exactly the reasons why Judas would never be 1st category. Staggering and crashing against the walls, Judas insisted he was a genius, someone unique, but Peter had saved his breath for a clear reason. Meanwhile, at the Orphanage of Divine Honor, one of the assassins asked Gabriel if he thought Peter would be okay. He had heard Rakan was a cruel place and was worried. Gabriel, however, answered with conviction. He said that if in a world of 5 billion people, each country chose a representative and they were all forced to fight to the death, the only survivor would be Peter. At that moment, Judas began to tremble. He finally understood that Peter had saved every breath. When he charged like a jet, his blows completely destroyed Judas's body, leaving him unable to retaliate or even stand. Defeated, Judas murmured that he was a genius and that this shouldn't be happening. But Peter calmly said that he hoped that in another life, Judas could be born in a better place and become a good person. Then he remembered something. Despite everything, Gildas had always been his biggest fan. Because of that, Peter decided to spare Judas's life. He threw the knife away and declared that from that moment on, Judas's qualification as an apostle was revoked. He was officially expelled from the Orphanage of Divine Honor. Then Peter grabbed and broke the rosary that was around Judas's neck, stating that from now on, he would have to live as if he were dead. Without looking back, he left Judas lying on the ground, powerless to move. Later, Peter was walking back toward the beach. He told himself he had managed to contain Hakandia's chemical weapon. The remaining gas was slowly dissipating, and if they managed to keep everyone away from the city center, no one would die. As he walked, he asked over the communicator how things were on Nathaniel's side. The situation was chaotic. People were being evacuated, but panic was spreading fast. Even so, Nathaniel replied that they were doing fine. Everyone was running toward the coast, and there was only 1 kilometer left to reach the shelter. She noticed with confusion that the criminals from Rakand had disappeared and that the gas was weakening quickly. She asked Peter to finish his task soon so they could reunite. Suddenly, a gunshot was heard through the communicator. Peter asked what was happening, but there was no response. Nathaniel had been shot in the back, right where Hannah was. Peter, desperate, called her name over and over, trying to make contact. Later, Nathaniel was performing the hardest first aid of her life. She desperately tried to save Hannah, saying everything would be okay, that the uncles from the orphanage were on their way, and that she was strong enough to endure it. Tearing part of her own clothes, she improvised a tourniquet and tried to stop the bleeding. The bullet hadn't hit the heart, but it had gone through the girl's body. As Hannah grew weaker, Nathaniel told her to keep looking at her, begging her not to close her eyes. She ran looking for water and any medical supplies, but there was nothing. No IV, no medicine, no hope. She tried to improvise an IV with water and salt, but Hannah was already pale, barely able to breathe. The girl was near death's door, extremely weak, and Nathaniel, desperate, begged her to move, pleading for her to at least move her eyes. The bleeding was too severe, and Nathaniel realized she wouldn't be able to stop it. Crying, she blamed herself for not keeping Hannah away from Peter. Then she had one last thought. Hannah needed blood. She ran outside the house, remembering that Simon had the same blood type as her, type O. But the moment she stepped out, she felt a sharp pain and collapsed to the ground. Only then did she realize that she had also been shot. When Peter arrived at the scene, he found Nathaniel on the ground and asked where Hannah was. With difficulty, she replied that the girl was inside, but losing a lot of blood. Peter rushed into the house, telling her not to move, but it was already too late. He heard a metallic sound coming from a nearby counter and realized there was a bomb. The explosion happened the moment he got close close, completely destroying the inside of the house and any chance of saving Hannah. Nathaniel was left without strength or hope, watching as the flames consumed everything. Peter tried to go back inside, but Tadeo and Simon held him back. There was nothing more to be done. Sometime later, in September 1990, at the Orphanage of Divine Honor, Simon arrived with news for Tadeo. Nathaniel had disappeared. Surprised, Tadeo asked if she had taken the child with her, but Simon said no. He explained that she had left a letter before vanishing. In the letter, Nathaniel wrote to her dear brothers, explaining that by the time they read her words, she would no longer be at the orphanage. She knew they would try to find her, which is why she chose to disappear completely. She wrote that months had passed since the terrible event, yet she still saw Hannah's face and heard her voice every night. She said that just as memories fade with time, she also needed to change. That tragedy was something she couldn't prevent, and running away was the only way to stay alive. She admitted they might see her as a terrible person for fleeing, but confessed she didn't have the courage to face her own guilt. She also showed concern for her brother Peter, asking Tadeo and Simon to take care of him and of the stone heart he carried in his chest. The two of them noticed that Peter seemed to be doing very well. In fact, he continued to help at the foster home with the same dedication as always. Tadeo commented that Peter was truly persistent, because if he were in his place, he would have gone insane already. Still, something was off. Something about Peter's behavior didn't seem natural. They were talking about the child who saw him as a father. In the letter left by Nathaniel, there was a confession that surprised them. She wrote that once, by accident, she saw something in Peter's room that left her completely shocked. He had been writing in a journal, and she saw him leaving for a new mission right after. Always curious, Nathaniel ended up opening the notebook to find out what he had written. The first thing she found was the imprint of Hannah's tiny foot. That reminded her of an old conversation she once had with Peter, when the girl was still just a baby. At the time, she had remarked how fascinating it was that a baby's feet were so small and delicate, and asked Peter to take a look. He responded coldly, saying they were all the same, and she joked that he always managed to ruin the mood. In the diary, Peter had recorded that exact moment. He wrote that the baby's feet were tiny, smaller than any he had ever seen. That's why he decided to make a print, like a child's painting project. He painted her foot and pressed it against the page, just to preserve the memory. He justified it by saying it was for science, trying to rationalize what was clearly an emotional gesture. As Nathaniel continued reading, the tone of the entries began to change. Peter wrote that things were starting to feel strange. Lately, he couldn't focus properly on missions. When he was away, he kept thinking about the baby. He wondered if she was sleeping well, if she was hungry, if she cried from discomfort. These thoughts started to take over his mind, and he blamed himself for it. He knew he should focus on the work, but that child seemed to shine before his eyes, like a memory impossible to erase. On the day he left her at the foster home, Peter wrote that he felt suffocated. He regretted not having used kinder words when saying goodbye. He said that the girl's gaze haunted him all night. Later, when he visited again and saw the newspaper she kept looking at, the one that talked about the hospital she dreamed of building, he wrote that it was curious how someone so small was already worried about money. On the other hand, he admitted that Hannah was much better than him. He called himself an idiot, someone who didn't even know how to use his own money properly. In another entry, Peter spoke about Nathaniel, saying she wasn't very smart because she disagreed with him on how children forget things. He believed that, scientifically, children lost most memories before the age of 3, but Hannah was already 5, and he tried to convince himself that sooner or later she would forget him. Still, he confessed that it was good that Nathaniel was smarter than him because it kept him anchored in reality. When Nathaniel turned the next page, she was left speechless. There was the account of the day Peter visited the girl to witness the moment she would receive a new name. He wrote that every human being is born with something missing, but because he had been baptized as Peter, he hoped the words he left written there would become the foundation of Hannah's strength. He wanted her to be strong like a rock, a solid base for everything that would grow from that point on. He admitted he might not have the right to wish for that, but if he didn't, he would regret it for the rest of his life. When Simon and Tadeo finished reading the letter and the diary, they went to Peter's room, recalling his final words written in that notebook. He said that if he could allow himself to feel just that once, he would take full responsibility for the rest of his life. He described himself as needy, incapable of expressing what he felt, and doubted that his clumsy feelings would ever reach her. Even so, he hoped that somehow Hannah would understand, even if just a little, even if too late, that he loved her with all his heart. In the present, Simon, moved, commented that none of it had been Nathaniel's fault. It was Judas's fault. Peter was determined to kill that bastard with the one hand he still had, and as if it were some cruel twist of fate, the enemy appeared at that exact moment. He approached arrogantly, saying he knew they were hiding below. Did they really think they wouldn't be found? But he had his own methods. He warned that if they didn't come out immediately, he would kill some of the bald monks outside in 10 minutes. He wanted to know if they planned to save everyone on that floating island. For that to happen, he said, Peter had to show up alone behind the mountain. Nathaniel knew it was clearly a trap, but Peter said he would go anyway. He wanted to put an end end to that long family story once and for all, even if it came at a high price. Nathaniel gave in because she knew Peter well. She knew he would go regardless, even if she tried to stop him. Meanwhile, Simon was also getting ready to climb up and try to save the hostages. Peter, for his part, seemed eager to finally understand what the enemy truly wanted with all of this. At the same time, one of Judas's assassins, known as Levin, complained about how boring it was to fight those weak monks. He was a fencing specialist, a master of the rapier. However, one of the monks managed to escape, feeling that he needed to warn everyone that something strange was happening. Not far from there, Judas was waiting behind the mountain. There was a narrow bridge, only wide enough for one person at a time. He reflected that he had never believed in fate or anything like that, but this meeting felt like it had been planned by the gods themselves. That's when Peter began to approach, still disguised as a monk. Judas said that, unfortunately, he wasn't looking for that monk. He wanted to know where Peter was. At that moment, Peter revealed his youthful appearance, removing the disguise. Judas was in shock, wondering if Peter had a son. He had no idea what was going on, but tried to stay calm. He questioned who the young man was and why he looked so much like Peter in his youth. Peter replied that Judas wouldn't believe him no matter what he said. He said this was the first time they had seen each other since the Rakaja incident, and that when he was a child, he used to say he wanted to become someone like Judas. That had been his dream. However, now he himself had become just another filthy criminal. Judas couldn't believe it. He said that even with the Gloria organization hunting every trace of Peter, this explained why he was never found. He couldn't accept that assassins had failed to kill an apostle who was terminally ill with cancer. But at that point, he no longer cared about the details. He was ready to end it all. He had finally found someone who could match him. He drew his daggers and challenged Peter, asking if he really thought they were on the same level. Judas admitted he had no idea what had happened to Peter, but he was certain Peter couldn't defeat him now. He called Peter into battle, saying this would be his end. Meanwhile, on the other side, a monk went through the secret passage but was killed shortly after. Levin appeared, saying that impatient people always die early. He said he had been waiting for the arrival of Nathaniel, his former disciple. Nathaniel responded sarcastically, saying she was flattered to have a fan, but asked him to save the monk first. Levin stated that everyone there was going to die anyway. That was when Huiyun and Tanyue, the two main monks, appeared to face Levin. They were determined to take him down. Nathaniel, however, warned that it was too dangerous. She said they might end up dying there. Even so, the two monks replied that it wouldn't be so bad. Huiyun commented that at least they would all be buried together. He called Nathaniel Madam, showing respect. Tanyue asked her to take the wounded man inside. They said they would follow her as soon as they dealt with the enemies. Despite their confidence, both knew the fight would not be easy. Each of the assassins present was at least rank B or higher, and the enemy at the center seemed especially powerful. Levin warned the others to be careful because those two veteran monks were there. He suggested that at least they would die in a beautiful place like that. When all the other assassins charged at once, Huiyun was the first to act. He killed one of them with a single precise dart shot. He knew it wouldn't be easy, because if the enemies discovered their techniques, it would be hard to fight them head on. That's why the monks were attacking and retreating at the same time. But Levin didn't let it slide and quickly brought Huiyun down with a series of violent kicks. He commented that humans are too honest, and while you can hide facial expressions, you can never hide body language. Next, Levin grabbed both monks and threw them away with extreme ease. He said the assassins of divine honor were annoying. Huiyun thought that speed was not human. He wondered how glory could have people that powerful. Levin answered sarcastically, asking why he was so surprised. He revealed the drug hidden under his tongue and said things had changed a lot since ancient times. Then he ordered the others to capture Nathanael immediately. Meanwhile, Levin kept consuming even more of that substance, which made his body incredibly faster. However, he started wondering why the other assassins hadn't returned yet. He found it impossible that they had lost to a simple old lady. That was when Huiyun stood up, even wounded, and said Levin wasn't going anywhere. The fight was not over yet. Levin prepared to crush Huiyun like a bug stuck to his foot, but stopped when he saw all his assassins being thrown back. They were completely defeated by someone extremely strong. The assassins themselves, in panic, said there was a monster inside that place. One of them asked how long that monster had been asleep. When Levin threw his sword at the enemy, the blade was stopped with the tip of the fingers. He was in shock. That was impossible. Tadeu appeared smiling and asked if everything was okay. Levin wondered if he wasn't supposed to be dead. At that moment, Nathanael showed up beside Tadeu, scolding him for moving too much. He replied that she was the one who treated him, and since she was the miracle doctor, everything was fine. He said he was sure he had never seen her before, but her face looked very familiar. The narrator explains that it was literally Nathanael who delivered him at birth. She said that didn't matter at the moment, and told Tadeu to go inside. Levin, still surprised, admitted he underestimated the situation. He said that even an apostle like Tadeu was human in the end. Despite trying to hide it, he was badly injured. At that moment, Tadeu asked who was that guy with such stylish and feminine eyebrows. Then he threw the sword back at Levin, who said it was their first time meeting, but he would never forget that face. He declared that Tadeu was next in line to receive the apostle title. Levin tried to attack again, but Tadeu dodged with ease. Even so, Levin was still confident. He believed Tadeu's body was slow, and that with the drug he had consumed, he had literally transcended the limits of humanity. The next strike was so strong that it raised a cloud of dust, leaving everyone around impressed. When the dust settled, they saw Tadeu holding the tip of the blade with his fingers. He commented that Levin was really fast. Levin thought he was being mocked. He put several capsules of the drug in his mouth and promised to destroy Tadeu piece by piece. Tadeu replied that he didn't know what Levin was using, but it looked dangerous. Still, he said it wouldn't change anything. He advised Levin not to do that. He called him eyebrows. The other assassins said that Levin had surpassed all human limits and that no one could face him anymore. However, in the very next second, Levin's face was being crushed along with his entire body. He had been struck by a technique involving a barrier of 100 instant blows and was completely destroyed. Nathaniel, shocked, wondered how that was possible. She said the boy was identical to his father. He was just like the Lord of the Blinding Light, the Apostle Tadeu. After that, he stretched and commented that his body still wasn't moving very well. He asked Nathaniel if it was because he had slept too much. She replied that she honestly didn't know. He then asked if he could get some clothes because he was feeling cold. He said he would be right back to beat up the enemies, as if it were something routine. Nathaniel commented that it wasn't just his father's face. Even his personality was identical. Meanwhile, Judas said it was time to end everything once and for all. Peter, in turn, said he was in on it too. Judas watched in silence, thinking that this was the end. If Peter took just one more step from where he was, it would be his doom. Right beneath his feet was a sticky bomb. Judas then provoked him, telling him to come on. After all, he needed to avenge Hannah, didn't he? Peter replied that he honestly didn't know what Judas's plan was, but he was too old to fall for such cheap provocations. Instead of reacting as expected, he moved so fast that the bomb didn't even activate. Judas thought it was a shame. He had no intention of fighting Peter. He only came to kill him. He asked Peter to take one more step, just one more. At the last moment, Peter threw his dart directly at the bomb hidden under the bridge. Judas was stunned. He asked how Peter had done that and began to wonder if he had disappeared. Peter's voice came from above, saying that the bridge, which had been neglected for years, suddenly seemed too well preserved. That alone was already suspicious. Peter revealed that he suspected the entire structure was filled with explosives. From above, he came down with a precise punch to Judas's chest, who instantly coughed up blood. Dazed, Judas wondered if he had gotten weaker, but the truth was something else. Peter had gotten stronger, and Judas remembered well the warning Peter had given him years ago. He should never come back. Peter's blows continued, one after the other, so fast and intense that Judas could barely keep up. Lying on the ground, Judas said that coming back had been his own decision, but Peter disagreed. He said no, that was Raphael's choice. From the beginning, Judas had always danced to Raphael's tune. Then it was revealed what had happened in Hong Kong back in 2023. At the time, Judas was living in a miserable place, surrounded by trash and empty bottles everywhere. Raphael appeared out of nowhere and said he didn't expect to find him in a place like that. Judas asked how he had found him, and Raphael explained that Peter's head had been placed as a bounty by Glory. He was getting in the way of the company's growth. Judas wanted to know what that had to do with him. Raphael replied that no matter how high the reward was, it wouldn't be enough. Something much more important was missing. He pointed to his own chest and said he was talking about true hatred, the kind of hatred that came from the heart. And if it was about hating Peter, there was only one right place to find it, in Judas himself. Raphael knew that Judas had been broken because of Peter. He said that if Peter had never existed, Judas would have been the best in Glory. Without the constant comparison between them, everything would have been different. If Peter disappeared, the two of them could be happy. Back to the present, Peter said that Judas hadn't changed at all. He was still seeing everything through other people's eyes. He asked if Judas wasn't tired of that. He said it was time to stop putting himself down. He called him brother. Filled with rage, Judas replied that he didn't want to hear that talk. He told Peter to stop looking at him as if he knew everything. Then he detonated the bomb himself, blowing up the bridge. The two ended up hanging together. Peter was higher up and reached out his hand to save his brother, but Judas refused. He said that if he took that hand, it would be admitting he was inferior, and he couldn't do that, so he let go of the chain and allowed himself to fall into the abyss. As he fell, his thoughts were mixed with regret. He had always known that if he had just followed the natural flow of things, nothing would have gone so wrong. But his ambition was greater than his ability. He wanted to take the place of that grand figure who was Peter, even knowing he could never surpass him. Tired of trying and full of bitterness for not reaching his goal, Judas realized he would never have the courage to take his brother's place. He just wanted to rest, and Peter, with sorrow, allowed him to fall. Soon after, a report reached Raphael. The messenger informed him that Judas's vital signs had been interrupted. Raphael, however, simply replied that he still had hope for him. That was the conclusion of Judas's story. The messenger, confused, thought that since Raphael had grown up alongside him, he would be shaken, but he wasn't. Raphael, with coldness, simply said that he was hungry. He ordered a meal to be prepared, a meal for 2 people, and demanded that Matthias be contacted immediately. Peter was now being considered as Judas's replacement since he had died. Thinking about that, Peter wondered if, in the past, he had taken better care of his brother, maybe everything could have turned out differently. But now it was too late. After the events, things finally calmed down. Thanks to Simon's help, the monks were safely freed. However, he was surprised to see that the monks were already cleaning the temple and complained, saying they should rest because no one was going to give them medals for that. One of the monks commented that the merit was all Buddha's, but Simon, outraged, replied that the merit was his since he almost died trying to save everyone. And so, with a bit of confusion, peace returned to the monastery. Meanwhile, on a Gloria boat, Alipide was calmly steering alongside Mateus. She found it impressive how well he drove and asked if he was really blind. In a provocative tone, she started caressing his arm and commented about the young man they had met the other day, saying he looked very sexy and asking if Alipide could introduce him. Alipide, annoyed, threatened to kill her. She kept provoking him, asking if he knew what that guy liked in a woman. But Alipide replied that the young man was his. Surprised, Mateus asked if they had that kind of relationship. With her persistence, he told her to get off the boat immediately. Mateus mocked him, saying he was being very rude to a lady and that this only confirmed he was truly in love with that guy. Alipide strongly denied it, but Mateus kept saying it was obvious, calling him very gay. He repeated that he was not, but ended up stumbling over his words and, with a resigned sigh, realized he had given himself away. Later, everyone gathered at the monastery for a banquet. Of course, it was a vegetarian banquet, since the monks did not eat meat. Peter took the opportunity to apologize to Nathaniel, because the revelation of his whereabouts had caused problems. But she replied that it was not a problem, since sooner or later Gloria would have found her anyway. She also said there were still many other temples where she could hide. Simon, trying to lighten the mood, asked why everyone looked so serious. He suggested they smile, since smiling was free. The group felt a bit awkward with the attempt to lift the mood, and Simon commented that ever since he lost an arm, it felt like his sense of humor had disappeared too. Nathaniel, not missing a beat, said no, he had always had a terrible sense of humor. At that moment, Tadeu appeared cheerfully, commenting that the banquet was great. He had just woken up from a coma and honestly expected meat on the plate, but even without it, he was satisfied. Simon joked that he thought the same thing, calling him dear nephew. Peter then recalled that just a few days ago, everyone there had been trying to kill each other. Nathaniel quickly responded that Tadeu needed to eat lighter foods, since his body was still recovering, but Tadeu thought that was very cruel. Curious, he asked why the monks were standing still, not eating. They replied that the atmosphere was a bit heavy for them, since all 4 people present were apostles. Tadeu tried to ease the tension by saying it was nothing serious. After all, the place wasn't their home. He told them to eat freely. Simon scolded him, saying that forcing people was rude, and Nathaniel added that he had never been polite anyway. Peter, laughing at the situation, commented that their conversations always ended up making no sense at all. Later, Peter went up to the monastery roof where he found Tadeu, who was in his favorite spot. They sat together, and Peter, now looking rejuvenated, commented that he would understand if Tadeu was feeling strange about it. Tadeu replied that he did not care about the age issue. To him, Peter was still his true Shang. Peter, reassured, asked him to keep treating him that way. Even so, Tadeu confessed that during the events in Kowloon, he had gotten very angry for being deceived. Peter explained that it was the only way he found to make him understand the situation. Tadeu accepted the explanation and said that even so, he was still feeling bad. He joked that all it took was buying him a snack and everything would be fine. But Peter asked why he was there at that hour of the night. Tadeu, more serious, replied that many things had happened in recent months. He was just trying to clear his mind. The person he hated most in the world was his own father. And then, discovering that all those situations he hated so much had, in the end, been done to protect him, that shook him deeply. Tadeu confessed that now he didn't know whether he hated his father or should apologize. Despite that, he said he did not want to ruin the moment's atmosphere. Peter then commented that the old Tadeu was a real fool, naturally annoying and loud. After talking to him, even his ears would buzz. He joked that imagining a guy like that becoming a father, you could already foresee the mess that would come. Peter said that Tadeu was so immature he probably didn't even know whether he was a father or just a friend. He was completely clumsy in every way. And even without fully understanding everything that had happened between them, Peter was sure of one thing. The Tadeu who shared his soul with him, the man who was his father, no matter how clumsy, was the most sincere person he had ever met in his life. With teary eyes, Tadeu asked how Peter knew his father's heart so well. Peter replied that there was no way not to understand, because he had gone through it too. He had also been clumsy when taking care of someone. Then he suggested that Tadeu travel with Nathaniel for a while to get away, rest, and wait until the dust settled. Tadeu thanked him deeply for those words, which brought immense relief to his soul. He said that in a distant future, when he met his father again, he wanted that moment to mean that he had finally understood him, that he had truly grasped the purpose of the martial art he had inherited from him. As they were about to leave, Nathaniel asked Peter what he intended to do from now on, since Raphael would certainly become even more unhinged. She wanted to know if he already had a plan. Peter, holding the paper with the drug symbol and the same capsule case Levin used to carry, noticed that the logo was identical. He knew he had to stop whoever was producing those substances. His path was already set. Nathaniel, serious, repeated that this was the last time and reminded him not to bring any more patients from Gloria. Simon tried to lighten the mood by saying she sounded like they would never see each other again, and admitted that hurt his little heart. Nathaniel winked at him and replied with humor, saying only Gloria. She said that the ones from the orphanage would always be welcome. Peter then said it was all settled and that they could go back home. Meanwhile, 500 meters deep in the South Pacific, a group of assassins had received a telegram sent by Rafael de Gloria. The message read, "No matter where you go, I will come after you." The submarine captain read it mockingly, asking if Rafael really thought he knew where they were. He said that even dead Peter, that old man, wouldn't be able to reach them in that stolen submarine. But the messenger kept reading. The message included the recipe for creamy pasta. Boil water, add salt, add the pasta, drain, reserve the cooking water, and finally, a very special ingredient, a nanoscale chili bomb. At that exact moment, a high-pitched sound began to ring inside the submarine. It was a countdown. The messenger, alarmed, said the noise seemed to be coming from his stomach. Without warning, the captain exploded from the inside, losing half his body. And it didn't stop there. The submarine itself began to be struck. Another telegram soon arrived with an unusual message. It informed that the remora is a bony fish of the order Carangiformes, family Echinidae, capable of growing up to 130 centimeters and reaching depths of up to 300 meters. The messenger commented that, upon hearing that, he remembered seeing some remoras stuck to the hull of the submarine. But the depth there was 500 meters. The most alarming part was that the sender of that last message was Matthias. At that instant, all the explosive remoras attached to the submarine detonated simultaneously. From that moment on, Matthias had taken control over all the lives on board. Back at the Divine Glory School, Jay expressed his disdain for the new students, asking why such mediocre people had to study in such a noble institution. To his surprise, Yuna agreed, saying that, strangely enough, it was the first sensible thing he had ever said. Sungu then replied that he had missed too many classes already, and that, at the very least, a student should show up to class. Yuna and Jay reacted indignantly, saying he was actually the one who missed the most classes. The mood grew tense until the feared Doko brothers, known as the Rank D Killers, appeared in the courtyard. The students around them whispered that they had finally shown up. They were probably busy with missions, but some wondered why they seemed so subdued lately. The Doko brothers were acting that way because of the new transfer student, Horang Nabi. He commented that schools in Korea were usually quite peaceful, but this one felt oddly quiet. Peter took the blame for that and asked where he had gotten the uniform. The student replied that the school staff treated him like family and even offered him candy like they were old friends. At that moment, Professor Lee Guangyu appeared. Yuna jokingly commented whether they had spent too much time away from school or if it was just her impression that the professor's hair had grown again. Professor Lee asked if the troublemakers had shown up yet, and of course, many people wondered if he wore a wig. But what really caught attention was when he noticed a boy on top of a cabinet. He found it strange until he realized he had seen that face before. It was Apostle Tadiu, someone he remembered from the Gloria headquarters. He wondered what someone like that was doing there, but carried on naturally, pretending nothing was wrong. Li Guangyu explained that the new student might not know all the rules yet, and for that reason, he would have an important mission to complete. Then he opened the floor to volunteers. Peter and Nabi immediately suspected that Tadiu might have been sent to infiltrate the school. The professor revealed that the mission was rank D and warned that it would not be as easy as it sounded. He asked them not to underestimate the task. They went on the mission, and by night, they were already celebrating with a big banquet paid for by the professor himself. That was because the mission had been completed in just 3 minutes. Nabi defeated all the opponents, and Hyung asked if they really needed to go at all. Li Guangyu replied that even so, it was good to watch and learn. R felt a bit awkward because he wasn't sure if the professor was really paying for the dinner, but ended up ordering about 10 portions of meat. Guangyu thought he was being teased, but the professor reassured him it was no problem. He said that during his time as an active agent, he made plenty of money, and paying for that meat wouldn't be an issue. The professor commented that the road they would face ahead might be full of hardships. He didn't know how much longer he would be with them, but as long as he was alive, he would do everything he could to protect them. He asked them to trust him. However, no one was really paying attention to those words. Everyone was focused on devouring the food. After they ate, they all left with full bellies, as if they were pregnant. The final bill came to 3 million won. The waiter mentioned that they had ordered about 50 portions. The professor was desperate, unsure if he would be able to pay for all of it, but the waiter explained that the bill had already been paid by someone else. The professor was relieved and mentally thanked whoever the crazy person was who covered it all. At that moment, Sungu appeared and said that even when he pays the bill, he still gets cursed. He complained that life was complicated. Right then, Sungu received a message from Jiwan, who said she was hacking into Gloria's system. She said she had found something very interesting. Apparently, the organization was conducting human experiments. She didn't yet know exactly what they were doing, but promised to investigate further. Peter was worried and told her to stop. To him, it wasn't Gloria being careless. In fact, they were allowing her to invade the system on purpose. Jiwon called him paranoid, said she would call him later, and ended the conversation. When Jiwon entered her secret hideout, she felt something strange in the air. She told herself she wasn't expecting any guests, but the place had already been invaded. Several men wearing white hats and suits were there. One of them, holding a laptop, introduced himself. He said it was a pleasure to meet her, calling her Jiwon, the best hacker ever produced by Gloria. He then listed her personal details: age 45 years, height 1.71 meters, and weight 55 kilograms. Jiwon firmly replied that her age and weight were ultra-secret information, and whoever those men were, they had chosen the wrong place to invade. She was on the third basement floor, where no sunlight reached. Then she turned off the lights completely and declared that they would die right there. Meanwhile, in a desert, another mission was underway. Matthias informed Felipe that Matthias was on the move. Felipe sarcastically asked if it was lip, now and then questioned Dorothy if that was any way to talk to a superior. She replied that he still talked like they were living in the old days. Then she asked if Matthias was going alone. She reminded them that the traitor Simon and also Tadeo were against him, maybe even Joao himself. Felipe commented that, depending on your perspective, Matthias's combat level wasn't even that high. Both Tadeo and Simon could defeat him alone, but strangely enough, together neither could. Matthias found the statement ambiguous and asked if he was trying to say that Matthias was very sexy. Felipe said she really didn't take anything seriously. It was explained that Matthias was the leader of the Trinity, an organization responsible for about 90% of the world's military and industrial explosive technologies. One day, he was approached by Tamaehu, the leader of a new organization specializing in explosive design. Tamaehu said he had prepared extensively but called Matthias a weakling. He then executed all of Matthias's subordinates. Tamaehu's group had about 3,000 men. They even respected Matthias but said he looked weak. They told him that from that moment on, he only had two options: kneel or die. One of them stated that all 3,965 bombs he had planted had already been deactivated. Matthias responded with disinterest, saying he no longer cared about that kind of thing. If they wanted absolute control over the world's explosives, they could have it all. But he asked if they really thought they had researched enough. Had they not realized the Trinity's reputation as the greatest company in the field? Chiru commented that at least he was aware he would die there. He said that if Matthias had spoken properly, he could have lived a few seconds longer. But Matthias coldly replied. He told him to lower his hand because in that explosive territory they had no freedom. He said that from the moment they stepped in, the one who controlled life and death was him. The big guy in the group mocked him, saying it was all nonsense. But when Matthias mentioned the right arm, the man's right arm simply exploded. Right after that, it was another one's leg. Matthias said that controlling all those bombs was tedious, so he had activated auto hunt mode. Two of the enemies were instantly obliterated. Apostle Matthias manipulated explosions as naturally as he breathed. Meanwhile, Peter contacted Kaijio, asking him to go to Jiwon immediately. He could no longer establish contact with her. He said Matthias was literally a human bomb. Even in the dark, when Jiwon tried to attack, the assassins managed to retaliate and easily brought her down. She was confused. She was sure they wouldn't be able to see in that environment. But then she realized they were all wearing night vision goggles. Those men were definitely not amateurs. They knew exactly what they were doing there. One of the assassins, connected to the Trinity, said they had analyzed all of Jiwon's movements so far. It had been hard to fool the eyes of the Glory, but now they understood how she had managed. She had hacked the hospital, infiltrated the island, and even the Phantom Cruise. All that might have deceived the Glory, but not them. McKing became extremely alert upon receiving this information. Jiwon remarked that in 10 years this had never happened before. The fact that McKing was so on edge could only mean one thing: Jiwon was their real target. From the beginning, they had come with the intention of completely destroying her base. Jiwon then noticed that the area around her was filled with planted bombs. She demanded to know who they were, saying that before they started throwing punches, they should at least introduce themselves. One of the men took off his mask and said she was right. He was from the Glory, and his name was Matthias. Knowing there was a high chance that place was one of Peter's hideouts, he apologized to the woman but said he would have to blow everything up. He thanked her for her 45 years of service. Jiwon corrected him, saying she hadn't had her birthday yet. She was 44, and at that moment she realized there were also bombs implanted in her own body. She wondered when that had happened. One of the assassins said it was no use trying to run, that it was the end for her. But before he could detonate anything, his hand was melted by poison. Kajio appeared, turning on the lights and asking if Jiwon was okay. She replied that he should worry more about those men. She said they were truly dangerous. Kajio apologized, saying he always forgot to lock the door. Even with his back turned to the enemies, he managed to catch them off guard, smashing one of their heads against the table. He then asked what Jiwon had said, and she replied it was nothing. She just remembered remembered that he was also an apostle. Kageo then turned to Matthias, saying it was good to see him. Matthias replied that for a traitor, he seemed pretty relaxed. He called him Simon, which made Kageo realize the situation had become much more complicated. In that closed space, the opponent had to be Matthias, the worst possible scenario. Kageo knew Matthias was known for installing explosives in the most unexpected places, devices he could choose the exact moment to detonate. Matthias explained that there were hundreds of explosives scattered there. He could predict where Kageo would move and detonate along the path. He said that, therefore, there was no way to defeat him on his own territory. Kageo replied that yes, the bombs were truly threatening, but questioned what difference that made. It didn't matter how many activation buttons Matthias had. Drawing his claws, Kageo released his venom into the room, burning the other assassins and detonating some of the explosives. When everything exploded, he used the chaos to grab McKing and escape that place as quickly as possible. Later, one of the assassins asked if they would pursue them, but Matthias replied no. He said Miss Jiwan had already fulfilled her role well, and in any case, he had gotten everything he needed. Sometime later, back at the Divine Glory School, Nabi showed up to shoot some hoops. As usual, he walked in teasing, asking if the others were playing badly on purpose. That's when Young Yisul, the big bully known for picking on everyone, showed up. He slapped Hyung on the head, who couldn't retaliate because of his responsibility as an apostle. Young Yisul asked if Nabi was the new guy, the same one who, just like that pale brat, had won over Sweden with his Chinese candies. Then he told him to stop talking and invited him to settle things with a fight on the rooftop. Nabi agreed, saying he loved a good fight. Meanwhile, Peter was talking to Kageo, who was also a basketball instructor, asking what had happened to Jiwan. Kageo explained that she wasn't injured, but had been deeply shaken. He said Jiwan had cried because her beloved shelter, her hideout, had collapsed in an instant. Peter was surprised and said that definitely sounded like something the DN would do. He wanted to know who was responsible for the attack. Kageo, who at that moment was on the phone with President Jiang, explained that the one responsible was Matthias, the Apostle of the Glory. He explained that Matthias possessed various types of explosives triggered by absurdly complex methods. Peter commented that with that kind of weaponry, Matthias could deal with multiple enemies at once. Kageo added that the worst part was not knowing where, when, or how the explosives had been installed. He said that if they at least had that information, they could try to fight him. At that moment, they asked for help from another instructor, who commented that it would have been much easier if he had joined as a student. Peter responded ironically, saying he was 30 years old and wasn't going to wear a school uniform. He told Kageo not to draw attention and asked who he thought he was, a master. He said that despite appearances, he was a fully functioning social human being. Kageo then shared an analogy. He told the story of the flea theory. He said that a flea can jump more than 1 meter, which is about 200 times its height. However, if you put a flea in a glass jar for 3 days, even when you remove the lid, it will keep jumping only as high as the lid. There should be no ceiling above their heads. The same applied to basketball. They should do like him, relax their arms and play loosely. However, the dunk Kageo gave was so strong that it broke everything. He was left holding the rim and the rest of the hoop, while Peter looked on and asked if he really thought he was well disguised. Kageo tried to justify himself by saying the hoop was rusty, but Professor Lee Guangyu reminded them it had been bought last week. Peter reflected that even though Jiwan's hideout had been exposed and destroyed from the inside, maybe there was still a clue that could lead to it. He was sure he hadn't left any trail, maybe just a hunch, but he remembered that inside the hideout was still Kageo's school uniform. With that, he already knew what was going to happen. Meanwhile, an old woman appeared in front of the school, saying she had a very simple reason for being there. At the same time, someone was watching the school from a distance, from above. This person said they had reviewed everything and found no sign of Peter, only many traces left by his allies. They knew they didn't need to find him directly. Even if they did, he would hide again. The important thing was to identify and control each of his allies. While observing the crowd of students, one student in particular caught their attention. At the same time, Guangyu was at home without his wig, eating a lunchbox and opening a bottle of soju. That's when he received a call from an unknown number. The person on the other end was talking about a special credit offer, offering a loan. Lee Guangyu thought it was strange. Just when he needed money the most, someone mentioned such an absurd amount. He asked if it could be 1.5 billion won. People around him thought he was crazy. No one in their right mind would lend that kind of money to someone like him. It had to be a scam. He laughed, saying that if he could at least pull off a scam, his life would be better. The truth was that his wife was seriously ill, and to perform the surgery, he would have to take her to the United States. The total cost was exactly 1.5 billion won. At that moment, someone knocked on his door. When he answered, it was Matthias. The teacher, surprised, asked how he could help him since he clearly did not look like an ordinary salesman. Matthias asked him to relax, saying that he knew Guangyu was holding a knife hidden behind his back. He reassured him that he had come with respect, only to talk. He said that he was also part of the glory and introduced himself as Matthias, asking permission to come in for a moment. Lee Guangyu welcomed him and prepared some tea. Meanwhile, Matthias observed an old framed photo showing the teacher's favorite students, Yuna, the Doko brothers, and Sungu. He commented that Guangyu seemed like an admirable teacher and said he had heard that that, in the past, Guangyu had been a talented agent. He found it impressive how well he fit into the school. The teacher joked that his hair had only fallen out because of the stress of his profession, that it was hard to have even a single peaceful day. Deep down, however, he was nervous and wondered what exactly an apostle like Matthias wanted from him. Then Matthias revealed his reason. He said he was seeking cooperation because he believed Peter was involved with the school where Guangyu worked. If he cooperated, everyone could live happily. But if cooperation was not convenient, everyone would lose their lives. Guangyu, trying to remain calm, said that he worked all the time except when he was asleep, and he could guarantee that he had no involvement with Peter. He said he was sorry for making Matthias waste his time and politely asked him to leave. But inside, Li Guangyu realized that his students were in danger because of that man. There was only one way to stop it. He had to act. It was then explained that Li Guangyu was a rank B assassin specialized in ambushes. Even so, Matthias warned him not to do anything reckless. However, Guangyu charged forward, determined to end it once and for all. At that exact moment, his right leg was detonated. Even though it was a prosthetic, the impact was enough to knock him down. Confused, he wondered when that had been prepared. Matthias approached and declared that from now on, the fate of the students would be in his hands. The decision was simple. Professor Li Guangyu would either submit to his command or choose to refuse. The next morning, Professor Li Guangyu returned to teaching as if nothing had happened. The Doko brothers also showed up, this time wearing wigs, asking which one looked better on them. At that moment, Guangyu remembered his conversation with Matthias from the day before and told them to stop fooling around and go to class. The students noticed the teacher was in a bad mood. Yuna complained, saying she had already told them several times not to wear wigs, but Doko Hyung replied that he thought the teacher would help them choose, since he seemed like an expert on the subject. Irritated, Yuna wished they would go bald for real and be forced to wear wigs forever. Later, on the school rooftop, Peter, Kajio, and Tadeu were there. Kajio said that with the three of them around, not even Matthias would be able to cause trouble at that school. But Peter asked them to stay away from him for the time being. Tadeu wanted to know why, since he also wanted to fight Matthias. But Peter explained that if Matthias showed up and suspected anything related to him, the two of them would be in danger. He said their presence would only serve as undeniable evidence of his connection to the school. Tadeu commented that he found the place unbelievable. It was completely different from where he was born. Everything seemed peaceful and beautiful, and yet Matthias had chosen that exact place to appear. Peter then asked what kind of person Matthias was. Kageo replied that within the glory, he was known as the walking bomb. What made Matthias terrifying was his ability to plant bombs in his victims without them noticing. He could detonate them whenever he wanted, anywhere on their bodies, and at any size he desired. Peter remarked that he truly sounded like a complicated person and asked what he looked like. Kageo said that part would be difficult because when he appeared, no one noticed right away. But as Peter carefully observed the students, he thought that if Matthias was really that dangerous, then he probably wouldn't be someone too flashy. Yet in the next instant, that theory was completely contradicted. Yes, there was a new transfer student. Yuna wondered if that guy was really a student. Kajio said that when Matthias showed up, it was impossible not to notice him. Just one look was enough. His face was covered in tattoos and he wore braces. He asked if that was the volunteer group and announced that from now on, he would be staying with them. When the teacher left the room, Matthias arrogantly introduced himself, saying everyone looked very weak. They gave him an improvised welcome, but Matthias walked right past everyone and climbed onto Sungu's desk, asking if he was the leader of the group. Peter realized he was trying to probe the relationship between the volunteer club and himself, but in a very blatant way. Indeed, Kajio was right. Matthias had a huge tattoo on his face with the word Trinity, wore braces, and chewed loud gum. Peter recognized him by the braces, and Kajio said that just imagining Matthias nearby gave him chills. Doko Hyung got irritated and asked since when the club had another leader, suggesting that Matthias must have come from some orphanage and was getting involved without knowing anything. But Matthias replied coldly, citing codes Doko Hyung 333 and Doko J 334, and also mentioning the Gloria Hospital, the Ghost Ship, and Death Island. Doko Hyung sarcastically said he must be a fan of the group, maybe even the #1 fan. Doko J apologized for the lack of manners, but Matthias corrected him, saying the weak were only still alive by luck. That made the brothers furious, and they charged at him. But Yuna grabbed them by the collars and stopped the fight, saying it was lunchtime. She had a terrible feeling about that boy and promised herself not to get involved with him. Sungu then stood up and firmly introduced himself as the leader of the volunteer club. He said it was a pleasure to meet the new student and told Yuna he would show him around the school. Meanwhile, Peter was giving a tour of the school. He commented that the teachers were quite strict and, to be honest, a bit annoying. He also showed the bathroom, which was spacious and well organized. Inside, the Doko brothers were urinating until Doko Jie, curious to see Peter, turned around and accidentally peed on Doko Hyung. Later, Peter showed the courtyard, explaining it was where the scum that stained the world usually gathered. Yi-Sol was furious and shouted not to hold him back, as he was determined to beat up that pale guy. But his friend replied that he actually wasn't holding anyone. Peter continued showing the school. Finally, he showed the auditorium, where plays and conferences usually took place. Matthias, impatient, said there was no need for all the chatter. If Peter had something to say, he should just say it, especially now that they were alone there. Peter replied that maybe Matthias had something to say too. He commented that all humans over time develop certain habits. He said that when someone wears braces for many years, they usually drop a very specific habit, almost like a tick. And he noticed that Matthias still kept that habit quite enthusiastically. That was when Peter stated that Matthias had probably never needed braces at all, right, Apostle Matthias? At that moment, Matthias removed the braces from his teeth, saying they were getting uncomfortable. He asked if Peter had any connection to him. Then he put on his Trinity mask, claiming that this would be easier than he thought. However, suddenly Matthias was shocked by something. Peter explained that it was useless to try anything because inside that auditorium, unfortunately, there was no communication signal. Without hesitation, he rushed at Matthias. Meanwhile, on the street, two people were drawing a lot of attention. Pedestrians were commenting that maybe they were actors or models. In fact, they were Kageo and Tadeu, both wearing flashy designer clothes. Tadeu, to top it off, was carrying an ice cream bucket as big as a beetle. He was confused by the stares and asked why everyone was looking at him. Kageo replied that, well, he was always doing these over-the-top things. Tadeu admitted it made sense and said that next time, he would bring Tungu along. Kageo then spoke more seriously. He said they should have eliminated Matthias's group once and for all. If the henchmen were nearby, their master could end up in danger. Tadeu, more relaxed, asked if he wasn't going to eat. He said he was going to eat everything himself, but Kageo said he had to leave. Even so, Tadeu asked him not to worry so much. Matthias's henchmen were no match for Sungu. The only real concern was if any of them had crossed paths with Sungu and been defeated. In that case, it would be only a matter of time before Matthias noticed something was wrong. Kageo commented that, knowing Matthias, he must have already anticipated that possibility. Tadeu then smiled, saying he knew Kageo would understand his master's way. Meanwhile, Peter had defeated one of the assassins and realized that the man was just another henchman. He wore one of the typical masks Matthias distributed among his subordinates, and it was through those masks that Matthias kept in contact with them. Knowing that the disappearance of one of them would draw attention, Peter put on the mask and decided he needed to infiltrate. He had to find out how all of that worked. Later, after devouring a whole bucket of ice cream, Kageo and Tadeu bought another. Kageo said that maybe they really should not worry about their master, but that Matthias was different. He had a sick obsession with control. He liked to manipulate everything and everyone. He usually crossed every limit. Peter, for his part, took the henchman's phone and confirmed they were using a secret messaging app to communicate. The problem was that if he stayed silent or said the wrong thing, he would arouse suspicion. So he chose to send a casual, simple message, just to avoid drawing attention. Soon after, he received a reply. It said that, as a matter of courtesy, everyone should greet Peter. At that moment, the loudspeakers of the Divine Glory School were hijacked. An unknown voice began speaking to the students. He claimed to be a peaceful citizen, known only as someone. He stated that from that moment on, if everyone cooperated with his instructions, no one would be harmed. But to make it clear, if there was resistance, the price would be very high. From that moment, communication inside the school was completely cut off. No one could leave, and even cell phones had no signal. Matthias explained that to ensure total control of the situation, an example had to be made. In the broadcast room, one of the teachers tried to escape and managed to break down the door. Then Matthias declared that he would show what happened to those who did not obey his orders. Then he said a single word, head. At the same instant, the teacher's head exploded, detonated by a nanobomb. Panic took hold of everyone. The students began screaming in despair while the teachers tried to guide them to classrooms or somewhere safe. Matthias, watching the chaos, said it was natural for people to react to danger by trying to flee because that was part of human instinct. However, he said it was a shame he was faster than any instinct. He revealed that he had already placed a bomb on every person inside the school. One of his henchmen was disguised as a student, mixed among them. He was a blonde with blue eyes, wearing braces, an ordinary-looking, but completely dangerous boy. This boy was the one controlling the explosions as easily as breathing, a true human bomb. Matthias, the apostle, declared that the school now belonged to him and that he was in control of everything. Inside the bathroom, the fake student covered all his tattoos with makeup to keep the disguise and told Gong that if he continued following his orders, his safety would be guaranteed. Li Guangyu, one of the teachers, watched everything nervously and in fear. He knelt before Matthias and asked only that if Matthias was going to enforce his instructions, he at least spare the lives inside the school. Matthias replied coldly, saying Guangyu did not need to carry so much guilt. He He commented that anyway, there was no one there to celebrate birthdays, and that maybe Guangyu should set the school aside and think about his own wife. Shortly after, another teacher had his head detonated, and Matthias took the opportunity to warn everyone that that was what happened to those who disobeyed. He made it clear that from that moment, any attempt to escape would be punished. Gripped by fear, Li Guangyu himself began locking students inside the classrooms, believing that was the only way to avoid more deaths. After that, he ran to his office, trying to convince himself that maybe Matthias would make him an exception, as long as he continued to obey. When he entered, he found several letters left on his desk. They were belated birthday greetings sent by Yuna and the Doko brothers, apologizing for the wig incident and wishing him a happy birthday. The last letter was from Kim Sun-gu, who wrote that birthdays were just an excuse to give gifts and that growing older together was also a beautiful form of connection. He wished him a happy belated birthday. The gift Peter had left for him was an elegant tie. While examining the body of the teacher who had exploded, Peter thought that normally an explosion would leave no trace. However, Matthias seemed to have absurd control over the power of each detonation. He wondered what kind of method that man was using to achieve such precision. Then he noticed a supposed teacher helping students find shelter, touching each one on the shoulder. As he passed by, Peter placed his lab coat over another teacher's body and realized that the enemy was implanting bombs directly into people. He concluded that if there were too many bombs scattered in unknown places, not even he would be able to handle everything. As he went down the stairs, Peter reflected that, when it came to Matthias, he could blow up anything at any moment, even the entire school. So he decided that, for now, the best strategy was to infiltrate and find out what was happening from the inside. Yi-sul, known as the school troublemaker, appeared saying that all of this was just a prank. He mocked the situation and questioned how anyone could believe such nonsense. Even Ye-jin tried to convince him it was serious, but Yi-sul told him to shut up and said they were leaving. He wanted to show what a real man was. However, at the moment he was about to break down the door with a punch, Hyung stepped right in front, blocking the attack. Yi-sul, irritated, asked if he had gone crazy, letting an orphan get involved in the mess. But Hyung insisted that if Yi-sul went out at that moment, he would really die. Right after that, another subordinate of Matthias appeared and asked if they still had not understood that any escape attempt would be punished with death. Yi-sul, confused, mocked, saying that it looked like some cheap cosplay. Ye-jin tried to pull them back inside the school, but Yi-sul, angry, wanted to know if that guy was the one threatening his school and his girl. Without thinking twice, he charged at the enemy with a punch. However, the subordinate easily dodged and knocked Yi-sul out with a single kick to the head. The attacker then said that this little pig would serve as an example. Anyone who tried to escape the school would share the same fate. But before he could continue, his next punch was stopped by Doko Jae, who grabbed the enemy's arm and said that they were only students from the volunteer club. Yuna, watching everything, hesitated. She knew they could not reveal their true powers in front of civilians. But Hyung asked her to think about the situation, saying that with great power also came great responsibility. Jae added that it was time for them to accept that burden and asked if Yuna was ready. She replied that she was, and that she had been ready from the start. They began to act as a team. Yuna fired a dart at the enemy, who managed to dodge it, but Jae quickly grabbed his legs, and Hyung landed a knee strike right to his mouth. Taking advantage of the opening, Yuna tied the opponent's legs. Even so, the subordinate managed to throw them off, saying they were nothing but rank D kids and asking how they dared to face him. Then he threw Jae away and charged at Yuna with a knife, aiming directly at her foot. When everything seemed lost, he was stopped by someone else, a man who seemed to be just another teacher. He introduced himself, saying that perhaps they were looking for the legendary Peter. If that was the case, they were in the right place, because he was Peter himself. His appearance was different. He was wearing something taken from the teacher's office, including the tie he had received as a gift. He also had a striking eyebrow. The students began to suspect his identity, and the subordinate of the Trinity reacted with surprise, saying it was an honor to meet the real Peter. Li Guangyu, disguised among the teachers, approached and tried to intervene. He told the enemy that if he left quietly, he would pretend he had never seen him. But the man mocked the threat, saying he was far more afraid of his own boss than of that teacher. Meanwhile, the fight was growing more intense. The students began to wonder if that really was the same bald, grumpy teacher they knew. Guangyu was fighting frantically against the subordinate of the Trinity and said that, of course, that man could not be the real Peter. If he were, he would never have fallen into a trap like that. But right after, Guangyu was kicked so hard in the abdomen that he rolled down the hallway. Watching the scene, Li Guangyu regretted not being able to react as he once could. He thought that if he were still in his old form, he might have been able to win. The subordinate of the Trinity approached and asked, out of curiosity, why he was risking himself like that if he was not even the real Peter. He wanted to know why someone like him would act that way, putting his own life in danger. Li Guangyu replied that there was no point in trying to explain, because someone like that man would never understand. Then his story began to be revealed. In the year 2010, Li Guangyu, also known as the Assassin of Glory, held the 16th position among rank B assassins. However, he was deemed unfit unfit to continue field operations after losing a leg in an incident involving Park Sang-do. Because of that, he was transferred to the Divine Glory Academy, where he would serve as a teacher responsible for training future assassins. Lee Guangyu remarked that, in the end, they were just sending him into exile. They wanted him to take care of a group of foolish kids. Even so, he decided to accept the assignment, thinking only about the treatment of his sick wife. Maybe his new salary would be enough to cover it. On his first day, everyone was impressed to learn that he was a rank B assassin. When he asked what their goals were, some said they wanted to reach the top, while others said they wanted to become like Peter. Lee Guangyu replied that, indeed, becoming an apostle was something great. There were only 66 people at that rank. Whoever reached that level would have the right to all the honor and wealth in the world. But he also warned that if they ever fell along the way, they could end up like him. Then he showed them his amputated leg. He explained that the path was tortuous. Those who followed it risked developing disorders such as post-traumatic stress, depression, and could end up abandoned as miserable outcasts, just like he had. He advised them not to get too attached to their comrades, because one never knew when someone close might die, or when they themselves might have to kill each other. He said that each of them should study on their own, and with a sick wife and a life without prospects, the only thing that kept him standing for a while was alcohol. He believed his life would end that way, until in 2021 he met those kids. Lee Guangyu once again asked them what their goals were. Young answered firmly that he wanted to become like Peter. Guangyu commented that every year the same story repeated itself, and every year the teacher showed his amputated leg. Even so, the Dotko brothers were deeply impressed and said he was amazing, a real assassin. Jay said he probably had a legendary story behind all of it. Lee Guangyu only confirmed with a sarcastic tone. Yuna commented that he must have gone through a lot, and that she wanted to become strong like him. The teacher then wondered what was going on with those students. Suddenly, they started following him around all the time. Guangyu asked if they really wanted to become apostles. Then he ordered them to run. He said they should run non-stop until he told them to stop. The brothers took that as the beginning of their training and immediately started running. Lee Guangyu just watched, thinking that, in the end, they were nothing more than kids. The next morning when he returned, he didn't see anyone around. He had expected that, but when he reached the court, he saw that the three of them were still running. The teacher asked what they were doing. Hyung replied that they were training, exactly as he had ordered. That was when the teacher remembered that the day before he had said to run until he told them to stop. Confused, he asked why on earth they were taking it so literally. Hyung replied that he had given the order, and because of that, his life had turned upside down. Yuna commented that she thought she had just gotten a little dumber, but still kept running. At that moment, Lee Guangyu realized that this position of teacher, which he had previously treated with disdain, was perhaps the only hope kids like them had. The three students' feet were bleeding from so much running. Lee Guangyu realized it too late. Faced with that, he simply turned his back and walked away. Hyung was confused and asked if the training was over. He wanted to know if they would do anything else, if they should run again. He said the teacher had just left and thought they would at least get a compliment. But Yuna said they hadn't done it for praise. Jay agreed, even though he was disappointed. Later, however, the teacher returned, pushing a wheelbarrow, and told the three to get in, calling them idiots. At that moment, he reflected on himself. He felt like he had failed as an assassin, but now understood that the failure of an agent like him didn't mean the end of the world. By turning those children into agents, maybe he was contributing to something greater. He realized that coming to that school wasn't the end of his career, but the beginning of something new. And it took him a while to see that. In the present, one of Matthias's subordinates stated that Lee Guangyu deserved a meaningless and miserable end. Yuna's next dart attack was easily blocked. She demanded that he step away from her teacher, but the subordinate mocked her, saying that fake Peter looked weak, and it would be better to kill Yuna first to end the suffering. Then Lee Guangyu, even injured, grabbed the enemy with all the strength he still had. The subordinate was surprised, thinking that the bastard seemed even stronger than before, and Guangyu declared with conviction that he wasn't dead yet. He reminded the enemy of what he always told his students, that he would stand by their side, no matter how twisted the path, and that he would protect them to the end. With all his strength, he delivered a wrestling move, smashing the enemy's head against the ground. In the next instant, he collapsed, completely unconscious. But Matthias's subordinate was still alive. Taking a deep breath, he said it had been a close call. He remarked that, after all, that guy wasn't so bad, but now he probably had all his organs destroyed. In a cruel tone, he suggested they enjoy those final moments together. At that moment, someone appeared out of nowhere and landed a knee to the enemy's chin so hard that the boy probably would never speak again. Shocked, asked what was happening. When she looked closer at the body in front of her, she realized it was Sungo. Peter, in turn, noticed that Professor Lee Guangyu was unconscious. Even so, his body was still reacting. He then said silently that it was enough, that now the teacher only needed to rest because he had already fulfilled his duty. He had already protected his students. The Trinity henchman looked to the side and asked if the Mark 17 had missed its target. After a few seconds, he realized what was happening and said they were making a fool out of him. His first question was about who that guy was. Sungu replied that it was better to stop with the small talk because the Mark 17 was waiting for for him. The henchman then thought that the surprise attack had been quite strong. He almost fainted from a single blow. He started to wonder if there was someone in that school stronger than Guangyu himself. Maybe it was one of the apostles. But he quickly dismissed the idea because that boy's body type didn't match either Kajio or Tadyu. Yuna watched the scene and thought it was a good thing he had shown up. Finally, someone would handle this. The henchman admitted he didn't know who that boy was, but he recognized that he was strong. Still, he said that in the end, he was just a human. Peter, watching from afar, noticed that the boy's confidence wasn't just an act. There was something real behind that posture. The henchman then pulled out a small detonator and declared that with that bomb, any human would die. He asked if Sungu was scared. He said that with just one step, he would turn into ground meat. Yuna, worried, asked him to step back. She wondered if Sungu already knew about the bombs, but the boy stayed calm and said he wanted to see what the henchman was capable of. He even seemed curious about what exactly the man planned to blow up. At the moment the henchman pressed the button, the explosion happened, but it didn't even come close to Sungu. He remained completely unharmed. He didn't even flinch. Then he asked why the henchman hadn't killed him. Did he expect him to surrender just because something exploded nearby? Or maybe he felt sorry for him? Maybe he had even grown attached? Yuna wondered if the henchman had made a mistake, because Sungu was clearly provoking him. Then she noticed the man was trembling. Sungu said maybe the problem was something else. Maybe even if the henchman pressed the button, nothing would happen. By watching his movements, he noticed the man always stayed within a certain range, as if he were avoiding specific areas. That indicated the bombs had been placed in a way that avoided the path where the controller walked. This meant Sungu was standing in one of the safe zones. The henchman confirmed it, saying that spot was indeed safe. But then he remembered the students behind Sungu were in danger. Sungu, however, simply asked what a bomb meant to him. The henchman said not to be dramatic, they would all die at once. Sungu then reflected that the more confidence a human shows, the weaker they become. Then he threw his ID card with such precision that it sliced off the henchman's thumb, making him drop the detonator. After that, he reminded the henchman that he had called him and his friends weak disciples. He wanted to know what he thought of them now. In the next moment, he delivered a powerful kick that sent the Trinity henchman rolling down the hallway. Still, Sungu asked if he really believed he could control the world with a button. He said that this Matthias guy must be pretty important, but the henchman replied that to him, this was child's play. He said his boss didn't need any of that. The moment someone recognized Matthias as an enemy, they were already finished. He claimed that once they found the real Matthias, he would already be dead. Later in the infirmary, Sungu was explaining everything to Yuna, who was completely shocked. She asked if that blonde intern teacher was really Matthias. She said she hadn't even noticed, since he approached so naturally. She concluded that it was at that moment the bombs had been planted on them. Sungu explained that it was an extremely subtle technique, almost impossible to notice unless you were very alert. It was called the light hands technique. At that moment, he decided to demonstrate. He pulled something from his pocket and without even fully extending his arm, threw it with enough precision to destroy a potted plant. Yuna was surprised and asked how he had done that. Sungu explained that it was a sleight of hand technique, used to move coins or small objects with precision and speed. He said only someone very experienced could do it. He concluded by saying that Matthias could not be compared to just anyone. He was so fast and so precise that not even high-speed cameras could capture him. Yuna asked if everyone who had come into contact with Matthias might have a bomb implanted. She even thought that maybe Sungu himself had one. Meanwhile, in the radio room, one of the subordinates asked if everything was all right with Mr. Matthias. He said that if something was bothering him, they could take care of it. But Matthias replied that there was nothing wrong. In fact, what bothered him was the moment he placed a bomb on Sungu's neck, because he noticed the boy had taken off his lab coat. According to him, that was an interesting new variable in the game. The school remained completely sealed. Everyone was trapped inside. No cell phones worked, no ambulances arrived, no teacher could contact the outside world, and even the police had no idea what was happening. Peter began to reflect on how the bombs had been planted. He believed Matthias had tested that henchman earlier, but if he was really Matthias, he must have hidden some important information. Peter wondered what he meant by being recognized as an enemy. Could he have been marked in some way? Peter looked again at the phone he had taken from one of the henchmen. He remembered that on that device, one of them had mentioned there were no signs of Peter, and the other had asked if he had already discovered the plan. Matthias himself had wondered whether Peter had figured out his plan, and even concluded it might be better if he had. Peter, however, still couldn't understand exactly what Matthias was aiming for. That was when Matthias decided to act more aggressively. One of the students noticed something stuck to his elbow. He thought it was an insect or a sting, but Sungu immediately ran to him and shouted not to touch it. Without hesitation, he plunged the boy's arm into a water tank, and at that moment, the bomb exploded. Because of the water and the fact that it was a single bomb, the boy's arm was not torn off, but he was still seriously injured. Sungu shouted for someone to call the infirmary as fast as possible. Peter then realized that the most dangerous thing about Matthias's bombs wasn't where they were placed, but the fact that they couldn't be removed by force. In his case, case, Matthias had placed the bomb on his clothes, but he was certain that on other people, the bombs were hidden in far more critical and dangerous places. He wondered what Matthias intended to do with all of this. One of the subordinates asked if it wasn't about time for Peter to show up, but Matthias replied coldly that he would never show up. He said that if Peter appeared, he would have to give up everything. He explained that his goal was never to control Peter directly. If he controlled everything around him, eventually Peter would reveal himself. And even if that didn't happen, it was fine. He would just move on to the next variable. At that moment, Matthias made another announcement to the entire school. He declared that they were now entering the next level of control. He said that if they wanted to stay alive, all members of the volunteer club needed to gather in the auditorium. Yuna then realized it was Matthias speaking. He also warned that anyone who acted suspiciously would be killed instantly, as he would not hesitate to detonate their bomb. Thus, all the club members began to gather. There was an atmosphere of distrust in the air. Some students already suspected this was connected to the glory of assassins, but everything still felt very unclear. Many were still trying to understand what was happening. Some students noticed that the Doko brothers were trembling. They didn't know if it was out of fear or for some deeper reason. Yuna, watching them, thought that anyone would be afraid in that situation. Still, she couldn't understand exactly what Matthias's plan was. Matthias himself stepped onto the auditorium stage, thanking all the volunteer club members for their presence. He said he would explain the real reason they had all been gathered. Among those present was one person in particular. He approached her with a cold look. It was the apprentice who had been hunting Peter, someone directly connected to the apostle Nathaniel. Her name was Senrita Leuna, assassin of Hank D's glory, rank 335. Matthias said he believed she had a direct connection with Peter, and that, for that reason, he wouldn't waste time with formalities. Yuna, confused, replied that she didn't know where Peter was, just like the other club members. Matthias responded calmly, saying he had expected that answer. Even so, he seemed satisfied. He said he was curious to see whether what he had planned would work. He wondered aloud if maybe that would be enough to make Peter show up. Everyone in the auditorium was stunned when Matthias stood behind Yuna and activated a bomb that exploded just above her head. However, he stopped himself immediately afterward, telling them to wait. He said that, according to his calculations, there was still one member of the club who wasn't present. He stated that Kim Soon-gu was not the only person who had escaped his control, and that there was still someone without a bomb implanted. Coincidentally, it was someone who had been present at every incident involving Peter. One of the subordinates asked if they should go after that person, but Matthias replied that it wouldn't be necessary. With a subtle smile, he said he wanted to see how far the fugitive could get. He explained that he would mobilize all the external drones for surveillance, just as a precaution. Meanwhile, Peter was watching everything and concluded that no matter how strict the surveillance was, they would never find him. That was because he himself was the subordinate speaking to Matthias. Moments earlier, he had explained his plan to Yuna, who was surprised to learn that he intended to infiltrate the enemy ranks. She asked why he would do something like that, and Peter showed her what he had obtained. He had stolen one of the masks used by the henchmen. That mask had a transmission device, voice distortion, and even storage for confidential data. It was advanced technology, a point of pride for the Trinity, and now it would be used against them. Yuna asked what he intended to do with the infiltration, and Peter explained that the only way to neutralize all of Matthias's bombs was with a jammer. The device, covered in antennas and wires, emitted waves capable of blocking radio signals. However, Peter knew that wouldn't be enough, because Matthias did not use radio to control the bombs. One of the henchmen had even said that if he met Matthias in person, he would die instantly. Even so, Peter wanted to confirm whether that was true. Now, in the middle of the auditorium, he was so close to Matthias and Yuna that he could feel the enemy's breath. While he was configuring the jammer's frequency, Yuna noticed what he was doing and thought it was far too risky. It was only a matter of time before Matthias found out. Plus, there were too many people watching. Even so, Peter believed they had to try to neutralize everything. The interference process had already started. They just needed to buy time. Matthias, sensing something out of the ordinary, smiled and said they had surpassed his expectations. He stated that it seemed there were several people who had not followed his orders, and for that reason, he would apply an even stronger command. He said that from that moment on, all bombs implanted in the bodies of those inside the auditorium would explode in exactly 3 minutes. He also explained that if anyone tried to remove the bombs, they would detonate instantly. Panic spread through everyone. The countdowns began, and each person could see exactly where the bomb was located on their body. Young shouted for no one to touch anything, trying to keep the group calm. Matthias, with a calm voice, said that he knew Peter was there somewhere. He declared that he didn't know what Peter was doing or where he was hiding, but that it didn't matter. If Peter couldn't reveal himself now, he would continue fighting in the shadows, as he always had. He guaranteed that the moment Peter appeared, it would be the end. He said he would then use his most powerful weapon. Yuna, desperate, thought that man was a lunatic willing to kill everyone without hesitation. There were only 3 minutes left left until the explosion, and Sungu couldn't even move. Peter, still undercover, thought there was something deeply troubling. If Matthias was truly who he suspected, then he definitely understood the concept behind jamming. There was a major flaw in that technology. To locate an encrypted frequency, it required at least several minutes, but it was very unlikely that Matthias would give them that time. He observed the auditorium and wondered what Peter would do now. According to him, all the students in that place were about to be turned to ashes. The panic was obvious. About 2 minutes had passed, and only 11 seconds remained before all the bombs exploded. Matthias commented that, even with the countdown almost at 0, neither Peter nor his allies had shown themselves. He said that if anyone still believed the bombs wouldn't explode, it was time to let go of that hope. When there were 5 seconds left, he said that he had never finished anything with just words. As the countdown reached 3, 2, 1, a knife was thrown in his direction and nearly hit his hand. He managed to dodge it at the very last moment. Doko Hyung showed up, saying his hand was itching and, by accident, ended up throwing the knife. He apologized and, in a carefree tone, asked them to return the weapon. The assassins around didn't understand anything. They asked what those two were doing, thinking they were crazy for playing around in such a tense moment. They believed the Doko brothers were no match for Matthias. Yuna thought that, thanks to the brothers, the bombs hadn't gone off. Doko Jae said he had never seen Peter in person, but Hyung stated that if it was to help the one they considered their spiritual master, no sacrifice was too great. Yuna, confused, began to wonder what exactly they were doing there. Meanwhile, in the infirmary, Peter explained that when the interference system known as jamming finds the correct frequency, it becomes a powerful tool. However, that technology has a fatal flaw: the time it takes to find that frequency. And clearly, Matthias would not allow that. What no one knew is that the Doko brothers were lying in the infirmary, silently listening to the entire explanation. Outside, the assassins mocked the brothers, saying they were idiots for thinking this was all a game. But the brothers said this game would be quite fun. Hyung told Jae that it was good while it lasted, and Jae replied that he would wait for him in heaven. Then the two charged together. They took down the first subordinate of the Trindade, dodged the attacks from the others, and went straight for Matthias. However, Matthias reacted quickly and launched a bomb that exploded on Hyung's leg, knocking him down. The explosion was superficial. It didn't tear his leg off, but it caused a lot of pain. Matthias commented that he admired their courage, but warned that the next attack would take off his little leg. Even wounded, Hyung repeated that they would meet in heaven and that it was better for everyone to go together. Jae also launched an attack, but was caught by another subordinate of the Trindade and thrown far away. Matthias then said that this would serve as a good example to the others. When one of the big henchmen approached to finish the attack, Yuna tried to stop him with a dart. However, he was also blown up by a microbomb activated by Matthias. Another subordinate approached Ryong, placing a bomb in his mouth and threatening that if he spit it out, his friends would die. But the explosion happened too soon. Yuna panicked, but realized that Sungu had stopped the detonation and taken down the brute. The assassins were confused, wondering if they were really on the same side, since it looked like they were fighting among themselves. Sungu, with a serious expression, replied that after everything, his friends and teachers would never wear the uniform and smile like they used to. Matthias then recognized Sungu, calling him Kim Gu, and everyone there began to wonder what was going on. Matthias said he knew about Kim Gu's tactic, but insisted that even so, he wouldn't be able to do anything inside that controlled space, which was completely full of bombs. Yuna thought the interference system had failed and screamed for Sungu to run, but he didn't move. He stood still as all the bombs attached to the students dropped to the gym floor and exploded right there, hurting no one. Matthias, confused, asked if that had been jamming. At that moment, Peter appeared and asked how it felt to lose control. He said that from now on, the one in control was him. Sungu told the other volunteers that there would be no more explosions beyond that one. He asked them to take the Doko brothers and leave the place immediately. Once everyone had evacuated the gym, Matthias admitted that the boy really was a prodigy. From the start, he had sensed something extraordinary in Sungu. From the moment he discovered where the bombs had been placed to the moment he uncovered Matthias's true identity, everything showed his intelligence. Even so, the jamming strategy he used was completely unexpected. The perception and knowledge that Sungu demonstrated, despite being so young, surpassed Matthias's understanding. He wondered if that jammer plan had been a direct order from Peter. But even if he had his support, Matthias claimed it wouldn't make a difference. After all, everyone present was a member of the Trindade, each with strength equivalent to the rank A agents of the Gloria. That was when Peter decided to show something. He said that in Korea, there was no weapon more powerful than this. He picked up a piece of bamboo and called it the stick of love, the same kind used to spank disobedient children. Matthias, skeptical, wanted to see if that was really true. As all the members of the Trindade charged at Peter, Yuna panicked. She knew those men were far more dangerous than any squad led by Nathaniel. Many renowned assassins were present, and even among the most experienced, there were names who had completed countless high-risk missions. The first one, known as Amala Yahello was struck head-on. He received a brutal beating and had his arm broken by the stick of love. Next was Mawabi Gu, a veteran with a long track record who was thrown to the ground and left with a broken nose. One by one, all the famous assassins who tried to face Peter were completely defeated, without him caring who they were. After all, he was Peter. Peter declared that he would show what it really meant to possess a high-ranking ability. Matthias started to rethink everything. It seemed impossible that someone like him could be classified as just rank D. It felt absurd that a student would be under Peter's direct protection. Maybe, he thought, Sungu was an apostolo, or perhaps even more than that. So he decided he should treat him with proper respect. Yuna, holding the jamming device, thought she had seen that many times before, but still couldn't believe what she was witnessing. Who was Sungu, really? Even after defeating the enemies, he remained tense. She noticed that, despite having the upper hand, he was already anticipating Matthias's next move, and he was right. A swarm of dragonfly-shaped drones appeared in the sky, releasing a rain of small bombs over the court. Yuna said the jamming was working, so the bombs should fail. But Sungu knew it wasn't that simple. Instead of trusting the system, he detonated all the bombs himself with his own hands before they could hit the ground. He asked everyone to stay back. At that moment, Matthias uttered the words "left arm," activating an explosion directly above Sungu. In the last instant, Sungu had to sacrifice part of his mobility to shield Yuna, who was too close. She was in shock, unable to understand how that was possible. The jamming was still active, so why did the bomb work? Peter explained that it was a technology called ICC, a brain-computer interface. This type of system sends signals directly from the brain to devices through brainwaves using an electronic chip implanted in the user's head. Yuna became even more worried when she saw that Sungu's arm was severely damaged. He himself thought he had heard about this technology before, but controlling such a system so freely was almost impossible. It was then explained that in the late 1990s, researchers began secretly studying ways to capture brainwaves and transmit them to computers. If successful, this would forever change the course of humanity. However, there was a serious side effect. The human body could not withstand the synchronization process between brain and machine. All experiments conducted on thousands of people had failed. The research seemed doomed until one person managed to succeed. A genius Italo-American named Helio Marcellos, a specialist in computational neuroscience, quantum engineering, and human-machine interfaces. Helio Marcellos studied for years to make that technology viable. He was the first genius to succeed in something many considered impossible. Yuna, still trying to grasp the situation, asked what that meant for them if the technology really existed. Peter replied that Dr. Helio was already considered to be at an advanced level, but that Matthias had surpassed all expectations, now seen as the new messiah of brain technology. At that moment, Matthias was controlling a real swarm of dragonfly-shaped drones. From where they were, it was already clear. There were more than 1,000, maybe far more, all operating as a single mind. Peter explained that, if his theory was correct, that ability could not be stopped by jamming. The ICC technology, or brain-computer interface, operated on a completely different frequency band than conventional systems. This meant any attempt to interrupt the signal with interference would be useless. Matthias controlled everything with just his thoughts and brainwaves. He was able to command that entire horde by himself. Matthias, observing closely, wondered how far Sungu intended to surprise him. Not only had he predicted the use of jamming, but he had also correctly deduced the presence of the ICC. Even more impressive was the fact that, at the exact moment of the previous explosion, Sungu had moved his arm toward the impact, reducing the damage he suffered. For Matthias, it was no longer plausible to believe that he was just a high school student. It was all unbelievable. That was why he decided to keep watching. He wanted to see how far he could go. The dragonflies began moving in a coordinated manner, and Yuna realized the danger. If all those bombs dropped at once, over 1,000 explosions would occur right there. Not even Sungu could escape that. Matthias mocked the situation, asking if he was trying to come up with some crazy plan. Peter, relaxed, replied that he seemed almost able to read minds. Coincidentally, an idea had come to him at that very moment. Peter said there was a way to neutralize Matthias. He asked how Yuna's leg was, and she replied it was fine. He said she'd better get ready, because it was time to show his final move. He grabbed a chair that was nearby and threw it with force, detonating several bombs in its path and clearing a way through the court. Both he and Yuna were fine and managed to run quickly outside. During the escape, Yuna questioned whether it made sense to run like that. Matthias could easily catch up to them. Peter explained that, even though Matthias had near absolute power thanks to the ICC, it didn't mean there weren't weaknesses. Yuna said she had no idea what he was planning, but she understood that if he was saying there was still a chance, then she would believe it. Peter, however, replied that he honestly didn't know what would happen. He would only find out the truth by facing it head-on. Later, they were hiding in the library. That was where Peter planned to execute his final move. Yuna, confused, asked what he was planning to do in that place. Matthias, from a distance, also wondered why he had chosen that specific environment. He found it strange, but at the same time exciting. He imagined Peter had several plans in mind, but believed all of them would fail. Yuna questioned why they were in the library, since it was closed. She thought it would be better to go somewhere with an exit to the outside. Peter explained that, in fact, the outside could be even more dangerous. They could put civilians at risk. At that moment, they heard footsteps approaching. It was Matthias himself, who said he was curious about why Peter had chosen the library. That was when Yuna finally understood. The library provided cover and camouflage. The bookshelves prevented Matthias from having a clear view of the space and made it harder for the drones to move. It was a place full of obstacles, with many hiding spots, even more than the auditorium. She realized that this was a major advantage. Matthias would have a hard time locating them there. However, in the next instant, Peter quickly pushed Yuna's head down. One of the shelves had been completely destroyed by an explosion. Matthias declared that if the tactic was to hide, then unfortunately, Peter had failed. With that, he brought the drones back. Each of them carried a camera and could see everything that was happening. When one of the drones tried to approach Yuna, Peter destroyed it before it got close. Matthias quickly realized that Sungu was using Yuna as bait to attract the drones, and understood that this was his decisive move. Yuna was impressed that they had managed to bring down one of the drones, but she knew there was no way she could face that entire swarm alone. Matthias, watching from afar, was curious to see how long that plan could keep working. The swarm of thousands of dragonfly-shaped drones invaded the library like a moving minefield, covering every corner with imminent danger. Peter, fully aware of the situation, explained that this was the moment when the most important part would begin. He asked Yuna to focus on the task he had given her earlier, but she became concerned when she saw his injured arm and asked if she could fight too. Peter replied that she was already being a great help and that they would see each other again soon, if they were still alive. Then he ran off, leaving Yuna hidden under one of the library tables. While running, Peter thought that he needed to buy as much time as possible for Yuna to find what they were looking for. The drones detected his movement and blocked all escape routes at once, blowing up the paths he could have used to flee. Even so, thanks to his speed, Peter managed to escape unharmed. He knew time was short and that he had to move even faster within that environment. Matthias, analyzing the movements, wondered if this was a war of attrition. He thought Peter might be trying to make him use up all his bombs, but he quickly concluded that it would not work. Matthias had more explosives than anyone could imagine. He thought to himself that no matter how hard Peter tried, the bombs would fall faster and in greater quantity than anyone could possibly endure. A rain of explosives was launched at Peter, who defended himself the best he could, using books from the shelves as improvised shields. It almost felt like a metaphor, books protecting him from bombs, as if knowledge could shield him from the dangers of society. Despite the creative attempt, the situation was becoming critical, and he knew he might not have enough time for Yuna to complete her mission. Even while admiring Peter's reflexes, who managed to block some of the bombs with books, Matthias noted that many still got through, causing a massive explosion. The library was partially destroyed, with many areas scorched by fire. Matthias calmly approached, wearing rubber slippers and socks, and examined the scene, seeing Peter lying among the shelves with torn clothes, visible wounds, and a badly injured arm. Faced with that scene, Matthias reflected that Peter had talked a lot but shown little. He even wondered if he had overestimated him. Meanwhile, Yuna, still hiding, became extremely worried. The explosion had been so strong that the shockwave reached her, and she feared that Sungu was seriously injured. But then she noticed something strange. Matthias had stopped attacking. That was when Matthias declared he would give Kim Sungu one last chance. If he surrendered and revealed everything he knew about Peter, he would be spared. He said Peter was like a declining star, and asked why Sungu did not work for him instead, since he deserved to reach higher positions. Sungu, however, responded with irony, saying he did not expect Matthias to be such a talker. To him, that was typical of someone who barks a lot but does not bite. And if someone talks that much, it means they cannot truly attack. These words made Matthias break into a cold sweat, realizing something was wrong. Yuna, still hiding, wondered what was happening. Then Peter, surprising everyone, placed one of the bombs right on Matthias's forehead. He told him that if he could, then go ahead and detonate it. Even though the ECC ability Matthias was using was terrifying and allowed him to control everything with his mind, it had a fatal weakness: physical overload. At that moment, Matthias's body was already worn out. Sweat was running down his face, and he was trembling. After so much exertion, his body could not take it anymore. And that was when Peter's advantage finally started to show. Peter explained that every electronic device suffers an overload when it generates too much heat. Without a proper cooling system, the heat needs to dissipate naturally, which takes time. According to him, the fact that Matthias was talking so much was an attempt to cool down his own brain, using conversation as a way to slow down mental effort. Matthias, surprised, admitted that no one had ever noticed that, not even his own allies. He acknowledged that Sungu was impressive and that he was right in his observations. He confirmed that he was using the ICC and revealed that he had indeed suffered an overload. Because of that, he decided to abandon that approach and began attacking directly with explosives. The new bombs he launched were triangular. Unlike the previous ones, which stuck and exploded by command, these detonated upon the slightest contact. Peter was forced to dodge the point-blank explosions, facing a constant sequence of attacks. Matthias's manual throws and the way he created illusions with his fingers clearly showed his level of precision and control. Meanwhile, the library was almost entirely destroyed, filled with smoke, shrapnel, and fire. Even with the destruction around them, Matthias believed that victory was guaranteed. Still, he wondered why Sungu remained so calm. calm. On the other side, Yuna had already found the object he had asked for, but could not understand how that would help defeat Matthias. Sungu and Matthias faced each other, separated only by a table. Matthias said that at that distance, there was no escape. Sungu in turn agreed, saying that precisely because they were so close, this was the ideal moment. He took on a teacher-like posture and calmly began explaining the situation. He said that when a bomb like that explodes, everything within a 1-meter radius is affected. That put him at risk too. That was why he chose that strategy. Quickly, Sungu flipped the table toward Matthias, who, with no other option, blew it up to clear the way. He asked if Sungu really thought something like that would be enough to hit him. Sungu, with full conviction, said no. He had already predicted Matthias would blow up the table and cross through the debris at the exact moment. What he really wanted was to force a hand-to-hand fight. The next attack was a powerful knee to Matthias's face, who fell with a bleeding nose. As he got up, he thought that Sungu had discovered the weakness of his bombs at close range. He started to wonder if that boy really was not afraid of explosions. Peter knew that Matthias always counted on the natural fear people had, but Sungu was fighting with all the courage he had. Without hesitation, Sungu grabbed a trash can and struck Matthias's head hard, mentally saying that this was just the beginning. In another region, in the desert, Matthias and Felipe were talking while watching the events from afar. Matthias asked who he thought would win and if anyone was truly capable of defeating Matthias. Felipe replied that, in combat, the power of explosives was almost absolute, but reminded him that everyone has a weak point. No matter how perfect a human being may be, there is always a vulnerable spot. Matthias wanted to know if Matthias also had a weakness. Felipe confirmed that he did, but said that even so, not even someone at the level of an apostle would easily be able to exploit it. It would take someone beyond that level. In the ruined library, Matthias was being overwhelmed by Sungu. He thought that he had faced thousands of enemies, and, with the exception of Felipe, no one had ever managed to see through his techniques. But now the situation was different. A rank D assassin like Sungu was unraveling everything. He had discovered the way Matthias used the bombs in combination with the ICC, identified the overload, and also understood his greatest weakness, close combat. And all of that in just a single day. At that moment, he was beating Matthias with a trash can. The impact was not causing serious damage, but the can was getting crushed with each strike. Peter then grabbed a trash bag, wrapped it around Matthias's head, and threw him forcefully across the room. Yuna thought that Matthias was truly terrifying, but without his bombs, he seemed powerless. If things kept going that way, Sungu would win. However, she soon noticed something strange. Matthias was still standing and apparently without any serious injuries. He was calm, as if nothing had happened. The makeup that covered his face started to dissolve, revealing the tattoos hidden on his skin. Matthias acknowledged that Sungu was right. Without the bombs, he would never have earned the title of apostle. But he explained that the situation was different now. At that moment, even Sungu himself was showing signs of exhaustion, struggling to stay on his feet. Meanwhile, Matthias had already had enough time to recover and commanded a new army of drones to invade the library. Even so, Matthias praised Sungu, saying he was the most impressive person he had ever faced. He stated that, from everything he had heard about him, Sungu seemed almost omniscient, almost like the reincarnation of Peter. He said that if anyone else were in Sungu's place, even Peter would have bowed before his control. Yuna, realizing the danger, tried to act, but it was too late. Matthias declared that even if someone regretted it now, it would not matter anymore. He then ordered Peter's head to be blown off. However, the bomb did not explode where it was supposed to. Instead, it detonated on the ceiling, triggering a chain reaction that destroyed Matthias's own drones. Confused, Matthias tried to understand what was happening. His ICC seemed to be working normally, but his body began to overheat. Peter, still standing firm, said he also had some terrifying news to share. Matthias fell to his knees, his body steaming, going through another violent overload. He felt weaker by the second, and in that moment, everything started to make sense. Matthias realized that something had felt off from the beginning. That disturbing sensation was the result of an elaborate plan. Sungu had purposely taken a bomb and gotten close enough for Peter to splash his blood directly onto Matthias's body. Yuna, still in hiding, did not understand what that meant. She wondered if all of this had been part of a plan. Peter then confirmed that it was. He explained that human blood contains many ions, such as sodium and potassium, which conduct electricity more efficiently than water. Matthias, surprised, understood that this was the reason Peter had used a plastic bag. Peter explained that in a dry environment, a thin plastic layer like a bag can accumulate enough static electricity through friction to generate thousands of volts. At the moment that charge came into contact with the blood spread over Matthias's overheated body, it would cause direct interference with the ICC. In addition, Peter revealed that he had given Matthias time to recover on purpose, because he himself also needed time to prepare. And once everything was ready, Peter struck a blow so powerful to to Matthias's stomach that it destroyed part of the library wall and sent him flying out of the school. With the enemy on the ground, Peter asked a question. He wanted to know why someone with such an incredible ability would choose to use it for destructive purposes. He wanted to understand why he had allied with Raphael and with the Glory. Matthias replied that for him it had seemed like the best choice at the time. He said people used to say he had a perfect life. He had a father, a mother, a wealthy home, above average intelligence, and apparently competent parents. But that image was just a facade. Inside the house, his mother was constantly beaten. His father took out all his frustration and stress from the academy and work on her. Even though he was a brilliant engineer in public, at home, he became a true demon. For Matthias, the only way to reach true peace was through the explosives he created himself. For years, he and his mother lived that reality in silence, from his birth through much of his childhood. But then, in a rare moment, his mother took him to an amusement park. It was a special day. They had fun, explored rides, and shared happy moments. In the middle of that scene, Matthias observed one of the rides, the pirate ship, and noticed the pattern of its movement. He said it was a pendular motion. The ride swung back and forth. The farther back you sat, the greater the radius of rotation, which created the feeling of weightlessness. That is why anyone who wanted to enjoy that ride had to choose a seat all the way in the back. Matthias's mother once said her son was very intelligent. That day, the two of them had lunch together, bought all kinds of things, and had more fun than ever before. Matthias said he wanted to go back the following year, and his mother promised they would. But that promise was never fulfilled. Not long after, she decided to end the cycle of pain and suffering she had endured. The teacher was deeply shaken when he attended her funeral. Matthias, however, already knew that all of his mother's pain would now be passed on to him. From then on, he was beaten daily by his father, who assaulted him without mercy. His bones were frequently broken. He would fall to the ground, foaming and convulsing, and countless times he wished for nothing more than peace, just like the peace his mother found in the end. Amid this torment, Matthias remembered his father's words. True peace could only be created through the explosives he himself would build. Over time, he decided to put that idea into practice. He created a new device, a modern bomb, and showed it to his father, who was impressed. He said his son had connected an electric detonator to a dual-circuit capacitor, something not even graduate students could do. He called him a genius and said he had definitely inherited his DNA. But when his father went out to buy ingredients for dinner, Matthias wished he would finally find peace, and detonated the house with him inside. In a painful and ironic way, it was under the suffocating control of that man, whom he considered a living hell, that Matthias discovered the meaning of truth and peace. To him, maintaining order required control, and maintaining control required explosives. Glory was the only organization that believed in his talent and funded his projects. Matthias believed that his control was not yet over, but in the final moment, he passed out due to mental overload. Peter, watching everything unfold, commented that if only Matthias had foreseen the fall of Glory, maybe things would have turned out differently. Right after that, Matthias's phone started ringing. It was Raphael, the leader of the Trinity. Peter, trying to deceive the enemy, put on the mask of one of the henchmen and used a voice distortion module. He answered, pretending to be Matthias, and said he had found Peter. Raphael asked if the target was dead and demanded confirmation of his death. But Peter, still disguised, replied that the old man surpassed every imaginable limit and was impossible to touch. Furious, Raphael complained that no one ever managed to finish that job and promised to kill the old man himself. Peter calmly said he had something that might please him. Raphael, now impatient, demanded to know what it was. That was when the real Peter revealed his identity over the phone, saying only that it had been a long time since they last spoke. Raphael lost control upon hearing his voice. After that, the news spread quickly. Angry crowds gathered in front of the school, outraged that the students had been taken hostage. Everyone blamed the terrorists for the attack. The police managed to capture those responsible, and the information was released in an official report. On the afternoon of the 15th, unidentified terrorists attacked a school in Seoul. They carried thousands of small bombs that were planted and detonated on site. However, all the students survived, with the exception of 2 victims. Authorities confirmed that all the terrorists were successfully captured. No one knew exactly how they were neutralized, but parents and citizens celebrated the heroic action. The main suspect, Matthias, was not the real Matthias. Someone else had been placed in his position, as the real one had already been detained by the Daiha group, the only one with the technology capable of blocking Matthias's ICC signal. All records of the attack were erased to eliminate any evidence. This was only possible thanks to Ji-won, who made sure to remind everyone that she was not just a document shredder, but a true paper destroyer. She even sent McKing out to buy beer while she finished the job. For the love of God, what a tiresome situation. But even Ji-won could not erase the curious looks from the students. The Dako brothers acted naturally, almost in a friendly way, to convince the other students to say they had seen nothing. nothing, and indeed, no one saw anything. Still, the couple, Yisol and Yejin, visited the Dako brothers in the hospital. They brought some flowers as a sign of gratitude and concern. Meanwhile, at the hospital, the doctor was arguing with Professor Lee Guangyu, saying he could not keep wearing a tie during his recovery. But Guangyu insisted that the tie was his medicine, his serum, and also his cure. It was the same tie he had received as a gift from Sungu himself. Given everything that had happened, Peter concluded that staying in that school posed a risk to the other students. For that reason, he decided it was time to leave the name Sungu behind. That was how he definitively abandoned the Divine Glory School. Later on, the Dako brothers met up again with him and Yuna. At that moment, Doko Hyung looked around and commented that there was a delinquent smoking nearby, ordering that he be arrested. Peter, in a calm tone, said he wasn't a smoker. But Dako J replied that it was obvious he smoked, just by looking at his face. Yuna, standing next to Peter, watched the scene with a slight smile. He seemed calm, even a little happy with the whole situation. Yuna knew that trying to keep him there wouldn't change anything. Still, she wanted to express something important. Since she met Peter, she felt that she had matured a lot. He didn't just help her grow, he also saved her brother's life. She said she could never thank him enough, but that someday she would repay everything she had received from him. Peter replied that indeed, debts of gratitude must always be paid. As he reflected, Peter remembered his childhood marked by pain and resilience. That was the only way he knew how to deal with the emptiness of an uncertain future. In fact, this was the first time he had ever attended a real school. There, he met many people, including Yuna, and through those connections, he discovered new priorities, ambitions, and even feelings of love. The time he spent with them was light. Those were fun moments, and although he didn't know how much time he had left, he knew he would miss them for the rest of his life. Yuna then asked if he still remembered what they had talked about on that island. She said he had promised to tell everything when the time came, but until now he hadn't given her an answer. Peter said he knew that, but that it still wasn't the right time. Yuna, insistent, asked if he was going to keep stalling. The brothers also questioned whether he was hiding something from them and why he hadn't kept his promise yet. Peter replied that technically he never made any promises to them. Young commented that he never seemed like an ordinary high school student. He spoke like an old man. At that moment, Jay wanted to know what his true identity was. That was when Tadeu appeared, interrupted the conversation, and revealed that he was actually Peter. Everyone fell silent. A single bead of sweat slowly rolled down Peter's face. Tadeu then asked if no one had realized that Sungu and Peter were the same person. Peter replied that, at least now, everyone knew, thanks to him. Later, during the sunset, Yuna commented that it was still a bit hard to believe everything, but that, in a way, it all started to make sense. Peter asked her to keep talking to him the same way she always did. If Peter were to change now, everything would feel too strange. Even without him around, he was sure the others would continue protecting the school well. When he finished everything he needed to do and came back, they would meet again. Meanwhile, the Dako brothers were pedaling excitedly on a swan boat, completely thrilled. Yuna, watching that scene, said she honestly didn't know when they would grow up. Even with everything explained, it seemed the two still didn't take things seriously. Peter said that, deep down, he already expected that, but it was exactly their way of being that made them so unique. So he suggested they stop wasting time on farewells and get some rest. Tadeu said he would be back later, but before he could leave, the Dako brothers interrupted him. They said that moment was a commitment. They declared they had never kneeled before anyone, and that this conviction was what made them strong. They renewed their vow, saying they would only bow before Mr. Peter. They had always admired him and dreamed of becoming like him, and that hadn't changed, not even that day. Because of that, the two bowed respectfully and said they would respect and admire him forever. They were clearly emotional, also nervous, but Peter placed his hand gently on each of their heads and gave them his blessing. He asked them to keep trying hard and said he would be rooting for their growth and success. Emotion took over the moment. The two brothers were teary-eyed, and even Yuna couldn't hold back her tears. Later, at an abandoned port, Peter commented that maybe it was just his imagination, but Ji-won's taste in hideouts was peculiar. Her new hideout was hidden in a pile of rusty, forgotten shipping containers. However, after passing facial recognition, access was granted. On the third underground floor, they were surprised by a completely different environment, a luxurious, fully furnished house. Everything looked expensive and comfortable. Peter was stunned by Ji-won's boldness, who seemed to have extorted Yuncheng quite efficiently. She casually asked if they had arrived already and ordered tea to be served. She called for Alfredo, and both men looked confused. Peter and Tadeu wondered who Alfredo was since they had never heard that name before. An elderly man who always served tea without saying a word appeared with the tray. Peter commented that it was the first time he had heard his name. The old man himself replied that it was also the first time he had heard it. In other words, Ji-won had just made up that name on the spot. After that, everyone gathered to hear the plan in detail. Present were Kajio, Simon, Ji-won, Tadeu, and Peter himself. She asked how they planned to deal with that bastard Raphael, and Peter presented a document that left Simon completely shocked. The story then returned to that phone call between Peter and Raphael, which had been interrupted earlier. Raphael began sarcastically, saying it had been a while since he heard the voice of Apostle Peter, who always seemed too busy. He asked why it was so hard to get in touch with him. Peter replied that he truly had been busy thanks to certain people. Raphael then mocked him, saying Peter was upset about losing all his money. money. He said someone at his level shouldn't care about loose change and probably didn't even have time to spare. With coldness in his voice, Peter replied that if Raphael was so desperate for money, he could have just said so. He would have lent it without a problem. Raphael snapped back, saying he would take every last drop. Then he questioned why so much mystery and demanded that Peter show himself. But Peter replied that if he wanted to meet him, he'd have to get in line. He said Raphael's number was about 100,000. That would give him plenty of time to reflect before seeing him again. Realizing the game, Raphael said he had no choice then. He sent a photo to Peter. In the image was Hana, still a teenager, alive and smiling beside Raphael. It was an old photo, but clear. Raphael commented that she had grown up well and teased him, calling her your dear Hana. Upon seeing the image, Peter was completely shaken. His face showed rage and despair. He shouted that Raphael would die. Raphael asked if that at least lowered his position in the line. Peter replied yes, that he deserved that privilege. From that moment on, he would be number one in the queue. He promised to meet him in person and rip that talking mouth off with his own hands. At that moment, Peter showed the photo of Hana to everyone, and it caused a stir. Simon couldn't believe what he was seeing. He asked if it meant Hana was alive. Peter said maybe she was. Jiwan, skeptical, claimed that it was clearly a trap. She said that with today's technology, forging a photo like that was easy. One click would be enough. And if they let themselves be guided by emotion and attacked without thinking, they'd be crushed, even with all the firepower they had. Suddenly, a hologram of Yoon appeared in the middle of the room, startling everyone. Standing beside him, Yoon Chang declared that the attack would have the full support of the Daiha group. He authorized the use of all available resources. Peter then said that, until recently, he was just a weak man, prepared to die. But somehow, he had regained a youthful appearance. For a long time, he didn't understand why, until he discovered that Raphael was behind a vile plan. And perhaps in the end, Raphael really was with Hana. He thought maybe it was all a divine revelation, considering he was an apostle. And if that was the reason his body had been rejuvenated, then he was ready to place his life in God's hands. Peter then burned the photo of Raphael using his own cigarette. It was a symbolic gesture, repeated exactly as he had done in the first chapter of the story. The kind of scene worthy of a movie. Meanwhile, at Raphael's apostle's base, Matthias was complaining about a door that wouldn't open. He asked why it needed so much security. Felipe, impatient, told her to move aside and force the door open with his bare hands. She was shocked by his strength, wondering if he was even human. Raphael, on the other hand, commented that the door had been expensive. Felipe presented his report. He said that Matthias had failed the mission and his whereabouts were unknown. He also reported that Peter was forming an alliance of apostles and that their military power seemed significant. Raphael commented that this would likely turn into a war between alliances. He was impressed that Peter, even at his age, could still crush his enemies despite advanced technologies. But he concluded by saying that Peter had no idea of the hell that awaited him. In the post-credits scene, Dilma asked if he didn't think he was at a disadvantage. She corrected herself, saying numerous disadvantages. Tadeo replied that there was no need to worry. He claimed he could handle a lot of people at once. Peter then asked what they would do if someone showed up to tip the balance. At that moment, two mysterious figures were approaching the containers that made up Jiwan's hideout. She asked if there really was no one to greet them. The man beside her offered to try opening the door. Jiwan protested, saying he shouldn't strain himself given his fragile health. Still, he grabbed the container door and opened it with sheer brute force. Nathaniel, surprised, exclaimed, asking what he was doing. The man replied that it seemed he still hadn't fully returned to how he used to be. He apologized to the doctor, saying he was so curious he couldn't help himself. He just wanted to test his new body. That man was Nathanael, one of Raphael's apostles, now revealed to be alive and well. And with that, the first season of Peter's story comes to an end. If you enjoyed this journey so far, don't forget to hit the like button on the video. It helps us a lot in continuing to tell this amazing story. And if you're not subscribed to the channel yet, subscribe now and turn on notifications so you don't miss anything from the next season.